Tang Jun, an ordinary man, was unexpectedly reborn in the 1980s, returning to an era of opportunity and ambition. Day 1 after rebirth, he borrowed 10 billion. He has one goal: dominate real estate, control trade, master the markets, and the top spot as the world's richest man. While others are still struggling, he's already planning the entire Hong Kong. If you enjoy stories of power struggles and underdog rise, don't forget to like and subscribe. The real adventure is only beginning. Chapter 1. Is my father the leader of Gangsheng? Good morning, Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, you've been discharged from the hospital. When we have time, let's go to the nightclub to play. Listening to the continuous stream of respectful voices, Chen Long, who has been a person for 2 generations, couldn't help but feel a little floaty. This life is really lucky, reborn in a super wealthy family. Exhausted in front of the computer for a little overtime pay, this life can finally lie flat and enjoy life. However, he first needs to adapt to the new environment. He walked out of the hospital for the first time, his eyes revealing a sense of unfamiliarity with the world. His sudden behavior naturally cannot be concealed from those around him. The bodyguards only treated the young master as recovering from a serious illness, and the area that was severely injured was still his brain. It is normal to have some sequelae, and they did not take his abnormalities to heart. Tiger brother, where are we going now? The boss means you go to the company to report to him first, and then take you home for recuperation. The company? Young master, did you forget that it's the Jining Group? Lu Hu's voice revealed a faint sense of pride. Jining Group is the most legendary business empire in Hong Kong. Last year's profit even surpassed HSBC at one point. Founder Chen Qingsong is also a prominent figure in the business world on an equal footing with the king of chartered ships. Chen Long nodded. Jining Group. Despite appearing calm on his face, a tumultuous wave rose in his heart. As a TVB drama fan, how could he not have heard of the Jining Group? He bought the Golden Gate building in Central with over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in 1980 and sold it for 1.7 billion yuan in less than half a year. You can earn a price difference of 700 million yuan just by changing hands. Such favorable news naturally led to a significant increase in the stock price of Jining. In 2 years, the stock price of Jining, which went public through a backdoor listing, skyrocketed from less than 1 yuan to 18.2 yuan. Last year, the profit was claimed to have reached 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, even surpassing the well-known HSBC Bank. The business myth created by Chen Qingsong has captivated the investors of Hong Kong City. But Chen Long was very clear that there was a huge foam in the stock price of Jining, and it was carrying nearly 10 billion Hong Kong dollars of debt. In 1983, various industries in Gangsheng were not doing well, and Jining Group was also affected. Its stock price fell all the way until it was suspended from trading, and its subsidiaries began to gradually shut down. Thinking of this, Chen Long asked Lu Hu, "Brother Hu, what month is it now?" "Young master, you even forgot this. It's January 20th, 1983, and the Chinese New Year will be coming soon. On January 20th, which means there are less than 8 months left, the Independent Commission Against Corruption and the police will take away his cheap father. Chen Qingsong will face a lawsuit period of up to 17 years and ultimately cannot escape imprisonment. So he still has 8 months of happy time. This is different from crossing over to become an emperor and not having a chance to satisfy the beauties in the harem when you hear that the rebels have already entered the palace. Oh my god, aren't you playing with me?" Chen Long's eyes became fierce. As a member of the time-traveling crowd, he would not easily succumb to fate. Filled with worries, he was led by Lu Hu and others to Jining Group. Young Master Long. Young Master Long. As soon as he entered the group building, the employees coming and going greeted him one after another. At this time, it was the peak period for going up and down stairs during lunch break, and there were long queues in front of all 6 elevators. Chen Long instinctively wanted to follow the crowd and queue up. "Young master, let's take the VIP elevator." The young lady in charge of reception guidance pointed to the empty elevator and said, "Young Master Long, why did you even forget the way to the top floor?" Accidentally, it made Chen Long feel a little embarrassed. Lu Hu gave her a fierce glare, and the young lady suddenly realized that she had said something wrong and quickly put away her smile. Afraid, he waved his hand and explained vigorously, "Young Master Long, I didn't mean to mock your brain." "No." Seeing her flustered explanation, Chen Long smiled and said, "If you go to the supervisor's office to receive the punishment yourself, your salary for today will be deducted." Upon hearing his words, the little sister breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Chen Long is not a bad person. If he really cares about it, the days ahead will be very miserable. After getting out of the elevator, Lu Hu whispered to Chen Long, "Young master, do you want her to leave?" "Brother Hu, why bother getting angry with a working girl? If you have to forgive someone, please forgive them. By the way, was I always so vengeful before?" Faced with such a question, Lu Hu's answer seems to be both yes and no, and he doesn't know how to respond at the moment. Haha, I got it. Chen Long realized that the person he possessed was a classic villain in TVB dramas. If it weren't for his own time travel, this Chen Long would have been in a miserable situation after losing his protective umbrella. Those who have been bullied by him before will seek double revenge. Thinking of this, Qianlong knew he couldn't just sit idly by and wait for his death. He must change the fate of the entire Qin family. Chapter 2. Father, might you consider lending me another 10 billion? Upon hearing of Qianlong's arrival, Qin Shingsong rushed forward with palpable excitement. My dear son, let me have a good look at you. Do not blame your father for not visiting. The year-end rush has kept me extraordinarily busy. Qianlong could genuinely feel the affection emanating from the man before him, an expression that could not be feigned. His heart warmed, and he replied, Father, I am perfectly fine. I merely spent a few days in the hospital due to a mild concussion. It's just that there are many things I cannot recall at the moment. Not recalling is of no consequence, the doctor said. Your memory, nerves have been affected. But as long as your health is intact, that is what truly matters. Seeing that Qianlong truly bore no serious harm, Qin Shingsong's demeanor suddenly shifted. He adopted a stern expression and exclaimed, How could you allow such a thing to happen? You failed to protect the young master and let a perfectly viable person escape. Lu Hu, I expect no recurrence of this. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Listening to their employer's admonition, Lu Hu and his companions dared not breathe a word. The stifling atmosphere weighed heavily upon the workers. Enough. You may all leave. I wish to discuss family matters with Along. Lu Hu and the others felt as if a weight had been lifted as they exited the office, closing the door tightly behind them. Along. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently? Qianlong feigned a look of excruciating pain. Father, I have wronged so many. It's enough. Our Qin family's business ventures in Hong Kong have indeed garnered quite a bit of animosity. Just be cautious moving forward. As for offending others, refrain from discussing such matters. In this world, one must stand their ground. To achieve great things, one cannot avoid stepping on toes. Do not let a single setback bind you. A man must be bold and fearless. Earn the most unreasonable profits, enjoy the finest women, and drive the best cars. Qin Shingsong expounded upon his worldview, his words dripping with domineering pragmatism. Qianlong felt a sudden clarity wash over him. His father's words made sense. In his past life, he had believed in being grounded, avoiding any thoughts of ambition, and fearing the act of offending others, which resulted in a life devoid of significant accomplishments. In this life, his father was Qin Shingsong, a notorious financial fraudster, and since he had boarded this ship of thieves, what was there left to fear? Given that fate had granted him a second chance, he intended to live extravagantly, either to leave a legacy or to be remembered in infamy. A wild idea began to take shape in his mind. With this thought, he turned to his father and asked, Father, I hear that Janning's business has not been thriving lately? Qin Shingsong replied with satisfaction, You have indeed been awakened. In the past, you would not have engaged with such life lessons, nor shown concern for the family business. After offering a few praises, Qin Shingsong shifted his tone, candidly admitting, We have encountered a minor issue, tied to negotiations between the Long and Ing nations. This has left the people of Hong Kong anxious and led to economic turmoil, prompting some foreign capital to withdraw. Naturally, Janning cannot remain unaffected. A downturn is to be expected. Father, while other companies may experience profit declines and plummeting stock prices, we at Janning cannot afford such misfortune. Qin Shingsong laughed in exasperation. Why should everyone else fall while Janning stands unscathed? Such logic simply does not exist. His tone was somewhat lighthearted, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Previously, Qianlong would have directly accused Qin Shingsong of being a fraudster, engaging in the dubious practice of borrowing from one wall to pay another. Janning's 10 teapots, if 2 were fortunate enough to have lids, would be a miracle. However, having gained new insights on life, Qianlong now understood that those in finance were all great deceivers. In fact, 9 out of 10 buildings in Hong Kong were acquired through deceit. To balance the books and convince others of their legitimacy was not fraud. It was merely inflating stock prices. Janning's reputation remained relatively intact. Thus, it could not be dismissed as one of Hong Kong's greatest financial scams. He decided to adopt a different perspective and said, Father, those purchasing our stock are merely short-term speculators. When they profit, they will laud you as a legend and shower you with praise. But if your legend fades and they incur losses, what do you think they will call you? Upon hearing this, Qin Shingsong's expression fell. He gritted his teeth, declaring, They will label me a fraud, a swindler. Human nature is indeed complex and real. Speculators understand their kind, and Qin Shingsong immediately grasped the underlying meaning of his son's words. Janning's profits had been mythologized, with stock prices soaring exponentially in just a few years. If one day Janning were to announce losses and some subsidiaries ceased operations, would those speculators accept their fate? They would not acknowledge their own greed and misplaced optimism. They would certainly vilify Janning as a fraud. Qianlong could not help but add, Those who once revered us will see us as mortal enemies, driving us to ruin. Along, your words hold truth. However, are you not being a tad extreme? In the worst case, we may simply face a lawsuit. In Hong Kong, those who wish to sue us will soon realize the extent of their folly. Father, what if it is the Independent Commission Against Corruption that comes after us? To seek loans, to go public, to repeatedly slip through the cracks, such endeavors invariably require extensive connections. This has been the experience of every major corporation since time immemorial. Once a financial case morphs into a bribery scandal, it becomes exceedingly difficult to downplay the situation. You are right. What if it is indeed the Independent Commission Against Corruption? The agency had recently ousted 4 senior officials and had earned a reputation for being notoriously difficult to deal with. Chen Qingsong could not resist lighting a Brazilian Cohiba cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke in the office. His brow furrowed, clearly grasping the severity of the issue. In light of Hong Kong's economic downturn, even he, who had always been adept at navigating treacherous waters, felt a sense of helplessness. At that moment, Chen Long reminded him, Father, while Hong Kong's economy may be faltering, the international market is still thriving. This notion sparked enlightenment in Chen Qingsong. He looked at his son in surprise, realizing that this revelation had indeed opened a door in Chen Long's mind. If you have ideas, continue. I am listening. He said this while eagerly taking 2 deep puffs from his cigar. While Janning's reputation still holds weight, why not consider lending another 10 billion Hong Kong dollars? Haha. You truly are my son, immediately suggesting a loan of 10 billion. Chen Qingsong's hearty laughter echoed through the office. Chen Long felt his own idea might have been somewhat naive. After all, this was 1983. A time when Li Banqing and Li Xiaoji's fortunes were still shy of 10 billion. Securing a loan of 10 billion was certainly out of reach. But raising 20 billion Hong Kong dollars in the name of the group would not pose much of a challenge. I could also transfer 12 billion Hong Kong dollars in assets to your name. With this money, you can enjoy life in the beautiful country, no matter what happens next. Do not return. Chapter 3: To flee or not to flee. Father's words were sincere, devoid of feigned affection. He genuinely wished for his beloved son to escape overseas with the funds. 30 billion Hong Kong dollars would undoubtedly allow Chen Long to live comfortably abroad for the rest of his life. Chen Long found himself at a loss for words, unable to voice even a fraction of his thoughts. With his knowledge as a time traveler, he could easily make long-term investments or purchase properties for rental income, allowing him to live a serene life for decades. The cost, however, would be that Chen Qingsong would carry the weight of charges for fraud, bribery, and also the crime of asset transfer. As for Chen Long, he would face a manhunt by the Hong Kong government, never again able to return home in glory. He may find himself burdened with the notorious reputation of a fraudster's son, and one day, his assets could very well be frozen by the authorities of the beautiful nation under baseless allegations. Chen Long would not gamble on the integrity of the beautiful nation's officials. Moreover, he believes the situation has yet to escalate to the point of requiring drastic measures. It would indeed be a pity for such a grand enterprise as Jianing to falter. After a considerable pause, Chen Long spoke. Father, I feel the situation has not yet reached that critical juncture. As long as your commercial legend remains intact, Jianing will not fall, and we can continue to execute our ruse. Oh, what splendid plan do you propose? Chen Qingsong was not seeking to undermine his son's enthusiasm. But in the face of such a dire predicament, he too found himself devoid of a solution. What wisdom could a young master, accustomed to indulgence, possibly offer? Father, the economic malaise in the harbor city largely stems from the depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar, compounded by the turbulent political negotiations between the two nations, which have led the public to lose faith in the economy. In 1974, the Hong Kong dollar abandoned its fixed exchange rate with the US dollar, resulting in its appreciation. Concurrently, monetary credit in Hong Kong was loosened, and the money supply expanded rapidly, fostering a flourishing economy. However, this condition persisted for merely 4 years. Due to the lack of constraints on the issuance of the Hong Kong dollar and the relaxation of financial credit by the hawkish country, the money supply surged dramatically, precipitating a significant depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar, ultimately triggering the currency crisis that began in 1982. Within a mere few months in 1983, the Hong Kong dollar depreciated against the US dollar by 13. Particularly during the latter half of this year, fears surrounding the exchange rate spread like wildfire, prompting the populace to convert their savings into foreign currency cash. This caused bank runs, with shopping malls and vendors only accepting US dollars, leading to panic buying of food and essentials. At its worst, when the mall doors opened, everything available for purchase was swept clean. The authorities of Hong Kong realized that this could not continue. The free fall of the exchange rate had to be curtailed, necessitating a revision of monetary policy. Thus, the dual exchange rate system was implemented, fixing the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar at approximately 78.1. Presently, the depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar has not yet spiraled into madness, with today's latest exchange rate standing at 58.1. What does this exchange rate disparity signify? It implies that converting 3 2 billion Hong Kong dollars into US dollars equates to $551 million, yet in 9 months. That $551 million will revert to 430 million Hong Kong dollars. Even if Chun Long does nothing, he stands to gain 1 billion Hong Kong dollars effortlessly. As previously mentioned, Jianning's peak profitability was merely 2 billion. What does a profit of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars represent? This is monumental good news. And surely Jianning's stock price will soar back to its zenith. His father's legendary status shall continue unabated. However, such sentiments must not be relayed directly to dear old dad. A more artful articulation is necessary. Given the harbor city's economic downturn, we should invest our funds in the beautiful nation's stock market, which not only allows us to capitalize on exchange rate differences, but also enables us to profit immensely from the recent surge in technology stocks. While I grasp the concept of profiting from exchange rate disparities, how can we earn substantial gains from technology stocks in the beautiful nation? Chen Qingsong, a master of financial manipulation, was acutely aware of the depths of the stock market. Money begets money, power begets power. And capital is a game where the big fish consume the small. One can manipulate the stock market with money, yet others can wield more funds to devour you. Especially in a vast market like the beautiful nation, the unpredictability is staggering. Chun Long chuckled. Father, just now I overheard 2 employees discussing the company's intention to procure a batch of HP office computers. Indeed, these computers have become quite the trend in recent years for office work. As a leading group in the harbor city, we must keep pace with such trends. I plan to have our subsidiaries procure some as well. Office computing is undeniably efficient. Why do you inquire about this? Does it relate to your investments? Father, it indeed bears some relevance. Office computers have gained immense popularity in the beautiful nation. I surmise that many companies, including small to medium enterprises, will soon begin purchasing computers, resulting in substantial profits for companies like HP and Dell. So, do you believe the stock prices of these computer firms will rise? A casual smile flickered across Chun Qingsong's face, clearly indicating that these words were insufficient to sway him. Moreover, the office computer market alone would not suffice to propel these companies into a financial frenzy. As far as I know, giants like HP, Dell, and IBM have shifted their focus toward the home computer market. This represents an untapped blue ocean. A blue ocean signifies a brand new market where business can experience exponential growth, allowing even lagging enterprises to leapfrog ahead. Chun Qingsong undoubtedly possessed commercial acumen. If HP were to launch personal computer products, he would certainly invest. Given the current consumption levels of the beautiful nation's populace, selling over 1 million units annually would be a trivial pursuit. This is a new arena capable of generating billions of dollars each year. Unfortunately, Jianning lacks the foundational infrastructure to partake in this burgeoning market. The capital of the beautiful nation excels in hyping new concepts. Should anything prove lucrative, they will undoubtedly embellish it to the heavens, all in pursuit of profits in the financial market. Chen Qingsong comprehended his beloved son's intentions. The stocks of future computer titans would inevitably be inflated, becoming highly sought after. Indeed, in 1983 alone, HP's stock price surged by 130 and IBM's by 140. I could not find data on Dell. When the time comes, will Jianning not rise once more? Once the crisis averted, the Chun family could liquidate their assets or choose to retain them. Either option is equally appealing. Chapter 4. Decisive and resolute. Chen Qingsong, amidst crisis, also sees opportunity. Chun Long could not help but acknowledge that his father was a man of immense ambition. Merely suggesting an idea prompted Chen Qingsong to devise an entire business strategy. Contact all journalists closely associated with us and disseminate the news that Jianning intends to expand its investments in real estate and overseas ventures, preparing for significant undertakings. The prominent elite workers, upon receiving the directive, dared not exhibit any delay, hastily departing with their assistants. And you, expedite the application to the Far East Exchange for the issuance of an additional 50 million new shares. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Would the public accept the issuance of new shares at such a critical juncture? However, Jianning was under the absolute authority of Chen Qingsong, and none present dared to voice any dissent. With Chen Qingsong's directives, Jianning commenced operations like a finely tuned engine. Reports of new progress continuously flowed to Chen Qingsong. Observing his wealthy father's calm demeanor and commanding presence, Chun Long felt a surge of admiration. This was the daily life of a formidable leader, the very essence he aspired to attain. Along, you must be weary today. Let us return home together. Chun Long nodded, as his father only revealed a smile when addressing him. Yet, upon exiting, they were besieged by a throng of reporters. Mr. Chun, may I have a moment of your time for an interview? Mr. Chun, Lu Hu and others formed a barrier, keeping the advancing reporters at bay. Their pace did not falter for a moment. After a long day, Chen Qingsong had no interest in entertaining the opportunistic journalists. Yet, at that moment, A bespectacled reporter boldly questioned from the crowd. Mr. Chun, could you clarify what considerations led you to issue new shares at such a critical moment? Is it due to Jianning's financial exhaustion? This question was rather pointed, even somewhat malicious. If no response were forthcoming, it would not be long before numerous journalists began to fabricate wild tales, and the depletion of Jianning's funds would likely become the headline news. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. All eyes turned to Chun Chingsong, awaiting his reaction. A disdainful smile appeared upon Chun Chingsong's face as he retorted in a voice full of vigor, "Which newspaper do you represent? What is your name?" Under Chun Chingsong's intense gaze, the journalist felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and stammered, "I am a reporter from Shinjiji Finance." "Very well," Chun Chingsong replied. "My associates will provide you with a lawyer's letter. We at Jianning intend to sue you for defamation and for maliciously shorting Jianning stock." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they instinctively stepped back, fearful of being implicated by this audacious individual. The journalist, however, was not entirely daft. Though he felt fear, he nonetheless shouted hoarsely, "Mr. Chun, I am merely voicing the concerns of the vast number of shareholders. I kindly request you to address my question directly." Chun Chingsong seized the microphone from him, declaring, "This question will be addressed by our newly appointed vice president, Chun Long." The crowd murmured in surprise. Is he the infamous scion of the Chun family? Suddenly, the previously bashful Chun Long stood tall under the scrutiny of so many gazes. This was a test from his father, and he was determined to respond with composure. "Young Master Chun," he began, "as we all know, our port city is currently undergoing a period of confusion. The economy is experiencing a significant downturn, and it is undoubtedly one of the most challenging times for our city, to the extent that it could be described as an economic crisis. This is a truth we must all acknowledge. At this critical juncture, every industry is struggling. Yet, darkness and confusion are but temporary. Our port city should not be defined by the desolation you see today. In the future, everything will return to its rightful course. It is precisely during these trying times that Jianning sees a golden opportunity to expand. The more arduous the challenge, the more we must invest countercyclically. In industries facing downturns, Jianning will rise to the occasion, for I have faith in the economy of our port city. This is our response to the multitude of shareholders who support us." The gathered reporters murmured in agreement. The more difficult the times, the more we must invest countercyclically. Young Master Chen speaks wisely. Our port city's economic confusion is merely temporary. As one of the world's financial centers, our port city has no reason to decline. All present unanimously expressed their approval of Chun Long's remarks. It is both a crisis and an opportunity. Ordinary individuals tend to believe that when a crisis looms, they must cut back on expenses, while the Chun family sees opportunity amid adversity, expanding during a downturn in real estate, and seeking overseas investments during domestic stagnation. Surely, that is the hallmark of a legendary financial magnate. In contrast, businesses that crumble at the first sign of crisis are the true cancers of the port city's economy. Chun Chingsong gazed at his son with satisfaction. He had struck the right chord, and he even felt inclined to thank the assailant who had struck him. To others, the Chun family scion appeared irredeemable, but in his father's eyes, his son had always been astute. The loss of his mother at a tender age, coupled with his father's preoccupation with business, had shaped his character into one that was somewhat twisted. Nevertheless, this recent ordeal had awakened Chun Long, which was indeed a blessing. Chapter 5. The luxurious residence on the summit. The Chun residence is nestled atop Victoria Peak, a renowned affluent area. Many years ago, only colonial officials could reside at the peak, and even the wealthiest could only afford to live in the mid-hills. Even today, only the extraordinarily wealthy can construct villas at the summit. For the tycoons of the port city, owning a villa at the peak transcends mere property ownership. It symbolizes status. Chun Chingsong, who has always had a penchant for embellishing his surroundings, is no exception. 5 years prior, he invested over 100 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire nearly 60,000 square feet of land. He then spent almost another 100 million Hong Kong dollars constructing 3 opulent villas, which, when viewed from a distance, glow with light like a palace perched atop the mountain. Chun Long gazed curiously at his family's mansion. "Along, it is getting late. I shall retire for the evening. You've just been discharged from the hospital, so please don't linger on the balcony and catch a chill." Chun Long nodded, sipping his Hennessy while surveying the nighttime vista of Victoria Harbor. Standing on the villa's balcony, it felt as though the entire city lay beneath his feet. No wonder the wealthy are drawn to the peak. For this sense of conquest is indeed intoxicating. Just as he was lost in this reverie, a rustling sound came from behind him. "Who is there?" A young girl dressed in a maid's uniform emerged from the flower bed, her timid voice barely audible. "Young master, it's me, Ziqing." Ziqing, through the moonlight. Chun Long scrutinized her. She was a beautiful girl, her face slightly youthful, with tear-filled eyes that sparkled brightly. Just as he hesitated, The young girl rushed forward and enveloped him in an embrace, burying her head in his chest. Young master, please don't do foolish things again. I'm so worried about you. Inhaling the fragrance of her hair, Qianlong gently patted her head, murmuring, but I'm fine now. What exactly happened, Ziqing? There is so much I can't recall. The young girl released her hold on Qianlong. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, Young master, don't you remember? You accompanied me to the orphanage to see the children, and on the way back, you encountered a robbery. You immediately chased after them. Qianlong listened as if it were a tale. This arrogant young heir had gone to an orphanage and acted heroically. Had it not been for the clarity in her eyes, he would have thought her words were mere fabrications. However, Lu, who had mentioned that this group had deliberately lured Qianlong into an alley, by the time they arrived, he had already lost consciousness, his breath faint. It turned out that Qianlong had gone without bodyguards simply to accompany the young girl on such an errand. Given the circumstances, it was evident that this group had been watching him for quite some time, meticulously planning their attack, intent on bringing about his demise. Ziqing's appearance only deepened Qianlong's curiosity about who was truly behind the plot against the Qin family. Let us go to bed, Ziqing. Young master, are you going to try to take advantage of me again? How could that be? I simply require someone to care for me closely as I recover from my illness. The young girl took his words to heart, her face reddening as she whispered, All right, but you mustn't be too forward. I have to wake up early tomorrow to make you breakfast. Of course, I would never be that kind of person. In a villa located in Repulse Bay, Li Zhiju, the second son of the Li family, glared at the television with a grim expression. The broadcast was showcasing Qianlong's impassioned speech in front of numerous media outlets. That brat actually survived. Those fools at the association are utterly useless. Li Bansheng, notorious for his infamy, admonished him, Aju, one must not act impulsively. There were so many opportunities to defeat the Qin family, yet you chose the most extreme path. While eliminating Qianlong may strike a blow to Qin Shingsong, it will also place you in a perilously precarious position. Observing his son's nonchalant demeanor, Li Bansheng snorted. You're not harboring resentment because Qianlong is competing for women with you, are you? Seeing through his son's thoughts, Li Zhiju forced a smile of feigned innocence. Father, this is not a trivial matter, nor have I squandered my time. If you possessed even half the capabilities of your brother, I wouldn't have to exhaust myself attempting to seize land from the Qin family. For now, you should take a breather. Are we simply to watch a nearly cooked duck fly away from our grasp? Suddenly, Qin Shingsong seems to have had an epiphany, contemplating overseas investments to stabilize stock prices. However, the waters abroad are far deeper than those in Hong Kong. This rustic turtle might find itself unable to reach the shore and instead sink to the ocean floor. At this, both men couldn't help but laugh, with Li Bansheng reassuring his son, Let us not rush into this. I foresee that within half a year, Qin Shingsong will have exhausted the confidence of the shareholders, and when that time comes, it will be our opportunity to strike. Chapter 6. Acquiring Shaw Brothers Pictures and entering the entertainment industry. The public is in an uproar over Qianlong's remarks, particularly that phrase, the more challenging the industry, the more we should increase our investments, which shareholders of Jianing have revered as classic wisdom. In financial terms, this is known as contrarian investing. Should the economy of Hong Kong recover, Jianing is bound to ascend even higher amidst adversity. Only through hard work can one achieve victory. Success is ever reserved for the prepared. In just half a month, Jianing successfully raised a staggering 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. The plan to issue new shares has met with resounding success. This sum is equivalent to an entire year's income for HSBC. When Qin Shingsong raised his arm in a call to action before the television cameras, Jianing's stock price did not dip due to the new share issuance. Rather, it surged significantly. Even he found it hard to believe, as a group of senior employees declared it a miracle. Jianing Industries has become the only stock rapidly climbing in value. The reason for this lies in the dim prospects of Hong Kong. The public is tightening investments, and Jianing's emergence at this juncture is exceptionally astute. However, boss, I believe we should exercise caution in our overseas investments, focusing on the real estate sector, which we understand best, would be the wisest course. Listening to his subordinate's heartfelt advice, Qin Shingsong fell into contemplation. The blind adoration of shareholders imparted a hint of pressure upon him. Should Jianing's overseas investments fail, it would spell a catastrophic blow for the company, which is already under scrutiny. He instructed firmly, proceed according to the original plan, establishing Jianing Holdings with 2 billion Hong Kong dollars and the Qin Family Fund with 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, both managed by Qianlong, who had been nearly dozing off, promptly stood up and nodded to all his aides. The aides dared not question their boss's orders, yet they held grave doubts about whether young Master Chun could shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Gao Ming, from now on, you shall serve as Qianlong's deputy. Gao Ming, who had just suggested continuing investments in real estate, appeared somewhat surprised, but noticed the envious glances from others. You two stay. The rest may continue with their tasks. Once the outsiders departed, Chen Qingsong gently addressed his son. Along, tell me your plans moving forward. Uncle Ming, I hope you can set off immediately for the beautiful country and begin acquiring stocks from tech giants like HP, IBM, and Dell in the secondary market, ensuring that the entire $2 billion Hong Kong dollars is heavily invested in tech stocks. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming momentarily froze, unable to suppress a gasp. This was indeed $2 billion Hong Kong dollars, all to be poured into American stocks? The father and son did not elaborate further, but Gao Ming, being astute, quickly understood his place. After hesitating for just a moment, he replied, "Rest assured, young boss, I will meticulously execute your instructions." Chen Qingsong held Gao Ming in high regard, appreciating his rare ability to calm his nerves. You need not worry. The group will remember your contributions. Should the overseas investments prove successful, you will manage all overseas operations henceforth. Naturally elated by the enticing prospects laid before him, Gao Ming began to envision himself as the overseas president of Jianing. After Gao Ming departed, Chen Qingsong playfully admonished his son, "I appointed you as the head of overseas investments to learn investment management alongside Gao Ming, paving the way for your future to take over my role. Yet, you seem ready to become a hands-off manager after a single command." There was another unspoken sentiment lingering. Should Chen Long venture abroad and the investments falter, he might as well not return. "Father, I desire to carve out my own career. Only by achieving tangible results can I earn the respect of the senior employees." Initially irritated, Chen Qingsong's interest was piqued by his son's words. "Do you have something in mind? Please share." I recently came across an article in the Nanyang Daily stating that Shaw Brothers Pictures has been experiencing declining production and that Sir Run Shaw is considering selling the film company and its cinema chains. Chen Qingsong frowned, astonished. "You wish to acquire Shaw Brothers Pictures? Is there something wrong with that, father?" Along, the entertainment industry is fraught with complexities. Shaw Brothers Pictures was indeed the unrivaled titan of the Hong Kong film sector in the 60s and 70s, but now, as the hero fades, Sir Run Shaw has lost interest in managing the film company and has ventured into broadcasting. Presently, it is the likes of Golden Harvest and the rising New Image that stand as the dual giants of Hong Kong cinema. Father, precisely because Shaw Brothers is on the verge of closing its doors, it becomes all the more affordable. Furthermore, our intention in acquiring the film company is not to rely on its productions for profit. Chen Qingsong's eyes brightened, seemingly perceiving Chen Long's underlying motives. "You wish to use the film industry for money laundering?" To him, the prospect of making money through filmmaking seemed trivial compared to the allure of laundering funds. "Indeed, I have friends in Southeast Asia who may have such needs. They previously relied on financial means to cleanse their money. Due to Hong Kong's unique historical position, it was once the largest money laundering hub. However, in recent years, financial regulations have tightened considerably. Using filmmaking for money laundering is indeed a clever idea." Chen Long found himself speechless. Did his father not grasp the nuances of legitimate business? He had intended to suggest that artist management and commercial activities were far more lucrative. With his extensive film viewing experience, propelling one or two major stars to fame would be a rather effortless task. Yet, upon mentioning money laundering, Chen Qingsong suddenly became enthusiastic. He proactively stated, "Speaking of which, we have quite a connection with the Shaw family. Son, rest assured, I will persuade Sir Run Shaw to sell Shaw Brothers Pictures to you at a favorable price." Chapter 7. The Gathering of Red-Blooded Entrepreneurs. At this moment, several luxurious business vehicles were parked outside the Shaw residence. The gates remained tightly shut, with a few elders gathered, engaged in earnest discussion. "We have received a letter from Mrs. Thatcher." At this, Hua Ingdong intentionally created suspense, eliciting exasperated glances from the other elders. "Ingdong, you are being rather tedious. What did Thatcher actually say?" Under the insistence of the others, he leisurely sipped his tea before finally stating, "The Iron Lady's letter indicates her intention to propose to the Eagle Nation's Parliament the complete return of Hong Kong's sovereignty to the Dragon Country at a certain stage." Instantly, tears welled up in the eyes of several elders present. "Hualao, do not jest with us. Did the Iron Lady truly say such a thing?" "Absolutely true. This is precisely why I summoned you all." Hua Ingdong spoke with fervor, having awaited this day for far too long. It was a matter every patriotic entrepreneur had been eagerly anticipating. The atmosphere among those present was charged with excitement, as they quietly applauded. Sir Run Shaw immediately declared, such a splendid opportunity must be made known. As the master of the house, he immediately summoned the servants and instructed, "Prepare the finest wines and dishes. We shall celebrate in grand style. Indeed, we must celebrate thoroughly, yet Fu, you would be reluctant to part with your cherished collection of fine wines." Just then, the butler hurriedly approached and whispered something in his ear. Curious, Hua Ingdong inquired, "Sir Shao, is there an urgent matter?" "No, it is merely Chen Qingsong visiting with his son." Sir Xiao's expression turned pained. At this hour, it was inconvenient for him to entertain guests. The Chen family and the Xiao family were old acquaintances from Nanyang, and it would be rude to turn them away during mealtime. Hua Yingdong harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Chen Qingsong and his son. A term aptly describing this father and son duo would be wealthy yet unkind. Furthermore, the media had recently been extolling Jianning's expansion and investment despite adverse conditions, causing many to furrow their brows. However, everyone could see Sir Xiao's predicament and chimed in, "Sir Xiao, guests are to be treated as such. You should tend to them first, while we will warm the wine and await your return." A wry smile crossed Sir Xiao's face. It seemed this father and son were indeed not well regarded by the others. It was understandable, as all present were patriotic merchants, united by shared aspirations and national pride. The Chen family was notorious for their unscrupulous business practices, and thus, others naturally felt ashamed to share a table with them. Meanwhile, Chen Long, who had been standing at the entrance, noticed that no one had come to greet them for quite some time. He teasingly remarked to his father, "Father, did you not say that the Xiao family and ours are family friends? Why has it taken so long for us to even enter through the main door?" The ever-proud Chen Qingsong felt his face redden with embarrassment, surprised by the delay. He keenly observed several luxury cars parked at the entrance. It was clear now. These were the vehicles of Hua Yingdong and Ma Wanzi, who were in the midst of a gathering. Hua Yingdong, the elder Hua? Indeed. The very businessman who can grace the Tiananmen to witness ceremonies, one of the top 10 real estate magnates. Upon mentioning the Tiananmen, Chen Long perceptively caught a fleeting glimmer of envy in his father's eyes. Perhaps, as a capitalist, his father too had dreamed of returning in triumph. With this thought, Chen Long suddenly conceived a bold idea. "Father, it seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. Let us first broach the subject with Sir Xiao and then take our leave." Chen Qingsong's voice held a tinge of despondency. He was acutely aware that he and the esteemed guests inside were not of the same ilk. "No, father, we must muster the courage to join them. If we cannot become renowned businessmen, we must at least strive to be patriotic merchants." Following the reforms and opening up, the first batch of investors who ventured into the mainland to participate in its development were not only hailed as patriotic merchants by the populace, but were also granted a high social status by the state. Noticing that Chen Qingsong was still hesitant, Chen Long urged softly, "Now is the opportune moment to align ourselves." In this era, the Eagle Nation's fortunes were waning, while the Dragon Nation stood like a mighty lion atop the world, awakened. After winning the Korean War, the counteroffensive against India, and the counteroffensive against Vietnam, and with the return to the 5 permanent members in 71, diplomatic relations with the U.S. entered a golden era. Chen Qingsong, with his far-reaching vision, naturally understood that all these signs foretold that the aging Eagle Nation would eventually bow its head and commence negotiations for restitution. He cast a surprised glance at his son, not expecting Chen Long to possess such insight and resolve. Was this truly the same dandy son he had known? Were it not for Chen Long's recent insistence on purchasing a film company and his unchanged penchant for indulgence, he would truly question their blood relation. "You speak wisely. Observe my cues when the time comes." Chapter 8. Pray tell, what great deeds have we accomplished? I apologize for the wait. Please enter, gentlemen. Sir Xiao is in the reception room. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Long was greeted by the robust aroma of hot pot. A line of servants was busily delivering ingredients to the banquet hall. The father and son exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the famed businessmen must be gathered inside. "Old Xiao, Old Chen." The two warmly shook hands, exchanging pleasantries of how long it had been. "Is this your son?" "Indeed, he is quite the handsome young man." Chen Long humbly nodded in acknowledgement. Eager to hasten the departure of the father and son, Sir Xiao cheerfully inquired, "Old Chen, you did not come merely to renew our acquaintance, did you?" It is this lad who insists on starting his own venture, clamoring to establish a film company. I thought I might inquire if you have any intention of selling the Shaw brothers' assets." Sir Xiao looked at Chen Long with surprise. He had not anticipated that the young master would have an interest in filmmaking. He shook his head and replied, "The Shaw Brothers Film Company is the foundation of my endeavors. It is not for sale. I would rather see it cease operations than part with it." After saying this, he lost interest in continuing the conversation and fell silent, signaling the butler to refill their teacups, clearly eager for them to leave. Chen Qingsong had never encountered such treatment. Few dared to disregard him in Hong Kong. Just as he was about to take offense and leave, Chen Long interjected, "Old Xiao, are you truly willing to watch the film company you founded close its doors for good?" This undoubtedly struck a nerve with Sir Xiao. The Shaw brothers had thrived under his leadership for over 2 decades, yet his children were reluctant to inherit the empire he had built. His current focus was on business dealings, leaving little energy to contend with the rebellious Jia. Moreover, the emergence of Cine City had become a formidable rival, and Shaw Productions found itself unable to compete with the two. Reflecting on this, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He sighed, One cannot resist the march of time. Have you not considered the talented veterans still working at Shaw Brothers, who continue to shine? Of course I have considered this. As Shaw Brothers' production declines, they will naturally seek their own paths. Observing Chun Long's series of probing questions, Sir Xiao felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. He retorted, "Do you truly believe that if I sell the company to you, you will be able to defeat Jiahe and Sini City, bringing back the glory of Shaw Brothers with those old-timers?" Chun Long confidently assured, "With the support of your TVB training program, I am certain I can compete with both in box office returns." Although Sir Xiao was unsure of the source of Chun Long's confidence, he felt an inexplicable sense that this ambitious young man might indeed bring about some changes for Shaw Brothers. The issues plaguing Shaw Productions had long been chronic. Severe measures were necessary. Now that Chun Long was willing to take the helm, a wealthy and influential individual with a drive for success, should he not allow him a chance? With this thought, Sir Xiao smiled and said, "You remind me of my younger self. Very well. I am willing to let you try your hand at Shaw Brothers." "Really? How much do you want?" "I require only $1. $1? Both father and son were taken aback. This was akin to giving it away for free. Such opportunities were rare indeed. "However, I do have conditions. If you exceed Jiahe and Sini City's revenue within 3 years, you must return the Shaw Brothers company to me." Sir Xiao wore a shrewd smile. Regardless of whether Chun Long could fulfill the wager, he stood to gain. Chun Long would need to increase his investment upon taking control of the company, and if he failed to meet the challenge, those investments would benefit the Shaw family. Conversely, if Chun Long truly achieved a miracle, it would signify that he was a worthy successor, ensuring the continuity of Shaw Brothers' legacy. Having triumphed over Jiahe, he felt a sense of vindication. With keen interest, he gazed at Chun Long, pondering whether this young scion of the Chun family possessed the audacity to take up the challenge. "Very well, I accept this wager of $1, he declared. "Excellent. You, my boy, are quite amusing, far more so than your father. Were it not for the esteemed guests I have today, I would be tempted to share a drink with you." Upon hearing Sir Xiao's words, Chen Qingsong exchanged knowing glances with his son, subtly encouraging him to step forward, as he himself found it difficult to lower his pride and speak up. Seizing the moment, Chun Long cleverly suggested, "It is the esteemed Elder Hua and his companions whom I admire. I wonder if Sir Xiao could assist in facilitating an introduction?" Sir Xiao, observing Chun Long's innocuous demeanor, found himself in a predicament. While he could assertively dismiss Chen Qingsong, he hesitated to do the same to this promising junior. Just then, Elder Hua, having eavesdropped from the back room, entered the living room with the group, smiling as he addressed Chun Long. "Young lad, you claim to admire us. Do enlighten us on what deeds of ours have earned your respect. If you can name 3, perhaps we might share a meal together." Their endeavors had always been discreet, shrouded in secrecy. Even contemporaries only had a vague understanding of their contributions, let alone a youth like Chun Long, who would be fortunate to recall even a couple of instances. As Chun Long laid eyes on the venerable Elder Hua, he momentarily froze, prompting others to wonder if he had lost his words. However, once he regained his composure, he spoke up with clarity. "In 1950, when the Korean War erupted, the United States imposed a comprehensive blockade on our nation, and the Hongyan government responded vigorously. It was only your fleet that diligently transported wartime supplies to the mainland, while unscrupulous merchants profited handsomely through deceit. You, however, sold your goods at fair prices, while others adulterated their medications with glucose. You endeavored tirelessly to procure genuine amoxicillin." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, for aiding in the covert transport of supplies during such perilous times was a grave risk. Elder Hua had never boasted of his past, and few were aware of this illustrious chapter in his history. Chun Long continued, "As a result, you faced oppression from the Americans, rendering your real estate ventures in Hong Kong nearly impossible. You were compelled to sell your developed properties at a loss to the Americans, ultimately withdrawing from the industry. Had you not stepped back, where would we find the likes of Li Banqing?" His words struck a chord with the audience. For Elder Hua was their undisputed leader, and the idea of a mere profiteer like Li Banqing usurping his position was intolerable. Chun Long pressed on. With the advent of the reform and opening up policy in 1978, while many overseas tycoons hesitated, all present here responded swiftly to the nation's call, constructing docks, bridges, and schools. The attendees could not help but stand a little taller. Their previous acts of goodwill had gone unrecognized under the oppressive narrative of the Hong Kong government, and they had never considered their contributions worthy of pride. Yet in Chun Long's words, they found a profound sense of validation. Chapter 9. The proposal for the construction of the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge was raised. It was astonishing that such recognition came from a youth still in his formative years. Elder Hua chuckled, "You speak well. I presume your father has imparted this wisdom to you." Chun Long promptly replied, "Indeed. My father often reminds me that our roots lie in the Dragon Country, in the mainland, and that one day, the Chun family shall return to our origins." Everyone turned their gaze toward the still-dazed Chen Qingsong. It was clear that such insights were beyond the grasp of a youth like Chen Long, and only Chen Qingsong could possess such profound understanding. Huang Xiang, a fellow patriot and businessman, offered a respectful nod to Chen Qingsong, saying, "It appears that Mr. Chen and we are kindred spirits. I hope you will not hold past misunderstandings against us." The world had deemed him a callous capitalist, yet it seemed the collective had misjudged him. Faced with the apologies of the assembly, Chen Qingsong found himself momentarily at a loss. His son's quick wit had caught him off guard. As the accolades poured in, he felt a sense of elation. Sir Xiao was well aware of Chen Qingsong's true nature. This was merely Chen Long embellishing his father's reputation. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, growing increasingly fond of the promising youth. His thoughts briefly wandered to his own two sons. Returning to the present, Sir Xiao smiled and proposed, "In light of this, shall we gather around the hot pot?" Huang Xiang echoed his sentiment. "Indeed. With so many joyous occasions to celebrate today, how could we not indulge in a grand revelry?" After a round of drinks, Chen Long, curious, inquired, "Might I ask what auspicious event is unfolding today? Would it be convenient to share it with me, so that we may all rejoice together?" Sir Xiao glanced around at the others, who nodded slightly, signaling their approval. It seemed that the Chen family was no longer considered outsiders. The formal negotiations for the return of Hong Kong are about to commence. "Excellent. Splendid," Chen Long exclaimed, directing his enthusiasm toward his father. "You often express a desire to invest in the mainland, and now, you can do so without any reservations." Chen Qingsong was taken aback. He could not recall ever stating such intentions. In his mind, the mainland was a land of untamed wilderness, devoid of any developmental potential. Yet the crowd erupted in applause, with Elder Huo promptly offering, "If you wish to invest in the mainland, I can introduce you to several leaders in the business sector. If Jianing intends to invest, they will likely extend a series of courtesies." Realizing that his son was persistently nudging him, Chen Qingsong quickly grasped the implication. "That would be most appreciated. I shall certainly contribute generously and ensure I do not hinder anyone's progress." "Haha, Mr. Chen, I admire your willingness to invest in the community," Hu exclaimed, raising his glass. The gathering consisted of esteemed leaders whom Chen Long held in high regard. He proactively toasted each one, and they reciprocated with their own glasses raised. Though he was not accustomed to drinking, he soon found himself swept up in the convivial atmosphere. As discussions transitioned to the return of Hong Kong and how they could contribute to the nation's development, he felt inspired by the moment and stood up to declare, "With the negotiations for Hong Kong underway, the return of Ouching will soon follow. I envision constructing a grand bridge across the sea to connect Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau, uniting these three regions." The room fell into a stunned silence at such a bold vision. Esteemed figures like Elder Hua and Sir Xiao lapsed into deep contemplation. While such aspirations might sound like mere boasting over drinks, should Chen Long succeed, it would be an achievement worthy of eternal pride. Their philanthropy, no matter how grand, could never rival the magnificence of a bridge spanning the sea. Elder Hua raised his glass to Chen Qingsong, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, you have truly raised a remarkable son." Though it sounded almost like a taunt, Chen Qingsong could sense the glimmers of envy in the eyes of those present, especially from Sir Xiao, who felt an urge to adopt Chen Long as his godson. Neither of his sons seemed inclined to inherit his legacy. Perhaps he should entrust everything to Chen Long instead. Gaining the approval of commercial leaders and elder statesmen filled Chen Qingsong with pride, and he felt a hint of elation. Although spoken in jest, Elder Hua's words lingered in their minds long after the event. Later, Elder Hua placed a call to the investment department. A bold yet practical idea, indeed. Once the bridge is completed, transportation among the three regions will become significantly more convenient, and connections will grow ever closer. Young Chen is truly remarkable. If Chen Long were to learn of the chief designer's commendation, he would likely smile in his dreams. Old Mr. Hua concurred. The idea is commendable. But after this proposal is made, there will undoubtedly be those who attempt to obstruct it. The Chen family is still on shaky ground, making it quite a challenge for this young man to harbor such lofty ambitions. Once the bridge is constructed, the first impact will be on the port's freight business. The freight contracts and port operations are dominated by capital tycoons, and Chen Long is undoubtedly threatening their livelihoods. How could they allow the Chun family to thrive? A voice on the other end remarked, "One must take things step by step. The road ahead is still long. It would be a good thing if Chen Qingsong and his son were willing to return and invest. We would welcome them wholeheartedly." Chapter 10. What does a prodigal son know about filmmaking? News of Shaw Brothers' acquisition by Prince Jianing swiftly spread across several film sets in Clearwater Bay. Zhang Jiayang, who had propelled actress Hui Yinghong to fame, a disciple of Hung Kun and a director from Shaolin Temple, found himself lost in thought as he stood frozen in place for quite some time. This group of elders had persisted for so many years, but had failed to change Shaw Brothers' fate of being sold. Li Hanxiang, a master of romance films, and Zhang Jiayang, among other veterans, stormed into the office of the company's general manager. At that moment, Lady Shaw was reconciling accounts with the financial personnel brought by Chun Long. Some younger members of the Shaw family followed the masters to observe the commotion. Lady Shaw, is it true that Lu Yi has sold Shaw Brothers? Does that young Chen fellow know anything about filmmaking? Faced with the barrage of questions from her old friends, Lady Shaw couldn't help but reveal a look of embarrassment. Deep down, she was quite reluctant to part with Shaw Brothers, but since taking the helm, the company had been on a downward trajectory. Although the annual output had not diminished, profits had plummeted repeatedly. She was acutely aware that if this continued, Shaw Brothers would face a slow demise, ultimately leading to its inevitable closure. If Chun Long was willing to give it a try, it was certainly better than letting it rot in her hands. Li, how can you speak like that? Chun Sheng's willingness to take over Shaw Brothers is a good thing for everyone. Haven't you always said that I'm too stingy? Now that a true benefactor has arrived, why are you speaking of overthrowing him? Lady Shaw's management philosophy of making low-budget blockbusters had been subject to much private ridicule from the others. Now, hearing the words from the horse's mouth, they found themselves at a loss for rebuttals. The attendees had long suffered under Shaw Brothers' stagnant management system. Aside from fixed salaries, they were forbidden from taking on private projects or earning additional income. The quality of the films had no bearing on their compensation. This had resulted in a perpetual cycle of mediocrity, with directors and actors lacking ambition. With Lady Shaw's guidance, they began to ponder a certain matter. Who is Chun Long? The sole heir of the affluent Chen Qingsong. Wouldn't it be a breeze for him to invest tens of millions in film production? Could their own salaries be adjusted upwards? Upon this realization, aside from a few dissenters like Li Hanxiang, the majority felt that Chun Long's ascension was a positive development. Listening to the murmurs of his disciples, Li Hanxiang sighed, fully aware that reform at Shaw Brothers was imperative. Clearing his throat, the room fell silent, and he calmly asked Chun Long, "Young Chun, may I inquire how much you intend to invest in Shaw Brothers?" Everyone leaned in, eager to hear. Not much, just 100 million. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. It is worth noting that the investment for a single Shaw film rarely exceeded 1 million for them. 100 million was an astronomical figure. Even Lady Shaw couldn't help but inhale sharply. She, who managed Shaw Brothers, knew all too well that their total production cost for the year did not surpass 20 million. Having heard of the Chun family's lavish spending, the rumors were evidently true. Li Hanxiang was similarly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sneering, "Chen Sheng, are you here to engage in charity? Understand that nowadays, a box office exceeding 20 million is already considered a huge success. After costs are deducted, making a few $100,000 from a film is quite commendable. Are you not concerned that your 100 million might go to waste? Master Li, since I, Chen Sheng, am taking over Shaw Brothers, I certainly intend to make bold moves. You claim that 20 million is the ceiling for box office in Hong Kong films. I cannot concur." The crowd sensed the ambition radiating from Chun Long, let alone 20 million. In recent years, Shaw Brothers films hadn't even cracked the top 10 box office, and surpassing 10 million had become a luxury. Shaw Brothers productions are synonymous with quality. I, Chun Long, am confident in leading everyone to restore the glory of Shaw Brothers. This catchy phrase evoked a sense of nostalgia among the elders, reminiscent of their reign over the Hong Kong entertainment scene. Since everyone is present, I shall announce several matters. Li Hanxiang and Zhang Jiaoyang listened intently, eager to see what grand plans Chun Long had in store. Shaw Brothers had previously been a veritable fortress, with personnel rarely exchanging positions. I have decided to implement an independent producer system. Screenwriters and actors shall no longer be mere pawns of the director. Actors will serve the roles of the script, and whoever is most suitable shall be given the opportunity. This declaration unsettled several esteemed directors, as it was precisely what they had vehemently opposed. The actors and assistant directors they had nurtured would be serving others, and if a film became a hit, they would receive no credit whatsoever. Wasn't that akin to sewing garments for others? Before Li and others could voice their objections, Chun Long continued, "Moreover, the current salary structure must change. I am willing to allocate 10 of the net box office revenue as performance incentives for everyone in the crew, regardless of whether you are a producer, director, or even a script supervisor. Anyone who contributes to the film's box office success deserves a reward." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to feel exhilarated. Li Hanxiang fell silent. Shaw Brothers had long been known for its miserly practices, and this group had been receiving fixed salaries. If they could partake in the film's profits, their income would soar. Sparse applause emerged from the crowd, as this new boss seemed rather amiable, far more so than Lady Shaw. However, Chun Long's tone shifted. If a production incurs losses, or if the results do not meet expectations, or if, by year's end, there are no significant contributions and performance remains at the bottom, I regret to inform you that Jianing Shaw Brothers does not employ idlers. Please take the initiative to leave. This statement rendered the room silent, as everyone had grown accustomed to a lax work ethic. Regardless of the film's quality, they received their salaries to earn more. They would work tirelessly, with little regard for quality. Now, suddenly enforcing a survival of the fittest approach left them feeling uneasy. Even those who had previously been confident in their ability to profit, like Li Hanxiang, fell silent. For they were aware of their own limitations and lacked the vigor to innovate. The public had long grown weary of their martial arts routines. Qianlong observed the expressions of those present and continued. Of course, a new talent promotion system is equally crucial. Shaw Brothers requires youthful and fresh blood. Those who believe they can direct may recommend themselves to me, and I will promote talent without bias. Additionally, I shall recruit some top directors and establish collaborations with TVB's training program for actors. This revelation caused Li Hanxiang and Zhang Jiaoyang to feel a twinge of panic, for they knew well that Qianlong had the means to attract prominent directors. Money was the one thing he had in abundance. Bringing back a few directors from Jiahe and Sini City is an effortless task. The sentiments of those present were unmistakably clear. Qianlong's words hinted that the new boss seeks individuals who can contribute to his financial success, rather than those with mere credentials or backgrounds. If they prove inadequate, the boss will not hesitate to recruit replacements from elsewhere. Chapter 11. The Heartless Capitalist, a 20-year contract. Aunt Lu secretly nodded, her eyes brimming with admiration. If she and Uncle Lu were to have a child, he would likely be of a similar age to Qianlong. Initially, when Uncle Lu was adamant about giving Qianlong a chance, she harbored considerable reservations. However, after hearing Qianlong's remarks today, which rendered several esteemed veterans speechless, it became evident that he possesses a remarkable acumen for managing a film company. Once the crowd dispersed, Aunt Lu sincerely remarked, "Qin Sheng, entrusting Shaw Brothers to you allows both me and Uncle Lu to rest easy. Aunt Lu, to rejuvenate Shaw Brothers, your support is indispensable. I believe actors De Hua and Chow Yun-Fat are quite promising. Might we consider? To have your endorsement is indeed their honor. We are all family here. Feel free to utilize them. If you can elevate them to stardom, they would surely be overjoyed." The emphasis she placed on family did not escape Qianlong's notice, who feigned ignorance of her deeper intentions. "Very well, with your words, I shall take the plunge." After Aunt Lu finished reconciling the finances, she hurriedly departed. Knock, knock, knock. 3 gentle raps echoed from outside the door. "Who is it? Come in." A chubby young man, smiling broadly, pushed the door open. Wang Jing. The mention of his name took the chubby fellow by surprise. "Boss, you know me, of course. You are the son of the esteemed Mr. Wang Tianlin." Wang Tianlin is a renowned director at TVB, whose students have become illustrious filmmakers. Wang Jing needs no further introduction. Having collaborated with celebrated directors like Lin Lingdong on Prison on Fire and Du Qifeng on gangster films, as well as Lin Delu on the legendary Beggar's Cell. At this moment, Wang Jing, who would go on to become a pillar of Hong Kong cinema, was still a fledgling director at Shaw Brothers. Due to his father's prominence at TVB, Wang Jing had already directed 3 films at Shaw Brothers despite his youth. He scratched his head, revealing his characteristic grin, and produced a meticulously crafted script to present to Qianlong. "Boss, this is my carefully polished new script. It was previously rejected by Aunt Lu due to high production costs, but I hope to secure funding for it." Qianlong's interest peaked immediately. Wang Jing is a true prodigy. Before embarking on directorial endeavors, he had been a versatile screenwriter, dabbling in various genres. A mere glance at the first page revealed that this was the original version of God of Gamblers. Wang Jing eagerly promoted himself. "My first self-written and directed film was the comedy gambling movie, The King of Gamblers, which grossed $5.08 million at the box office, surpassing Master Lu's martial arts school." Having perused box office records, Qianlong nodded. The King of Gamblers was indeed Shaw Brothers' most lucrative film that year, and it was surprising to learn it was authored and directed by Wang Jing. It seemed he had been somewhat overlooked at Shaw Brothers. Fortunately, he remained part of the company. "Excellent. I shall invest in your script. How does a production budget of 10 million sound?" Wang Jing, filled with anticipation, was taken aback. "That's too much. 5 million should suffice." "Agreed, but the set design must be upgraded. We won't have time for on-site construction. Let's do this. I'll speak with the Gambling King, and you can go to the Macau Lisboa for on-location shooting." On-location shooting. It is worth noting that Shaw Brothers had never before ventured into on-location filming. All productions had occurred within the unchanging confines of a few sets at Repulse Bay. On-location shooting, not to mention the expenses of renting the venue, would entail considerable costs for the entire crew's logistics. Wang Jing sensed that under Qianlong's leadership, Shaw Brothers films would flourish in the future. Ignoring Wang Jing's astonishment, Qianlong continued, "Chow Yun-Fat is a commendable actor. He shall take the lead role, with Da Hua as the secondary character and CSN." Wang Jing nodded enthusiastically. These roles were perfectly aligned with the script, and he was pleasantly surprised to see the new boss's keen eye for casting, just as he prepared to showcase his talents. Long abruptly stated, "Your contract is nearing its expiration, and I hope you will consider renewing it for a 20-year term." Long did not mince words or disguise his intentions. He aimed to bind Wang Jing. A 20-year contract. Wang Jing's voice rose significantly. At 28 years old, committing to Shaw Brothers for 2 decades would mean dedicating the prime of his life to the company. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. He had no desire to work for Long for a lifetime, regardless of the salary offered. "Director Wang, please don't be hasty in rejecting my proposal. Hear me out. Go on. Firstly, I am prepared to invest in establishing your own company, studio. You will become a shareholder and manager of the new venture, free to operate your business and collaborate with other companies for film projects. In addition to receiving a director's salary for films produced under Shaw Brothers, you will also earn a share of the film's profits." This collaboration model, commonplace in later years, was still quite innovative for this era. Upon hearing that Long was willing to support him in launching a company under the Shaw Brothers banner, Wang Jing felt his resolve wavering. By accepting, he could leap from being an employee to a producer. The allure of becoming a shareholder was irresistible, and Wang Jing was no exception. "Boss, may I have some time to think it over?" "Certainly, but my patience is limited. I will grant you 3 days to provide a response." Wang Jing, filled with apprehension and uncertainty, nodded. Upon exiting, he hurriedly drove his Mazda to his father Wang Tianlin's office. At that moment, Du Qifeng was discussing the filming arrangements for the 1983 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes with Wang Tianlin. Upon seeing Wang Jing burst in hastily, he chuckled. "Ah Jing, what troubles you? You look as if you've lost your soul." "Oh Dad, it's serious." He recounted the details of Long's arrival at Shaw Brothers. Witnessing Wang Jing's distress over the contract renewal, Du Qifeng could not help but feel a twinge of envy. He had attempted directing films himself, but quickly recognized his limitations and returned to TVB to gain experience in television production. In contrast, Wang Jing, his contemporary, had already directed 3 successful films and was now being valued by the new boss at Shaw Brothers. A long contract is both a constraint and a foundation for nurturing talent. Wang Tianlin replied coldly, "You have such a golden opportunity before you, yet you hesitate? Mr. Chen is clearly giving you a chance, and you are seriously considering passing it up." The esteemed producer's tone was tinged with disappointment. Equally relieved that his son had encountered a wise mentor, having toiled for a lifetime at TVB without reaping any benefits, he now saw Wang Jing poised to make a significant career leap, yet hesitating. It is well known that TVB's actors receive meager salaries, let alone those behind the scenes, who are essentially mere laborers. Wang Tianlin's reprimand struck a chord with Wang Jing. Initially daunted by the prospect of a 20-year contract, he now reflected that in this world, contracts seldom entail benefits without corresponding sacrifices. Mr. Chen's offered terms were exceptionally favorable. If he declined, Jiahe and Cine City would readily find directors willing to sign. Chapter 12. Jiahe's Indifference. Xiao Wenxi Comes Knocking. With Shaw Brothers unveiling a new sign, a significant portion of the entertainment publications in the Harbor City dedicated special features to this transition. Once a golden emblem of the harbor's film industry, the Shaw Brothers' change of ownership drew lamentations from industry insiders. Some even used the title "The Curtain Falls on Shaw Brothers," insinuating the end of an era in Shaw cinema. However, Sir Shaw, in an interview, expressed a divergent perspective. He asserted that Shaw Brothers had not met its demise. Long would perpetuate the legendary legacy of Shaw, and he hoped for continued support from the public. He also divulged to the reporters about a wager he had with Long, unintended by the speaker, yet keenly noted by the listeners. These media outlets promptly concocted several articles aimed at inciting animosity towards Long. Young Master Chen boldly declared his intention to surpass Jiahe's box office earnings within 3 years. What basis does Chen Shaw have for this wager? A financial mogul intrudes upon the entertainment realm. Long ardently champions the new director Wang Jing, aligning with the trend of independent production. Jiahe's proprietor, Zhou Wenhui, scoffed at the freshly printed newspapers. This young Master Chen talks with such bravado, thinking he can establish himself in the film industry with a mere smattering of knowledge? Indeed, he had some grounds for such claims. At this moment, Jiahe bore a striking resemblance to the Chao Wei faction of the late Eastern Han dynasty. Under Zhou Wenhui's leadership, literary officials flourished and fierce generals abounded. There were no fewer than 5 or 6 subsidiaries under Guangxi Company. Su Guanwensu's film industry shattered box office records with the release of Ghostly Twin Stars. Following this, titles such as Genius and Idiot, Half a Caddy and 8 Tails, and Modern Bodyguard all clinched the annual box office crown. In 1978, support was extended to Hong Jinbao for the establishment of Baohua. In 1980, support was given to Jackie Chan for the establishment of Quanwei Company, Weihua, alongside Ma Dingxiong's Mais. With so many capable individuals serving him, what grounds does the new Shaw Brothers have to surpass Jiahe? As for the new Yicheng, it poses a significant threat to Jiahe. In the past 2 years, new Yicheng has soared, with the three brothers, Mai Jia, Shi Tian, and Huang Baoming, forming a bond, later joined by fierce talents like Su Ku and Lin Dongling. The two factions are now locked in a fierce contest, vying for supremacy in the annual box office rankings. Zhou Wenhui shook his head, clearly dismissive of the media's glorification of Jiahe and Sha. Boss, should we remain passive? I heard Wang Jing's studio is opening today. Please send over 2 flower baskets. Though we are rivals now, there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Zhou Wenhui had seen several of Wang Jing's films, despite their modest budgets. He could produce remarkable content, particularly valuing the originality of his output. He believed that once Wang Jing accumulated sufficient experience at the new Shaw Brothers, inviting him to join would not be too late. He was confident that in 2 years, Wang Jing would not turn down his offer. Upon receiving the floral tributes from Zhou Wenhui of Jiahe and Mai Jia of Nuiqing, Chen Long chuckled nonchalantly. These two companies truly regarded him with a measure of disdain. Clad in a formal suit, Wang Jing was entertaining guests, engaging in casual conversation with Chen Long boss. Neither Master Li nor Master Lu has arrived. Are they still sulking? Pay them no mind. They just haven't come around yet. Just wait, in a couple of days. They will come looking to discuss company matters. It was not Chen Long's fault that a junior had outpaced them. Their own lack of initiative and enthusiasm was to blame. He held the necessary respect for his seniors, but would not make any concessions regarding company operations. Just then, a striking figure appeared at the entrance of Shaw Brothers, capturing everyone's attention. What a stunning beauty. Dressed in a black gown, she exuded an ethereal grace, combining a cold elegance with a hint of allure and a dash of innocence. Someone immediately called out her name, Xiao Wenxi. Xiao Wenxi had made her debut last year alongside Leslie Chung in Youth on Fire, winning the Best Newcomer award at that year's Golden Statue Awards. Her performance in Youth on Fire was audacious, bordering on controversial. Chen Long's most vivid impression of her stemmed from her role in The Bold Woman of the Tang Dynasty, where her portrayal was nothing short of breathtaking. This film catapulted her to stardom, albeit at the cost of her reputation as a vixen. Whether or not she was indeed a vixen mattered little to Chen Long. After all, which goddess of Hong Kong and Taiwan had not gradually donned clothing after shedding it? As the beauty greeted Wang Jing, she approached Chen Long and quietly said, "Young Master Chen, may I have a word?" Chen Long smiled casually, unfazed, for wherever he stood, he was the object of affection for beautiful women. Watching Chen Long lead Xiao Wenxi upstairs, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, a look that all men would understand. Once the door closed behind them, Xiao Wenxi swiftly slapped Chen Long across the face, drawing his attention to the tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression brimming with indignation. As he stood there bewildered, she questioned, "What are you doing?" Xiao Wenxi retorted, "Humph, you used to call me Xia Xia, but now that you're bored, you pretend not to know me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Long's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the original owner had a past with this stunning beauty? Noting the man's bewildered expression, Xiao Wenxi glanced at him with concern, tenderly touching the reddened area of his face. "You were discharged from the hospital, yet you didn't come to find me. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" Understanding dawned upon Chen Long. This must be a lingering debt of affection from the original owner. He was not one to hesitate, pulling Xiao Wenxi into an embrace. Their bodies collided with a fervor akin to dry kindling meeting a raging fire. The boss's chair protesting under the strain with an embarrassing creak. After a prolonged moment, they finally separated from their passionate entanglement. Xiao Wenxi, draped over his shoulder, wore a look of grievance upon her delicate features. "Xia Xia, I was struck on the head and have forgotten many things, but I promise to take responsibility for you." Hearing the man's promise, Xiao Wenxi felt a flicker of security within her heart. From the moment she became entangled with this wealthy young master, she had known him to be a man of many affections, yet she found herself hopelessly in love with him. Coming from a humble background, yet excelling academically, the allure of a wealthy and charming playboy like Chen Long was simply irresistible. The 2 weeks of silence from him had plunged her into her most distressing period. "How will you take responsibility? My mother is right. You men are all the same, quick to abandon ship once the trousers are up." Her words indeed posed a dilemma for Chen Long. Marrying a vixen would not sit well with his father. While the Chen family might indulge in the glamour of a starlet, making one a wife was an entirely different matter. With this in mind, Chen Long proposed, "You know I have acquired Shaw Brothers and plan to embark on a grand venture. Wang Jing is preparing a new film that requires a stunning woman, and you fit the role perfectly. The character initially intended for Zhang Min is likely still in high school at this point. Your striking image could surpass Zhang Min's. It's just unfortunate that the films you've participated in thus far have been of a more risque nature." Chapter 13. Another candidate for the female lead. Poaching the wall of the best actor. Youth on Fire is a modest production that actively embraces youthful hormones. At this moment, the young and talented Leslie Chung had just joined the Huaxing Record Company, marking his initial foray into the world of film. This modest production barely managed to secure a box office revenue of 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Although the audacious performances of the two female leads garnered considerable attention, it was ultimately the actress Xiao Wenxi who gained some popularity, earning the Best Newcomer award at the Hong Kong Film Awards. However, this notoriety was not what she desired. Labeled as a sultry star, the roles offered to her were predominantly of a risque nature. At merely 19 years of age, she found herself in the awkward predicament of having no films to shoot. She eagerly glanced over the script for God of Gamblers, and despite a scene featuring a female antagonist, she was quite fond of her character. I'll have Wang Jing revise the script a bit. By the way, have you signed with an agency yet? My acting contract has always been with Shaw Brothers. Soon, I may even have to call you boss. Chen Long nodded in response. Realizing why Xiao Wenxi would soon be cast in The Great Tang's Bold Woman, as Shaw Brothers excelled in low-budget romantic films. Then let me hear you call me boss. My good boss, weren't you just concerned about the crowd being too nosy? Chen Long, having just tasted the sweetness of success, would not let her go easily. Ignoring her pitiful gaze, he scooped her up effortlessly. Inhaling the lingering scent of the office, Wang Jing flashed his trademark smile. Boss, the main casting is almost finalized. We only lack a suitable candidate for the role of Zhan, Chen Daizai's girlfriend. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Wang Jing was naturally adept at reciprocating favors, understanding that the selection of female roles was best served with the boss's involvement. Chen Long pondered for a moment. When God of Gamblers premiered in 1989, it grossed an astounding 36.2 million, solidifying Chow Yun-fat's iconic gambling persona and propelling Andy Lau and the other actors to fame. The choice of actress for Zhan indeed warranted careful consideration. The original performer, Joey Wong, had not yet debuted, and replicating her captivating performance necessitated a candidate of equal allure. The actress portraying Zhan must be youthful and charming, but overly flashy would not suffice. How about I make a call to Aunt Lu and see if she has any recommendations? The training program at TVB boasts a long and illustrious history, dating back to the early 1970s, and began full-time training in 1978, offering morning classes in acting theory and afternoon rehearsals, led by industry luminaries. Stars like Chow Yun-fat, Tony Leung, and Andy Lau all emerged from this renowned training program. Upon receiving Chen Long's call, Aunt Lu was delighted and quickly remarked, Zheng Huaxian, who just graduated from the TVB training course today, fits your criteria perfectly. She may be young, but her acting skills are commendable, and the instructors hold her in high regard. Upon hearing her name, Chen Long recalled that she was none other than Tony Leung's former girlfriend. Following the original trajectory, Zheng Huaxian, after graduating from the TVB training program, became colleagues with Tony Leung, and they naturally developed a romantic relationship. Unfortunately, their 6-year love story ended tragically due to the interference of a close friend, Sister Lu, leading to Zheng Huaxian's subsequent decline in her acting career. Noticing Chen Long's silence, Aunt Lu presumed he had reservations and reiterated, along, when you mentioned wanting someone with sweet and attractive looks, someone adorably captivating and resembling a celestial being. She was the first to come to my mind. You'll see her appearance for yourself. I assure you, you will be satisfied. At this moment, Aunt Lu resembled a fervent matchmaker, ardently promoting her protege. Chen Long grew intrigued. What could possibly make Aunt Lu so enthusiastic about this girl? TVB was like a second home to Wang Jing, and under his guidance, they quickly arrived at the TVB studio, where Zheng Huaxian was hosting a children's program. 430 Time Machine. To his surprise, Chen Long also spotted a familiar face, Stephen Chow. Wang Jing nodded approvingly at Zheng Huaxian's cartoonish appearance. This young actress, Zheng Huaxian, was the type that instantly inspired affection, eliciting unconditional love from those around her. Having navigated the entertainment industry for most of his life, Wang Jing had a keen eye and deemed her truly suitable for the role of Zhan. What puzzled him was the lack of response from his boss. He noticed the boss's peculiar gaze, fixed intently on a man in a bizarre costume. Surely, the boss isn't. Wang Jing, this male host isn't too bad either. I sense he possesses dramatic talent. Let us sign him as well. He may prove useful in the future. This was Stephen Chow, a figure who would dominate a cinematic era, yet it would be 7 years before his true rise to prominence. Little did anyone know how many minor roles he would endure in the meantime, facing countless dismissive glances, almost burying his comedic prowess. Oh, all right. Wang Jing failed to see any exceptional qualities in this seemingly ordinary man. Amidst the plethora of handsome and beautiful faces at TVB, Stephen Chow's looks were rather unremarkable. However, with the boss's endorsement, he took it to heart, planning to find a likable role for Stephen Chow to audition for. Once the others departed, Stephen Chow finally lifted his head, overhearing the whispers of his colleagues. Realizing that the figure who had been staring at him was indeed a significant player, the new owner of Shaw Brothers, Aunt Lu, upon learning that Chen Long had also set his sights on Stephen Chow, felt a twinge of surprise. The opinions of the instructors regarding Stephen Chow were quite complex. Often described as a mix of praise and criticism, it was said that during his first audition for the TVB training program, the examiner presented him with a tragic scene to perform, which he inadvertently turned into a comedy. Although his performance elicited laughter, he was naturally rejected, while Tony Leung, who accompanied him, was immediately chosen by the examiners. Fine, since you want this audition, I'll grant you your wish. From today onward, they will both be part of the new Shaw brothers. As for the wishes of Zhang Huaxian and Stephen Chow, they had little say in the matter. The remuneration for TVB artists had long been a subject of criticism. Landing a film role was akin to a crow transforming into a phoenix, a coveted opportunity. Thus, when Zhang Huaxian and Stephen Chow received the news, they were overcome with joy. The salary for hosting a children's program was exceedingly meager, and the show held no real influence. Many seasoned TVB actors had never even had the chance to appear in films. Suddenly becoming signed actors at the new Shaw brothers was akin to achieving a meteoric rise. Chapter 14. The filming of God of Gamblers commences. A new era for Shaw brothers begins. Chen Long selected an auspicious day, and the filming of God of Gamblers officially commenced. During the opening ceremony, Chow Yun-fat found himself momentarily dazed, standing at the center of the crowd. He still could not comprehend why the young Master Chen had singled him out to star in this multi-million-dollar production. In the realm of television, he had indeed risen to prominence in 1980 for his portrayal of Su Wenxiang in Shanghai Bond, quickly becoming a household name throughout the country. With his elegant and dashing image being widely adored, he could have comfortably remained in his zone, continuing to play similar roles. However, he chose to strive for greater heights, attempting to break through on the big screen. Unfortunately, the initial films he participated in were all dismal failures, resulting in significant financial losses for investors, earning him the unfortunate title of a box office poison in recent years. His reputation within the film industry had plummeted to an all-time low, leading him to contemplate suicide at his sister's home. Initially assigned to Shaw Brothers by TVB, he felt a sense of resistance. To him, this was not a promotion, but rather a banishment. If he continued to appear in poorly received films, his acting career would be irreversibly plunged into darkness. This was more unbearable than death itself. However, when Wang Jing presented the script to him, he was immediately captivated by the character of Gao Jin within it. This role, marked by its dramatic highs and lows, mirrored his own life, as if it were his destined calling. Upon learning that it was Chen Long who had personally insisted on his casting, Chow Yun-fat felt he had encountered a discerning patron and readily agreed to sign with the new Shaw brothers, committing to a lengthy 20-year contract. Meanwhile, Chen Long, seated in the audience, was intently observing this future cinematic legend. According to the natural progression of life, Chow Yun-fat would portray the character of Little Pony in A Better Tomorrow in 1986, experiencing a triumphant resurgence that would propel him to stardom, with subsequent films such as God of Gamblers and Prison on Fire solidifying his status. For several consecutive years, 3 of his films dominated the annual box office top 10 in Hong Kong, effectively stifling the competition from the likes of Golden Harvest's 7 Little Fortunes and The New I Ching. With such a heavyweight in his corner, he had no reason to doubt his ability to fulfill the wager agreement with Sir Run Shaw. At this moment, the young Andy Lau, still somewhat bewildered, was dutifully following the director, bowing respectfully. His reputation was yet to blossom. Prior to joining this production, he had just wrapped up filming the TVB drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes, a project that would catapult him into the limelight. Noticing the boss's gaze upon him, this future superstar shyly nodded in acknowledgement. It was his first foray into film, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Equally intrigued were Stephen Chow and Julie Chung. The formidable Xia Wenxi quickly asserted herself as their leader. Merely due to Chen Long's suggestion, Wang Jing amended the script to include additional scenes for Stephen Chow. Observing the unfolding dynamics, Chen Long nodded in satisfaction. Little did anyone know that this production, which was dismissed by the entire film industry, would unleash an unforeseen power. The opening ceremony for God of Gamblers attracted only a handful of minor reporters familiar with Shaw Brothers. Amidst skepticism from peers and outsiders alike, the crew commenced their first scene. Meanwhile, in the office of Zhou Wenhui, He Guanchong, a partner at Golden Harvest, scoffed at the latest gossip news, remarking, "Chen Long is utterly out of his depth. He actually invested millions in a director who has only helmed low-budget adult films. His casting choices are nothing short of disastrous. With millions at his disposal, he couldn't even afford to recruit a prominent star. What kind of lead roles are these?" Chow Yun-fat, a washed-up television actor, notorious for being a box office poison. Andy Lau, a mere rookie with only 2 television dramas to his credit, lacking any audience appeal. Xia Wenxi, the only notable credit being an adult film. Julie Chung, a newcomer fresh out of the training academy. And Stephen Chow, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, looking utterly ordinary. How could such a cast possibly succeed? Zhou Wenhui couldn't help but laugh. Are you still paying attention to this new Shaw Brothers? I reckon that the Crown Prince of Jianing isn't genuinely here to make films. Does this project even warrant a multi-million-dollar investment? His words subtly insinuated that Chunlong was merely laundering money. This sentiment was not unique to Zhou Wenhui, but shared by many in the upper echelons. Rumors had long circulated that Jianing was involved in money laundering, and Chunlong's actions only served to confirm this. He Guanchong let out a derisive snort, expressing his dissatisfaction. Our industry is being muddied by such characters. Can we just stand idly by? Manage? Who will manage? In Hong Kong, wealth is king. Guanchong added. I believe Chunlong's entry into the fray is advantageous for us. If he doesn't produce bad films, how will it highlight the excellence of our Golden Harvest productions? With that, both men exchanged knowing smiles. Not only did industry insiders doubt Shaw's new production, but the local media also chose to remain silent. Previously vocal about the tripartite division of Hong Kong cinema, they fell mute, embarrassed by their earlier proclamations. Given the cast configuration, the public perceived no chance for a resurgence. Chapter 15. Celebrating the new year in the mainland, with hospitality for foreign guests along. How does this suit look on me? On a private Airbus. Chun Ching Song appeared somewhat anxious, behaving like a bewildered child amidst the business elite. Dad, please calm down. This is the fourth time you've asked me the same question since boarding. Listening to Chun Long's teasing, Chun Ching Song sheepishly rubbed his nose. He reflected. Our Chen family's ancestral roots lie in Hawaii. Due to the ravages of war, your grandfather led us brothers to the South Seas to engage in the salt trade. Although we built a vast business network there, we were never well received by the local aristocracy. They viewed us hard-working Long people as usurpers of their wealth and resources. He often reminded us that our roots are in Longhua, and one day we must return home. When your grandfather passed away, he was still murmuring about home. Mother, mother. Ah, heir is back. Chen Long could not fully grasp the elder generation's obsession with returning home, yet he could sense Chun Ching Song's profound connection to Longhua through his words. Dad, since Grandpa yearned to return home until his last breath, how about we build a grand hotel in the capital in his honor? Upon hearing this proposal, Chun Ching Song was visibly shaken, responding with a tremor in his voice. You mean to name this grand hotel after your grandfather? Yes, that's precisely what I mean. Chun Ching Song could not contain his excitement, standing up eagerly. This is a wonderful idea. Your grandfather would surely take comfort in it from beyond. With this thought, Chun Ching Song became exuberantly animated, wishing for wings to fly to the capital instantly. After a while, the plane began its descent, bumping slightly before gliding smoothly along the runway. As the cabin door opened, the sounds of a symphony welcomed the Chun father and son. Representative Shi, Mr. Chun, young Master Chun. The two parties exchanged pleasantries, their warmth belied by the fact that it was their first meeting. Welcome back, welcome back. The weather in the capital is a bit chilly. Let's discuss this further in the car. In the Hongqi vehicle, Chun Ching Song could not resist sharing his thoughts from the plane, exhibiting the cautious tendencies of a capitalist. He expressed concern that as an outsider, he might not receive adequate support for constructing the hotel, thus proposing a public-private partnership. He was willing to offer half of the shares to the state, provided the state would contribute the land, but the hotel must bear his father's name, Li Kun. Representative Shi found himself in a quandary. How could one donate half of a building? It was either private or public. There was no such thing as a public-private partnership. However, if the Chun family was genuinely interested in investing and setting an example for Hong Kong and South Sea merchants, denying even such a modest request would surely dampen their ardent enthusiasm. I will communicate your intentions to my superiors, Representative Shi assured. Chun Ching Song nodded. He would not press Representative Shi, as the primary objective of this visit was still to invest in the plaza and develop real estate in first-tier cities. After recent discussions with Chen Long, Chun Ching Song had become acutely aware that Longhua, now actively reforming and opening up, was on the verge of a monumental leap forward. At this moment, only a handful of red capitalists were leading the charge, making it an opportune time for Jianing real estate to capture the blue ocean market. Upon arriving at the reception hall for guests, both parties engaged in discussions about specific matters for an extended period. Chen Long listened with a sense of ennui, ultimately succumbing to slumber on 2 occasions without realizing it. It was not until nightfall that Representative Shi cheerfully rose and proclaimed, Gentlemen, to honor your arrival, we have arranged a state banquet in your honor, along with several performances. Young Chun must be quite famished by now. The mention of a state banquet and entertainment instantly dispelled Chun Long's drowsiness. Chun Ching Song, too, was particularly elated. Such lavish hospitality from the business department underscored their significance. At the banquet, the Chun father and son savored aged fin liquor and indulged in the legendary osmanthus duck, braised shark fin, and a medley of 4 vegetarian dishes. While not necessarily exquisite, the culinary creations were masterfully prepared, living up to the grandeur of a state banquet. As the two feasted heartily, the stage below dimmed. When the lights brightened again, a troupe of young acrobats clad in martial arts attire somersaulted onto the stage. Representative Shi introduced them. They are students from the Luocha Sea Martial Arts School, from which our martial arts star, Jet Li, graduated. Jet Li. Chen Long could not suppress a slap to his thigh, astonished he had forgotten about this martial arts superstar. It is worth noting that this mainland actor had considerable ties to Shaw Brothers Studios. In 1979, after competing in the national games despite an injury and securing 5 gold medals, he retired due to his ailment. In 1980, he was invited by a Shaw Brothers director to participate in the filming of Shaolin Temple, which, upon its release, grossed an astounding 1.6 billion yuan at a mere 10 fin ticket price. Remarkably, Jet Li only earned 700 yuan from that monumental success. Following his original trajectory, this future martial arts icon would not venture to Hong Kong to make his mark until 1984. Contemplating this, he addressed Representative Shi. Might you assist me in introducing Jet Li? Chapter 16. High Importance. Jet Li is dismissed. Prime Minister. The Chun family intends to invest $1 billion in a real estate project under the auspices of Jianing over an 8-year period. The figure of $1 billion caused even the seasoned Prime Minister to gasp in astonishment. As relations with Long Country eased and the reform and opening up policy advanced, foreign trade transactions expanded significantly, leading to an increasing demand for foreign currency, while Long Country's foreign exchange reserves stagnated at merely over $2 billion. Throughout a lengthy period in the mid-1980s, these reserves hovered around $2 billion, revealing a substantial shortfall. To bolster foreign currency intake, foreign exchange shops were established, birthing the foreign exchange certificate as a privileged currency. Agricultural products, minor hardware, and even pig bristles became vital export commodities. At that time, Long Country's oil resources were scarce. To generate oil-derived foreign exchange, they resorted to coal-to-oil initiatives, exporting the saved oil while utilizing coal domestically. Without foreign exchange, it was akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice. Furthermore, the Prime Minister learned that this was merely the first phase of Chen's Jianing investment. Once satisfied, further investments were assured. Did they have any stringent requirements? Representative Shi promptly responded. Aside from requiring land, there are no excessive demands, merely what? Chen Qingsong expressed a desire to donate half of a grand hotel to be managed in a public-private partnership, with its name mandated to honor Mr. Chun. Representative Shi reiterated Chun Lichio's fervent wish to return home. Chen Qingsong is quite the visionary, proposing a half donation. His intentions stem from filial piety. After all, filial devotion precedes all virtues. We might as well facilitate his noble endeavor and allow him the donation. Once the hotel is established, I shall inscribe its name myself. With that matter settled, Representative Shi broached another minor issue. Oh, young Chun is intrigued by our martial arts prodigy? The term martial arts prodigy is the Prime Minister's affectionate nickname for Jet Li, with whom he had established a connection early on. The Prime Minister held a favorable impression of Chen Long, particularly impressed by his vision for the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge. Representative Shi responded. Chen Long has acquired Shaw Brothers and is likely keen on inviting Jet Li to Hong Kong for a martial arts film. I see no issue with that. Cultural openness is a form of openness, after all. However, Representative Shi's brow furrowed. Are you concerned that local authorities may not permit it? At that time, Long Country was undergoing state-owned enterprise reforms, rectifying the issues left by the era of the big pot rice. During this transitional period, there were indeed instances of substantial offers made to Jet Li to film in Hong Kong, yet all were thwarted by relevant authorities. He was a state-trained athlete, and regardless of his film remuneration, it had to be channeled to the state. Thus, the paltry compensation of 2 yuan per day for Shaolin Kid and North-South Shaolin. It was not until 1984, in a moment of despair, that Jet Li penned a letter to Long Nanhai's grandfather, which finally enabled him to develop in Hong Kong. Absurd. 8-time martial arts champion. That is the best recompense to the nation. We cannot allow athletes to suffer and weep. Take my directive. No one shall restrict Jet Li's freedom. He shall collaborate with whomever he pleases. Representative Shi sensed the elder's ire. The actions taken by subordinates in this matter were indeed excessive. I shall see to it that they release him. You've grown quite bold, even contemplating a petition. Director. I have done nothing of the sort. Faced with the director of the National Martial Arts Team's inquiry, Jet Li found himself at a loss for words. Enough with the pretense. You have succeeded in your endeavor. I shall grant you your freedom. A folder struck him, spilling its contents, including a dismissal notice. Gazing at the word dismissed, Jet Li was overwhelmed with emotion. Having practiced martial arts since the age of 8 and joined the National Martial Arts Team at 12, he had been entrenched in this path for 8 long years. The identity of a martial arts athlete was a secure position, affording him the benefits of a national athlete's stipend. He had attained the highest honors as a national martial artist, but after filming Shaolin Temple, he had set his sights on a new goal, to become a martial arts superstar and improve his family's living conditions. However, he had never entertained thoughts of leaving the national team. The director's dismissal was, undoubtedly, a crushing blow. As he stood in stunned silence, the director's voice echoed again. Do not think that by aligning with Chen Long, you will achieve great success. He is a capitalist, a vampire, not a philanthropist. Bewildered, Jet Li exited the office, uncertain of his next steps. As he stepped through the gates of the martial arts team, the director was lecturing other young athletes. Do not emulate Jet Li, dreaming of becoming a martial arts star all day. Wu Jing, what are you staring at? I'll have you run 30 laps around the field. Young Wu Jing scowled, yet that fleeting glance planted a seed in his heart. Chapter 17, Mr. Chun. I wish to act in Hong Kong. Jet Li, get in the car. Upon hearing his name called, Jet Li lifted his gaze. He noticed, at an indeterminate moment, a red flag convoy waiting outside the team. It was none other than Chen Long and his bodyguards. Jet Li sensed the aura of martial artists emanating from Lu Hu and others, ultimately resting his gaze upon the impeccably dressed Chen Long, who wore sunglasses and sported a slick hairstyle, exuding a fashionable charm. Are you Mr. Chen Long? Indeed, here is my business card. Upon seeing the title of Shaw Brothers President among the names on Chen Long's card, Jet Li lowered his guard. Are you the new boss mentioned by Master Lu? Has Lu Jiaoyang mentioned me to you? Jet Li, in a state of naive bewilderment, nodded and said, they initially intended to invite me to collaborate on another film. But your ascension to Shaw Brothers disrupted their original plans. Chen Long couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. To alter the antiquated mindset of the old Shaw Brothers, he insisted they must transform the theatrical martial arts performance style. Naturally, the project titled Shaolin Kid had not yet been finalized and was stillborn. My purpose in visiting today is to extend an invitation for you to join the new Shaw Brothers, and rest assured, the remuneration will be equivalent to that of actors in Hong Kong. Upon hearing that he would receive the same treatment as Hong Kong actors, Jet Li's eyes visibly brightened. Come, let us discuss this at length. In the car, Chen Long elaborated on the compensation for actors at the new Shaw Brothers. So, if the film in which I star achieves a box office of 30 million, I would receive 2 million Hong Kong dollars as my share? Previously, he had been approached with hefty sums to star in films. A Hong Kong businessman once offered him 200,000 for 2 films, which had piqued his interest at the time. His family's financial situation was not favorable, and he pursued Shaolin Temple primarily for monetary gain, believing that such earnings could significantly improve his household conditions. Very well, I shall agree to this long-term contract with you. Excellent. I assure you, the new Shaw Brothers will cultivate you into a global martial arts superstar. After deciding to sign with the new Shaw Brothers, Jet Li felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to explain to his family, for a martial artist, being dismissed from one's position would be akin to a death knell for his family. Boss, with the new year approaching, would it not be prudent to wait until after the festivities to accompany you to Hong Kong? Certainly, we are in no rush to depart. How about this? I exchanged some foreign currency vouchers upon entry. Let us visit the friendship store to purchase a few items. It would not do for you to return home empty-handed for the new year. Foreign currency vouchers were the privileged currency of this era, established due to tight market supplies, implemented rationing, designed to meet the shopping needs of foreign friends and repatriated compatriots. Holding these vouchers allowed one to purchase scarce goods in designated hotels and stores. Thus, they were highly coveted among the populace. Upon hearing the boss's intention to buy items for him, Jet Li, initially inclined to politely decline, thought of his struggling parents at home and silently nodded in agreement. Chen Long was not a stingy person, and in his eyes, the cost of living in the mainland was quite reasonable. Pack up a Philips 21-inch color television for me and load it into the trunk. I would also like 20 caddies of freshly slaughtered pork and 5 bags of that rice. Observing the shopkeeper diligently calculating and the bodyguards tirelessly loading goods into the car, Jet Li quickly interjected. Enough, enough. You are being far too generous. Watching the shopkeeper's abacus beads fly with urgency, Jet Li felt a surge of anxiety. A Philips 21-inch color television was a considerable expense. The average salary in urban areas was around 1,000 yuan, and a television could equate to several films' worth of his earnings, which naturally made him uneasy. At that time, purchasing a black and white television would draw the attention of the entire village, while a color television was a symbol of extravagance reserved for the affluent. Chen Long jested with him. Jet Li, this amount is trivial. If it burdens you, we can deduct it from your salary. Jet Li understood this was the boss's goodwill, leaving him somewhat speechless with gratitude. The small transport truck provided by the friendship store was overflowing before Chen Long finally ceased his shopping. The total comes to 5,000 foreign currency vouchers. Would you prefer a check or cash? With a glance from Chen Long, Lu Hu produced a wad of foreign currency and placed it on the counter. Esteemed guest, please take care. As they settled back into the car for the journey home, Jet Li couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. His home was in Beijing, and his parents were ordinary factory workers. His father had passed away early, and his mother had single-handedly raised 5 siblings. When the convoy halted at the workers' compound, it drew the attention of his fellow workers. "Are you Jet Li?" Someone recognized him. At that time, the concept of idolization was not yet prevalent, and they merely praised his acting. Little Jet has made a name for himself, driving a Hongqi sedan. That suit must be custom-made. Your mother will finish work soon. The factory is closed tomorrow. Jet Li could no longer hear the chatter of others as a figure clad in a slightly bulky, light blue cotton coat appeared in his line of sight. "Mother, little Jet, you're on break now. Didn't you say you had a performance in the Spring Festival Gala?" Upon hearing his mother's inquiry, Jet Li, who had endured considerable distress, could not suppress his tears. "Mother, I was dismissed from the team. This is my new boss, and I plan to go to Hong Kong to make films and earn money." Qianlong felt a slight tension. Uncertain of how Jet Li's mother would react to her son going off to film, he hurriedly instructed someone to open the rear door of the car, saying with a conciliatory tone, "Auntie, this is our new Shaw Brothers gesture, a New Year gift for our new employee." Upon seeing the Philips television in the back of the car, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. This was a rare item nationwide, and everyone realized that the Li family, a single mother and son, was on the verge of prosperity. Jet Li had always been the greatest pride of his mother, and she was aware of Qianlong's concerns. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Boss Chun. I trust you will take good care of Jet Li in the future." "Mother, do you also support my decision to go to Hong Kong to act?" "Sai, you are competing and undergoing intense training. I am always anxious, fearing you might get hurt. Becoming an actor offers a higher income and some security for your future. Moreover, Boss Chun clearly appears to be a good person. Do not disappoint his goodwill." Chapter 18. The Kung Fu Emperor ventures into Hong Kong. Shaolin Kid is confirmed. After spending over a month in the capital, the group finally set off for home. Chen Song was elated, having enjoyed delightful conversations with representatives from the Ministry of Commerce, inspecting the Third Ring Road in the capital, and areas such as Puxi and Shanghai and the Pearl River, intending to shift the focus of investments to the mainland. The real estate competition in Hong Kong was fierce. Several major developers had long hoarded available land, leaving our Jianing to struggle for survival in the cracks. However, the mainland was different, brimming with opportunities awaiting development. Old Mr. Hua had placed significant bets in Nansha. I, Chen Song, do not possess his level of audacity, so I shall proceed step by step, establishing a foundation in first-tier cities. The most comfortable aspect was that the Dragon Kingdom's officials not only opened doors of convenience, but also granted him a high political status, allowing him to participate in governance and communicate directly with leaders to provide his input. If Chen Song harbored any concerns before returning, now he had swallowed all doubts. Qianlong's gains were also substantial, having reached a certain consensus with the state administration of radio, film, and television regarding the importation of foreign films. According to the responsible person on the other side, they also hoped to strengthen cultural exchanges across the strait and introduce uplifting, family-friendly works to Shaw Brothers. While outsiders might think achieving positive energy in films is challenging, the most renowned productions in Hong Kong were crime dramas and various borderline-rated films characterized by sensuality and violence, making it difficult to pass mainland reviews for regular cinema screening. However, having grown up under the red flag, Qianlong did not share this sentiment. The Dragon Kingdom is home to numerous national heroes and uplifting stories that would undoubtedly be well received on the big screen. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Jet Li, who was curiously gazing at the clouds. The greatest reward for him during this trip to the mainland is indeed this individual. With the Kung Fu Emperor by his side, he can now unlock the doors to cinemas in the mainland. He has taken a significant step closer to fulfilling his wager with Sir Xiao. Upon landing, the father and son immediately split up. Chen Song heads to Jianing to oversee the overall situation, as the various businesses in Jianing have been experiencing a sharp decline over time, with some subsidiaries teetering on the brink of shutdown. Meanwhile, Qianlong arrives at the headquarters of Shaw Brothers Clearwater Bay with Jet Li. The numerous filming studios at Clearwater Bay are undergoing an extensive renovation, and they even acquired an adjacent street to set up a costume drama filming location. Thus, as the two approach from a distance, they see the new Shaw Brothers bustling with activity, with several areas being refurbished. To Jet Li, everything appears novel and exciting. Upon entering the Shaw Brothers building, he encounters director Lau Carliang. He was supposed to report something to Qianlong, but upon turning, he spots Jet Li. With a look of surprise, he exclaims, "Li, I was just about to send someone to find you in Hong Kong." "Master Lau, I've made up my mind. I've signed a long-term contract with the boss, and from now on, I am also an actor of the new Shaw Brothers." Upon hearing this, Lau Carliang's delight only grows as he claps his hands and says, "Welcome, welcome. It would be such a pity if you didn't come to Hong Kong to film." He then turns to flatter Qianlong, "Boss, you truly have an eye for talent. Jet Li is born for this profession. You've added another Tiger General to our new Shaw brothers. Master Lao, do you have something to discuss with me? Yes, after you reprimanded me last time, I reflected for quite some time and realized you were right. The fight choreography in the troupe is indeed somewhat outdated, so I plan to incorporate some challenging action designs in the new film. Initially, I was troubled, as these high-difficulty martial arts moves require a solid foundation and must be executed beautifully. It's quite challenging to find suitable actors in Hong Kong. The first person that came to mind for collaboration was Jet Li, and I was pleasantly surprised that you thought the same. When it comes to stunning action and captivating fights, Jet Li undoubtedly stands out, especially with his gaze. During fight scenes, he exudes focus rather than brutality, and in emotional scenes, he is filled with warmth. Only he can portray the image of a martial arts master who cares for the world and harbors a deep-seated hatred for evil. Here is my new script. Please take a look. The first thing that catches the eye is the title Shaolin Kid, confirming that history remains unchanged. The script may be somewhat cliched, but it is rare in its positive energy, a refreshing current in Hong Kong cinema. Alright, Master Lao. We are currently implementing an independent producer system. I will handle the funding, and Jet Li is in your capable hands. Seeing the boss so agreeable, any lingering reservations in Lau Carleung's heart dissipate instantly. He also takes a look at the renovations of the nearby studio and the film street, noting the evident care taken in the new settings. Filming in this fresh environment will surely feel like a divine boost, filling him with confidence about the new project. Li, as we previously discussed, for the first 2 films, your remuneration will be 1 million per film, and starting from the third, you'll receive a share of the box office. How does that sound? Boss, I have no objections. 1 million Hong Kong dollars per film is far better than $700 per film. There's no need to feel overly guilty. He is already quite satisfied, harboring no grievances whatsoever. Chapter 19, The Quick Gunman, The God of Gamblers Post-Production. After handing Jet Li over to Lau Carleung, Qianlong hurriedly makes his way to the set of The God of Gamblers. He has been nearly suffocated in the capital and is naturally here to seek out Xiao Wenxi to extinguish the fire. Upon entering the makeup room, Qianlong is greeted by a captivating and alluring silhouette. Without a second thought, he swoops in and embraces her from behind. Xia, I've missed you terribly. As he breathes heavily into her ear, he attempts to unfasten her pants. What strikes Qianlong as odd is that she seems to have lost quite a bit of weight, her body trembling slightly. Boss, hearing the low call, Qianlong freezes mid-action. This isn't Xiao Wenxi. It is only then that he notices in the mirror that the one wearing a wig is not Xiao Wenxi, but Zheng Huajian. Looking at her bare figure, Qianlong swallows hard. Qianqian, what are you doing here? Boss, Sister Wenxi is filming her final scene. I was just secretly using her makeup room to remove my makeup. The entertainment industry has a clear hierarchy. Newcomers like Zheng Huajian typically use shared makeup rooms. She had not anticipated that her desire to experience the treatment of a top star would almost lead to her losing herself. As the makeup room falls silent once more, the breaths of the lone man and woman become somewhat hurried, just as Qianlong considers taking advantage of the situation. A voice from outside the makeup room announces Xiao Wenxi's arrival. She has likely just finished her scene. You should hide quickly. With that, Qianlong shoves Xiao Wenxi into the wardrobe. Surprise! Xiao Wenxi initially gasps in shock before excitedly throwing herself into Qianlong's arms. The two ignite a passionate encounter within the makeup room. Meanwhile, Zheng Huajian, hiding in the wardrobe, peeks through the cracks, witnessing the unfolding scene in its entirety. It is only after the two finish and leave that she finally removes her hand from her mouth, collapsing onto the floor. However, having dirted the costume, how will she explain it to the props master? In contrast, a refreshed Qianlong has brought a blushing Xiao Wenxi to Wang Jing's resting room. Boss, the casino scenes were filmed 2 weeks ago. We just need to reshoot a few dialogue scenes, and the recording for the God of Gamblers will be complete. Next up is the post-production editing and scoring. Qianlong nods, knowing Wang Jing is renowned for his speed. Finishing a film in 18 days is common. Due to the on-location filming for the God of Gamblers, the process has taken longer, but otherwise, the pace would have been even swifter. Alright, let's have Lo Kun Tin handle the film score. The signature entrance music for the God of Gamblers is composed by him, a very talented music producer, whose songs have repeatedly featured in films, most notably A Love Eternal from A Chinese Odyssey. The signature entrance music for the God of Gamblers is almost the soul of the film. So when it comes to post-production, Lo Kun Tin is the first person Qianlong thinks of. Although Wang Jing finds it strange that the boss specifically requests Lo for the score, he acknowledges that Lo's musical style is indeed a fitting choice and readily agrees. Jing, now that the God of Gamblers has wrapped up, what are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing this, Wang Jing feels a bit overwhelmed after wrapping up. What else could be done but take a break and prepare for the upcoming promotional work for the God of Gamblers? However, the boss's tone suggests he does not intend for him to remain idle. This is an unavoidable situation. While there are many veteran directors at Shaw Brothers, Few can draw in the box office like Wang Jing, unlike at Golden Harvest and New Image, where talent abounds. He can only rely heavily on Wang Jing. Boss, I plan to see the performance of the God of Gamblers, and I want to bring both Dehua and Zhou Xingqi to participate in a spin-off series. But you can't just keep using me alone. Seeing the pained smile on the hefty Wang Jing, Chunlong agrees with his reasoning. However, with the new Shaw brothers still in the midst of restructuring and lacking standout achievements, any attempts at poaching would require substantial investment. He may have money, but that does not mean he is foolish. He will not engage in the foolishness of overpaying to inflate his own status. Boss, I have a great candidate to recommend to you. Who? My father's disciple, Johnny Tu. This name is undoubtedly familiar to anyone who has watched Hong Kong films. In the early days of Billy's self-media editing, he was hailed as a master of static gunfight aesthetics, and his works such as The Mission have been regarded as masterpieces. Chunlong immediately perked up, signaling Wang Jing to continue with the introduction. Recently, Brother Tu has completed the recording of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Shall I have him reach out to you for a conversation? Great. Then I kindly ask you to facilitate the introduction. When Johnny Tu received the call from Wang Jing, he was utterly bewildered. He had initially intended to discuss resigning to become an assistant director at New Era City, but instead found himself receiving an enticing offer from the new Shaw brothers. Voicing his thoughts, he remarked, Brother Tu, with your talent, it would be a disservice to serve as a mere footstool for New Era City. You should join the new Shaw brothers. Young Master Chun is known for promoting talent without prejudice, and you might even have the opportunity to direct films directly. It had been mentioned before that Johnny Tu had attempted to direct films back in 1980, only to quickly realize his shortcomings and return to TVB for further honing. Now, he believed he had matured significantly, yet the market seemed unwilling to grant him the opportunities he sought. New Era City had only promised him a chance to serve as an assistant director, with the possibility of future independent directing opportunities. Listening to the earnest counsel of his fellow disciples, Johnny Tu responded, Thank you so much. Regardless of the outcome, I insist on treating you to a meal. Brother Tu, this is where you're mistaken. Should we really be so formal among brothers? Chapter 20. Give Johnny Tu 1 million, and he will create wonders. The next day, Johnny Tu found himself seated obediently in front of Chunlong. Who would have imagined that this very man had pioneered the style, earning the title of Master of Film Noir with works such as The Mission, The Mob series, The Last Tycoon, and The Big Call. Each of his crime thrillers is a classic, making him one of the most awarded directors at the Hong Kong Film Awards. Yet, at this moment, Mr. Tu was still an unremarkable figure, his face still bearing a hint of youth. Compared to Wang Jing, a seasoned veteran whose experience eclipsed his years, he was undeniably a novice. Observing Chunlong's silence as he perused the resume handed to him, Director Tu felt a surge of anxiety. Would he be rejected? If that happened, the embarrassment would not only be his, but also reflect poorly on his recommender, Wang Jing. Director Tu, did you grow up in Kowloon walled city? Chunlong's unexpected question caught Johnny Tu off guard, as he had not included his childhood experiences in his resume. Presumably, after Wang Jing's recommendation, Chunlong had conducted further research on him. Yes, when I was 8, my family moved to Kowloon walled city, then to Lok Fu, and ultimately to Ngau Tau Kok. These locations are notorious slums in Hong Kong, rife with chaos and gang activity, and it was within this environment that Johnny Tu was raised. He felt no shame in having grown up in a slum. Many of his classmates were members of Triads. If Chunlong were to hold that against him, he would have promptly left. Excellent. To be honest, I hold great faith in your abilities, Director Tu, and I believe you will bring something remarkably different to the new Shaw brothers. However, as you know, there are many senior veterans at the new Shaw brothers. If you were to come in and take the reins immediately, it would likely provoke discontent among the old guard. Upon hearing this, Johnny Tu's heart sank, realizing that Chunlong was likely suggesting he first serve as an assistant director to gain some experience with 1 or 2 films. He could accept such an outcome. The new Shaw brothers were not lacking in seasoned directors, and being an assistant to such individuals would provide him with invaluable knowledge. He had already come to terms with the reality that there are no shortcuts to breaking into the big screen. Every journey requires steady progress. A truth he had previously lived by. Yet, he heard Chunlong chuckle. How about this? I personally invest 1 million Hong Kong dollars for you to produce a crime thriller. Once everyone sees the results, if the box office performs well, you can seamlessly stay on. If it doesn't, you can graciously return to being an assistant director. As long as you are with the new Shaw brothers, I will always provide you with another chance. There is an old saying that a scholar would die for a friend who understands him. Upon hearing that Chunlong was willing to invest 1 million Hong Kong dollars in him, Johnny Tu was profoundly moved. The notion of being supported for a lifetime further touched him deeply. Although Chunlong was significantly younger, he evoked in Johnny Tu a sense of facing an elder brother. As if saying, young Du, go ahead and shoot. I have plenty of money to back you up, regardless of the outcome. This was what trust and belief in one's potential truly meant. What more could Johnny to say? Tears glistened in his eyes as he signed his name on the drafted contract. Young Master Chun was indeed someone worth his dedication. Upon seeing Johnny to sign the contract, Chun Long wasted no time in issuing a check for 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Holding the check and a copy of the contract while exiting the office, Johnny found himself in a state of confusion. What should he film? How should he spend this 1 million? Why wasn't he the boss assigning someone to supervise him? In his state of agitation, Johnny sought out Wang Jing, who was busy preparing for a new film. Wang Jing, though fatigued, was filled with joy. Filming was not a painful endeavor for him. He genuinely reveled in it. Upon seeing Johnny with a contract folder, he displayed his signature smile. Brother two. I told you could do it. The boss surely wouldn't overlook a talent like you. Indeed, the boss is quite magnanimous, willing to give newcomers an opportunity. But I find myself a bit lost as to where to begin, he said with a wry smile, recounting the situation with the $1 million check. Haha. The boss is quite clever. He has actually provided you with the answer. Only you haven't realized it yet. Brother Jing, please guide me. It seems the boss hasn't explicitly stated anything. Did he not ask you if you grew up in Kowloon walled city and suggested you make a crime thriller? Isn't the answer clear? Johnny suddenly understood. The boss wanted him to create a crime film set against the backdrop of Kowloon walled city. However, faced with such a proposition, Johnny found himself at a loss for ideas. It was Wang Jing who then offered a suggestion. Brother two. I believe the story of Wu Shihao and Inspector Lu Lu of Kowloon walled city could be adapted for the big screen. The stories of the 4 great inspectors had been adapted into films and television series before, and with Wang Jing's reminder, Johnny began to formulate his own ideas. Jing, I am more intrigued by the tale of Inspector Lu Li's journey from a junior officer to a top inspector, which also encompasses the tumultuous events in Kowloon. 1 million may not cover grand scenes. Wang Jing secretly nodded, realizing that his fellow disciple had indeed matured significantly, becoming far more pragmatic and possessing an acute sense for commercial films. As they exchanged laughter, they outlined a rough plotline. The title would be The Legend of the 5 Billion Inspectors. As for the cast, I plan to invite old friends from the television station to make guest appearances. In this regard, Johnny had a unique advantage. Having worked at TVB for many years, from behind the scenes to becoming a television producer, he had earned the respect of stars like Tony Leung and Andy Lau, who would surely grant him a favor. TVB was notoriously strict with its actors, typically prohibiting them from taking private gigs. However, after the establishment of the new Shaw brothers, the attitude of the Sixth Ant seemed to have shifted, appearing to encourage actors to showcase themselves in productions by the new Shaw brothers. Thus, Johnny felt confident that once he extended an olive branch, everyone would eagerly participate. Andy Lau happened to be available and was perfect for the lead role, while Eric Sang was well suited for the character of Pig Oil. As for the other 2 female leads, there was no need to look elsewhere. They would be played by Vivian Chow and Margie Sang. Such a lavish lineup, surely. A production budget of 1 million is insufficient. Although it is said to be a friendly appearance, even Johnny would not wish to owe such a significant favor. Among the trainees in the 12th episode, I find Lu Qingyun quite commendable. After graduating, he has been relegated to minor roles. While his appearance may not be the most striking, his versatility in acting is commendable, and I wish to grant him an opportunity to take on a leading role. Among this cohort of trainees, both Ng Mantat and Lan Jiang are also impressive. I shall cast them as the leading ladies. Chapter 21 introduces a brand new ensemble. I cannot fathom how the $500 million detective can recoup its costs. Lu Qingyun, who has been a mere extra in the duel, is overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of being invited by director to star in a new film. After a year of playing background roles, transitioning from a policewoman to his current role in the duel, he has yet to secure a character with even a single line. In contrast, his contemporaneous graduate, Ng Chi-hua, has already landed the male lead, Morong Bai, in the magical realm. While others step into leading roles, he finds himself continuously relegated to the background. The disparity is indeed stark. Without even inquiring about the remuneration, he readily accepted Johnny 2's invitation. Ng Mantat and Lan Jiang subsequently accepted their roles as well. Tata ultimately reached out to Uncle Da, who is no stranger to collaboration with him, in the recently concluded The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Uncle Da portrayed Elder Pong of the Beggars Sect. Director 2, it is an honor for you to cast me as a supporting character in your debut film. Feel free to determine my remuneration, he said. Thus, the $500 million detective was officially greenlit. To the astonishment of the media, the most prominent figure with the highest pay on set turned out to be Uncle Da. What is new Shaw Brothers up to? They previously vowed to cease producing shoddy works and to restore the image of Shaw Brothers as a purveyor of quality films. Yet they seem unable to shed their penchant for small-scale productions. With $1 million budget, a novice director, and a host of inexperienced actors, the only noteworthy talent remains a supporting role. Is the esteemed Chen truly serious about filmmaking? Perhaps the gossip media has run out of newsworthy items to report. leaving only a modest column for the announcement of the $500 million detective. Soon, an employee tasked with monitoring competitors' activities delivered this report to Zhou Huiwen's desk. Zhou Huiwen had grown accustomed to Chin's erratic maneuvers. This reporter even interviewed director Johnny Tu, with the only eye-catching element being the $1 million check presented by Chun. TSK. This Chin really is wealthy and reckless, remarked an assistant derisively. With such a cast, 1 million Hong Kong dollars is likely to go down the drain. Zhou Huiwen was reluctant to speak too definitively, yet from his experience, he deemed it indeed challenging for the $500 million detective to break even. This film is destined to be a flop. By the way, I heard The God of Gamblers is set to premiere in June? Yes. New Shaw Brothers is promoting it vigorously. TVB has been incessantly advertising it, and numerous properties from Gianni have displayed billboards. Zhou Huiwen has also seen the trailers aired by TVB. To be frank, one can glean from the trailers that The God of Gamblers possesses substantial content. The story, suspense, characters, and even the music are all quite compelling. Having been in the industry for so long, he can discern the quality of films with a mere glance. The box office for The God of Gamblers may not be low. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Hurry up and urge Hung Jinbao to move there." The Lucky Star's release from July to June. His words carried an undeniable authority. The assistant sensed a faint yet palpable threat. New Shaw Brothers boasts a profound heritage, and with Gianni as its financial backing, it is indeed formidable. Zhou Huiwen's intent was straightforward, to use the Lucky Stars to obliterate The God of Gamblers. He wished for Chin's first major production after taking over Shaw Brothers to meet with failure. One troublesome competitor in Hong Kong City is sufficient. He certainly does not desire other capital to encroach on the spoils. The film industry is fraught with complexities. It is not a realm that can be navigated merely with ample funds. Chapter 22 presents a colossal farce. Some dare to underestimate The God of Gamblers. In the 1980s, due to Hong Kong's unique circumstances, vast amounts of black money flowed into the city. Hong Kong rapidly ascended to become one of the largest financial centers in East Asia and indeed the world. Finance is not a playground for the average citizen. Earning a mere $20,000 to $30,000 a month only leads to being harvested in the stock market. Wealth predominantly amassed in the hands of affluent tycoons and a select elite, resulting in a stark disparity in societal wealth. The upper echelons indulged in a life of excess, while those at the bottom resided in Kowloon walled city or cramped pigeon apartments, daily dreaming of sudden riches. On one side, a few fortunate individuals bask in wealth. On the other, the majority endure a life of toil. Gradually, a sense of urgency and a desire for quick gains emerged, leading individuals to pursue whatever promised rapid financial returns. This is also why the prevalence of organized crime has become a cultural symbol. What business yields the quickest profits? Naturally, the unsavory realms of vice, gambling, and drugs. Underground gambling dens proliferate, with many nurturing dreams of overnight wealth through gambling. In these economically challenging times, everyone is fixated on striking it rich, resulting in a resurgence of gambling culture. Wang Jing, astutely aware of this trend, deftly infused elements of eroticism, violence, and gambling battles into The God of Gamblers, featuring handsome actors and beautiful actresses such as Chow Yun-fat and Charlotte Chung. When all these elements converged in the trailer, many found themselves captivated by its content. Even those who typically refrain from cinema attendance were tantalized by the allure it presented. Sixth Aunt expressed her staunch support for Chun Long's inaugural masterpiece. Not only did she feature the trailer for The God of Gamblers in the television series The Legend of the Condor Heroes, but she also invited the film's crew to appear on Enjoy Yourself Tonight. Enjoy Yourself Tonight is Hong Kong's most enduring variety show. It must be said that the artists of this era displayed remarkable dedication, going so far as to prepare a short play to promote The God of Gamblers. During the show, Chow Yun-fat oscillated between madness and childlike whimsy, exuding an imposing presence. With merely the nuances of his expressions, he portrayed diverse character archetypes, earning thunderous applause from the audience. They finally realized how expansive Chow Yun-fat's acting range is. The image of Su Wenxiang had become so entrenched that people overlooked his multifaceted talents. The enchanting attire of Charlotte Chung and Chung Huaqian dazzled the audience. Each of the two stunning beauties possessed their own captivating allure, and the combination of handsome men and beautiful women heightened anticipation for The God of Gamblers to its zenith. In the backstage, Chun Long silently applauded their efforts. The promotional campaign for The God of Gamblers can be deemed a resounding success. In the 1980s, few avenues existed for film promotion, with cinema distribution remaining paramount. At this juncture, Shaw Brothers' advantages became evident. Shaw Brothers was the largest cinema chain in East Asia, without equal. Not only did they possess numerous theaters in Hong Kong transformed into large cinemas, but they also had their own cinemas across various regions in Southeast Asia. Upon Sir Run Run Shaw's command, massive posters for The God of Gamblers were affixed outside all their theaters. The images of two men and two women attracted countless moviegoers to pause and admire. At that time, the practice of multi-screen cinemas had yet to take hold. A cinema with 2 or 3 screens was considered substantial. It can be said that these establishments, spread throughout East Asia, constituted the backbone of Shaw Brothers' enduring presence. However, as more cinemas sprang up, Shaw Brothers' advantages would gradually diminish after the 1980s. Cinemas also require profitability. They will naturally screen whatever films sell well. As the promotional efforts of the new Shaw Brothers intensify, the Jai team is equally unyielding, launching trailers and promotional posters for 5 Fortune Stars across multiple channels. 5 Fortune Stars is a grand production by Jai, meticulously crafted to counter the phenomenal success of Best Partners from the rival Nui Ching. Last year, Best Partners amassed an impressive $26 million in box office revenue, securing the title of box office champion for the year. Although the sequel, Best Partners 2, released in February this year, did not replicate the success of its predecessor, it still garnered $20 million in ticket sales, making it the highest-grossing film of the first half of the year. Jai has invested significant effort into 5 Fortune Stars, boasting a star-studded cast: Sammo Hung, Eric Sang, Sherry Chung, Jackie Chan, Yuan Biao, and Lam Ching-ing. The lavish production and exceptional ensemble have generated immense anticipation even before its release, overshadowing God of Gamblers. The Jai team believes that their boss, Zhou Huiwen, is somewhat overreacting, as using 5 Fortune Stars to target God of Gamblers seems like a mere formality. Even within the creative team of God of Gamblers, there is a shared sentiment regarding this. The most disheartened is Chow Yun-fat, who, after finally feeling he had found a role destined for him, aimed to revive his former glory, only to encounter Jai's strategic maneuvering. He has grown weary of this sense of helplessness. Initially radiant in his portrayal of the God of Gamblers, he now displays a dismal demeanor. Fat Gore, you must have a bit of confidence in yourself and faith in our new Shaw Brothers. Chow Yun-fat offers a faint smile, sensing that his boss is merely trying to comfort him. On the day of the premiere, even the usually flamboyant Wang Jing appeared subdued, lacking his typical cheeky demeanor. Chapter 23. The Dark Horse Runs Wild. The premiere of God of Gamblers attracted a throng of film critics. The promotional efforts for God of Gamblers have been unprecedented. And with Jai's 5 Fortune Stars releasing simultaneously, the two films are set for a fierce showdown. The zealous critics are eager to experience the film firsthand, seeking immediate feedback from the audience. Among them is Ollie from Ming Pao, one of the largest newspapers in Hong Kong, known for its incisive critiques and serialized novels, which became immensely popular in Southeast Asia during the 1980s. Over the past 2 years, it has seen rapid growth, maintaining a daily circulation of 130,000 copies. Often referred to as Hong Kong's version of the Times, Ollie, a film aficionado with a strong writing background, seized the opportunity to watch a film funded by the conglomerate. He had previously screened 5 Fortune Stars, and to be frank, it truly lives up to its status as an all-star production. As a fan of Mr. Sammo Hung, he was left yearning for more after the viewing, already drafting how to extol the virtues of the Hung family ensemble. Thus, his attendance at God of Gamblers was merely a task to fulfill. The founder of Ming Pao, Mr. Jin Yong, shares a deeply intertwined history with Shaw Brothers, and it is likely that there is a bias towards supporting new Shaw Brothers. However, as a semi-professional film critic, Ollie adhered to his principles of integrity and objectivity. He resolved to be pragmatic, unreservedly highlighting any flaws in God of Gamblers, while also offering some commendation where due. Yet, upon witnessing Fat Gore's entrance, as he deftly dealt with a cheating adversary, his calm demeanor radiated the charisma of the God of Gamblers. In that moment, Chow Yun-fat breathed life into the character. He was the God of Gamblers, and the God of Gamblers was he. Ollie felt invigorated, as if a fire ignited within him. Drawing from his extensive cinematic experience, he discerned that this rendition of the God of Gamblers was far from a hasty production. When Fat Gore fell victim to a trap and tumbled off a cliff, his portrayal of a frightened child elicited applause from the audience. Chow Yun-fat's expressive eyes seemed to communicate volumes. While playing cards and indulging in chocolate, he embodied the God of Gamblers, only to transform into a naive child moments later. The scene featuring the assault on Xiao Wenxi had the audience on edge, wishing they could intervene and deliver a thrashing to the villainous Gao Yi. As the iconic BGM of the God of Gamblers played and Fat Gore appeared, the audience was enveloped in goosebumps. Ollie experienced an illusion, feeling that at that moment, Fat Gore was invincible. No one could defeat him amidst that soundtrack. It wasn't until the screen displayed a warning urging viewers to steer clear of gambling that the audience realized the film had concluded. They had been engrossed for a full 2 hours, with no one leaving their seats or noticing the passage of time, inadvertently consuming the entire film. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but it resonated for 3 minutes before the curtain fell into darkness. Ollie suddenly recognized he was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the brilliance of the film. He mentally composed countless praises, yet ultimately could only muster a single exclamation. Incredible. Other viewers chimed in, echoing sentiments of admiration. God of Gamblers is phenomenal, and Fat Gore is amazing. The cinema buzzed with accolades. They expressed their emotions using the simplest of phrases. Yet, Ollie was eager for a second viewing, having been so engrossed in the film that he overlooked many details. Although he longed to dash to the office and pen a review, he decided to exercise patience and watch it again. At that moment, the thought of paying for a second ticket was overshadowed by his desire to experience God of Gamblers once more. The following day, Ming-Ji Evening News published an extensive critique from Ollie, titled There is a God of Gamblers, and his name is Chow Yun-Fat. He eloquently analyzed the film through themes of kinship, friendship, and love, commending the performances of the cast. He expressed profound admiration for Chow Yun-Fat's effortless portrayal, declaring the film the greatest gambling movie of the 20th century, with Wang Jing's youthful brilliance echoing that of a master. The three major newspapers in Hong Kong, due to their apolitical stance, unanimously bestowed high praise upon God of Gamblers. Rather than merely narrating a tale of a skilled gambler, it conveyed a narrative of a deity descending to humanity. The overseas Chinese daily, God of Gamblers, a groundbreaking work by the young director Wang Jing. The industrial and commercial daily, due to the media's acclaim and the fervent word of mouth among fans, God of Gamblers experienced a surge in viewership. However, Zhou Huaiwen, initially elated, soon detected an unsettling trend. Despite 5 Fortune stars having a clear advantage in screening slots, its box office revenue only exceeded God of Gamblers by a mere few $100,000 Hong Kong dollars. He initially dismissed it as an anomaly, believing that God of Gamblers had an edge in promotions and that 5 Fortune stars would soon widen the gap. Yet, when the box office results for the following day were released, his expression darkened. Chapter 24, A Failed Scheme. 5 Fortune stars earned 2.05 million Hong Kong dollars, while God of Gamblers garnered 2.06 million. Zhou Huaiwen could hardly believe his eyes as he repeated the figures. He handed the report to He Guangchang, who meticulously recalculated the numbers. Yet, they aligned perfectly. God of Gamblers had unexpectedly surpassed 5 Fortune stars by 10,000 Hong Kong dollars the next day. Although the difference was minimal, it was an insufferable blow for both men. Overnight, God of Gamblers had achieved an astonishing turnaround. With stars like Sammo Hung, Jackie Chan, Yuan Kuei, and Chow Yun-Fat, how could they have faced such a reversal? Zhou Huaiwen could no longer fathom the possibility of 5 Fortune stars losing. While he could accept a defeat to the long-standing rival Best Partners series, succumbing to a film that was evidently subpar like God of Gamblers was utterly unacceptable to him. Humph. Ming Pao has lauded the film God of Gamblers to such an extent that the public, in a moment of frenzy, will soon come to realize it is but a lackluster production. As the acclaim for 5 Lucky Stars continues to ferment, its box office performance is certain to experience a remarkable turnaround. He Guangchang stubbornly clings to the hope that the reputation of 5 Lucky Stars will flourish. He even indulges in conspiracy theories, suspecting that Qianlong has lavishly bribed the 3 major newspapers to extol the virtues of God of Gamblers. Consequently, they resolve to personally venture into the cinema to uncover the truth behind God of Gamblers. However, the assistant quickly reports back, all tickets for God of Gamblers are sold out, and a throng is queuing to purchase tickets. By the time I reached the counter, a notice had been posted declaring that tickets for God of Gamblers were no longer available. Zhou and he, taken aback, felt an ominous sensation creeping into their hearts. To satisfy their curiosity, they leveraged connections to secure 2 tickets for God of Gamblers. After the film concluded, unlike the audience who remained in a state of agitation, they fell into a prolonged silence. Zhou Ruinfa's performance instilled a sense of dread, while Wang Jing's directorial prowess left them in terror. The collaboration between the two resulted in a masterpiece as flawless as an exquisite work of art. They, at Golden Harvest, were utterly defeated. From both narrative and commercial perspectives, their loss was undeniably justified. Zhou Huaiwen felt a profound regret for his earlier decision to advance the release date of 5 Lucky Stars. His underestimation had led 5 Lucky Stars to collide head-on with a remarkably formidable adversary. He Guangchang observed that some viewers, after watching the film, were emotionally stirred, openly discussing the plot, providing commentary on everything from the cast to the human nature depicted in the story. He realized that this film's popularity would surpass that of Best Partners, reaching unprecedented heights. Huaiwen, this is dire. Our 5 Lucky Stars will face challenges ahead. The sensation generated by God of Gamblers would undoubtedly compel indecisive cinema owners to increase its screening schedule, which could only come at the expense of reducing the showtimes for 5 Lucky Stars. This would lead to a significant drop in box office earnings for 5 Lucky Stars, as the strong would only grow stronger. Zhou Huaiwen nodded. In the past, no matter how difficult the situation, he would never remain passive, always managing to guide Golden Harvest out of adversity. Yet now, confronted with this predicament, he felt utterly powerless. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes appeared laughably futile. Alas, this time I underestimated the new Shaw brothers. It was my miscalculation, and I am willing to bear all responsibility. Old Joe, how can you expect me to cope with this? We have both misjudged the situation. It is not merely our oversight. After the addition of Jackie Chan to the Hung family, we have grown overly confident, and the rise of Nui Ching has not sufficiently alerted us. Yet, the new Shaw brothers have delivered a resounding slap in the face. This is a good thing. It is also a blessing for Baoha. Oh, old friend, spare me your justifications. We must now focus on how to counter the backlash from the new Shaw brothers. As anticipated, the situation unfolded precisely as they had predicted. With God of Gamblers in high demand, the cinema chain immediately collaborated with the theaters in Hong Kong to increase its screening schedule by 20 slots. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining future dealings with Golden Harvest, they might have even considered further reducing the showtimes for 5 lucky stars. Hong Jinbao and others were left dumbfounded. The crew from Nui Ching trampling over them was one thing, but they could not fathom how the box office poison Zhou Ruanfa and his ensemble of newcomers could trample them in ticket sales. Yet, the reality was undeniable. God of Gamblers not only excelled at the box office, but also garnered unexpectedly high praise. Both the press and the general public bestowed upon God of Gamblers exceptionally favorable reviews. Within a week of its release, God of Gamblers amassed a total box office of 15 million. This figure was sufficient to set the Hong Kong film industry ablaze. It shattered the weekly box office record established by Best Partners, released in 1982 by Nui Ching. And the box office for God of Gamblers was poised to continue surpassing the records set by Best Partners. Originally, the newly established Shaw brothers was filled with unsettling emotions. Having grown accustomed to a routine existence, the prospect of reform instilled resistance among many, with some even hoping that their innovative projects would face setbacks, allowing them to return to the monotonous rhythm of life. However, the box office success of God of Gamblers dealt them a severe blow, a slap that struck Li Hanxiang's face. He realized that his complacency had led Shaw brothers into a state of gradual decline. Only by altering entrenched notions and embracing the independent producer system could he accompany the new Shaw brothers into the future. People began to calculate the potential earnings for Wang Jing. With a projected box office of 30 million, he could expect to receive at least 1.5 million in dividends. The allure of money captivated many, and this news quickly spread like wildfire among colleagues. Chapter 25. Attempting to poach Su Leiguai, dissecting Nui Ching. Master Lu, I heard you have a past connection with Su Daxia? Lu Jiaoyang nodded, uncertain of why his boss brought this up. Humph, it's nothing but Golden Harvest. Do they think I would simply let this slide? Qianlong is not one to suffer in silence, having been bullied in a past life. He refuses to live in humiliation in this one. He aims to sabotage Golden Harvest's plan to poach Su Ku. In a bid to lure Su Ku away from Nui Ching, Golden Harvest directly invested 30 million Hong Kong dollars in him. Spending 2 years inviting Zheng Xiaoqiu and Lin Qingxiao to star, with Hong Jinbao and Yuan Biao in supporting roles, culminating in an epic production, New Shushan Swordsman. The result? Released in February, it only garnered 15 million at the box office, leading to a significant loss. Golden Harvest was not one to accept defeat lightly. Having spent the money, they were determined to reclaim their investment. Despite the substantial loss from New Shushan, they recognized Su Ku's talent and his ability to manage large productions. They were now wholly intent on inviting him to join their ranks. Aware of the underlying details, Qianlong suddenly conceived the best way to irritate several shareholders at Golden Harvest. Moreover, he admired Su Leiguai for his impressive body of work. Each installment of the Once Upon a Time in China trilogy, Dragon Inn, and A Chinese Ghost Story had been box office hits and classics. Both Nui Ching and Golden Harvest had failed to fully utilize his talents. Only by joining his new Shaw brothers could he truly spread his wings. With this thought in mind, he spoke to Lu Jiaoyang. Master Lu, I hope you can help me introduce Su Ku. I wish to recruit him to the new Shaw brothers. Lu Jiaoyang nodded in agreement. Of course, he is indeed underutilized at Nui Ching. Making comedies is not his aspiration. He has always wanted to try his hand at martial arts films, and only you can provide him that opportunity. With that, he picked up the phone and dialed Su Ku's home. At that moment, Su Ku was discussing the prospect of changing jobs with his wife, Shi Nanxing. To be honest, Su Ku was also considering the possibility of transitioning to Golden Harvest. Nui Ching had a 7-member team responsible for Best Partners 1 and Best Partners 2, where all the ideas and concepts were birthed through collaboration in their conference room. There were no individual accolades, no core figure, regardless of the box office success. The recognition belonged to the collective, and all profits were allocated to Nui Ching. Each member, even if not involved in a film or suffering losses, received a subsidy, considered company support to be deducted from future profits. Mai Jiao referred to this system as a communal pot. However, a problem arose. Among the 7, Some contributed more than others, leading to disputes over profit distribution. Maijia suggested that those who contributed more should take the lion's share, but circumstances had to be considered. The result was that Zheng Jiwei decided to jump ship. After Best Partners won, he received only over $1 million, far below expectations. And despite Best Partners 2 grossing over $20 million, he received not a single cent. After tallying the figures, deducting previous subsidies, he found himself owing money to Nui Cheng. It was astonishing that one could end up in debt to the company after making a film. The psychologically unbalanced Eric Sang, feeling the need to forge his own path, ventured out to seek sustenance, thereby placing the considerable burden of the Best Partner 3 squarely on Sui Hark's shoulders. At this juncture, Sui Hark found himself unusually fatigued. Mega Films insisted on a communal meal system and continued to focus on comedy, leaving him with a wealth of talent, yet no outlet to express it, compounded by a debt owed to the company. Meanwhile, at Golden Harvest, Zhou Huaiwen unhesitatingly produced $30 million for him to create a film, allowing him the creative freedom to direct as he pleased. Even in light of the financial losses from the new Legend of Shaolin, they remained willing to support his cinematic endeavors. In such stark contrast, it was only natural to contemplate a transition to Golden Harvest. However, how could he explain this to his brothers? When he shot films for Golden Harvest, Mega Films had also released him. How could he betray the trust of his comrades? Just then, the phone rang. After listening, Sui Hark's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Shi Nansheng, standing by, inquired, "What is the matter, Lao Su? Who called?" Shi Nansheng was no ordinary individual. She was one of the 7 heroes, the sole woman among a group of men. As the chief steward of Nui Cheng, responsible for finances and logistics, she held significant influence. It was Master Lu from Shaw Brothers who mentioned that Boss Chen wished to invite them for a discussion. What else could they possibly do but listen to some insider gossip, seeking to lure them to the new Shaw Brothers? Sui Hark couldn't help but smile wryly. Now with the emergence of a new Shaw Brothers, the situation had grown increasingly intricate. Upon hearing this, Shi Nansheng's eyes brightened, and she remarked, "Lao Su, why not meet with Boss Su? In this 3-way competition, you could leverage your position, should you choose to stay with Nui Cheng. I've heard that Wang Jing has divided over $2 million. Upon hearing that figure, Sui Hark's eyes sparkled. The Gambling God's innovative films were both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. Most crucially, as the producer, Wang Jing could secure a share of the box office revenue. Not long ago, Chen Long had openly acknowledged this during a media interview, even suggesting that $2 million was a conservative estimate, encouraging reporters to speculate further. The allure of wealth was undeniable, and Sui Hark responded with a smile. Then let us set forth immediately to meet with Boss Chen. Chapter 26, Sui Hark Studio. A scathing rebuke of mega film shamelessness. The parties convened at the renowned Mandarin Oriental Hotel, steeped in history and adorned with an eagle-inspired aristocratic design. Only the affluent could afford to dine here. It was the couple's inaugural visit, and they felt somewhat out of place, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. They had yet to reap any substantial financial rewards at Nui Cheng. "Esteemed guests, please follow me," the attendant said, leading them to the VIP suite where Chen Long had been awaiting their arrival. He and Lu Jiaoyang rose to greet them, demonstrating their respect. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Long candidly stated, "Director Sui, Miss Shi, the purpose of this invitation is to propose that you join the new Shaw Brothers and collaborate to enhance the Hong Kong film industry." Both Sui Hark and Shi Nansheng felt a sense of unease. While Chen Long's invitation to Sui Hark was understandable, why had he included her? The unconventional approach caught them off guard. Chen Long, amused, elaborated, "Ms. Shi, you are aware that since my arrival at the new Shaw Brothers, Sixth Dan has taken many management staff with her, and Jia Ning has dispatched personnel to assist me. However, transitioning to a different industry is akin to crossing a mountain. I am in dire need of someone with your expertise in film production management." Understanding dawned on Shi Nansheng, yet she had never contemplated leaving Nui Cheng. "Rest assured, I shall not employ the same unscrupulous tactics as Mega Films. Should you join the new Shaw Brothers, you will assume the role of general manager and receive a 5% stake." The term unscrupulous ignited Sui Hark's sense of injustice for his brother. "Boss Chen, your words may be a bit excessive," he retorted. Observing Sui Hark's continued defense of Mega Films, Chen Long scoffed, The so-called collective creation system at Mega Films is, in my view, a farce. Mega, Shi Tian, and Huang Beiming collectively hold 49% of Nui Cheng's shares, while Sui Hark, Shi Nansheng, Eric Sang, and the numerous directors who joined later possess none. How can a boss who receives company dividends preach about fairness while claiming that everyone is part of a collective? With box office hits every year, yet still owing the company money? Only a fool would play along with that charade. Your departure would betray your brothers and their trust in you. Workplace PUA has been thoroughly mastered by Mega Films. This is precisely the reason why the 7 heroes of Nui Cheng ultimately parted ways. Eric Sang sought to fend for himself, yet he inevitably faced losses. Even with the company's collapse, he did not return to Nui Ching. While you tighten your belts to make ends meet. Mega Films' three major shareholders have never compromised their own interests. Eric Chang's films, The Best Partner 1 and 2, grossed nearly 50 million combined. How much did he earn? And how much did Mega Films profit? To Sui Hark, these words struck like a dagger to the heart. Indeed, in a collective creation, shouldn't the producer and director receive a larger share? Yet, in reality, they, as directors, not only earned nothing but also owed money to the company. If you treat others as brothers, they merely view you as expendable labor. Even blood brothers must keep clear accounts. Director Sui, if you believe my assertions to be unfounded, calculate your earnings over the past few years and see how much you've actually taken home. Upon this inquiry, Sui Hark fell silent. Such calculations were too painful to confront. Shi Nanxing felt a sense of injustice for her husband. With Eric Sang stepping aside, it was up to Sui Hark to shoulder the burden. Yet it seemed he would receive no benefits in return, as Mega Films and the capital partners, the Golden Princess, offered no acknowledgement. Was it truly magnanimous to have Sui Hark shoot films for Golden Harvest? In her view, it was not. These shareholders were certain that Sui Hark's risk-taking in making innovative films would lead to losses, compelling him to return to laboring at Nui Ching. Sui Hark's spirit remained indignant. The camaraderie of the seven heroes should not be tarnished by an outsider's monetary interests. He retorted, Boss Chun, even if I were to change companies, I would seek out Golden Harvest. Boss Zhou has immense faith in me and guarantees that I won't be penalized for the losses incurred by the new legend of Shaolin. If we are to discuss capital strength, how could Golden Harvest possibly compare to the new Shaw brothers? The assurances they provide, I, Qianlong, can double. He continued. Should you join the new Shaw brothers, I can invest in establishing your own company, providing you with an annual budget of 10 million for film production, with themes unrestricted to mere comedies. At that moment, comedies were indeed the mainstream style of Hong Kong films, with productions like Hung Kimpa S. Baohua, Jackie Chan S. Weiwa, and Nui Ching all vying for box office supremacy. Shi Nanxing asked excitedly, the same treatment as Wang Jing? Of course, we can formalize this in a contract. Unlike Mega Films, I won't offer you mere verbal promises. All the benefits I previously mentioned can be written into the agreement. Upon hearing this, Shi Nanxing was immediately intrigued. As the chief steward of Nui Ching, she had diligently served Mega Films for 3 years without receiving any shares. Joining the new Shaw brothers would not only grant her the status of general manager, but also provide her with a 5% stake. Do not underestimate this 5%. It represented a transformative leap from worker to owner. Without shares, one would forever remain an outsider. Sui Hark found himself engulfed in contemplation. Although Zhou Huaiwen had promised to continue investing in him, there was one stipulation he could not accept. Upon joining Golden Harvest, he would be required to produce mainstream comedies, such as the Lucky Star series, prioritizing profit above all else. At this critical juncture, it was Shi Nanxing who urged her husband, Old Su. I have come to a realization. Notions of brotherhood and the humility to appreciate the talented are but illusions. In the eyes of Maijia and Zhou Huaiwen, you are merely a tool, a means to an end. They fail to comprehend your brilliance and disregard your boundless imagination. It is Chun Sheng who truly understands you. Only at Xian Xiao Shi can you create the works you genuinely wish to bring to life. Miss Shi, your words have struck a chord with Chun. An unchanging comedy will inevitably bore its audience, and an incessant focus on comedic films may alienate potential viewers. For Hong Kong cinema to reach a global audience, it must embrace diversity and innovation. My support for Wang Jing's production of Gambling God stems from this very principle. It is no wonder that Mr. Chen has achieved great business success. His vision far surpasses that of Maijia and Zhou Huaiwen. The ambition to elevate Hong Kong cinema onto the world stage commands admiration from all present. At this moment, Suku perceives Zhou Huaiwen and Maijia as somewhat petty, recognizing that the truly visionary Qianlong is his rightful leader. As the couple readily agreed, Qianlong could hardly contain his delight. Fearing that they might be swayed by Maijia's manipulative tactics, he promptly summoned legal counsel to draft a contract, urging them to sign without delay. Chapter 27 left them dumbfounded. How did our disputes ultimately benefit Qianlong? The area outside the Xian Shaoshi building was teeming with reporters. They had received insider information that Jianyang Shaoshi would announce a significant development today. The first group to arrive had already observed that the building was adorned with 2 obscure drapes. TVB cameras began to position themselves. Qianlong did not keep the crowd waiting for long. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by reporters. Qiansheng, are you here to announce that Gambling God has successfully surpassed 30 million Hong Kong dollars in box office sales after 3 weeks? Qianlong did not deny it. Instead, smiling and stating, I have gathered you all today to announce 2 exciting pieces of news. The first, as you might have guessed, is that Gambling God has officially surpassed 30 million Hong Kong dollars in box office sales. and with its simultaneous release in Nanyang. The overseas box office has also reached 18 million Hong Kong dollars. The crowd was momentarily stunned. They nearly forgot that both Chen Xiao and his company hailed from Nanyang, where they possessed their own cinema chains. Furthermore, the overseas box office performance was impressive. They quickly calculated that, based on a 50-50 revenue-sharing model, after deducting production and promotional costs, XI and Xiaoshi would net at least 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Such an outstanding achievement for their first production prompted comparisons to the newly established XI and Yicheng. Would Qianlong's XI and Xiaoshi become the next XI and Yicheng? The crowd remained skeptical. XI and Yicheng was brimming with talent, while XI and Xiaoshi could only boast a collection of antiquated figures. Meanwhile, Zhou Huaiwen and Mai Jia, watching from their television screens, scoffed at the notion. One successful production was hardly enough to intimidate them. For XI and Xiaoshi to truly eclipse them, much more effort was required. Their previous miscalculation had led to this setback. Zhou Huaiwen and Mai Jia were already searching for individuals to produce 1 or 2 gambling films. As a continuous stream of creativity was the foundation of Golden Harvest and XI and Yicheng's dominance in the Hong Kong film industry. While surpassing Gambling God might be challenging, mimicking its commercial strategies was certainly within reach. Qianlong possessed only Wang Jing as a trump card, whereas they had a plethora of options to play. However, their smiles soon froze in place as a familiar figure appeared on the television screen. Old Su, what is he doing at the XI and Xiaoshi press conference? And what about Shi Nanxing? What on earth are they up to? A profound sense of crisis surged within Zhou Huaiwen and Mai Jia. The journalists present erupted into a frenzy. The appearance of the Su Ke couple hinted at a potential new collaboration between both parties, which could become the biggest news of the day. Chen Sheng, is there an announcement regarding a new collaboration between XI and Xiaoshi and Director Su? Director Su, Mai Jia, infuriated, smashed his cup and cursed, Old Su. Without so much as a greeting, you rush off to XI and Xiaoshi to make films? Do you no longer acknowledge me as your leader? At that moment, he failed to realize that Su Ku intended to completely extricate himself from his manipulative grasp. Such a cunning maneuver could only be described as malicious, akin to a heartless betrayal. Qianlong, with his arm draped around Su Ku's shoulder, introduced him to the reporters. Allow me to present to you the new owner of our subsidiary Ninka, Mr. Su Ku. Before he could finish, the cameras began clicking furiously, and the frenzy among the reporters escalated. Some believed they had misheard and interrupted Qianlong with questions. Chen Sheng, are you suggesting that Director Su will join XI and Xiaoshi as the head of a studio? Su Ku confirmed. Yes, starting today, I, Su Ku, officially join XI and Xiaoshi. The room erupted in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the Su Ku, whom Golden Harvest and XI and Yicheng had fought so hard to recruit, would suddenly choose to affiliate with XI and Xiaoshi. This unexpected announcement sent shockwaves through the industry. Mai Jia, watching from his television, was left dumbfounded. He could not comprehend why Su Ku would leave XI and Yicheng without a word. Were they not brothers, pledging to strengthen XI and Yicheng together? He found it difficult to accept this outcome. With Jiwei gone, was Su Ku also preparing to depart? His gaze fell on Shi Nanxing, the ever-reliable manager. If Su Ku left, would she not follow suit? No, I must confront Su Ku directly. On the other hand, Zhou Huaiwen was equally unsettled, seeking solace in a remedy. That Qianlong is truly devious. He knows precisely how much we invested in winning over Su Ku. And this is a blatant counterattack against our ambitions for Gambling God. If Su Ku were to remain at XI and Yicheng, I could accept it. But the bond between us would inevitably fracture. A disunity among the 7 brothers would lead to an inevitable collapse from within. Yet, I never anticipated that Su Ku would choose to ally with XI and Xiaoshi and establish his own studio. I am well aware of Su Ku's capabilities. An unrestrained talent like him could wreak havoc in this industry. What infuriates Zhou Huaiwen even more is that Shi Nanxing, the manager of XI and Yicheng, might follow Su Ku to XI and Xiaoshi, thereby fortifying Qianlong's position. With Qianlong gaining strength, he would undoubtedly become a formidable rival to Golden Harvest. The news announced by Qianlong at the press conference sent tremors throughout the film production industry, sparking fervent discussions among all industry professionals. Previously, they had perceived XI and Xiaoshi as merely a company with backing. However, it became evident that their ambitions extended far beyond mere profit. Qianlong was determined to become the entertainment mogul of Hong Kong cinema. Upon learning the news, Sir Xiao and Lady Lu beamed with joy. Lady Lu, fetch my cherished Huadiao wine. I wish to celebrate with Qianlong. His recent accomplishments had truly brought him great satisfaction and a sense of vindication. It was no wonder Sir Xiao was so exhilarated. He had long-standing grievances with Golden Harvest and XI and Yicheng. Zhou Huaiwen, He Guanchong, and Shi Tian, one of the shareholders of XI and Yicheng, had all emerged from Xiao's legacy. Since the 1970s, these individuals had carved out their own paths, taking advantage of Xiao's vulnerability as a solitary elder. He He had a profound love for cinema, watching dozens of films each day in his youth. And he was deeply invested in Xiao's productions. It is precisely due to the relentless pressure exerted by Zhou Huiwen and his associates that he gradually devoted all his energy to the television station. This year, with Xiao Long poaching Su Ku, it undoubtedly served as a means for him to vent his frustrations, allowing these individuals to experience a fraction of the indignities he had once endured. What brought him the greatest joy was that Chun Long rekindled his hope for the resurgence of the Xia brand. What did it matter if he transferred Xia to Chun Long for a mere $1? After all, his two sons held him in disdain, unwilling to accept his fortune. Contemplating this, he even conceived a bolder decision. Chapter 28. Confrontation and the Unmasking of True Intentions. Before the news concluded, the remaining members of the new E-City 7-member group spontaneously gathered in the conference room. In this small chamber, the best partnership, along with several productions grossing tens of millions, was born. Yet, the room was devoid of the usual laughter and cheer. Instead, it was shrouded in an oppressive silence. The defection of core member Su Ku cast a shadow over the camaraderie of the group. Shi Tian, who held shares just below Maijia, remarked, "Su Ku's departure is a fact we must face, Big Brother Mai. Our most pressing concern now is to persuade Shi Nanxing to return. New E-City cannot afford to lose her." Struggling to contain his emotions, Maijia nodded, "I will call them both back and demand an explanation for their betrayal. Do they not owe it to us, their brothers?" However, from outside the room, a cold voice of Shi Nanxing interjected, "Why should we leave? As the boss, are you truly unaware? For the past few years, Lao Su and I have diligently upheld our responsibilities to New East City, while you, Maijia, have failed to honor your commitments to us." Silence, Shi Nanxing. Were it not for your connection to Lao Su, you would have no right to speak here. Shi Nanxing's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve with Maijia. The collective creative system was a principle he staunchly defended. New E-City could survive without Su Ku. But this policy must persist. Mr. Chun was indeed correct. You profess to advocate for shared prosperity, yet you are the one most averse to accountability. With that, Shi Nanxing produced a ledger. Huang Beiming queried, "Nanxing, what is this?" "This is the profit-sharing account since the establishment of New E-City." I was taken aback by these figures. It appears that you, as the bosses, have been dividing the profits in this manner. No wonder Xing Jiwei and several of us found ourselves indebted to the company. Su Ku, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "Big Brother Mai, Shi Tian. Huang Beiming, I once thought it somewhat vulgar for brothers to discuss money. When I left, I felt you were betraying our trust. However, now that I see how you have treated yourselves over these years, I must conclude that you are truly despicable." Su Ku rarely expressed such sentiments, and disappointment was palpable in his gaze as he regarded the others. The previously furious Maijia now found it difficult to meet Su Ku's eyes. The diminutive Teddy Robin, after reviewing the accounts, found his composure destabilized. He had not anticipated that the brothers he held in high regard would indulge in self-serving practices. Every cent owed to us was meticulously accounted for, yet not a single penny of the promised profits reached us. It is no wonder Xing chose to flee when circumstances turned dire. The once formidable figure of Big Brother Mai appeared hypocritical in Teddy Robin's eyes. Seeing that moral persuasion was ineffective with the two, Maijia's demeanor hardened, and he resorted to threats. "Your contracts remain with New E-City. If you were to sign secretly with New Xia, do you not fear the Golden Princess, the behind-the-scenes investment company, might seek compensation from you? Maijia, do you truly wish to escalate this matter to a public scandal, exposing your pretentiousness to all of Hong Kong? You have forced us into this position. Should you be willing to return, I am ready to offer you a portion of shares so we can remain good brothers." Maijia recognized that he could no longer withhold concessions. Stabilizing the two was paramount. Teddy Robin, hearing this, felt a surge of discontent. Was it true that the child who did not cry would receive no milk? Observing the situation, Shi Tian and Huang Beiming gritted their teeth and said, "We are also willing to relinquish shares. Let us all work together to strengthen New E-City." They believed this couple was merely stirring trouble for the sake of shares, hoping to placate them. However, what greeted them was Shi Nanxing's mockery. "How many shares can you possibly offer us? Mr. Chen has granted me 5 and provided Lao Su's studio with a filming budget of 10 million a year. Now you wish to buy us off? Is it not a tad too late?" The room fell silent. The others were taken aback by Chun Long's generosity. Setting aside the 5 share, they simply could not match the annual filming budget of 10 million. Their yearly budget was already allocated to the best partnership series, leaving no funds for other major productions. A 10 million cost would require a minimum of 20 million in box office returns to break even. They truly lacked the confidence to support Su Ku in making his films. Realizing this, Maijia's resolve hardened. He deemed the situation irretrievable with the two and planned to pursue legal action, knowing that dragging them through the courts would exhaust their energies. Shi Nanxing seemed to see through his intentions and smiled. "Maijia, You must be unaware that Lao Su and I's contract expired a month ago, correct? What? How could this be? Why was I not informed? The group of men stood aghast, including Su Ku, who was equally bewildered. Of course, you were oblivious. Aside from filming and chasing women, when have you ever concerned yourselves with personnel matters? I had intended to wait until Teddy Robbins' contract expired before signing a new agreement, but it appears that is no longer necessary. At that moment, Maijia and the others comprehended the significance of having a capable manager. Shi Nanxing not only oversaw the financial accounts, but also handled a multitude of trivial matters. It was her presence that allowed Maijia and the others to pursue filmmaking without worry. In this moment, regret washed over Maijia when Zheng Jiwei departed. He believed he was replaceable, and Su Ku was not indispensable to Nui City. Yet, Shi Nanxing's departure left him feeling adrift. He could not fathom who could possibly shoulder these responsibilities, who could perform better than Shi Nanxing. Seeing Maijia no longer confrontational, slumped in his chair, Shi Nanxing tugged at Su Ku, and together they exited the grand doors of Nui City. Outside, a vehicle awaited them. Director Su, Ms. Shi. Our boss has instructed me to take you to the Shaw residence. He wishes to introduce you to Sir Shaw and Lady Six. Sir Shaw is one of the foremost figures in the entertainment industry, a renowned tycoon of Hong Kong. A warm current surged through Shi Nanxing and Su Ku. This was the advantage of having a good boss, who could connect them with influential figures and pave the way for them. Meanwhile, Qianlong was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face at the Shaw residence. Chapter 29, An Urgent Plea from Jianing. Dad, what brings you here? Chen Qingsong chuckled lightly. Is it permissible for you to partake in a banquet while I cannot? While he said this, Qianlong sensed something amiss in his father's demeanor. Due to the ongoing economic downturn in Hong Kong, he had not witnessed such a bright smile on Chen Qingsong's face in quite some time. As he pondered this, Chen Qingsong pulled Qianlong close, speaking in hushed tones. Along, Sir Shaw and his wife are interested in taking me as their godson. In truth, Sir Xiao and Aunt Lu had previously hinted at similar sentiments, yet they did not anticipate bypassing Qianlong and directly approaching Chen Qingsong. Father, what do you mean? Our families have a long-standing friendship in Nanyang. Sir Xiao and Aunt Lu are advanced in years and have no one to rely on. Your grandfather, were he to know from his resting place, would undoubtedly endorse this matter. At this point, Chen Qingsong once again revealed his mercantile nature. Moreover, your godfather has promised me a loan to navigate through the current difficulties. From a long-term perspective, it is inevitable that you will assume control of the television broadcasting station in the future. Just as Qianlong was about to voice some mild reproaches towards his father, Sir Xiao greeted him from a distance. Ah, Qianlong, why do you stand outside instead of coming in? Sir Xiao, Aunt Lu. Upon hearing the title, Sir Xiao expressed his displeasure, saying, in due time, I shall invite the dignitaries of the entire Hong Kong city as witnesses to formally adopt Qingsong as my godson. Is it too much to ask you to call me grandfather? Grandfather Lu, that is more like it. You two please come in. Along, you performed admirably this time, avenging me quite satisfactorily. Once seated, Sir Xiao could not help but extol Qianlong's virtues. That Zhou Huaiwen has been excessively arrogant. In business, we should maintain a cordial distance, yet he insists on using his grand productions to undermine me. Business is not conducted in such a manner. Poaching Su Ku merely disrupted his expansion plans. I have more formidable strategies to employ. Qianlong understood all too well that showing mercy to one's adversaries is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Failing to thoroughly defeat Jiahe could mean that they might unleash a formidable counterattack at any moment. Oh, what further actions do you intend to take? I have my sights set on some members of the Hong family troupe, and I require your assistance. How would you like me to assist you? Speak freely. I hope you can persuade Wu Ma and Lu Guanhui to return to Shaw Brothers. Wu Ma is widely known for portraying Yan Qixia. However, he also holds the dual role of director and screenwriter. Last year, he directed People Scaring People, which grossed 1 million Hong Kong dollars, placing 8th in that year's box office rankings. Wu Ma was a first cohort member of the Shaw Brothers Experimental Theater, joining Shaw Brothers Film Company in 1963 before moving to Beauvoir. Lu Guanhui, who previously worked as a cinematographer at Shaw Brothers, later joined the Hong family troupe at Beauvoir. Without any intervention, he was set to direct Mr. Vampire 2 years later, garnering 20 million in box office revenue and becoming the go-to director for Lin Zheniying's ghost films. Indeed, they share a commonality. Both have worked at Shaw Brothers for many years, and Lu Guanhui's father was once an art designer there. During that time, Sir Xiao was always at the forefront, naturally having fought alongside both of them. Oh, so you wish to poach them back? Very well. I shall put on a good face and arrange a meeting with them. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on you. Qianlong's intentions in recruiting the two were quite straightforward: to produce supernatural films while also luring Lin Zheniying, a former martial arts choreographer, thereby replicating the miraculous success of Mr. Vampire. Furthermore, without Lu Guanhui and Lin Zheniying, Wu Ma and Bo would undoubtedly suffer significant losses once Mr. Vampire achieves commercial success. It is likely to provoke Zhou Huaiwen further. Aunt Lu assisted Chen Long in analyzing the situation. Lu Guanhui is manageable. He can work anywhere as a cinematographer. However, Wu Ma is a different story. Having directed People Scaring People, he is now a right-hand man to Hong Jinbao, a specially appointed actor in the Hong family troupe. Whether it succeeds or fails will not alter the overall situation. Aunt Lu, are you aware of Lin Jining? That name sounds familiar. I believe he appeared in Ghost vs. Ghost and People Scaring People. Along. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. The Hong family troupe indeed boasts a plethora of talent. Just then, Lu Hu burst in with a tense expression, whispering urgently in Chun Ching Song's ear. The previously jovial Chun Ching Song's demeanor shifted instantly, his eyes flashing with fury as he clenched his jaw. Father, has something happened? Along. You stay here and dine with Grandfather Lu. Something has arisen with Jia Ning that requires my immediate attention. Although he endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, the tightly furrowed brows betrayed his true feelings. Something serious must have occurred with Jia Ning. Sir Xiao and Aunt Lu did not insist on his remaining, urging him to promptly return to the company, as resolving the business at hand was of utmost importance. The sudden turn of events left Chen Long somewhat unsettled. After introducing the Su Ku couple to Sir Xiao, he hurriedly took his leave. Chapter 30. The Apocalypse of Jia Ning. Upon returning to Jia Ning, he found the exterior swarmed with protesters. They shouted slogans: Fraudster Chun Ching Song, return our hard-earned money, investigate Jia Ning, and deliver justice to the shareholders. The scene was a chaotic uproar, with police, patrol officers, and security personnel striving to prevent the rioters from breaching the barricades. Entering Jia Ning through the back door, the interior was brightly lit, and every staff member bore a hint of panic upon their faces. Navigating his way to his father's office, Chun Ching Song was in a meeting with a group of professional managers. Did we not instruct you to exercise utmost caution? How could our internal information be known to a throng of shareholders? The senior employees, faced with Chun Ching Song's wrath, lowered their heads, unable to confront the chairman's fury. After listening for a while, Chen Long finally grasped the situation. With the economy of Hong Kong City continuing to decline, the circumstances had grown increasingly severe, with signs of stockpiling materials emerging in the market. As one of the foremost conglomerates in Hong Kong City, Jia Ning was now facing unprecedented crises, with multiple subsidiaries ceasing operations. The first quarter financial report was abysmal, and there had been no positive news from overseas. Initially, the situation was within Chun Ching Song's control, but then a flurry of unfavorable news about Jia Ning began to circulate. These rumors were detailed and convincing, leading many shareholders to believe them. Suddenly, a group gathered beneath the office building, quickly inciting the tumultuous scene. In response to the false information circulating in the market, we must stand up and issue a comprehensive refutation. Our primary task is to stabilize the stock price and prevent further panic. Boss, some of the information is difficult to refute. It involves internal secrets, making it challenging to explain externally. Silence. If you cannot provide an explanation, I shall seek someone more capable to do so. Regardless of the means, you must convince the shareholders that it is all false information. In 30 minutes, I will personally hold a press conference. If you have not found a satisfactory explanation by then, I am sorry, but you may leave. The senior employees immediately descended into chaos. Jobs were hard to come by, and in a bid to secure their livelihoods, some even contemplated sacrificing a few subordinates as scapegoats. Father, I suspect someone is targeting us. Chun Ching Song nodded in agreement. Currently, we are visible while the enemy is hidden. They have evidently capitalized on this, intent on bringing us to ruin. Whether the Jia Ning group can weather this storm remains uncertain. Such a significant uproar will spread panic, and no matter how we explain, come tomorrow's market opening, Jia Ning's stock price will likely plummet, or even crash. Contemplating this, Chun Ching Song sighed. It is unfortunate that the second quarter financial reports from companies like HP have yet to be released. We are also unaware of their sales figures for the new quarter. 30 minutes later, Chun Ching Song faced the gathered shareholders below. He addressed each piece of false information circulating in the market. Yet it was undeniable that Jia Ning's performance in the first half of this year paled in comparison to the same period last year. With several real estate projects suffering substantial losses, his explanation barely assuaged the shareholders. Yet the higher-ups at Jining were acutely aware that such suspicions could not be dispelled with mere words. The ensuing period would prove to be the most arduous for Jining. As anticipated, upon the market's opening the following day, Jining's stock price plummeted, exacerbating the previous day's declines. Some uncontrolled media outlets began to publish disparaging articles about Jining, even going so far as to proclaim the impending doom of its stock price. Old Chun, to salvage Jining's stock price, we must repurchase shares from the market. But the group's funds have all been allocated to overseas investments. This statement came from a prominent individual shareholder of Jining, many of whom in attendance at the shareholders' meeting hailed from Nanyang. Chen Qingsong sensed the discontent among his old comrades. It was undeniable that the first quarter sales figures from companies like HP were not particularly impressive. Now, these figures had become the basis for the shareholders to pressure Chen Qingsong. He retorted imperiously, "Enough? When the stock price soared following our initial decision, why did none of you voice your concerns? Regarding the stock repurchase, I will personally cover it, so there is no need for your worries. When the time comes, should you wish to divest your shares, I shall buy them all." "Humph, Chen Qingsong, even now you maintain that disdainful demeanor. We shall grant you 5 days. Once that period lapses, you either step aside willingly or we shall collectively divest our shares. Consider your options wisely." Chen Long, positioned as his deputy, keenly noted the weariness etched upon his father's face. "Father, where shall we find the surplus funds to repurchase shares in bulk and stabilize the stock price?" Chen Long had previously borrowed a sum from the bank for his film investment, and the revenue from the box office for Gambling God had yet to materialize. Under these circumstances, obtaining additional funds from the bank had become exceedingly difficult. "Humph, if necessary, we can liquidate some assets in Nanyang to address the immediate crisis." Though he spoke lightly, the notion of selling family assets was a grave matter. Moreover, the amount required to repurchase Jining shares was far from trivial. Those fixed assets would clearly fall short. "Your sixth grandfather has generously lent me some money, and there are also resources from Old Hua." Chen Qingsong began to feel fortunate for having cultivated relationships with these affluent merchants through his son. True friendships reveal themselves in times of adversity. Perhaps the situation would worsen further. "Along, you must depart for the United States immediately." It was not unfounded for him to think negatively. The puppet master behind this scheme was exceedingly cunning, and Chen Qingsong felt ill-equipped to contend with him. Chen Long wished to offer some words of comfort to his father, but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the telephone on Chen Qingsong's desk began to ring. "Brother Chen, this is Li Zeju." "Young Master Li, what brings you to contact me?" Chen Long perked up, intrigued by the purpose of the call. "Brother Chen, I have heard about Jianing's situation. If you are in urgent need of funds, you can sell me Jianing Real Estate's land reserves. Our Li family is willing to lend a helping hand to see Jianing through this crisis." "Very well. I shall give it serious consideration." Thank you. After hanging up, Chen Qingsong felt no joy whatsoever. "Father, is something amiss?" "Everything is amiss. How does he know we are in dire need of funds? While it may seem like timely assistance, it feels more like taking advantage of misfortune." As he spoke, Chen Qingsong's gaze sharpened. Young Master Li is a touch too eager. Without his father's backing, I have caught a glimpse of his true intentions. Alas, the Li family is currently playing a public game. Even if we discern their machinations, we are powerless to counter them. Chapter 31. True Friendship Revealed in Adversity. Old Hua takes action. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, Li Zeju excitedly rushed to report the latest developments to his father. "Father, I believe that old Chen will not last much longer before he concedes. That land reserve spans 2 million square meters. We could easily develop several new real estate projects." However, upon hearing his son's enthusiasm, Li Banqing showed no sign of excitement. "Aju, you are being a bit hasty this time. Now is not the time for open confrontation. Father, I'm certain the Chen family cannot recover from this setback. Why should we remain coy? If we wait until Jining goes bankrupt, do we intend to shoulder their debts?" Li Banqing remained silent, harboring a lingering doubt that Chen Qingsong would not succumb so easily. For months, Chen had adopted an unusually conservative strategy, clearly anticipating danger ahead. Yet, his second son was also correct. This was indeed the optimal moment to strike. If Jining were to collapse, any acquisition of their business segments would inevitably entail assuming their debts, thereby diminishing potential profits. Even if Chun had some hidden resources, with the Li family's strength, it would merely require a bit more effort to devour him. Li Banqing nodded in agreement. His thoughts quickly drifted to an article in the New York Times regarding the oil industry. As the conflict between Iran and Iraq escalated, the Iranians had destroyed over a dozen oil tankers, exacerbating the oil crisis and driving prices up once more, with the latest quotes reaching 34 per barrel. Observing the soaring oil prices, Li Banqing conceived an idea to invest in overseas oil ventures. However, with the war still ongoing, it was a lucrative time for other oil companies. He might not find willing sellers, and entering the market now was not prudent. He resolved to bide his time and strategize further. Chen Qingsong was incensed to learn that just as he had ordered the sale of the Nanyang assets, this move had made headlines in the business news of the port city. The chairman selling properties to stabilize stock prices was hardly a favorable narrative. Anyone could surmise that Jining was in a perilous predicament. If they did not act now, would they instead plunge into the abyss alongside Chen Qingsong? Consequently, while Jining was repurchasing shares, shareholders were frantically selling off their holdings, causing the stock price to fall rather than rise. Was fate conspiring against Chen Qingsong? He recalled Li Zeju's words, Though reluctant, selling land to recover funds might indeed be the most viable option to salvage Jining. Just then, the telephone on his desk rang again. Ching-song, have you encountered some difficulties? How much do you require? I can have funds transferred immediately for you to manage. Old Hua, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? What is inappropriate about it? I believe Jining's predicament is merely temporary. You are the godson of Sir Xiao, making you my junior. No sooner had he hung up from Old Hua than the phone rang once more. It was the patriotic businessman Huing Xiang. Hulao, Ching-song, I have heard about your troubles. You need not say anything. I have 200 million Hong Kong dollars ready, though my assets may not be as substantial as yours. Please do not dismiss it as insignificant. With the phone in hand, Chen Ching-song felt tears welling in his eyes. Truly, adversity reveals genuine friendship. And even the most hardened capitalists were moved by the compassion of these red merchants at that moment. What merit did he, Chen Ching-song, have to deserve such support and concern from his elder brothers? Meanwhile, the fair-weather friends he had associated with rushed to distance themselves the moment they sensed trouble, fleeing faster than anyone. I cannot succumb to this fate. I must not disappoint my elder brothers. Regaining his composure, Chen Ching-song directed his subordinates to initiate a new round of stock repurchase. During this process, Chen Ching-song increased his shareholding from the previously diluted 32 to an astounding 51, thus achieving absolute control over Jining. This development was a welcome piece of news for both Chen Ching-song and his son. Meanwhile, Li Zeju soon discovered that Chen Ching-song was still making substantial purchases of Jining stock. What is happening? His financial chain should have already broken. So where is this new influx of capital coming from? Boss, a friend of mine at the bank has revealed that these funds were transferred to Chen's account in several installments, with the largest sum originating from the Hua family. Upon hearing this revelation, Li Zeju was taken aback. What connection did Hua Ingdong have with the Chen family? Have these red merchants lost their minds? Aiding a profit-driven financial capitalist? Upon further inquiry, it became clear that the Chun family had recently made a substantial commercial investment in the mainland. If they continue to disseminate unfavorable news, I refuse to believe these individuals will endlessly support him. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Li Zeju's eyes. Should these old-timers remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to drag them down with him, consuming them all. He was convinced that Jining had become a bottomless pit, where no matter how much was invested, it would lose value in accordance with the prevailing trends. Chapter 32. The Li family is left dumbfounded. How is it that Tom is still alive? Pooling resources from several families, Jining has rebounded with a surge of vitality. Throughout this period, Jining's public relations efforts have remained steadfast. From the perspective of macroeconomic development, they have educated the public that the entire economy of Hong Kong Island is currently in its first downturn. Jining's decision to suspend operations at certain subsidiaries is a prudent measure to curtail expenses. Meanwhile, external investments and expansions have not ceased. Growth in both the mainland and overseas markets has been steadily progressing. I have faith that it won't be long before overseas investments yield returns, and at that time, operating profits will naturally soar. These insights have not been without effect. At least some astute investors have comprehended Jining's challenges. However, Li Zeju holds a differing opinion. He believes that these Hong Kong citizens are easily swayed by public opinion. Jining now clings to its last breath. It merely requires a final push. Yet Jining, much like a resilient cockroach, withstands all attempts to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, in Jining's chairman's office, Chen Ching-song paced restlessly, causing Chen Long to feel a twinge of unease. Dad, HP will announce its second quarter financial report today. You should relax. Along. Do you truly believe that companies like HP will report substantial profit growth? Of course. Haven't you heard what Gao Ming said? He visited the offline retail outlets of HP, Dell, IBM, and found them bustling with business. Recently, there was even a significant shortage of products. According to Gao Ming, the reason these companies reported massive net profits in the first quarter is partly due to their investments in market expansion, having opened numerous specialty stores, which initially obscured their profitability. From Gao Ming's expert analysis, previous investments will soon reflect in sales figures, leading to a substantial increase in net profits. Thorough investigations and internal feedback have transformed the previously skeptical Gao Ming into a staunch supporter of Chen Long. Well, why haven't we heard anything from Gao Ming yet? Chen Ching-song, burdened with the hopes of many, felt immense anxiety. He did not wish for his supporters to experience despair once more. Dad, it's still early morning overseas. Perhaps you should rest for a bit. In a few hours, we should have good news. No, how can I think of sleeping at a time like this? Observing his father's distressed demeanor, Chen Long couldn't help but smile. Just then, the satellite phone on the desk buzzed incessantly. Boss, we have been saved. Jining is saved. HP sales have surged by 120, and profits have increased by 80 compared to the same quarter last year. Dell and IBM have also reported their new quarterly revenues. We will have the results shortly. Before Chen Qingsong could express his excitement, he was met with a chorus of frantic calls from the other end of the line. It was as if the entire office was shaking, with foreign employees excitedly shouting in English. "Oh my God, boss, we hit the jackpot. Boss, these investments will undoubtedly become the greatest investments of this year." Chen Qingsong laughed, a genuine and hearty laugh. The expansive office echoed with his robust laughter. Following this, Janning naturally became the stage for a grand performance. Elevating stock prices through positive news has always been Chen Qingsong's forte. Soon, several authoritative media outlets in Hong Kong received the latest updates from Janning. Upon reviewing the information, they were taken aback. Initially, they suspected Janning was feigning a desperate struggle with false information. However, upon verification, they confirmed the truth. Several companies had released new financial reports, and stock prices were beginning to rise rapidly. The media were left dumbfounded, witnessing Janning, once on the brink of collapse, not only survive but thrive, emerging even stronger. This was big news. We must be the first to report it. Help me contact Chairman Chen of Janning. We need to secure an exclusive interview. HP, Dell, and IBM sales surge. Janning may become the biggest winner. The greatest investment of the year. Janning's investment in HP and other companies yields enormous returns. Wall Street is astonished. Previously, these media outlets had not hesitated to criticize Janning, but now they were scrambling to support Chen Qingsong. When the news broke, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange was already overflowing with people. Investors were ecstatic. Even those who had never traded stocks knew that with the rising stock prices of several computer companies, Janning's shares would also soar. If they didn't buy now, would they wait until Janning's stock price returned to its all-time high? Those who had hastily sold their Janning shares in response to rumors were now regretting their decisions, wishing they could slap themselves. Experts on television offered high praise for Janning, declaring that HP's stock price could potentially double. Chen Qingsong truly deserved the title of financial mogul. It was awe-inspiring. Chapter 33. The tide has turned. It is now the Li family's turn to feel apprehensive. The Li family estate was eerily quiet. Li Zeju stared incredulously at the television, watching Janning's stock prices soar uncontrollably. Outside the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, reporters conducting street interviews claimed this was an unprecedented reversal. In a market that had been plummeting for days, Janning shone like a green light moving against the current, bringing long-awaited hope to investors. Such praise was, without a doubt, the most piercing irony in the ears of the Li father and son. Damn Chen Qingsong. Damn Chen Long. Damn Janning real estate. Furious, Li Zeju smashed the television to smithereens. Li Banqing furrowed his brow and said coldly, "Enough. I told you, do not reveal your cards until the last moment. Your current behavior disappoints me greatly." Upon hearing his father's reprimand, Li Zeju couldn't help but shiver. His father was always stern, and he feared becoming a pawn, unable to inherit the family fortune. Li Banqing sighed. He knew it was unreasonable to blame his second son. Who could have anticipated that Janning's overseas investments would yield such substantial returns in such a short time? However, Li Zeju's actions had undoubtedly created a formidable adversary for the Li family. Having failed to eliminate Janning this time, it was unlikely there would be a better opportunity in the future. With this in mind, he stated solemnly, "You will accompany me to the Chun family to offer an apology, seeking Chen Qingsong's forgiveness." Dad, do we really need to fear Janning? We all know that Chen Qingsong is merely a fox relying on the tiger's might. Li Banqing shook his head. You have underestimated the Chen family. Once, they relied on the might of others, but now it appears they have transformed from a mere serpent into a golden dragon. And it is uncertain whether they might truly surpass our Li family in the future. You are merely taking advantage of their vulnerability. Before you provoke them to the point of no return, you must bow to them. If our two families descend into a feud that ends in mutual destruction, do you truly believe you can continue to live in such ease? In a clash between two tigers, one must inevitably be wounded. Li Banqing firmly believes that if he takes a step back, Chen Qingsong may not possess the courage for an all-out war. In contrast, the Chun family is now filled with laughter and joy. They express gratitude to all who generously came to their aid during Chen Qingsong's time of crisis, assuring that in the future, should anyone require his assistance, he shall not decline. Where's the harm? We merely seized a fortuitous opportunity. Qingsong needn't be so formal. The interest we earn from you far exceeds what we would gain from a bank. Mr. Hua and others also rejoiced for the Chun father and son, recalling how they had supported each other through the 1970s, believing that this young Chun Long held great potential for the future. Thus, they conspired to lend a helping hand to Chen Qingsong, viewing it as a long-term investment. However, they did not anticipate that merely days later, the situation would undergo a dramatic reversal. The overseas investment of Janning has exploded, and now Chen Qingsong finds himself once again elevated to a pedestal, with Janning's stock price poised to reach historic heights. Initially, Chen Qingsong's stock buyback aimed to stabilize the share price, but unexpectedly, he inadvertently purchased at a low price. And through this maneuver, the Chen family reaped profits exceeding 10 billion. The ones who regret this the most are my old brothers, who were the first to sell their shares. Now they are filled with regret, and they wish to return, but it is too late. Just as Chun Xing Song was reveling in their misfortune, Lu Hu arrived with news. Boss, the Li father and son are outside wishing to see you. It seems the second young master Li has been beaten and is quite injured. Humph, how dare they from the Li family come asking for an audience? Chun Xing Song's anger grew as he reflected on how nearly all of his life's work could have been lost at the hands of this second young master Li. Had it not been for his beloved son gaining wisdom, he would likely be languishing in prison. With this thought, Chun Xing Song could hardly contain his desire to eliminate Li Zeju. Seeing the redness in his father's eyes, Chen Long quickly pulled him aside. Father, we ought to express our gratitude to Li Er. Along, why do you say that? Father, think about it. Were it not for him spreading false information to short Jianing, we would not have been able to secure absolute control at such a low price. Considering this, shouldn't we be grateful? Upon hearing this, the elders in the tea room erupted into hearty laughter. Chun Xing Song suddenly understood, exclaiming, Along, your reasoning is sound. Not only can I not blame him, but I must invite them in to express my gratitude. With that thought, Chun Xing Song eagerly anticipated showing the Li father and son his triumphant demeanor. Invite them in. The Li father and son had prepared for a host of difficulties, only to find the attitude of the Chun family had remarkably shifted. They entered the Grand Chun residence, bewildered. Father, do you think Chun Xing Song is foolish enough not to realize we were the ones stirring the pot? If so, my suffering would have been in vain. At that moment, Li Zeju's back bore the marks of a whip, bloodied and raw. To maintain the facade, he had genuinely endured a beating. Chapter 34, The Provoked Second Young Master Li. Unfilial son, kneel and apologize to your Uncle Chun. Li Banqing did not respond to his son's confusion. Instead, he forcefully kicked him from behind. It turned out that Chun Xing Song had come out alongside others to greet them. Ouch! Li Zeju, already battered and bruised, stumbled and nearly fell at Chun Xing Song's feet. Hearing his son's anguished cries, Li Banqing felt a pang of sorrow, but for the sake of their family's business, he could only tolerate a modicum of humiliation for Li Zeju. This second young master Li was quite ruthless, grabbing Chun Xing Song's foot with his bloodied hand. Moaning in pain, Uncle Chun, I was blinded by my foolishness to commit such disgraceful acts. I sincerely repent. Please have the magnanimity to forgive me, Amir Jr. Before Chun Xing Song could respond, Li Banqing chimed in, pleading for his son. Brother Chun, I have disciplined this ungrateful child thoroughly. If you feel unsatisfied, you may punish him further. Chun Xing Song's eyes narrowed, and he did not accept the whip Li Banqing offered. Instead, he observed the Li father and son with interest. They were putting on a performance of self-inflicted pain in front of so many witnesses. If he were to take offense, it would only lower his standing. He then recalled his son's words. Sometimes, letting the enemy see that one is thriving is a form of profound torment. Some individuals cannot tolerate seeing others fare better than themselves. The Li father and son were precisely of this ilk. With this in mind, he lifted Li Zeju from the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the Li father and son, saying leisurely, Li Gu, how could you be so harsh? He is still a child. It is only natural for him to act thoughtlessly. And you, as the head of the family, should also exercise more discretion. If this were to spread, it would surely become the laughingstock of the entire city. The words still a child, acting thoughtlessly pierced deeply into Li Er's heart. At 24, he was at the peak of his desire for recognition, yearning to prove himself, yet in the eyes of Chun Xing Song, he was but a joke. Igniting his fury, as he listened to the laughter of Mr. Hua and the elder generation, Li Banqing's face burned with humiliation. Here was a wealthy magnate being chastised for lack of understanding, with the implication that if the actions of the Li family were to become public knowledge, they would be thoroughly disgraced, becoming the subject of ridicule in the business world. Sometimes, reputation holds more weight than substance. To preserve his dignity, Li Banqing, despite being slapped in the face, could only smile and say, It is entirely my fault as a father. I apologize for allowing you all to witness such a farce. Unfilial son, do not forget to thank Uncle Chin for not holding your childish behavior against you. Though he was furious, Li Zeju could only lower his head and mutter, Thank you, Uncle Chun. Chun Xing Song, with a grin, waved his hand. What thanks? It is we who should be thanking your family. Were it not for your vigorous dissemination of unfavorable news about Jianing, we would not have been able to take advantage of the low stock prices to buy back a substantial number of shares. He then calculated before the father and son. In total, we have repurchased approximately 24 of the shares, which have now appreciated to 120. Young master, you have inadvertently helped Uncle Chun earn 12 billion Hong Kong dollars. Should I not express my gratitude for that? Upon hearing the figure of 12 billion, Li Er felt a surge of humiliation akin to being force-fed excrement. Tom had spent nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars shorting Jianing, returning nothing. while inadvertently helping someone else earn 12 billion. It would drive anyone to the brink. Li Banqing was also left speechless. For that was indeed 12 billion Hong Kong dollars in hard cash, an amount he had toiled for half his life to accumulate. Yet it was now lost due to his son's folly. With this realization, he shot a fierce glare at his son. Incompetent fool. If it weren't for Li Zeju, Chun Qing-song would have merely seen a modest increase in wealth due to favorable news, but now it has all fallen into the hands of the Chun father and son. The Li father and son, feeling thoroughly humiliated, were left with a sense of revulsion akin to being forcibly fed a repugnant meal. They could not shake the feeling that the smiles on the faces of Mr. Hua and the others were mocking them. Consequently, Li Banqing could not bear to remain a moment longer, turning to the dazed Li Zeju and shouting, "The disobedient son, still refusing to leave with me. Does he intend to wait for others to continue mocking us? Yet, I hear the cheerful laughter of Chun Qing-song behind me. Brotherly, why rush off? You've come all this way. It's the perfect opportunity to serve as a witness for me and Sixth Master." Reluctantly, Li Banqing turned around and inquired. "Witness for what?" Sir Xiao interjected. "I wish to adopt Qing-song as my godson. If you have no objections, stay and witness the occasion." Upon hearing this, Li Banqing was momentarily taken aback. How could such fortuitous events befall someone with the surname Chun? He was aware that TVB had long harbored plans for an initial public offering. Had it not been for the recent crises facing Hong Kong, TVB would likely have already gone public. If Chun Qing-song became Xiao's godson, would that not imply he could rightfully inherit the Xiao family fortune in the future? Contemplating this, Li's mindset began to waver. "We shall excuse ourselves. There are pressing matters to attend to at home. We can gather for tea another time." Observing the father and son retreating with their tails between their legs, the onlookers could not help but burst into laughter. It seemed someone would be losing sleep tonight. Chapter 35. Using Chun Long as a sharpening stone? "Godfather, godmother, please enjoy some tea." Sir Xiao, taking the teacup, laughed heartily. "Qing-song, rise, please." As the formalities concluded, the esteemed guests present applauded. "Let the feast commence. Today we celebrate. None shall leave sober." The group indulged in drinks and spirited conversations. Unbeknownst to them, the discussion inevitably turned to the current state of affairs. The Americans truly do not regard us as equals. They show no intention of intervening to stabilize the market. Indeed, the black market exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar has plummeted to 96.1. If this continues, it will inevitably fall below 10.1. Upon hearing the black market rates, Chun Long could not suppress a slight gasp. In just a few months, the exchange rate had nearly halved. With the Hong Kong stock market in a freefall and prices soaring, the public, having lost faith in the Hong Kong dollar, hastily converted their currency into foreign denominations. Goods vanished from shelves as soon as they were stocked. Essential supplies were experiencing severe price hikes, creating a situation of scarcity. The Hong Kong government had done nothing in this regard, resembling a turtle withdrawing its head. Many unscrupulous merchants seized the opportunity to hoard food and necessary goods, reaping windfall profits and inadvertently fueling further panic. At the table, Hua and the others were indignant over the chaos, having exerted their influence on the Hong Kong authorities multiple times to demand a swift resolution. Chun Long knew that in a few months, the Hong Kong government would announce a new pegged exchange rate, likely fixing it around 78.1. Just as he contemplated offering some words of consolation to the esteemed guests, he was discreetly pulled aside by the young girl, Ziqing, as she served dishes. "What is it, Ziqing? Why the air of mystery?" After confirming that no one was nearby, Ziqing whispered in Chun Long's ear, "Young master, I saw someone from the Li family at the scene of your incident." "Really? Are you certain you didn't mistake them?" Ziqing would not be mistaken. The man had a brutish appearance, towering and muscular, with a gaze that seemed predatory. In an instant, Chun Long recognized who she referred to. It was likely one of Li Er's bodyguards, a figure as striking as Lu Hu. The attack on him was almost certainly linked to Li Er. Upon realizing the truth, Chun Long felt an ambiguous sense of animosity. Had he not been struck with a black club, he would never have found himself in this body, living the life of a young master in a wealthy family. Nevertheless, knowing that someone wished him dead heightened his vigilance. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly forged a deadly enmity. Only by utterly defeating the Li family could their grievances be laid to rest. Li Er was not particularly concerning. Rather, it was the cunning old fox, Li Banqing, who posed a significant challenge. Both families currently wielded comparable financial power, making it no simple task to vanquish one another. Noticing Ziqing's obedient gaze, Chun Long decisively took her hand and said, "Ziqing, do not speak of this to anyone. I will take you to see a cat do a backflip." Ziqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "A cat can do a backflip?" "Indeed. It can perform several in succession without issue." "Oh dear." A piercing scream echoed from the Li family's mansion. The servants were nervously administering medicine to Li Zeju. "Father, This debt cannot be left unsettled. I must exact my revenge. He spoke as if he were the victim in this scenario. And how do you plan to retaliate? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Humph. This was merely a case of Chun Ching-san's lucky coincidence. Had he not fortuitously invested heavily in the computer company's stocks, I would not have faltered. Luck is also a part of skill. You cannot possibly compete with Chun Ching-san. Li Banqing knew that if he were to engage in an all-out war with Chun Ching-san, he would gain nothing. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. Lacking absolute certainty, he would never strike. He mocks me as a child. I cannot best him. Surely, I can take on that Qianlong recently. Qianlong had ventured into the film industry, drawing attention and consequently offending many. If I were to enter the film sector and assist these individuals in dealing with Qianlong, they would surely welcome me. As he spoke, Li Zeju began to fantasize about a scenario where Qianlong fled in terror, utterly defenseless. Nonetheless, Li Banqing felt a sense of unease. He believed the film industry would not yield significant profits, but allowing his son to dabble in it seemed harmless enough. You must remain vigilant. From Qianlong's various maneuvers, he is not as simple as you perceive. I understand. Li Zeju clearly underestimated Qianlong. A boy who had nearly been easily dispatched by him couldn't he possibly be that formidable? Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Li Banqing shook his head. Letting Li Zeju stumble a few times would be beneficial. Qianlong serves as an excellent whetstone. Chapter 36. Entering the fray with Su Ku and Wu Yusen. Today marked the official commencement of Shi Nanqing's employment. Hence, Qianlong rose early, arriving at the Shaw Brothers' headquarters in Repulse Bay before the official start of work. The staff greeted him as he entered. Wang Jing, sporting a raccoon eye, stifled several yawns. Spotting Qianlong approaching, he hurriedly changed course to avoid an encounter. "Hey Jing, how is the script coming along?" Wang Jing, caught off guard, quickly replied, "I'm working on it. The script for Gambling Hero is nearly complete. I still need to polish Gambling Saint with Xingzi." Hearing this, Qianlong nodded in satisfaction. The over 2 million in box office shares were not easy to secure. And even film enthusiasts like Wang Jing found the current workload overwhelming. "That's good. I'll have someone bring you extra American ginseng. Don't wear yourself out." No need. "Boss, you're busy. I'm off to the restroom." Wang Jing's voice trailed off. He was frightened, realizing that while the ginseng was indeed nourishing, his boss seemed intent on squeezing every ounce of effort from him. Qianlong then checked on the filming progress of the Shaolin Boys. Upon inquiry, he learned that Master Lu and Jet Li had gone to the mainland for location shooting, with an estimated return in 2 months. I had originally hoped to introduce Jet Li to Su Ku. As he pondered, a car pulled up in front of the company entrance. The visitors were none other than Su Ku and his wife. "Good morning, boss. Come, let us head inside." "Ms. Shi, I've called the management team. You can coordinate with them regarding the work." Shi Nanqing nodded in acknowledgement. It soon became apparent to her that this young Master Chun was indeed a hands-off manager. With over a dozen subordinates each fulfilling their respective roles, only reporting significant progress to the boss. For the time being, no issues were likely to arise. However, as time passed, it would be difficult to prevent these individuals from harboring ulterior motives while wielding such power. Qianlong was truly an outsider when it came to management, making Shi Nanqing's role as general manager quite fitting. These managers were all seasoned veterans from Jianing, naturally lacking a unified front with the newcomer Shi Nanqing. This situation created a balanced dynamic between both parties. "Nanqing, with you overseeing the overall situation, I can rest easy. Su Ku and I will discuss the upcoming matters regarding the studio over there." After a few days apart, Su Ku appeared significantly revitalized. "Boss, during my time off, I've come to a realization. I don't want to pursue any major productions for now. I wish to first experiment with a martial arts film." Upon hearing this, Qianlong nodded in approval. Su Ku's acknowledgement of this fact indicated that he was genuinely beginning to consider filmmaking from the perspective of a studio owner. Previously, whether he was assisting Cine City with Best Partner 3 or collaborating with Jiahe on The Swordsman, it was the company bearing the financial burden, allowing him to disregard production costs entirely. Consequently, The Swordsman incurred a staggering budget of 30 million Hong Kong dollars, meaning it needed to gross at least 60 million to break even. Relying solely on the Hong Kong market, achieving this was an impossible task. Even with the addition of Nanyang and Bay Island, recovering the costs would prove challenging. Now that he had become an independent producer and studio owner, his foremost consideration would undoubtedly be profitability. Su Ku's grounded approach to creating a martial arts film brought Qianlong immense relief. "Have you decided what you wish to shoot?" "Not yet," Su Ku admitted. "I'm currently lacking inspiration. Being thrust into directing on my own has left me somewhat at a loss." "No rush. Take your time to contemplate. Film production is a meticulous craft, and even if you take a year to open, it can sustain you for a lifetime. Although our Xian Shaoshi does not operate under a centralized creative system, we encourage directors to engage in dialogue with one another. If you encounter any confusion, feel free to discuss it with others." Qianlong's words resonated deeply with Su Ku, who was not fond of hasty, patchwork creations. Such films often lacked a core narrative and were unlikely to become classics. He suddenly appeared hesitant, as if he had something on his mind. What is it, old Su? If you have any requests, feel free to express them. Suka managed a faint smile and whispered, I have a good friend. A once-renowned director whom Zhou Huiwen held in high regard. However, he became a box office poison in the 1980s and was released by Jiahe last year. I brought him into Cine City. You know, boss, Cine City only produces comedies, and since his films Haven't been successful, he has been pushed to Bay Island, where he has seen little improvement. Even a gunfight film he made didn't make a splash. I see, Qianlong interrupted. What is your friend's name? Are you hoping to bring him into your studio? His name is Wu Yusen. He once worked at the old Shaoshi and was a disciple of Zhang Che. I feel he is underutilized here and would like to recommend him to you. Wu Yusen. The person Suka wished to recommend was none other than Wu Yusen. He had directed A Better Tomorrow, which became the box office champion of its year, reviving Chow Yun-fat's career. After moving to Hollywood, he directed Face Off and Mission Impossible 2, as well as some less successful films like Red Cliff and The Crossing. Such a talented individual, provided he steered clear of overly ambitious projects, would likely not disappoint. Chapter 37, The Casting of Xiao Ma Ge. Director Wu, we have reviewed your new script. You have attempted gunfight films before, as evidenced by the box office performance of No Tears for Heroes. We urge you to reconsider. Our invitation for you to Bay Island is based on your status as a Hong Kong director. You should take this opportunity to learn. Listening to the financier's incessant prattle, Wu Yusen, who had been in the industry for a decade and was now approaching a period of self-reflection, found himself engulfed in confusion. Once celebrated as a guest of honor by Jiahe, he now had to endure the guidance of an outsider. He was acutely aware that comedies currently dominated the film market. As a director, he harbored his own convictions. Wrapped in applause and flowers during the kung fu film era, he now felt abandoned by the times. Living a life of aimless wandering in a foreign land. There were no old friends, no family, no one who could understand him. Was he truly to abandon his aspirations and create a series of farcical films pieced together from jokes? Staring at the initial draft of No Tears for Heroes, he fell into silence. Observing his indifference, the individual across the table shook his head. Director Wu, please think this through. If this is the film you wish to pursue, our company will not invest. I believe the current market would not support your project either. With that, he donned his hat and exited the room. The scorching sun beamed into his eyes, prompting Wu Yusen to squint slightly. At that moment, a copy of the Nanyang Daily was blown into his apartment. Master Suku officially joins Xian Shaoshi. Ningka Studio is formally established. Wu Yusen's spirits surged with elation for his old friend. Old Su has finally embarked on his own career. With Xian Shaoshi's abundant resources, he will undoubtedly flourish and finally create the work he desires. They were kindred spirits in their professional pursuits, and Wu Yusen genuinely rejoiced in Su Ku's success. However, in the next breath, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. A friend with whom he once shared drinks and dreams had reached the pinnacle of life, while he remained mired in obscurity, living in utter disarray. Holding the discarded draft of No Tears for Heroes, he was on the verge of tears. Just then, the old telephone in his apartment rang. Sengu. Wu Yusen initially thought he had misheard, until Suku's voice came through again. Is this Sengu? It's me, Suku. I finally managed to get your number from a colleague in Taiwan. Long-distance calls are expensive, so I'll be brief. My boss wants to invite you to join Xian Shaoshi. He greatly admires your work on No Tears for Heroes and wishes for you to return to Hong Kong to direct another gunfight film. Upon hearing this, Wu Yusen's mind buzzed. A prominent producer appreciated his unique style of gunfight films. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout out loud and inform those who had once dismissed him. Sengu, how do you feel about this offer? Please say something. Both Nansheng and I are quite concerned about you. Oh, I got a bit too excited and didn't catch everything you said. Haha, the boss means that the fee will depend on the type of film. If you direct a gunfight film, you'll receive 1 million as a service fee, and if it performs well, there will be additional bonuses. Suku continued to persuade him. I know you were on a profit-sharing basis at Jiahe, and the boss has also stated that if this film goes well, he will offer you the role of independent producer for the next one. In truth, even without the prospect of becoming an independent producer, Wu Yusen was already prepared to make a comeback. 1 million for a film, especially one he enjoyed making, was infinitely superior to the treatment offered by Bay Island's financiers. Alright, I'll buy a plane ticket for tonight. Old Su, I want you and Nansheng too. It was only at this moment that he could no longer contain his emotions and began to share his recent experiences with Suku. Suku quietly chuckled, feeling genuinely happy for Wu Yusen. Brother, please come back quickly. Nansheng and I are heading to the airport to welcome you. The following day, the script for A Better Tomorrow landed on Qianlong's desk. As he perused the familiar storyline, a wave of joy enveloped his heart. According to the original trajectory, After Sui Hark established his studio, Wu Yusen became the director of Sui Hark's team. 2 years later, he produced the action-packed film A Better Tomorrow, which grossed an impressive 34.65 million Hong Kong dollars, surpassing Sammo Hung's self-directed The Magnificent Butcher and The New Images The Best Partner for. This success also propelled Chow Yun-fat to a remarkable comeback, marking the beginning of his legendary winning streak. Perhaps it was the years of unfulfilled aspirations that imbued Wu Yusen's films with a distinctive personal style, with the character of Mark Gore resonating deeply with audiences. "I've been unlucky for 3 years, just waiting for an opportunity." This line encapsulates both Mark Gore's sentiment and Wu Yusen's own voice. Indeed, Wu Yusen seized this rare opportunity, bouncing back from the depths of despair to reaffirm his directorial prowess. Reflecting on this, Qianlong couldn't help but smile. After so many years of nurturing directors at Golden Harvest, a discarded talent from New Image was unexpectedly reaping the rewards. He was eager for Wu Yusen to commence filming A Better Tomorrow, impatient to witness the exasperated expressions of Chow Yun-fat and Ma Jia. "Very well. I will invest 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and I want Chow Yun-fat to portray Mark Gore, while you can decide on the other roles." Chapter 38. Enduring Hardships. 3,000 you soldiers can overcome Wu. Upon hearing this, Wu Yusen felt a surge of elation. He had not anticipated such faith from his new boss. It is worth noting that he had not directed a film that grossed over 5 million Hong Kong dollars for many years. The highest-grossing film he directed, The Last Encounter, released in '77, garnered over 5 million, securing the second-highest box office that year. That was the pinnacle of his career. However, he did not want to dwell on past glories. Heroic Tears only managed to earn 2.85 million. During filming, in pursuit of authenticity, he used real firearms, resulting in an actor being shot in the thigh. The film not only failed to turn a profit, but also incurred substantial medical expenses. Under normal circumstances, no producer would invest further in a gunfight film with him at the helm. Yet, just as his good friend Sui Hark said, their boss possessed great ambition and was determined to transform Hong Kong cinema. While he felt excitement, he was also bewildered. Qianlong's choice for the role of Mark Gore aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Chow Yun-fat seemed destined to embody this character, sharing a tumultuous past that mirrored the character's experiences, ensuring a compelling performance. Coincidentally, Chow had recently become available, and for the role of Song Zijie's girlfriend, Wu Yusen hoped to cast Xiao Wenxi. Wu Yusen nodded. These two were the rising stars of the new Shaw brothers. And with such a luxurious lineup provided by the boss, it would be unreasonable for him to incur losses. He gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination to create a film that would leave all of Hong Kong applauding. He aimed to show those who once underestimated him that Wu Yusen could indeed direct a remarkable, hard-hitting action film. Noticing Wu's ambitious demeanor, Qianlong nodded in approval. Sui Hark voluntarily stepped forward to act as the producer for A Better Tomorrow, while his close friend Shi Nanxing eagerly took on the role of the overall planner. With this iron triangle overseeing A Better Tomorrow, Qianlong found it difficult to conceive of any reason for the production to fail. A Better Tomorrow was officially greenlit, becoming the first major production after Sui Hark, Shi Nanxing, and Wu Yusen joined the new Shaw brothers. The news quickly reached Chow Yun-fat's ears, leaving him astonished. "Wu Yusen? Are you certain that the director of A Better Tomorrow is Wu Yusen?" He Guanchong replied. "Yes, it's the same Wu Yusen we know." Upon hearing this, Chow Yun-fat couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Old he, I told you, young people can easily get carried away. They take too big of a step and make mistakes. Look, it's already happening." He Guanchong nodded, unreservedly mocking Qianlong. "Indeed, Qianlong has made a poor move. We invested so much money in Wu. And he produced Heroic Tears, which only earned over 2 million at the box office. Everyone knows that gunfight films are not profitable, yet Qianlong still foolishly pursued it. Truly youthful arrogance, unaware of the vastness of the world." This was good news. Sui Hark was also not one to skimp on production costs. He spent 30 million on swordsmen, and with these two talents, it would be difficult for Qianlong to avoid losses. As they discussed this, both Chow and he felt a renewed sense of clarity, realizing that Sui Hark being snatched away by Qianlong was not necessarily a bad thing. A young master who loved to spend money, combined with the profligate Sui Hark and Wu Yusen, in their view, the new Shaw brothers would not last long. Moreover, they were aware that Qianlong had a betting agreement with Sir Run Shaw. If the new Shaw brothers produced several consecutive flops, how could Qianlong fulfill his end of the bet? Did he think he could rely solely on Wang Jing to outmaneuver their numerous subsidiaries at Golden Harvest? If the new Shaw brothers faltered, the Hong Kong film industry would ultimately remain their domain. They even felt grateful to Qianlong for poaching Sui Hark from New Image, thereby inadvertently diminishing the strength of their old rival. With this thought, their spirits brightened. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Sir Run Shaw had already reached out to Wu Ma, Lu Junwei, Lin Junying, and others. Qianlong's attempts to undermine his rivals had only just begun. Shaw Mansion. Wu Ma and the others were welcomed into the living room by the old housekeeper. After sitting down, the three exchanged glances, a bit perplexed. They had each received an invitation from Sir Run Run Shaw, with the servants merely stating that he wished to have tea with them, without mentioning any other purpose. None of them expected that Sir Shaw had also invited others. All three were familiar faces from Baoha. As the director, Wu Ma held the highest status among them. He wondered why Sir Shaw wanted to reminisce with him, while also inviting Lu the cinematographer and Lin the martial artist. The others were equally puzzled about what the sixth master was planning. Sir Shaw did not keep them waiting long. After adjusting his tie and donning formal attire, he appeared before them. Wu Ma and the others hurriedly stood to greet the elder. You are all esteemed veterans of Shaw Brothers, and I have gathered you today to discuss a matter. Wu Ma smiled and inquired, Sixth Master, what can we do for you? Just give us your orders. Indeed. Although we have been away from Shaw Brothers for some years, we still remember your kindness. Haha, don't be too quick to agree. Let me finish speaking before you make a decision. Chapter 39, The Establishment of Ling Huan Studio. I have invited you today in hopes that you will return to Shaw Brothers to make films for my adopted grandson, Chen Long. The previously confident Wu Ma suddenly found himself hesitating. He was highly valued at Baoha, which was why they entrusted him with directing People Scare People. As a core member of the Hung family, he was content with his current situation and had no desire to take risks at another company. Lu Guanzhong had a similar mindset. Lin Jinying had never even considered switching jobs. Master Hung valued him greatly, and his roles had been expanding in the two Ling Huan productions. As a martial artist, being in the spotlight meant additional income. But if he joined the new Shaw Brothers, could he continue to land significant roles with a new team? This left Lin Jinying with a considerable question mark. Sir Xiao observed their reactions attentively and, unfazed, remarked, Do not be hasty in dismissing me, my friends. I shall summon Chen Long, and we can all sit down for a leisurely discussion. With that, he nodded toward the old steward, who understood the cue and proceeded to the inner courtyard. Addressing Chen Long, who was engaged in a game of bridge with Aunt Lu, Young Master Chen, Sixth Master calls for you. Chen Long nodded, placing the cards face down on the table. Aunt Lu, I shall converse with them and return shortly to continue our game. Go ahead, go ahead. Matters of importance take precedence. Noticing that Wu Ma and the others were silent and contemplative, Chen Long discerned their thoughts. He first inclined his head respectfully to Wu Ma, saying, Director Wu, hailing from a lineage of opera, I hold your talents in high esteem and am keen on the idea of integrating opera into film. Should you join the new Shaw Brothers, I am willing to finance a movie centered around a theatrical troupe. The fusion of opera and cinema had always been Wu Ma's aspiration. He had made similar attempts in People Scaring People, with decent market feedback. However, that alone was insufficient to sway him, as he could pursue similar endeavors within the Hong family troupe. Yet, what followed astonished him greatly. As a distinguished disciple of the venerable Zhang Che, a master of martial arts films, I believe you are entirely qualified to establish your own school and produce independently. Ambition often rises gradually within a person. After all, figures like Wang Jing and Sui Hark, his juniors, had their own studios. Why not himself? Wu Ma was taken aback by this notion. In truth, he preferred acting over directing. You jest, Chen Boss. I am well aware of my own limitations. Directing occasionally is one thing, but at my age, I am better suited for supporting roles. Chen Long gestured toward the other two, saying, A hero requires 3 allies. Lu Guanwei possesses extensive experience in cinematography, having worked as a cameraman for decades. Directing a fantasy film would be second nature to him. Furthermore, Master Lin, with his commendable portrayal of the Taoist in People Scaring People, is perfectly capable of leading a fantasy film as the male protagonist. I believe the three of you, collaborating, could create a zombie film that would undoubtedly be a commercial success. Upon hearing Chen Long's words, Lu Guanwei and Lin Jinying exchanged astonished glances. Me as the director? The thought of not aspiring to be a general is not befitting of a soldier, yet this sentiment was something they had only entertained in their minds. Now laid bare by Chen Long's candid expression. Observing the three lost in contemplation, Chen Long added fuel to the fire. I propose that the three of you join forces to establish a company under the new Shaw Brothers, specializing in fantasy films. Lu Guanwei and Lin Jinying were momentarily dumbfounded. Chen Boss was indeed offering them a ladder to success. If a cameraman, martial artist, like him became a studio owner, it would be an extraordinary leap forward. They exchanged fervent glances, eager for Wu Ma, who was still hesitating. Old foam, Director Wu, we are willing to be your assistants. And you would take the bulk of the shares. What do you say? At that moment, Wu Ma found himself in a predicament, reluctantly acknowledging that he was indeed tempted. However, he grappled with his conscience, having received kindness from Hong Jinbao and Zhou Huaiwen. How could he betray them so easily? Yet, he heard Sir Xiao chuckle, Wu Ma, you are one of us at the Shaw Brothers. When you joined Baohua, I never reproached you. Now that you wish to return, what right do outsiders have to judge you? Wu Ma nodded in agreement, reflecting that he graduated from the Shaw Brothers Nanghua Experimental Theater and was trained by Master Zhang Che. It was only natural for him to return to the new Shaw Brothers. With this realization, Wu Ma cast aside his doubts and declared, "Very well. I am willing to lead Lu and Lin in joining the Shaw Brothers to establish a fantasy studio. That is only fitting. I shall summon the legal team to allocate the studio's shares and assist you in terminating your contracts with Baohua." Upon hearing this, the three nodded fervently. With the new Shaw Brothers involved, they had no reason to worry about contract issues and were filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 40. Hong Jinbao's Innocence. Zhou Huaiwen's Sarcasm, Part 1. The three, clutching a signing bonus of 1 million, felt disoriented as they stepped outside. They had indulged in a drink and, astonishingly, transformed into company owners. Particularly, Lin Jinying found himself somewhat bewildered upon learning he held 10% of the new company as a supporting actor. He was surprised to be valued so highly by Qianlong. With his impressive performance as the Taoist in People Scaring People, he had gradually garnered some recognition on the big screen. Although Hong Banju treated him well, he had never received any guarantees. When Qianlong arranged for 3 million Hong Kong dollars to be brought forth, all three held their breath in anticipation. They had never seen such a substantial amount of cash laid before them. Wu Ma, having spent half his life as an actor, could not produce 1 million Hong Kong dollars at this moment. In the entertainment industry of Hong Kong, acting was merely a job, with even the salary of a gold-plated supporting actor being only slightly higher than that of an average office worker. It was only in the past 2 years that he had started earning some money, as both director and actor in People Scaring People. He had only received around 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. This was the highest remuneration he had ever earned within the Hong family troupe. Now, before they had even officially begun filming, Qianlong presented them with 1 million, leaving them utterly astounded. Wu Ma felt his heart race, and Lu and Lin were no different. Their hands trembled as they accepted the money, and it was only when they grasped the weight of the 1 million in the bag that they truly comprehended its significance. A sudden gust of wind swept by, and Wu Ma regained his composure. He suddenly realized that the money felt somewhat scorching in his hands. Having accepted the payment and signed the contract, any desire to back out would require even greater compensation. From the moment they accepted the money, the three found themselves with no retreat in this matter. Wu Ma was troubled, pondering how to broach the subject with Hong Jinbao. Hong Jinbao and Zhou Huaiwen had always treated him well, even granting him opportunities to direct significant productions. It would not be an exaggeration to call them benefactors. Yet now, he found himself betraying Baohua for the sake of money and personal gain, aligning himself with competitors, leaving him utterly embarrassed to face his former employer. The ever-silent Lu Guanwei finally spoke. "Director Feng, I understand your concerns, but now that we have taken the money and signed the contract, if we wish to retract our decision, we would face tens of millions in compensation." Wu Ma acknowledged this reality, yet he hesitated to confront Hong Jinbao. Lu Guanwei, older than the other two, contemplated the situation thoroughly and spoke without guilt. "Hong Banju pays me, and I work for him, fulfilling my duties. Now that a better opportunity has arisen, I see no reason to feel guilty." Wu Ma nodded, having worked with Hong's troupe for so long. Each film they produced was more successful than the last. The profits from these films had never resulted in any extra compensation from the boss. From the perspective of employer and employee, they were not indebted to one another. If he chose to leave now, why should he carry any burden of guilt? If they were indeed true brothers and friends, they should offer their blessings for his promising future. Lu Guanwei continued, "If Hong Boss and Zhou Boss truly valued us, they could simply cover our breach of contract fees. If that were the case, I, Lu, would willingly serve him as a loyal worker for life." This sentiment resonated deeply with the other two. Indeed, if Hong Boss and Zhou Boss truly valued them, they should straightforwardly pay the penalty. With this thought in mind, Wu Ma straightened his posture and cleared his throat, stating, "Given the circumstances, the three of us shall proactively tender our resignations to Hong Jinbao. The road ahead shall now fall upon the capable shoulders of the two esteemed brothers. Lin, my dear younger brother, please do not say such things. From now on, we must unite as one to elevate the reputation of Ling Huan Studio, for only then can we honor the lofty expectations of young Master Chun." On the following day, as was his custom, Sammo Hung rose early to practice. This had been a steadfast habit he shared with the members of the Hung family martial arts team for decades. Even after becoming the owner of a film company, he maintained his discipline. The training room resonated with the rhythmic sounds of exertion. Amidst the greetings exchanged, Sammo surveyed the scene. Where's Master Lin today? Why is he absent? Is he unwell?" The others shook their heads in unison, equally puzzled. Lin Jinying was among the most diligent. He had never missed a morning practice. Suddenly, the personnel manager urgently shouted, "Boss, we have a serious problem. Calm down and speak slowly. What has happened? With me here, the sky will not fall." Upon seeing his anchor of stability, the manager steadied himself and whispered into Sammo's ear, "Wu Ma, Lin Jinying, and Lu Guanwei have all submitted their resignations. The previously composed Sammo's expression instantly turned frosty. A jolt of alarm struck his heart. Just recently, he had been discussing with Boss Zhou plans to ramp up production for another Ling Huan zombie film next year. Both parties intended for Lin Jinying, who had performed exceptionally in the previous film, to play the lead in the new project. Now, the three key contributors to that success had suddenly chosen to resign, catching him completely off guard. Sammo found it hard to believe that Wu Ma would resign. They were brothers, true comrades. With this thought in mind, he replied sternly, "Are they in your office? I will speak with them personally." As he made his way there, Sammo came to a realization. The trio would not resign without cause. It was highly likely they had been lured by some external temptation. He recalled the recent commotion surrounding Su Ke's defection. Could it be that young Master Chen had set his sights on the Hung family team? The Hung family team was thriving, consistently producing 1 or 2 films each year that grossed over 10 million. Many prominent figures were eager to invest and collaborate with him. However, it was the first time someone attempted to poach from him. With this thought, he shook his head and sighed. When gods clash, mere mortals suffer. Who would have thought that I, Sammo Hung, accustomed to navigating smoothly, would today find myself a victim? It made sense. His deep ties with Golden Harvest made him a thorn in young Master Chen's side. Furthermore, the attack on God of Gamblers was spearheaded by his Hung family, teams the 5 Lucky Stars. Thus, retaliation was not unexpected, though he understood the rationale. Sammo could not swallow his indignation. He had never encountered such a loss. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained in his heart. As the 3 were core members of the Hung family team, his brothers, and he had nurtured them personally, they must still harbor some affection for the team. If he could appeal to their emotions and reason, perhaps he could persuade them to reconsider. Hung Banju. The cold, detached address from Wu Ma chilled Sammo's heart. These old friends had never referred to him as Hung Banju, but rather affectionately as Hung Lauda. In just one night, why had their attitude toward him shifted so drastically? Sammo sensed a distinct lack of respect in their eyes. Do you truly wish to leave? What terms has Chen offered you? I, Sammo Hung, can match them. Banju. Boss Chen has offered each of us a severance package of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Sammo gasped inwardly. 3 million for the trio was indeed a generous sum from young Master Chen. While he could afford 3 million, he felt the trio did not merit such an expense. Noticing Sammo's silence, Lu Guanwei added, Boss Chen has promised to establish a studio for us, providing at least 5 million in budget for our films each year. Sammo was taken aback. A budget of 5 million annually was a deal that some bosses had offered him. Young Master Chen was truly willing to spend lavishly to undermine him and Boss Zhou. In his view, the trio could not bear the burden of a 5 million production. And Qianlong's motives were driven by both financial capability and a desire for revenge. With such an example before them, who would dare oppose the new Shaw brothers in the future? So, you all wish to sever ties with the Hung family team? Though we may be a small temple, it is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Realizing that they had been blinded by monetary allure, Sammo understood that emotional appeals were futile, and he immediately adopted a stern demeanor. The 3 were not intimidated by Sammo's display of authority, with Boss Chen supporting them, and the current star, Jia Ning, shining brightly in Hong Kong. Why would they fear a small-time film company owner? Even with the formidable Boss Zhou present, they felt no trepidation. Hung Lauda, we are but pawns in this world. After so many years of collaboration, why must we sever ties? Would it not be better to part amicably today and reunite another time? At that moment, the tension on Sammo's face softened. The address of Hung Lauda broke through his defenses. He was not a heartless man. Brotherhood meant everything to him. And now that his old friends had found brighter futures, how could he harden his heart to become the villain? All right, if you still regard me as your leader, how could I truly make things difficult for you? I will speak to Boss Zhou on your behalf. If you find yourselves uncomfortable with Qianlong in the future, you are always welcome to return. The doors of the Hung family team will remain open for you. With that, Sammo turned away and called out, someone, see our guests out. The trio, witnessing Sammo's unexpected generosity, exchanged complex glances. However, having taken this step, they could only bravely move forward. As the 3 departed, Sammo found himself troubled. He had originally intended to negotiate with Boss Zhou for a budget to produce another Ling Huan film. But with the departure of the soul of the human scarecrow, that plan would have to be indefinitely shelved. Now faced with this situation, such a significant issue would undoubtedly require a discussion with the formidable Boss Zhou. Just as he contemplated how to report the matter, news of the upheaval at Baohe reached Zhou Huaiwen with astonishing speed. Zhou's initial reaction was that Qianlong was being excessively brazen. Losing Su Ke, who was considered indispensable, was something they could only accept, for young Master Chen was both foolish and wealthy. Yet now, Qianlong had reached into the pockets of his prized Jia. How could he not feel alarmed? If he did not respond to this act of poaching, would it not give Qianlong the impression that he was intimidated? Jia was not limited to only Baohe. How would the other factions perceive him? Zhou Huaiwen, once a dominant figure, was now aging and perceived as ineffective, incapable of safeguarding his own. With this realization, Zhou slammed his teacup down onto the rosewood table. Bring Sammo Hung to me. Upon receiving the summons, Sammo felt a pang of dread. He knew this matter could not remain concealed from the formidable boss, yet he had not anticipated that the news would leak so swiftly. Boss Zhou, who became a capitalist early on, is certainly not as easy to converse with. When it comes to business interests, he shows no regard for brotherly loyalty. Oh, old foe, you have truly left me with a dilemma. Prepare the car. On the road, Hung Jinbao thought of numerous excuses for himself and the two others. But upon encountering Zhou Huaiwen, whose face was dark and whose eyes bore a murderous glint, he forgot even to greet him. This is a formidable character, one who has driven the established powerhouse Shaw brothers into retreat. The idea of trying to play coy with him seems rather laughable. Zhou Huaiwen made an effort to display a smile. Jinbao, what are you standing there for? Come in quickly. Boss Zhou, regarding this matter, you need not elaborate. I will take charge of it for you. Those who betray you will be thoroughly blacklisted by Jiahe. As for the new Shaw brothers, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them in the future. Hung Jinbao's heart sank. The worst had indeed come to pass. Being completely boycotted by Jiahe meant that the three of them could never again appear in productions associated with Jiahe. Any actor, martial artist, or crew member who maintained good relations with Jiahe would refuse to collaborate with them. Jiahe, which dominated half of the film industry in Hong Kong, certainly possessed such power. He wanted to plead for the three, but seeing Zhou Huaiwen in a rage, he wisely remained silent. As for what you mentioned last time about wanting to shoot another fantasy film this year, I approve. The budget is 8 million Hong Kong dollars. Is that sufficient? If it were in the past, Hung Jinbao would have rejoiced at such a high investment for a fantasy film. However, the genre demands exceptional standards from both actors and cinematographers. With the departure of the main creative team, where would he find suitable supporting actors and a cinematographer? Seemingly aware of Hung Jinbao's predicament, Zhou Huaiwen chuckled. You need not worry about the actors and cinematography. With so many subsidiaries under Jiahe nurturing a wealth of talent, is there truly no one who can step up? You could easily conduct an internal selection. Perhaps others will outperform those three. The thought of using actors and personnel from other companies filled Hung Jinbao with reluctance. If the film succeeded, wouldn't it merely cultivate talent for others? What if they began producing fantasy films as well? Yet, since the situation had arisen from his own company, he could only nod in agreement. Mr. Zhou, could you perhaps let the three go? They are longtime subordinates of mine, and I do not wish to see them suffer such a defeat. Hung Jinbao rarely begged in such a manner, yet Zhou Huaiwen resolutely replied, no. Noticing Hung Jinbao's displeased expression, Zhou Huaiwen added reassuringly, come now, cheer up, Jinbao. We are in business. We cannot afford to be overly sentimental. The other brothers in your Hung family gang are watching you. If you do nothing, what will they think? They will perceive you as magnanimous? No, they will only see you as weak and easily bullied. Today it's 3 against you. Tomorrow it could be 10 or 100. People are inherently ambitious, and Shunlong has amplified the ambitions of some. You must extinguish that fire. Seeing Hung Jinbao still appearing unconcerned, Zhou Huaiwen extinguished his cigar and pointed to the Jiahe building. You are no longer just a martial artist. You are a boss. How many people are waiting for you to dish out work? If you start production, they will have food on their tables. A boss must embody the role of a boss. If you cling to your old mindset, you will inevitably be ruthlessly eliminated by the market. Hung Jinbao recalled his previous entrepreneurial failures and nodded in acknowledgement. The news of Lin Jinying and the others establishing the fantasy studio had yet to circulate. Jiahe promptly issued a notice to all industry colleagues. Wu Ma, Lu Guanwei, Lin Jinying have betrayed brotherhood and insist on defecting from Bao'e. Their despicable character, devoid of trust and loyalty, is contemptible. Today, the Jiahe group imposes a complete ban on them. This ban swiftly spread throughout every production team and the entire entertainment circle in Hong Kong. The shocking announcement evoked a palpable sense of Jiahe group's fury. Chapter 43. Shunlong has something to say. How powerful is Jiahe? Since the late 1970s, over 70 of Hong Kong's box office has been generated by them. Not only do they dwarf other film companies in terms of output, but the quality is also exceptional. Indeed, Jiahe has sustained a significant portion of the film production industry. Although the new Yicheng has risen and the new Shaw brothers are regaining their strength, Jiahe's long-standing dominance in the film industry has made it clear that few dare provoke the might of this titan. In this industry, one must often give Boss Zhou a modicum of respect. Hence, when the ban was enacted, it signified that the three were effectively ostracized by a large portion of the industry. Upon receiving the news, the three, who were fervently discussing their new project at the new Shaw brothers, fell silent. Shunlong reassured them. Humph, you are now part of the new Shaw brothers. Jiahe's ban means little to us. Boss Chen, you do not understand. We now bear the stigma of betrayal. Who would dare collaborate with us in the future? Even if the Shaw brothers do not care, we, as martial artists, value brotherhood above all. How can we hold our heads high before others now? Being blacklisted is not the gravest issue. The crucial matter is that their reputations have been irreparably tarnished. Qianlong was instantly amused by the absurdity. Huh. What a fine fellow Zhou Huaiwen is. Did Sir Run Run Shaw ever voice a complaint publicly when he betrayed Shaw brothers? Now that he has become a capitalist, he won't allow others to change jobs and start anew? Observing the despondent expressions on the three, devoid of their previous creative fervor, Qianlong slapped the table. Humph. Do not worry. I will head to the television station and berate him. Boss Chun, is such a fuss necessary? Going to the television station to scold him will not reflect well on you. Seeing Qianlong's unwillingness to turn a blind eye, the trio felt touched. Yet they also wished to spare him from a public dispute. Bosses typically care about their image, and engaging in such confrontations would seem somewhat undignified. Humph. You are now part of my new Shaw brothers. Bullying you is akin to slapping my own face. I must settle this score with him. With that, Qianlong instructed someone to notify Sir Run Run Shaw and Lady Six. Upon hearing of the matter, both were filled with righteous indignation. These three are my connections. Their punishment bears my responsibility. How can I stand by idly? Zhou Huaiwen has resorted to such underhanded tactics. I must certainly scold him. The three promptly arrived at TVB television station. Upon seeing the chairman and Prince Jia Ning in a frantic state, the staff realized that something significant was about to unfold. Along, what do you plan to do? We shall appear together on TVB News and expose Zhou Huaiwen's shameful deeds before the entire city. Lady Six frowned and advised. Along, that may not be wise. In business, we should prioritize harmony. He has committed a disgraceful act. Yet he should not be allowed to speak. Qianlong indeed harbored some disdain for Zhou Huaiwen's methods. What difference is there between him and a hero turned dragon slayer turned villain? Initially unwilling to be merely a worker, he set out on his own, taking a crowd of veterans to snatch profits from his former employer. Now that he has grown strong and become a capitalist, he begins to bully those who are still rising. Is it truly the case that he wishes to pass on the hardships he has not endured to those who follow? Sir Run Run Shaw, equally aggrieved, echoed his sentiment. His actions were indeed unscrupulous. At first, I refrained from confronting him out of consideration for face saving. Yet I never anticipated that he would act so excessively now. Broadcast our symposium as an urgent news update. With a command from Elder Xiao, the entire news station was thrown into a flurry of activity. After arranging the symposium setting, the female anchor, following the director's cue, announced, "We interrupt this program to bring you an urgent news report." This morning, the Jia Film Company issued a public statement. Zhou Huaiwen, having received a phone call from a friend, also turned on the television. There, he saw the long-absent boss Xiao addressing the camera, offering his commentary on Jia's ban of Lin Jinying and the other two. I had once considered entrusting the management of Shaw Brothers films to Zhou Huaiwen, but I am acutely aware of his temperament. He is not one to remain in subservience for long. It would be more prudent to let him venture out on his own. Thus, when he insisted on taking He Guanchang to start his own business, I tolerated it. When he established his own enterprise with a significant portion of Shaw's martial arts and cinematography team, I endured that as well. However, today, issuing a comprehensive ban due to the three's desire to start their own venture, I can no longer tolerate this. You claim that the three have acted treacherously and lack integrity. Yet, how noble is it to establish your own business by poaching so many of Shaw's veteran employees? Ma Wu, who had accompanied Qianlong, chimed in. To clarify, I was not cultivated by Jia. I graduated from Shaw's Nangwa Drama School under the tutelage of Zhang Che. And in my youth, I also played lead roles in Shaw films. I produced a film for Baohua that grossed 10 million at the box office, yet only received a mere 0.2 in returns. I feel no debt towards the two owners of Baohua. Thus, I reject the accusation of betraying the Hong family or abandoning Baohua. Chapter 44, Zhou Huaijuan's helplessness. The audience watching the gossip on television nodded in agreement, perceiving Jia's actions as unjust. The films directed by them earned 10 million at the box office, yet they received not even a fraction of the profits. How excessively miserly. They sought to follow Boss Chun in their entrepreneurial endeavors. It would suffice if you simply withheld your blessings, yet instead, you issued a ban. Zhou Huaijuan, capable of starting his own business and poaching loyal clients. Yet why should they not do the same? Such logic is absurd. The film industry in Hong Kong is not solely yours. Zhou Huaijuan's face flushed crimson. He never imagined that matters would escalate to the television station, where even the semi-retired Sir Xiao was pulled into the fray. He felt no sense of indebtedness to Sir Xiao. His poaching was merely reclaiming what belonged to him. Yet now, Sir Xiao was publicly condemning him before the entire city of Hong Kong, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of shame. However, the ban had already been issued, and retracting it would make it impossible for him to maintain his standing in the industry. Just as he contemplated turning off the television to avoid further distress, He heard Chun Long declare, as the new manager of Shaw Brothers, "I believe Jia's actions violate the principles of fair commercial competition and slander the integrity of my three partners. Therefore, in my capacity as Jia Ning's vice president, I advise Boss Zhou that if Jia does not rescind the ban on my three partners within 3 days and publicly apologize to them, Jia Ning Group and its 200 subsidiaries will cease all collaborations with Jia Film Company. Any business partners collaborating with Jia will be considered adversaries of Jia Ning." The director and host on-site swallowed hard. Jia Ning Group was currently thriving in Hong Kong, a hot stock in the market. If the Jia owners remained obstinate, they might force investors to withdraw their funding. Zhou Huaijuan's pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated that Chun Long would go to such lengths for 3 subordinates. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of fear enveloped him. If Jia Film Company were indeed fully ostracized by Jia Ning Group, his investors would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation. Compared to the hundreds of billions in market value held by Jia Ning, his Jia Film Company was but an ant. Sir Xiao, present at the live news broadcast, echoed, "Those who engage in wrongdoing will ultimately meet their demise. If Zhou Huaijuan does not sincerely repent, Shaw Brothers will completely boycott any films produced by Jia." This declaration struck heavily at Zhou Huaijuan's heart. At the time when Shaw was defenseless against his actions, they did not boycott his films. Yet now, for the sake of 3 subordinates, they targeted him so fiercely, and Zhou's composure shattered. In the next moment, his home phone and mobile phone rang incessantly. There was no need to ask. It was undoubtedly shareholders and partners from Jia's subsidiaries calling. The shareholders feared antagonizing Jia Ning Group, while the subsidiary partners worried about not securing screenings after facing a ban from Shaw Brothers. In such an unfavorable situation, he found no room for counterattack. Realizing this, Zhou Huaijuan reluctantly instructed his subordinates, "In my name, publish an apology statement in the 3 major newspapers, and inform all business partners that the previous ban is null and void." Although these words slipped lightly from his lips, Zhou felt as if he were floating. He cared not for his reputation or face, but rather for his once thriving career, now potentially on the decline. Faced with the capital of Jia Ning behind Chun Long, he felt utterly powerless, unwilling to sit idly by. Meanwhile, the 4 sons of Nui Cheng, watching the news, felt a sense of shared sorrow. Today, the facade of Jia had been stripped away. Perhaps they would be next. They recognized the power of capital. Those who controlled the media and cinemas could easily obstruct their paths. Li Zheju, watching the television, however, was filled with excitement. He saw an opportunity within this situation. His previous injuries had nearly healed, and it was time to engage in a serious contest with this prince of Jia Ning. Contact the controlling parties of Jia and Nui Cheng, and have them come to the Li family. Chapter 45, The Commercial Landscape of Li Air. Upon receiving the Li family's invitation, Zhou Huaijuan was taken aback. Typically, they would not have access to such substantial capital. Refusing was out of the question. The Li family had deep roots and was no mere upstart. "Old Zhou, I suspect this might turn out to be a good thing," he mused. With Chun Long's maneuvers in the film industry attracting capital's attention, perhaps Boss Li intended to invest in us at Jia. Zhou Huaijuan nodded in agreement. Though a sense of discomfort lingered within him, he had always been the largest shareholder of Jia, along with the 2 partners, making him the sole decision-maker. Now, with large capital seeking to invest, a power struggle was inevitable. Yet, considering Jia's precarious position, caught between the new Shaw brothers and Nui Cheng's dual assault, he felt that attracting significant capital was imperative. With a mix of unease and anticipation, the 3 partners of Jia arrived at the Li residence. However, as they waited at the entrance, several vehicles pulled up in front. "What brings you 3 here?" Zhou Huaijuan remarked, only to realize his tone was off. Stepping out of the vehicles were Ma Jia, Shi Tian, and Huang Baoming, along with the president of the Jean Princess Group, the controlling party of Nui Cheng. Ma Jia retorted irritably, "Humph, if you 3 can come, why can't we?" Both parties sensed something amiss, uncertain of what scheme young Master Li was concocting. Just as they exchanged puzzled glances, the servants ushered their group inside. Even within his own home, Li Zheju donned an expensive suit, complete with a polished tie and gleaming shoes, making the small-time film industry operators feel inadequate before the affluent and handsome young heir. In contrast to their self-made struggles, young Master Li appeared as if he had been born with a golden key, exuding the aura of a privileged aristocrat. Li Zheju, having been accustomed to the company of influential figures through his father and involved in businesses with revenues exceeding hundreds of millions, naturally regarded these local tycoons with disdain. What significance do celebrities hold? They are merely pawns in the hands of the powerful. Even if one becomes a boss, it pales in comparison to the stature of established industrial magnates like them. Although the formal acquisition of the 2 companies had yet to occur, Li Zheju already viewed these individuals as his subordinates. "Please find a place to sit," he instructed indifferently, and the crowd complied without hesitation. Without granting anyone a chance to pose questions, He lit a cigar and spoke for himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of our gathering today is to discuss the establishment of a new entertainment conglomerate. The notion of forming an entertainment group? Zhou Huaiwen felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Indeed, since the 1980s, it has become apparent that Shaw Brothers' traditional martial arts dramas are woefully outdated. The industry has shifted towards urban fashion comedies, and to create grand spectacles with an international flair, production costs have soared. While the box office figures may appear impressive, the actual profits are often disappointing. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that each successful collaboration needed to incorporate international elements, even adding industrial special effects to pursue explosive scenes, inevitably resulting in escalating costs with each production. Yet, no one understood why Li Zheju broached this topic. In my view, the idea of making substantial profits from filmmaking is a fallacy. Given the current scale of the film markets in Hong Kong and Taiwan, a film's profit barely reaches 20 million. When divided among you, a return of 1 to 2 million is quite fortunate. This was indeed the reality. As business owners, they often earned little annually, for not every production turned a profit, and new films required further investment. Li Zheju continued to gently probe. Have you never pondered the reasons behind this? Why is it that Qianlong is so intent on competing with you? Why? Despite reaching the pinnacle of the industry, do you struggle to earn a decent living? A heavy silence fell over the room. Most attendees were seasoned veterans of the film industry, having spent their lives navigating its challenges. While they might possess superior cinematic expertise compared to Li Zheju, when it came to business acumen, they could not match the young heir who had been dealing with capital from a young age. Qianlong was not merely fixated on ticket sales. He understood that if the new Shaw Brothers film company were to go public, he could amass hundreds of millions, if not billions, in wealth from the financial markets. A realization dawned upon the crowd, and they began to regain their focus. Indeed, how much could be earned from producing 1 or 2 profitable films? However, if the company went public, they could instantly transform into billionaires. With this thought, Zhou Huaiwen felt a surge of ambition. His company, Jiahe, commanded half of Hong Kong's box office and held the greatest potential for an IPO. Noticing the greedy expressions on their faces, Li Zheju nodded in satisfaction and continued. To my knowledge, Sir Shaw has long intended to list TVB on the stock exchange. But due to economic downturns, the plans have been postponed. Once the Chun and Shaw families bundle their companies for an IPO, they will become the first publicly traded entity in Hong Kong's entertainment industry, raising substantial funds. Do you believe you still have a chance to turn the tide? Chapter 46. An unprecedented merger? Zhou Huaiwen shook his head. If the Chun and Shaw families proceeded with this plan, they would indeed have no opportunity left. Future competition would hinge on large productions, funded by shareholders, while they would be using their own money, ensuring their inevitable defeat. With this realization, he spoke up. Then what does young Master Li propose? Li Zheju responded with conviction. Of course, we should pool our resources to acquire Jiahe and Cine City. And I will invest in acquiring the poorly managed Jiahe Television to establish an entertainment empire even stronger than theirs. The attendees were momentarily taken aback by the audacity of his vision. This idea was incredibly bold, yet highly feasible, as the Li family possessed wealth and capital. Under Li Zheju's orchestration, the merger of the 3 companies would yield a synergistic effect, and with the Li family's expertise in capital operations, they could swiftly bring the new conglomerate to market. At that point, not only could their fortunes multiply, but they could also leverage shareholder funds to invest in even more grand productions. Even if 1 or 2 projects incurred losses, it would not matter. They would no longer need to tread cautiously, as the risk of bankruptcy from a failed core production would vanish. Would they still need to fear Qianlong? They were, after all, the capital themselves. While the group envisioned a promising future, Zhou Huaiwen interjected with a scoff. Under whose name will this new conglomerate operate? How will shares be distributed, and how will positions and power be allocated? Having founded Jiahe and battled the Shaw brothers for many years, he could not bear the thought of watching his company be usurped by others. If the merger retained Jiahe as leadership, he would have no objections. However, Li Zheju's youthful exuberance would not allow for any dilution of power. It was easy to foresee that if he acquiesced to this arrangement today, the new group would soon render him irrelevant. Jia and the others, being capable of both directing and producing, would naturally not be concerned about such matters. Li Zheju remained unfazed. He never believed that mere personal charisma could secure the acquisition of 2 companies. With a smile, he declared, I am willing to invest 100 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase 10 of your shares, along with an additional 400 million to inject into the new conglomerate, thereby acquiring 50 of the new entity for 500 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This meant that by agreeing to Li Zheju's terms, they could immediately share in a cash windfall of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and the theoretical market valuation of the new group would soar to a staggering 1 billion. Even holding a mere 5% stake in the new company would suffice to make them genuine millionaires. Zhou Huaiwen, however, felt disinterested. His company had been established early on, and over the years, he had profited significantly from the star power of Bruce Lee. Even if he lost 30 million on the investment in the swordsman, he would still not have suffered irreparable damage. Several million was insufficient to sway him. The other two partners at Jiahe were somewhat tempted but remained hesitant. Unlike the three from Cine City, who were far more eager, Maijia was the first to respond. We at Cine City have no objections. Hearing this, the president of Golden Princess furrowed his brow slightly, as they held 51 of Cine City's shares, and he had yet to express his stance as the major stakeholder. However, after some calculation, he realized that investing in Cine City would yield minimal returns. Agreeing to young Master Li's merger plan would allow him to secure a substantial cash influx and later transform into a shareholder of a publicly listed company, which would also provide an explanation to Golden Princess's investors. As a businessman, he understood the need to temper his enthusiasm and remain strategically positioned. Thus, he added, we at Golden Princess will need to discuss this at the board meeting before making a final decision. Li Zheju nodded in understanding, confident that no one could refuse his terms. He then turned his gaze to the three from Jiahe. We too need to deliberate and gather opinions from the minority shareholders. Zhou Huaiwen, not foolish, felt a deep resistance within, yet he recognized that the Li family was a financial titan, one he could not afford to offend. Very well. I await your favorable response. I have arranged a banquet at the hotel for everyone to take this opportunity to foster camaraderie. Previously competitors, he did not wish for any lingering animosity after the merger. He was resolute in his desire to unite both factions at the same table for a meal. Zhou Huaiwen furrowed his brow. If he were to attend the banquet today, how could he possibly refuse the merger in the future? Young Master Li, I am feeling somewhat unwell today and shall not participate in the banquet, he declared. Upon hearing this, He Guanchong and Liang Feng instantly grasped their elder brother's intent. The three of them had always shared their fortunes and misfortunes, and they too fabricated an excuse, declining the invitation to the banquet. Watching the three retreating figures, Li Zheju let out a cold snort. One who does not drink the toast will have to drink the penalty wine. Chapter 47. The establishment of the Yellow River Entertainment Group. As soon as they stepped outside, He Guanchong began to sigh heavily. Old Zhou, we have now offended young Master Li and must face the Chun family's eldest son as well, caught between a wolf and a tiger. What shall we do in the future? Liang Feng echoed his apprehension. With the investment from the Li family, Cine City would undoubtedly become more formidable. Perhaps agreeing to the other party's terms would have been the wisest decision. However, Zhou Huaiwen had his own calculations. He smiled and said, there is no need for us to be overly anxious. Li Zheju would not engage in a losing business. By not joining now, the few individuals from Cine City will find themselves at a disadvantage in the stock negotiation. Jiahe's participation will likely necessitate a division of shares, and the people from Maijia will probably gain nothing of value. Furthermore, our Jiahe operates without any issues. Our profits are stable, and we may even go public in the future. Why should we become a subsidiary of another company? What Zhou said resonated well with he and Liang, as Jiahe had several subsidiaries under its wing, with a significant portion of their productions grossing over 10 million each year, with no financial crisis and annual dividends. Why would they relinquish the operational control of their company? It was quite possible that with the entry of the Chun and Li families, the film industry would start to soar, attracting even more capital, and in that case, Jiahe would naturally become a coveted entity with negotiation leverage. Nevertheless, Zhou Huaiwen reminded them, starting tomorrow, we must strengthen our connections with the major subsidiaries, swiftly finalize the productions slated for release next year, and do not hesitate to spend money. Both men understood Zhou Huaiwen's concerns. The film industry in Hong Kong City was unlikely to remain tranquil for long. A capital battle was bound to erupt. The three of them were uncertain whether the entry of the two major capital players would be a boon or a bane. All Jiahe could do was to tread carefully, seeking not to achieve merit, but merely to avoid errors, accumulating strength while awaiting the opportune moment. Barely 2 weeks had passed when thunder struck the film industry. Young Master Li joined hands with Cine City Film Production Company and Jiahe Television to establish the Yellow River Entertainment Group. Reports indicated that young Master Li splurged nearly 1 billion Hong Kong dollars on this transaction, making it one of the largest mergers of the year. This unprecedented price in Hong Kong's film production sector propelled Maijia and others into the ranks of millionaires. The news not only sent ripples through the entertainment circle, but also attracted the attention of the capital markets. Last year, the total box office in Hong Kong barely reached 200 million. What could possibly entice the sons of two financial dynasties to invest such staggering sums? Numerous reporters flocked to the newly established headquarters of Yellow River Entertainment to interview Chairman Li Zheju. The entertainment industry is often overlooked with economic development. The demand for entertainment will only grow stronger. The global success of Gambling God, with its box office exceeding 100 million, is the best testament to this. I foresee an increasing number of films being produced. The reporters were then astonished to learn that gambling godhead grossed 60 million Hong Kong dollars overseas, with nearly 40 million coming from the Bay Island alone. However, their focus remained on Yellow River Entertainment, pondering future developments and how Jia Television would navigate its current predicament. Upon receiving this news, Sir Xiao could no longer remain idle and summoned Chen Long for a discussion. Along, Li Zaiju's intentions are far from benign. Sir Xiao was aware that Jia Television's financial situation was precarious. He had originally thought that they were teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, but he did not anticipate Li Zaiju's swift and precise maneuvering. Indeed, he has spent such a fortune merely to undermine us and get ahead in the market. Chen Long opined, believing young Master Li was merely courting trouble for himself. Film and television production cannot simply rely on monetary investment to yield success. His team is overflowing with talent, and their production mindset is generations ahead of ours. As for television series production and station operations, TVB has no rivals, despite significant investments. ATV has never surpassed wireless, and as for the fundamentally unstable GIE, problems are bound to arise in the future. With this in mind, Chen Long offered 2 recommendations to Sir Xiao. Sir, I believe it is imperative to raise the salaries of all staff members and sign more robust contracts, allowing artists to participate in film productions and various business activities permitted by the television station. Secondly, we should develop new formats for variety shows, constantly innovating to provide actors and entertainers with greater exposure, thus enhancing their commercial value. Sir Xiao and Lady Six nodded in agreement, realizing it was indeed time to invest effort into increasing artist compensation to counter Yellow River Group's poaching. Along, do you imply that the program Happy Tonight has grown stale? I believe we should devise some new variety shows to actively compete for the audience's attention. Chapter 48, the first production of Linghuan Studio. Sir Xiao gazed into the distance. Lost in thought, Chen Long refrained from elaborating further. TVB's business model was already highly refined. There is an old saying, one pull affects the whole. The management style of the 2 elders leaned towards conservatism. He returned to the new Shao building. Following the denunciation of Zhou Huaiwen by the television station, the industry's public opinion regarding the trio of Wu Ma underwent a dramatic 360-degree turnaround. Those who had originally deemed the trio traitorous and deserving of a ban now believed their transition to the new Shao was a matter of personal freedom that deserved respect. Everyone is out here making a living. Why impose a moral standard to constrain oneself? Moreover, the trio's actions did not rise to the level of betrayal of their mentors or former friends. Consequently, they received numerous well wishes from their peers in recent days. With the pressure from public opinion alleviated, everything began to progress favorably. The 3 regained their previous creative fervor, sequestering themselves in the office to discuss what new film to produce. Naturally, Chen Long paid close attention to this development. Upon returning from TVB, he hurried to the trio studio. New Shao had allocated half a floor for them, which was still under renovation. At this hour, only the conference room's lights remained ablaze. Upon entering, Chen Long felt as if he had stepped into an ethereal realm. The room was filled with swirling smoke, and several heavy smokers were gathered, engrossed in conversation, completely oblivious to their boss's arrival. To Chen Long's surprise, Su Ku was also present, animatedly discussing, "If you ask me, you should create a classical Liao Zhai fantasy film. I am quite fond of the story of the ghost Nie Xiaoqian and the scholar Ning Kaichen. I have always wanted to bring them to the big screen. A tale of unfinished love between humans and spirits." Su Ku found it curious that such a wildly imaginative idea, if proposed within the 7-person group at Cine City, would have garnered applause. Yet here, no one seemed to react. It was not until he heard Wang Jing exclaim, "Boss," that he realized the presence of Chen Long. "Do not mind me. Continue your discussion," Chen Long interjected. The trio of Wu Ma, already somewhat reserved, found their thoughts interrupted by Chen Long's interjection, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing the awkwardness, Chen Long pulled out a pack of Marlboro and tossed one to each of them. He typically did not smoke much, but he lit one now merely to establish a passive defense against secondhand smoke. He continued Su Ku's line of thought, saying, "Old Su's idea is indeed commendable, but the world of strange tales from a Chinese studio is far too bizarre. Only you, old ghost Su, could truly do it justice. Let's wait a few more years. By then, we can procure a set of special effects equipment to dazzle our competitors." Su Ku felt immense joy at receiving the affirmation of his thoughts from the big boss. With a role model in place, others began to share their insights. Chen Long provided commentary, using a contemporary perspective to highlight gaps in understanding, garnering the respect of the group. Everyone was astonished by the boss's vision and his myriad of ingenious ideas. Su Ku and Wang Jing even felt an inkling of a misconception that the boss's comprehension of commercial cinema surpassed their own. It is worth noting that Wang Jing had carried the label of a genius young director since entering the film and television industry. Yet today, it seemed that the boss, significantly younger than him, was the true prodigy. Even the renowned genius Su Ku expressed his admiration. He could remain indifferent to others, but he was wholeheartedly convinced by the new boss. Qianlong then turned his gaze toward the least noticed member in the room, Lin Jinying. In a meeting room filled with elites, Lin Jinying had the least experience and the fewest accomplishments, with his only notable contribution being his role in Human Scares Human. Jinying, I would like to hear your thoughts on the new film. Upon hearing his name called by the boss, the grandfather of zombie films fell into a brief contemplation, seemingly brewing his ideas. After a moment, he responded, I believe our first supernatural work should further amplify the elements of the zombie and Taoist duel. After the release of Ghost vs. Ghost and Human Scares Human, I received numerous letters from viewers expressing both their fear and fascination with zombies and their curiosity regarding Taoists casting spells. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insight. In Ghost vs. Ghost, there is a memorable scene where Hung Jin Bao engages in a battle of wits with a zombie, which stands out as one of the film's most thrilling moments. Similarly, Lin Jinying's duel with a street sorcerer in Human Scares Human left a profound impression on the audience. This was precisely what Qianlong yearned to hear. He probed further, Master Lin. Are you suggesting we merge the essence of both films into a martial arts spectacle featuring a Taoist subduing zombies? Lu Guanwei and Wu Ma, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly felt enlightened. This was their forte, and they could effortlessly combine the successful elements from the two outstanding supernatural films, ensuring a strong box office performance. Lin Jinying nodded vigorously. He had indeed harbored this idea, but struggled to articulate it appropriately. The boss's words clarified his thoughts. Comedy is still the mainstream today, and I believe this film should incorporate ample comedic elements. Wang Jing also timely offered his opinion. However, when it came to the specifics of scriptwriting, the group exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. The trio from the Supernatural studio were all martial artists, brimming with ideas yet lacking in screenwriting knowledge, while Wang Jing and Su Ku, though creative, did not possess a thorough understanding of zombie martial arts films. They noticed a faint smile on Qianlong's face. Boss, do you have a solution? Haha, I have indeed prepared for this. I previously asked Master Wang Tianlin from TVB to help me contact the renowned supernatural mystery novelist Huang Ying. Huang Ying is a famous ghostwriter in the Hong Kong literary scene, having worked for great wuxia authors like Kowloon. And he himself has penned successful works like the great hero Shen Xingyi, often misattributed to Kowloon in many mainland pirated copies. Most impressively, he excels at adapting novels into film scripts, with the transformation of the Heavenly Silkworm being regarded as a pinnacle in the martial arts genre, contributing significantly to its success. Historically, the script for Mr. Vampire also originated from his pen. The group was somewhat familiar with Huang Ying's capabilities. When Qianlong announced that he would invite him to join the Supernatural studio, Wu Ma and the others expressed their eagerness to welcome him, even willing to relinquish a portion of their shares. However, Qianlong's next statement shocked everyone. Huang Ying's talents extend beyond supernatural novels. He possesses a deep understanding of Kowloon's essence. I will invite him to join the new Shaw brothers as our chief screenwriter. Old Su, you wanted to shoot a modern wuxia film, and Huang Ying is your most suitable choice. The reason for placing Huang Ying on such a pedestal is entirely because he knew that Kowloon would pass away 2 years later due to liver cirrhosis, making Huang Ying, as his ghostwriter, an invaluable asset. Su Ku immediately recognized Huang Ying's significance. This kind of talent was precisely what he desperately needed. Once Huang Ying joined the Supernatural studio, wouldn't he have to consult them for any future collaborations? Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Jing promptly responded. The boss is right. A great writer like Huang Ying should belong to our collective assets at New Shaw Brothers. Chapter 49. On the eve of the exchange rate system release, Kowloon had many ghostwriters, with Ni Kuang being quite famous. However, what troubled Qianlong the most was Huang Ying. Years ago, he had been a ghostwriter, transitioning to screenwriting in the 1980s, earning little money and lacking recognition among the plethora of great writers. After finally joining Pawa and penning the script for Mr. Vampire, the film became a box office sensation, igniting the zombie film craze, and he earned the title of King of Ghosts, gaining significant fame. Yet, he harbored ambitions of directing, resulting in the first Zombie of the Dragon Kingdom, which was imaginative and the novel was quite excellent, but he clearly lacked the qualities of a director, leading to a dismal box office failure. He could have continued as a film screenwriter, but was fixated on producing zombie films, only to find that the zombie film craze had passed. He faced repeated failures, ultimately resorting to high-interest loans. As the market trend waned, failure was inevitable, and he ended up severely beaten by debt collectors, succumbing to his injuries. The few zombie novels he wrote still remain timeless today. Had Huang Ying not met a tragic end and focused on wuxia novels, he might have achieved greatness comparable to that of Huang Yi and others. Thus, Chen Long was prepared to invest significantly in inviting Huang Ying to join. Upon receiving Chen Long's invitation, Huang Ying, then a screenwriter at ATV, resigned from his television writing job without hesitation. What a joke. This was the newly rising new Shaw brothers, led by the currently flourishing young Master Chun. The terms and salary offered were exceedingly sincere, leaving him without a reason to refuse. Tell Boss Chun, I will start working at New Shaw Brothers tomorrow. A scholar is willing to sacrifice for a true understanding, and at that moment, Huang Ying felt that among all the bosses in the world, only Chen Long truly appreciated his talent. He planned to pour all his reserves into the first production assigned by his boss. Upon hearing the response, Chen Long knew that the supernatural film Mr. Vampire had taken its first significant step. 3 months later, at the headquarters of the Jining Group, although it was already midnight, the building remained brightly lit, resembling a lighthouse that would never extinguish its light. Chen Qingsong paced in his office, a mix of anxiety and excitement coursing through him. Today marked the day when numerous tech stocks would disclose their third-quarter financial reports. From the previous astute briefings, both father and son had anticipated positive news of soaring sales. Yet, at this moment, a slight unease lingered. Almost immediately, Chen Qingsong received a satellite call from Gao Ming, reporting a substantial increase in sales and a soaring stock price at the opening. A smile broke across Chen Qingsong's face as he hung up, not forgetting to encourage Gao Ming with a few words. Yet, he noticed Chen Long sitting expressionlessly on the sofa, lost in thought. My dear son, why do you appear so glum? Dad, I believe it's time for us to withdraw all our funds from the U.S. stock market. Chen Qingsong was taken aback by his son's thoughts. Why would you think this way? With the recent positive news, stock prices are soaring. However, Chen Long held a different perspective. Dad, we have previously discussed the relationship between market dynamics and supply and demand. The personal computer market has transitioned from a blue ocean to a red ocean, and the expansion of numerous giants has reached a threshold. Competition will become increasingly fierce, and I estimate that significant growth will be hard to come by. With everyone buying in, this is indeed the perfect time for us to sell. There is a saying that goes, when others are greedy, I am fearful, and as a seasoned financial speculator, Chen Qingsong understood this principle well. He also noticed that many investors in Hong Kong were desperately seeking various channels to purchase stocks of companies like HP. This was a troubling omen. Realizing this, a chill ran down Chen Qingsong's spine, filled with trepidation. Had it not been for Chen Long's timely reminder, he might have remained lost in the euphoria of overseas investments. This is one of the cardinal sins in financial investment. Along, your considerations are very astute. Once this wave of frenzied growth subsides, I shall instruct Gao Ming to withdraw all funds. Chen Long, pleased by his father's open-mindedness, replied with a smile, Dad, perhaps we can manage to pull back before the Hong Kong Monetary Authority adjusts its exchange rate policy. At that moment, due to a currency run crisis, the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar had depreciated to nearly 10:1, prompting the Hong Kong Monetary Authority to finally feel the pressure. They were deliberating on new exchange rate reforms, which, once implemented, would undoubtedly lead to a recovery of the Hong Kong dollar and an appreciation of the exchange rate. Seizing this opportunity, the Chun family could convert their US dollars into Hong Kong dollars, thereby making a substantial profit. Once the Hong Kong dollar restored its fixed exchange rate, they could then convert it back into US dollars for another windfall. Hearing this, Chen Qingsong nodded in agreement. The current depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar indeed presented an ideal moment for exchanging US dollars for Hong Kong dollars. A week later, as stocks like HP surged, news broke that Jining Group had begun to reduce its holdings, causing an uproar in public discourse. No one could comprehend why Jining Group was retreating from the booming U.S. stock market. Experts were baffled, and many investors were equally perplexed, leading to a sudden halt in Jining's stock price rally. Some media speculated that Jining's decision to sell was due to internal financial issues, necessitating a rapid divestment to maintain various subsidiary operations. This explanation quickly gained traction. Observers noted that during Jining's most financially strained moments, the company had continued its substantial investments in the mainland. Everything began to make sense. Jining's cash flow had run dry, unable to sustain its various operations, and it preferred to liquidate its wealth-generating U.S. stocks rather than halt its investments in the mainland. This naturally sparked considerable discontent. Who would have thought that the Qin family had their hearts set on the mainland? With numerous conspiracy theories emerging, Jining's stock price began to plummet. Both Chen Long and Chen Qingsong found themselves utterly bewildered. They merely intended to exchange back to Hong Kong dollars before the exchange rate policy shifted, aiming to profit from the price difference. How had this been misconstrued as a patriotic act? As they pondered whether to issue a statement to clarify matters and reassure investors, a call came in from Representative Shi of the Ministry of Commerce in the mainland. Mr. Chun, our collaboration is not urgent. We have sensed your patriotic intentions. The premier hopes you will prioritize your foundation in Hong Kong and your own profitability, rather than let investments in the mainland affect Jianning's development. Chen Qingsong was left with a head full of questions, responding only that Jianning's crisis had passed, expressing gratitude for their concern. After hanging up, he remained speechless. Dad, let this delightful misunderstanding continue. No need to rush an announcement. I will have Gao Ming utilize our family's private fund to buy Jianning's stocks. Meanwhile, the Li family was also discussing Jianning's stock sale. Li Bansheng, having gathered various insider tidbits, had deciphered the underlying motives behind the actions of the Chun father and son. He remarked to his two sons, I truly underestimated Chen Qingsong. I never imagined he would devise a significant strategy for funds to flow back to Hong Kong before the exchange rate adjustment. The final exchange rate policy had yet to be revealed, and even after adjustments, whether it could stabilize and by how much was still uncertain. Li Bansheng viewed Chen Qingsong's actions as nothing short of a gamble. Even though they recognized that policy changes were imminent, who would dare risk their entire fortune? Yet, Chen Qingsong's actions were decisive, executed without hesitation. His execution was indeed remarkable. Li Bansheng even felt a sense of kinship toward the younger Chen Qingsong, a sentiment he had only previously experienced with another prominent figure, Li Kaxing. Chen Qingsong is truly a master of the stock market. Li's age questioned, Father, are you perhaps praising him a bit too much? Not at all. Just wait and see. The Chen father and son will undoubtedly emerge as the biggest beneficiaries of this exchange rate adjustment. Did we not also accumulate a substantial amount of US dollars to convert back to Hong Kong dollars? Other wealthy merchants who grasped this connection quickly followed suit, causing the exchange rate to heat up rapidly, resulting in a slight increase before the policy change, just as the public struggled to comprehend the exchange rate situation. On October 17th, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority announced the implementation of a linked exchange rate system set at 78.1. Chapter 50, Investors' Late Realization and Self-Reflection. The Monetary Authority mandated that issuing banks must first pay the foreign exchange fund in US dollars to obtain a corresponding amount of Hong Kong dollar liabilities before they could issue additional Hong Kong dollar notes. They also assured that once the Hong Kong dollar notes flowed back into circulation, issuing banks could similarly exchange them back for US dollars at that rate. This indicated a renewed and mandatory peg of the Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar, strictly adhering to the 78.1 exchange rate. Once the policy was announced, public confidence in the Hong Kong dollar surged, prompting many to exchange their foreign currencies for Hong Kong dollars. Currency began to circulate once more, leading to a significant rise in both the financial and real estate markets. At this juncture, investors gradually realized that Jianning seemingly exchanged all its US dollars for Hong Kong dollars at the lowest point of the Hong Kong dollar. It is noteworthy that when Jianning converted back to Hong Kong dollars, the average exchange rate was 96 Hong Kong dollars for one US dollar, whereas now, with the appreciation, it stood at only 78 Hong Kong dollars for one US dollar. This implied that Jianning had mitigated a loss of 18 Hong Kong dollars for every US dollar exchanged. There is a saying that not losing is equivalent to gaining, and many lamented not having exchanged their currencies when the Hong Kong dollar was at its lowest. In contrast, Jianning's swift and precise action had placed them a step ahead of everyone else. What exemplifies a financial miracle if not Jianning's remarkable timing? Jianning's reputation instantly flipped, with experts shamelessly praising Chen Qingsong and Jianning, conveniently forgetting their previous harsh criticisms of the Chen father and son for disregarding the plight of investors. Those who had hesitated and been swayed into selling Jianning stocks were filled with regret. Meanwhile, those who had retained their Jianning shares were eager to proclaim their support for Chen Qingsong. Their admiration for him only grew. The financial community also lauded Chen Qingsong for his series of remarkable maneuvers, with some foreign media even dubbing him the master of financial sorcery. Amidst the fervent acclaim, the stock price of Jianning has soared to unprecedented heights, with its market capitalization officially surpassing 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. It is noteworthy that at this moment, the market value of Huanghe Industries, controlled by the Li family, along with various listed companies under Hutchison Whampoa, amounts to a mere 18 billion Hong Kong dollars combined. Jianning has thus emerged as one of the foremost conglomerates in the harbor city. Meanwhile, the Chen father and son have retreated behind closed doors to tally their accounts. To speak candidly, prior to reconciling the figures, they possess no clear understanding of the profits accrued. The recalled Gao Ming is presently reporting on their progress. Jianning Investment Company, with an initial investment of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, converted into 34 billion US dollars, has strategically invested in companies such as HP, IBM, and Dell, yielding a net profit of 114 over 3 quarters. After deducting various expenditures and employee bonuses, a substantial net remainder of 73 billion US dollars remains, which converts to approximately 675.3 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Chen Family Foundation, having entered the fray with 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars, Besides acquiring a portion of Jining stocks, boasts an account balance of 51 billion Hong Kong dollars. Without employing any leverage, an investment of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars has astonishingly generated a net return of 237 within a mere span of 9 months. Even the most astute investors would commend such a feat. Chen Qingsong could not refrain from exclaiming excellent thrice. His reaction is understandable, as he has spent a lifetime in finance. Yet the returns he has garnered pale in comparison to this 8 billion Hong Kong dollar investment, an investment of which he feels immeasurable pride. He could not help but glance at his son, contemplating the prospect of retiring after achieving such success. Gao Ming, you may leave. Your bonuses will be dispersed at the year's end. After Gao Ming departed in high spirits, Chen Qingsong inquired, along with Jining now receiving 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, should we not consider repaying our previous debts? The debts owed by Jining have long remained a considerable burden on Chen Qingsong's mind. In recent months, he has been shuffling resources from one obligation to another, leaving him utterly drained. A misstep could very well lead Jining towards bankruptcy, particularly in June. This anxiety intensified. At that juncture, Jining's situation was precarious, with almost no avenues left for retreat. A further misstep would lead to a catastrophic fall. Even he, who prides himself on his composure, feels a twinge of apprehension at the recollection. Thus, now that they have profited, his strongest inclination is to settle some debts, steering Jining back onto the right path, and gradually transferring the position of chairman to Chen Long. However, Chen Long shook his head, stating, "Father, if we repay the debts now, wouldn't that render all our previous efforts futile?" His words elicited a chuckle from Chen Qingsong. This son of his certainly possesses a voracious appetite, a trait he finds quite endearing. "What do you propose then?" he queried. "You may not be aware, but the headquarters of Yuman Bank has dispatched personnel to the Hong Kong branch to audit accounts. They have already detected significant issues with the loans disbursed to us." At this, Chen Qingsong's expression darkened. Though Yuman Bank is a regional institution, should any discrepancies be uncovered, it may trigger a chain reaction, which is why he is so eager to settle the debts. Chen Long is well aware of Yuman Bank. It played a substantial role in his father's acquisition of the Kim Min Center, largely due to its unsecured loans. The reason for securing such a high amount of unsecured loans was due to Chen Qingsong's bribery of the branch's executives. Having tasted the fruits of their support, the Yuman branch has been Chen Qingsong's staunch ally over the ensuing years, offering loans that are astronomical in value. Hearing his father's concerns, Chen Long replied nonchalantly, "Father, have you heard the tale of the African banker, Bernard?" "Of course I have. He sought to borrow money from the bank to invest in real estate, but was denied. Instead, he purchased 2 properties outright." As the realization dawned on Chen Qingsong, he pondered whether Bernard's strategy of acquiring the bank could similarly halt any ongoing investigations, allowing for further borrowing to expand the real estate business. "Are you suggesting I directly buy Yuman Bank?" "Indeed. The bank has struggled in recent years. We should seize the opportunity to acquire it while its market value is low. The total deposits held by a bank and its market capitalization are 2 distinct matters." With this insight, Chen Qingsong promptly dialed an internal number to Gao Ming. "Investigate the market valuation of Yuman Bank and assess the feasibility of an acquisition." A mere half-hour later, Gao Ming returned with the findings. "Boss, Yuman Bank's business has predominantly centered around the Hong Kong branch in recent years, due to its downturn. The market valuation has plummeted to less than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingsong felt a surge of clarity. Jining had already extracted loans exceeding 4 billion Hong Kong dollars through various means. Chapter 51, Debt Collection, a strategic acquisition of the bank. With a market valuation of less than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars and debts amounting to 4 billion, it is evident what choice any sensible individual would make. Coincidentally, at that moment, a call came in from Shun Zhong, the chief of the Hong Kong branch. "Mr. Chun, now that Jining has profited by several billion overseas, shouldn't we expedite the repayment of our debts? The headquarters personnel are en route, and I cannot stall them for much longer." His urgency was palpable. Should any scandal arise, he might find himself facing imprisonment. Yet, Chen Qingsong responded with calm assurance, "Shindaban, I have a plan." An ominous premonition washed over Shin Zhong. Whenever Chen Qingsong mentioned a plan, it typically meant he would be required to part with a significant sum of money. "Mr. Chun, I can no longer extract additional funds for you. If you do not resolve the current situation, I may consider fleeing." Chen Qingsong's laughter echoed in response. Regrettably, Shin Zhong was in no mood for humor, as his predicament grew increasingly dire. "Brother Shun, have you never entertained the notion of becoming the chairman of Yuman Bank?" "Oh, Mr. Chun, I have contemplated it, but the board would never allow a Chinese individual to occupy the executive chairman position." Despite Shin Zhong's commendable performance at the Hong Kong branch in recent years, his nationality has hindered his acceptance by the board. What if I told you I intend to acquire a controlling stake in Yuman, appointing you as the executive chairman?" The previously anxious Shun Zhong suddenly regained his composure. As ambition quelled his fears. How can I assist you? I wish to pledge some of Jianning's shares as collateral to secure a loan of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars from Yuman Bank. Upon hearing this proposal, Shun Zhong was momentarily stunned, incredulously exclaiming, "You intend to use this loan to purchase Yuman? This is your plan, Qin Song? If it remains as audacious as ever, I can assure you that such a colossal loan will never be approved, unless..." At that moment, Qin Song leaned in to whisper enticingly, "Shindaban. Should the acquisition succeed, we could not only retract the board's investigation into the branch, but you would also ascend to the position of executive chairman, reigning supreme over all. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Shun Zhong's rationality and ambition clashed violently. After a prolonged silence, desire ultimately overwhelmed reason. "Very well, I will discreetly expedite this loan application. Please ensure the acquisition of Yuman proceeds swiftly. Rest assured, I require merely a week, no, just 3 days, to seize control of Yuman." Qin Song is not merely boasting. Acquiring a modest institution like Yuman Bank is an exceedingly effortless endeavor for Jianning. Khatija, a Malay, is the most devoted follower of Mahmud, the executive chairman of Yuman Bank. After several days of cruising, he has finally set foot on the soil of the port city. He arrives bearing a significant personal directive from Mr. Mahmud to obtain irrefutable evidence of Shun Zhong's collusion with Jianning in illicit loan disbursements. This would effectively eliminate the obstacles to Mahmud's re-election. Khatija is brimming with confidence. To his knowledge, Jianning is grappling with a financial crisis, having failed to repay numerous debts on time, thus providing him an opportunity to strike. Reflecting on this, he cannot help but lament Shun Zhong's good fortune in coinciding with the rapid growth of Jianning, allowing him to secure the top position in regional performance consecutively. In the words of the chairman, Shun Zhong has outlived his usefulness to the group, and it is time to eradicate this malignant tumor. However, upon his arrival at the hotel, he receives disheartening news from headquarters. What? Jianning's overseas investments have yielded substantial returns, meaning they could immediately settle their outstanding debts? Khatija, having spent 4 days at sea under the guise of a business trip, is only now receiving favorable news about Jianning. Nevertheless, he is not inclined to abandon his quest. He intends to confront Shun Zhong, and even if he cannot completely undermine his adversary, he aims to assert his authority as a special envoy. With this in mind, he strides into the branch of Yuman Bank in the port city with an air of arrogance. To his utter astonishment, Shun Zhong treats him, the envoy sent from above, with cold indifference. Shun Zhong is currently preoccupied with establishing further cooperation with Jianning and is unavailable for a meeting. He may choose to wander the premises at his leisure. Khatija's fury reaches its zenith at this moment. How dare Shun Zhong show such disdain for him, the envoy, allowing him to roam freely within the company? Does he not fear that he might uncover something incriminating? At this juncture, he finds himself somewhat perplexed. Is Shun Zhong so brazenly confident due to a lack of incriminating evidence, or does he possess some form of assurance that emboldens him? Those who ascend to the position of a great leader are not mere trifles. Contemplating this, he suppresses his anger and, with a smile, addresses the receptionist. "I require an office, as well as all financial records pertaining to Jianning's business dealings, along with the specific operators to assist in my investigation." To his further bewilderment, the response is straightforward. "Of course, we will fully cooperate with your reconciliation efforts. Additionally, I hope Mr. Shen can spare a moment from his busy schedule to meet with me." Chapter 52. What? The Qing dynasty is finished. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Shun Zhong's eyes brim with murderous intent. He intends to delay matters. Should Khatija persist, he will deal with him. However, murder is ultimately a last resort. He hopes that Boss Chen will act swiftly. Meanwhile, Khatija senses the attitude of the Yuman Port City branch towards him. On the surface, there is respect, yet underlying hostility prevails. His willingness to scrutinize the accounts undoubtedly indicates he possesses some capability, having merely glanced at the historical reports. He resolves to begin his investigation with the Jinmen acquisition case. This is a collaboration that Qin Song and Shun Zhong hold in high regard, and it is sure to yield some clues. To obstruct his access to the files, the air conditioning in the archives has been set to maximum. He even encounters electrical issues. Despite the enveloping darkness, his determination to uncover the truth remains unshaken. On his way back to the hotel, he senses that someone is following him. Undeterred by the faint warnings, Khatija continues on his path. In just 2 days, Shun Zhong has lost the calm demeanor he once possessed. This man is courting his own demise. He dials Qin Song's office. "Boss Chen, perhaps you should send someone to eliminate Khatija. His presence here is akin to a ticking time bomb." Qin Song, digging in his ear, reassures him. "What are you afraid of? He is merely a minor character." Gao Ming has nearly concluded discussions with the Malay consortium. The equity transaction agreement is likely to be finalized today. Just then, the fax machine in front of Qin Song begins to word a life. Shenzhong, I have good news for you. Just now, Gao Ming, representing Jianing, completed the transaction with the two major Malay consortiums. From this moment forth, Jianing is the largest shareholder of Human Bank, with actual controlling interest. Upon hearing this news, Shenzhong's pupils dilate slightly. Jianing has indeed managed to pull off this deal, accomplishing the transaction in less than 3 days. It is not surprising. With the Human Port City branch's business dwindling, the bank's financial situation is dire, and at this juncture, stakeholders may even be willing to sell the entire company to you. Gao Ming is still in contact with other minor shareholders for further acquisitions. Can you now rest easy? Shenzhong does feel a sense of relief, yet he realizes that as long as Khatija remains, he will always be a potential threat. Hearing this, Chen Qingsong chuckles. This is simple. I will have Gao Ming convene a board meeting to dismiss Mahmoud from the chairmanship and propose you as the new executive chairman of the bank. Shenzhong, what do you think of this proposal? The title of Chairman Shen brings immense joy to Shenzhong, and he immediately replies respectfully, "Thank you, boss. Human Bank will continue to provide unwavering service for your business." The two share a triumphant laugh in unison. Barely an hour later, Shenzhong receives the appointment letter for the executive chairman from Human Bank. He decides to summon the tenacious Khatija, who has been relentlessly pursuing him. Khatija's desk is cluttered with aging files. Upon hearing that Shenzhong wishes to meet him, he displays a smug smile, believing that Shenzhong is intimidated and intends to compromise and beg for mercy. However, upon entering the office, he senses that the atmosphere is somewhat amiss. All the supervisors from the Human Port City branch are present, and as he walks in, they regard him with mocking gazes, as though observing a clown. Shenzhong, what does this mean? It means nothing. I merely wish to invite you for tea, Shenzhong replies. Khatija retorts indignantly, Shenzhong, I have no time for your nonsense. If there is nothing else, I shall continue my investigation. Observing Khatija's rudeness, those present feel compelled to reprimand him, but Shenzhong raps his desk, signaling for silence. He produces a check and states, "Sir, this is a check for 1 million, equivalent to 5 years of your salary. If you accept it, we shall be friends henceforth." Faced with the check offered by Shenzhong, Khatija scoffs derisively. "You think 1 million can buy me? I can easily deal with you and secure a far more substantial salary." At this, the assembled crowd bursts into laughter. Shenzhong also cannot help but smile with pride. He tears the check into shreds and instructs his secretary, "Relay my latest directive." The secretary promptly takes up a pen. "Sir, what would you like to say?" From this moment on, dismiss Khatija from all positions, including the inspector. Khatija, thinking he misheard, scoffs in disbelief. "Who do you think you are, attempting to fire me?" Shenzhong has been waiting for Khatija to utter these words. Given his qualifications, he should have been promoted to executive chairman 3 years ago. But due to his Malay-Chinese heritage, he has consistently been overshadowed by his rival, Mahmoud, as the most lucrative of the classes. It was utterly infuriating for him to be disregarded by a mere inspector. He had long harbored a simmering anger. Observing that Khatija still maintained an air of defiance, Shenzhong decided to confront him directly. "I indeed possess the authority to dismiss you, Khatija. Perhaps you are unaware, but just 2 hours ago, your benefactor Mahmoud was ousted by the board of directors. I am now the executive chairman of Human Bank." As he spoke, he handed over the official document from the board, leaving Khatija in a state of bewilderment. Shenzhong's voice echoed with a chilling certainty. "From this day forth, Human Bank belongs to us, the Chinese. I will systematically purge you indigenous people, one by one." Only Shenzhong comprehended the extent of discrimination faced by the Malaysian Chinese, the inequitable educational landscape, and the inferior societal treatment they endured. Despite their tireless efforts to build Malaysia, recognition was perpetually elusive. Faced with Shenzhong's menacing demeanor, Khatija could not suppress a shiver. The realization that his supporter had been so easily discarded left him trembling. The thought of being on Shenzhong's turf filled him with dread. Without the identity of an inspector, it was highly probable he would not escape the harbor city. Overwhelmed by the shocks, he wandered aimlessly through the streets until a vehicle halted before him, and several burly men in suits forcibly ushered him inside. "Who are you?" "This is a law-abiding society. Do you know who I am?" Chen Qingsong's voice emanated from the phone. "All right, let him go. Hand him the phone. I wish to speak with him." Chapter 53. Bye, becoming a true tycoon? According to your plan, Gao Ming has already acquired 3 banks. What do you intend to do next? To be frank, Chen Qingsong felt unprecedented confusion at this moment. For a prolonged period, Jianing had been engaged in frenzied expansion, continuously inflating stock prices, necessitating incessant borrowing from banks, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Now, Jianing had finally extricated itself from the debt crisis, boasting billions in Hong Kong dollars on its balance sheet. With an unprecedented abundance of funds, he found himself lacking a direction for his efforts. Chen Long, slightly at a loss for words, remarked, "Now that Jianing is on the right track, You find yourself out of sorts? Of course we should borrow even more money. Then seize the opportunity presented by a sluggish market to acquire more assets. Chen Qingsong remained silent, fearing that Jianing might revert to its former path. The current success was hard-won. Indeed, Jianing's subsidiaries were now excessively numerous, some of which were unnecessary. Let us simply reorganize all the companies. We should divest from those lacking competitive advantages and consolidate the industries where we do possess an edge, thereby creating a monopoly. Thus, we shall ascend to become a major conglomerate in Hong Kong and even on a global scale. Chen Qingsong's eyes sparkled at the prospect of becoming a tycoon. This was an ambition he had never entertained before. Jianing could currently only be termed a consortium, not a true financial empire. A financial empire signifies unassailable strength. One sneeze could shake the entire economy of Hong Kong Island. To become a tycoon, certain characteristics must be possessed. First, a tightly knit family business, with the group's resources concentrated in the hands of a few. Second, a broad operational scope with a large workforce, generating significant economic benefits relative to the national output. Third, involvement in the financial sector to facilitate capital mobilization, even through illicit loans. Fourth, cross-shareholding among multiple groups, controlling listed companies with minimal stakes through a pyramid structure. Fifth, close ties with government officials, enabling operations in industries requiring licenses. Now, Jianing had laid the groundwork to become a financial empire. It merely lacked monopolistic industries. Are you suggesting we continue purchasing land and merging properties? This is one avenue for development. We could also acquire gas and energy companies and invest in telecommunications. Aside from the port business, we can participate in any sector requiring operational licenses. With the advancement of technology and the economy, energy, telecommunications, and housing have become core industries that are typically beyond the reach of the average person. The Eagle Nation is experiencing setbacks, making this an opportune moment to enter the market. Now that they possess their own bank and hold substantial cash reserves, almost no one can impede their progress. Chen Qingsong's previously muddled thoughts suddenly became clear. All right, I will focus my efforts on optimizing Jianing's industries. I will delegate the buying activities to Gao Ming. Dad, I'm also quite busy. If we can integrate the entertainment industry, the energy unleashed will be formidable. Media is also an indispensable part of a financial empire. Chen Qingsong chuckled. I see you're quite busy with your affairs. I've heard rumors of your close interactions with several actresses. Young people should exercise some restraint. Dad, I understand. Since the new exchange rate policy was implemented, Jianing had been making significant moves, just as the Li family intended to sit back and watch. Jianing's initial blaze of fire ignited right at their doorstep. How outrageous. Dad, Jianing's acquisition of digital communications and investment technologies is clearly aimed at us, the Li family. These two companies held telecommunications operator licenses and had previously been firmly in the grasp of foreign firms. A few years prior, they had effectively controlled Hutchison Whampoa, which had a significant telecommunications business. Now that foreign investments were retreating, Jianing's entry was evidently a direct challenge. Zhe Ju remained composed, stating, now that Jianing has become formidable, with capital far exceeding ours, we must assess the situation and refrain from impulsive actions. Even Li Banqing had to concede that Jianing was now exceedingly powerful and domineering, prompting all capital in Hong Kong to momentarily retreat from its brilliance. Dad, they haven't just acquired a telecommunications company. I've heard they're also eyeing China Gas, which is a major industry for us Li family. Stay calm. The Chun family's attempt to gain control of China media won't be an easy feat. We hold a 24 stake, and the current situation favors them. You should exercise a bit of restraint. Li Zhe pouted in discontent, feeling that his father was becoming increasingly conservative. While others were aggressively advancing, they were merely yielding. Watching his second son storm off in a huff, Li Banqing shook his head. This world is quite fair. When you are strong, you bully others, and when others grow strong, they will naturally seek to reclaim their standing. His ability to amass wealth lay in his understanding of when to act and when to bide his time, seizing opportunities without hesitation. In his view, one should not limit their vision solely to Hong Kong, as there are many grand opportunities beyond. The Chen father and son would never possess such foresight. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Chapter 54. The Best Partners Target the $5 billion Inspector, Part 1. Mr. Chun, please, no, don't. Wang Jing, sporting panda eyes, hesitated outside the door, contemplating whether to return later. Behind him, Lu Jiaoyang's voice called out in confusion, Director Wang. Are you here to report on your work as well? Why didn't you knock? Wang Jing cursed under his breath, urgently signaling Lu Jiaoyang to remain silent. Master Lu. Inside the office, Chen Long and Zheng Qianhua had also heard the commotion outside. Zheng Qianhua hastily adjusted her fitted skirt and tidied her attire, while Chen Long quickly fastened his belt. Ahem, you may enter. Observing Zheng Qianhua's disheveled exit, Lu Jiaoyang realized they had engaged in something quite scandalous. If one's own boss is a vengeful individual, the career of an independent producer may very well come to an abrupt end. Fortunately, Qianlong possesses a rather thick skin. And the chubby Wang Jing is a fellow traveler in this industry, while Master Lu is no stranger, so he did not take it to heart. Instead, he took the initiative to greet Lu Jiaoyang. Master Lu, I appreciate your hard work. I hope everything is going smoothly with the filming. The months-long on-location shoot has reached a significant milestone. There was a minor incident involving Jet Li on set, but thankfully our safety measures were robust enough to prevent any injuries. What lies ahead is the editing process and some additional shooting. Qianlong had also heard about Jet Li's near miss on set, and he was relieved that his insistence on not skimping on protective gear spared Jet Li from a serious injury. In a twist of fate, Jet Li found a spark with his apprentice Huang Qiuyan during his recovery. Huang Qiuyan, also a martial artist, was Jet Li's first wife. However, this marriage was short-lived. As in 1989, Jet Li met the beauty contest winner Li Jihua, and they fell in love while she was pregnant with Huang Qiuyan's child. This echoes the old adage that a woman only affects the speed of the sword. Jet Li's image suffered, and box office revenues plummeted, resulting in 2 years without any film projects. Similarly, during Li Jihua's pregnancy, he declined an offer for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Qianlong nodded, calculating the timeline. Let's schedule Shaolin Kid for release before the Lunar New Year. I will negotiate with the relevant mainland authorities for a simultaneous release there. And we should leverage Shaw Brothers' distribution capabilities overseas to achieve impressive results in the East. Historically, Shaolin Kid grossed $22 million in Hong Kong, narrowly placing third in that year's box office. It also performed admirably in overseas markets such as Korea, Singapore, and Japan, with a total gross of $10 million US. Viewed in this light, Shaolin Kid is indeed a veritable cash cow. The holiday season is a fiercely contested time for releases, and seeing his boss's confidence in Shaolin Kid, Lu Jiaoyang smiled, brimming with enthusiasm. Rest assured, boss, this film will certainly outperform Shaolin Temple at the box office. Even without the Bay Island audience, we will undoubtedly reap substantial profits. After Lu Jiaoyang departed, Qianlong turned his attention to the visibly fatigued Wang Jing. Jing, how is your God of Gamblers universe coming along? The logic has almost been clarified. I plan to shoot Gambler and God of Gamblers simultaneously. The production teams for both films are quite similar, featuring Andy Lau and Stephen Chow. We can shoot Gambler in the morning and God of Gamblers in the afternoon without any issues. Yes, the female leads will still be Summer Wenxi and Zheng Huajin, with Uncle Da in a supporting role. Speaking of Uncle Da reminded Qianlong of the film 5 Billion Detective, which had been in production for some time. The production cycle for a film in Hong Kong is remarkably brief. After handing a $1 million check to Johnny Tu, he had not been involved much. Considering the timeline, 5 Billion Detective should have been completed by now. Jing, you can take a break. Have Johnny to come see me. Understood, boss. Wang Jing promptly made his way to Johnny Tu's temporary office. Inside the dimly lit room, Johnny Tu was engrossed in reviewing footage of his first major cinematic work, so focused that he did not notice Wang Jing's quiet approach until Wang Jing stood behind him, startling him. Jing, you gave me quite a fright. Scaring someone can be lethal. Brother Feng, you were simply too engrossed. The boss wants you to report on the progress. Hearing this, Johnny Tu immediately became anxious. He had toiled for so long to present a satisfactory report to the boss. Yet, as the moment approached, he felt a pang of self-doubt. Wang Jing, perceptive as always, sensed his unease. Brother Feng, we've all seen 5 Billion Detective. Lu Qingyan delivered a performance worthy of an Oscar. To achieve this with a budget of 1 million is impressive. What do you have to worry about? Johnny Tu bit his lip. The immense pressure he felt stemmed from the skepticism surrounding this fresh project. He vividly recalled how the media had disparaged him, and if 5 Billion Detective flopped, he would struggle to face the boss who had placed so much faith in him. Jing, I'm fine. I'm going to see the boss now. Chapter 55. The Best Partners Strike Down 5 Billion Detective. Part 2. Johnny Tu presented the film reels of 5 Billion Detective to Qianlong. Qianlong snapped his fingers, and an assistant promptly closed all the windows and activated the office as projector. 5 Billion Detective tells the story of Lalo, a righteous officer who undergoes a transformation into a seasoned veteran of the Underworld. It depicts the construction of a new web of corruption, transforming from a dragon-slaying hero into a villain. Notably, Johnny Tu incorporated numerous gunfight scenes, showcasing static gun battles, making their debut on the big screen in Hong Kong. Although there were no grandiose set pieces, Qianlong felt a surge of adrenaline as the camera gradually panned, revealing even the less-than-handsome Lu Qingyun in an unexpectedly appealing light. It was evident that each actor's positioning was meticulously planned, and the unique visual language was truly commendable. Very impressive. You have not disappointed me. Hearing the boss's praise, the previously tense Johnny Tu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Let us schedule the film for release in November. I will have Shaw Brothers assist with the promotion. Upon hearing about the November release, Johnny Too inquired with confusion, "Boss, why the rush?" Indeed, December is the holiday season. And during that period, New I Ching, Golden Harvest, and New Shaw Brothers will all be showcasing their most competitive productions. Releasing 5 Billion Detective in November will allow us to seize the opportunity. Do you lack confidence in your film? How could that be? You're right, 5 Billion Detective is best released early. And I will discuss it with Ms. Shur right away. Not only was Johnny Too eager for 5 Billion Detective to hit theaters, but Lu Qingyun, who was still playing minor roles at TVB, inquired daily about the release date. With the approach of the new year, Lu Qingyun thought it prudent to take on more roles to earn a few extra dollars. When he heard from Johnny Too that the film would premiere on November 10th at Hong Kong cinemas, he was filled with excitement. This was his first starring role in a film, despite the modest budget of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. He sensed that this film could potentially alter the course of his life. Besides informing you of this, I have another piece of good news. Director Du, what other good tidings do you bring? Boss Chun has noticed your performance in 5 Billion Detective and has decided to offer you a long-term acting contract with New Shaw Brothers, ensuring you will have company support even in the absence of acting roles. Boss Chun wants to sign me? Lu Qingyun immediately found the $50 fee for playing a corpse in the film rather unappealing. Let us go. Director Du, please take me to sign the contract. Meanwhile, Shi Nansheng began diligently organizing the promotional efforts for 5 Billion Detective. To be candid, having been in the industry for a long time, Shi Nansheng was not particularly optimistic about 5 Billion Detective, given its mere 1 million Hong Kong dollar budget. This was an action film, and it was well known that Wang Jing had spent $2.4 million just to get a few gunfight scenes right for God of Gamblers. Nonetheless, she remained committed to her work and understood that Boss Chun had always maintained a supportive attitude towards new directors and actors. Thus, she put considerable effort into the promotion of 5 Billion Detective, ensuring that its posters were displayed prominently at the entrances of numerous cinemas. As Li Zeju, who had been closely monitoring the developments at Xi and Shaoshi, learned of the announcement regarding the release of 5 Billion Detective in November, he tapped his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. Following the acquisition of Cine City, he had boldly invested 100 million Hong Kong dollars, intending to produce 5 films on par with Best Partner. Almost the entire team from Cine City was mobilized, with core members taking on dual roles as both directors and lead actors, busily engaged in their tasks. Li Zeju was willing to pay such a hefty price to dominate the box office rankings next year, thereby solidifying Huanghe Entertainment's position as the preeminent leader in the industry. At that moment, he envisioned Chunlong's inevitable embarrassment and repeated failures. However, the recent foray of Jianing into the energy and telecommunications sectors, competing for resources with the Li family, left him feeling frustrated and powerless. The grand premiere of 5 Billion Detective presented him with an opportunity to vent his frustrations. With this thought in mind, he placed another call to Maijia. Within just 2 minutes, Maijia hurried to his side. "Chairman, may I inquire what you require of me?" he asked. "I recall that Suku had completed Best Partner 3 long ago. When do you plan to schedule its release?" "In January of next year. Just before the Lunar New Year. We aim to secure the box office champion once again." Seeing Maijia's confidence, Li Zeju nodded in approval. He impulsively suggested, "What if we move the release to November? I remember we have another film, Family Reunion, which could also be slated for the holiday season. Isn't that a bit too risky?" Maijia replied, "While Family Reunion also features the renowned actor Su Guanjia and is a family-friendly film, the Best Partner series undoubtedly carries a stronger reputation and is likely to perform better at the box office." However, feeling the pressure of the situation, Maijia acknowledged the downsides of the merger with Huanghe Entertainment and the loss of influence he experienced within the new company. "Are you lacking confidence in Family Reunion, Director Maijia?" "Not at all. I have confidence. But using Best Partner 3 to challenge 5 Billion Detective feels like using a cannon to shoot at a mosquito," he remarked. Li Zeju shook his head, offering a different perspective. "What I desire is an all-encompassing domination over Xi and Shaoshi. With each film they release, we must counter with an equally formidable project. I want all of Hong Kong to know that Chunlong cannot compete with me in filmmaking." Maijia felt a pang of discomfort. Although he too harbored disdain for Chunlong and resented the loss of Suku, he did not wish for his own work to become a mere tool for Li Ershio to undermine Chunlong. Sensing Maijia's hesitation, Li Zeju chose to relent. "Very well. Let Family Reunion be scheduled for November, while the release date for Best Partner remains unchanged." Maijia sighed in relief, but with Family Reunion still in post-production, the pressure to meet the November deadline would be immense. Not daring to contradict Li Ershio further, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. Leveraging Strength Against Strength. Who are the key creators behind Family Reunion? The producer and director was Shi Tian, with Su Guanjia and Shi Tian himself as the lead actors. From production to performance, it was primarily Shi Tian's personal endeavor. When Maijia informed him of the advancement of Family Reunion to November, Tian's composure shattered. After painstakingly writing, directing, and starring in his film, he had hoped to solidify his status within the new company, only to face such a setback. It would be a lie to say he wasn't disheartened. Observing his dismayed expression, Maijia was at a loss for words and gave his brother a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Sure, given the circumstances. You must work diligently to complete the editing as soon as possible. The review will be handled by our esteemed boss, and I will ensure the promotional efforts proceed simultaneously. I don't mind putting in the effort, but November is hardly an ideal time for a release. Right after comes the holiday season, when all films must yield to the festive releases, he lamented. This was his labor of love, his directorial debut, and if it performed poorly, would he ever have another chance? He even begrudgingly pondered whether this was Maijia's misguided idea, if they were indeed to challenge Exine Xiaoshi. It should have been with the fully prepared best partner 3. Not wanting to harm his relationship with Maijia, Tian reluctantly began the overnight editing process. Meanwhile, numerous cinemas hastily displayed promotional posters for Family Reunion, which had been rushed into production. Journalists arrived in a frenzy. News involving Exine Xiaoshi and Huanghe Entertainment was no trivial matter, as the two major entities were finally embroiled in a public clash. The hurried advancement of Family Reunion was clearly aimed at countering 5 Billion Detective, and the confrontation between the two film companies commenced from that moment onward. On one side stood a star-studded cast, the golden triangle of the original best partner. On the other, a somewhat underwhelming lineup. Du Qifeng, a television director, had slightly better recognition than the lead actor Lu Qingyun. Among the creative team, the most notable figure was merely a supporting actor, De Shu. How could they compete against such giants? The media, ever opportunistic, began to sway with the tide, predicting the inevitable failure of 5 Billion Detective and proclaiming November as the sole showcase for Family Reunion. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Li Zeju laughed heartily while clutching the newspaper. This was precisely the scenario he had yearned to witness. Qianlong's greatest folly lay in his sometimes frivolous approach. Commercial competition was a zero-sum game. Could he truly justify producing a film with a budget of 1 million? The forthcoming best partner would surely overshadow Exine Xiaoshi, leading to a string of failures that would force Qianlong to confront the stark reality of their disparities. The news of Family Reunion's rescheduled release indeed added considerable pressure on Exine Xiaoshi, particularly for director Du Qifeng. The fearless novice, Lu Qingyun, upon learning he would face off against his idol Su Guanjie, felt no trepidation. Instead, he proudly brandished the newspaper to anyone willing to listen, reveling in the fact that his name had made the headlines for the first time. Meanwhile, as the planner, Du Qifeng sighed in dismay. Encouraged by his boss, he had finally gained a modicum of confidence, believing that dominating a month's release window could lead to modest success and profits for the upcoming year. Little did he expect that Tian would emerge as a formidable competitor, with a cast clearly aiming for a box office of 20 million. What could his modest resources possibly do to contend? Nanxing, sensing the unfavorable situation, increased the promotional budget, bringing the total production costs of the film to 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Based on Hong Kong's box office revenue sharing model, this meant they would need to achieve a box office of 400,000 Hong Kong dollars for Exine Xiaoshi to break even. For 100,000, Du Qifeng felt that even reaching 200,000 would be a cause for gratitude. This sentiment was shared by many within Exine Xiaoshi, who had spent the past 3 years overshadowed by the Cine City brothers. Although the box office for Gambling God had surpassed that of Best Partner 2, many still viewed the Cine City productions as insurmountable giants. In response to this, Qianlong convened an internal mobilization meeting. Both veteran members of Xiaoshi and newcomers like Su Ku were in attendance, eager to hear how their boss would tackle the challenge posed by Huanghe Entertainment. They anticipated Qianlong would expound on how Cine City was not invincible, using Gambling God as a living example. What no one could have predicted was that Qianlong's opening remark would be, "The box office for 5 Billion Detective will undoubtedly lag far behind that of Family Reunion, which is being released concurrently." The room erupted in astonishment. How could a boss lead with such a defeatist statement about his own film? To declare defeat before the battle had even commenced was a grave misstep. Was this truly a mobilization meeting? Li Hanxiang observed the scene and couldn't help but shake his head. He had initially intended to concede to Qianlong, but was taken aback by the latter's lack of resolve, which left him profoundly disappointed. However, he then heard Qianlong assert, "But why should we concern ourselves with others' box office earnings surpassing ours? We invested 2 million, while they poured nearly 800 million into promotion and distribution. With such a substantial sum, even a pile of dung could be transformed into something fragrant. It's only natural that their box office exceeds ours." Many nodded in agreement with Mr. Chen's sentiment, yet they still felt the defeat was too humiliating. A loss is a loss, and the public will only remember the victor. As a businessman, my sole concern when investing in a film is whether it turns a profit, and how much profit it generates. He continued, "In fact, I owe a debt of gratitude to young Master Li. His family portrait targeting 5 billion detective is quite the flattery. His actions have undoubtedly provided us with substantial publicity. Lu Qingyun, most qualified to comment, noted that his name had previously appeared in the most inconspicuous corner of the credits. Yet now he found himself alongside the renowned star Su Guanjie on the front pages of newspapers. This was indeed surreal. With this thought, the group's spirits lifted considerably. It was truly a wave of free publicity, as it became common knowledge that 5 billion detective would be released on the same day as Family Portrait. Wang Jing grinned widely, applauding enthusiastically. The boss is right. We have indeed reaped significant benefits from Huanghai Entertainment. We should be thankful to young Master Li. The conference room resonated with the knowing smiles of the attendees. This is not the time for celebration. We must leverage this momentum and fan the flames further. With that, he turned to Shi Nansheng. Nansheng, arrange for some journalists to respond to this matter. Asserting our confidence in the quality of 5 billion detective and our lack of fear regarding the impact of Family Portrait. Let's also praise Feng Ji's static shots and Lu Qingyun's performance. Shi Nansheng understood immediately. Such a response would undoubtedly be amplified by the ever-inquisitive media. Chapter 57. Li Er lamented his situation. How had he become a supporting character? Indeed. Following Shi Nansheng's comments, her words morphed into 5 billion detective is an unprecedented cinematic masterpiece. Wholly unafraid of the challenge posed by Family Portrait. Further translations rendered it as, what does Family Portrait even amount to? 5 billion detective is magnificent. Let the applause be heard. The applause erupted. And gratitude was expressed to Ms. Shi. The verbal sparring between the two major film companies escalated, providing fresh fodder for tomorrow's headlines. Observers of the news were left speechless. Was the spokesperson for the new Shaw brothers insane to claim that 5 billion detectives box office would surpass Family Portrait? One could only commend their audacity. Yet it seemed 5 billion detective was destined for failure. Meanwhile, Li Zeju, perusing the newspapers, detected something amiss. The buzz around this matter had reached a new zenith, with even those indifferent to the entertainment industry discussing it. Although everyone was proclaiming that the new Shaw brothers were overstepping, certain that 5 billion detective would flop. He sensed that such heightened interest was not necessarily a boon. Huanghai Entertainment quickly realized this was a new promotional tactic from Jianing Shaw. The public's focus shifted to 5 billion detectives' audacity and bravado. Li Zeju suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Despite having undermined 5 billion detective, how had they become the stars of this spectacle? While their Family Portrait assumed the role of a mere supporting player. At this juncture, he could do nothing but acquiesce. Any further commentary would only serve to elevate 5 billion detectives' profile. He resolved to wait for the box office results before thoroughly ridiculing the new Shaw brothers. Thanks to the topic's popularity, nearly all cinemas in Hong Kong had secured 5 billion detective, with its premiere capturing a 20% share of screenings. Many attendees entered the theaters with the mindset of witnessing 5 billion detectives' downfall. Yet, not long after taking their seats, they found themselves enchanted by its narrative. They had to admit that the new Shaw brothers had a keen eye for material. Who in Hong Kong was unaware of Lei Luo and his notorious embezzlement of 5 billion? Johnny Tu's storytelling skills were commendable, and his mastery of static shots was akin to that of a maestro among directors. Lu Qingyun, alongside the original lead, Lao Qingwan, were both products of the Shaw brothers' training. Though Lu's looks were average, his acting prowess was unparalleled, merely awaiting the right opportunity. He delivered a remarkable performance in 5 billion detective, originally intent on critiquing the film. The audience fell silent. Some who had planned to demand refunds found themselves collectively subdued. The film was genuinely captivating, particularly a certain gunfight scene, though not grand in scale. It left everyone exhilarated. Previously viewed gunfight sequences paled in comparison. This was the authentic experience of a gunfight, with a rare realism. Some viewers even returned for a second viewing to relive the unprecedented action. Cinema owners who initially considered reducing 5 billion detective screenings were left dumbfounded. What in the world? 5 billion detective has surpassed 50,000 in box office revenue for 3 consecutive days. The film's earnings remained remarkably steady, showing no signs of decline. It had not only survived the onslaught from Family Portrait but thrived impressively. Recouping costs was undoubtedly assured. The key now was how much it could profit before the release of major blockbusters. Li Zeju was still basking in the glory of Family Portrait's 800,000 box office earnings after its first week. Yet outside the new Shaw brothers' doors, a banner proclaimed 5 billion detective had surpassed 4 million at the box office, celebrating its newfound profitability. While Family Portrait had the potential to reach 20 million in earnings, an achievement worth boasting about, seeing the new Shaw brothers revel in their profit declaration left him feeling quite discontented. How did this brat manage to outshine us again? He mused. Our film clearly outperformed theirs at the box office. How did this end up benefiting Chun Long's 5 billion detective? With the impressive box office performance of 5 billion detective, the media swiftly pivoted to laud the new Shaw brothers. They estimated that 5 billion Detective could secure at least 800,000 in revenue. With a production budget of 100,000 and a promotional cost of another 100,000, such a feat was indeed commendable. What was even more remarkable was that 5 billion Detective garnered favorable reviews, with its gunfight sequences leaving a lasting impression, and Lu Qingyun's fame blossoming from this very film. Upon reading news of the new Shaw brothers potentially reaping over 400,000 in profits, Li Zaiju's temper flared. Given that Family Portrait's box office ceiling was around 20 million, the profit would only be about 200,000, with further earnings relying on box office splits from the Bay Islands. While the combined net profit was substantial, he was not the sole shareholder of the group and would have to share it with others. This division might leave him with less than Chun Long Shirtian. Standing nearby, remarked, if Family Portrait had avoided the upcoming New Year's block, we might have made a bit more. His insinuations pointed to a misstep in decision-making, leaving Li Zaiju feeling quite embarrassed in the boardroom. What perplexed him most was how a small production like 5 billion Detective managed to achieve such impressive box office results. Chapter 58, Celebration Banquet, The Master of Adult Films returns to the scene, Part 1. When 5 billion Detective's box office officially surpassed 800,000, the capable Shi Nanxing approached Chunlong boss. 5 billion Detective has proven to be quite profitable. It is time to hold an internal celebration. With the year-end approaching, we can distribute the rewards and uplift morale. As a professional manager, Chunlong had not considered the importance of morale boosting. Since the restructuring of the Shaw brothers, the sentiments of the elderly have seldom been taken into consideration. Yet, after spending some time here, one cannot help but recognize the validity of the company's dominance in the Hong Kong film industry for nearly 2 decades. Despite the impressive stature of Li Zaiju within the Huanghe Entertainment Film Group, when it comes to brand heritage and cultural sentiment, one must turn to Shaw brothers. This has nearly become a symbol of Hong Kong cinema. Should it decide to go public, Shaw brothers would undoubtedly find the process significantly simpler than Huanghe Entertainment, as investors would inherently place greater trust in the venerable Shaw brand. The elder members of Shaw brothers, of course, require motivation. They are acutely aware of the changes around them, yet still find it difficult to let go of their pride. Reflecting on this, Chunlong assented, very well. I entrust the organization of the celebration to you. Additionally, prepare 4 large novelty checks, 2 for 1 million and the other 2 for 500,000. Shi Nanxing immediately understood and planned to model the checks after bank drafts. Soon, all employees of the new Shaw brothers received an announcement from the administrative department, stating that an annual celebration would be held in the Grand Conference Hall that evening, and attendance was mandatory. Upon receiving the notification, Li Hanxiang initially considered feigning illness to avoid attending, but the thought that his absence might jeopardize his future at Shaw brothers compelled him to go. Come, let us see what this young boss has in store. Hearing this, several of Master Li's disciples smiled with relief. The conference hall of the new Shaw brothers was incredibly spacious, accommodating over 1,000 attendees with ample room to spare. Li Hanxiang and his disciples were struck by the sight of numerous long tables adorned with an array of fruits and exquisite desserts, alongside high-end red wines of unknown brands. Initially, everyone hesitated, as if in awe of the novelty before them. Noticing their restraint, Shi Nanxing gestured for everyone to feel free to indulge, prompting them to raise their glasses and engage in casual conversation. Those who could sing took to the stage, with actors like Ing Mantap performing a segment of Huangmei opera. It was only when Chunlong entered from backstage that the crowd gradually settled. To be succinct, the purpose of today's celebration is to reward everyone for their hard work throughout the year. As you are aware, God of Gamblers has achieved remarkable success both locally and abroad. With total box office receipts surpassing 100 million, the audience erupted into chatter as they recognized the film's outstanding performance in regions such as Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, where God of Gamblers was eagerly embraced, even breaking box office records in Singapore and ranking 8th in annual attendance in South Korea. The net profit from God of Gamblers soared to over 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Hanxiang was utterly astonished upon hearing the total box office had exceeded 10 million. While his own films, such as Golden Lotus, had certainly been profitable, they paled in comparison to the earnings garnered by Wang Jing's God of Gamblers. Realizing this, he felt compelled to relinquish any sense of entitlement associated with being an elder statesman, especially considering that even Lau Kaliang had yielded. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience as Wang Jing appeared revitalized after a brief hiatus, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. I have witnessed the dedication of Director Wang, and thus, following a board decision, I am pleased to announce an additional reward of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. On top of the standard box office share, the audience collectively gasped, recognizing that Wang Jing had recently received 200,000 Hong Kong dollars in box office share, making his total earnings from this film an impressive 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. Suku intrigued. reflected on how Eric Sang had only received 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for his work on Best of the Best 1 and 2. Wang Jing himself was taken aback, not anticipating such a delightful surprise at the celebration. Summoned by Chen Long, he hurried to the stage to accept his award. Shi Nanxing presented a pre-prepared, oversized novelty check, personally handing it to Wang Jing. Although it was merely a prop, Wang Jing joyfully raised it high above his head, showcasing it to the audience below. It would be disingenuous to say that no one envied him. After all, they were all in this industry to make money and would have gladly swapped places with him. However, Chen Long's next announcement sent waves of excitement through the crowd. The $1 million prize will be awarded each year to the independent producer who contributes the most to Shaw Brothers. This meant that next year, if the film I direct earns the most, I could also claim the $1 million prize. Not only Su Ku but also Li Hanxiang felt a stirring ambition. After stepping down from the stage, Wang Jing embraced Chow Yun-Fat enthusiastically. Brother Fat, you have played a significant role in this success. Chow Yun-Fat felt a twinge of bitterness. His remuneration for God of Gamblers had been minimal, barely a fraction of the box office. Having previously been a box office poison, he found Shaw Brothers' compensation far exceeded his worth. And he had no extravagant expectations. Moreover, he had received nearly $1 million for his cameo appearances in God of Gamblers and God of Gamblers 2. At that moment, Shaw Long announced, there is also an additional 1 million Hong Kong dollars, and I invite our brother Fat to the stage to accept this. The iconic theme from God of Gamblers played in the background. Chow Yun-Fat, momentarily stunned, took time to process the announcement, until Wang Jing nudged him forward, prompting him to accept the novelty check with a beaming smile. Thank you, boss. Without the new Shaw Brothers, there would be no God of Gamblers, Chow Yun-Fat. Brother Fat was genuinely moved. His success with God of Gamblers marked a dramatic turnaround in his career, with market prices for films now reaching 2 million Hong Kong dollars, something he had never dared to imagine. This 1 million Hong Kong dollars was the utmost recognition of his acting prowess. Having weathered numerous ups and downs, he was no longer one to easily shed tears. Yet, Du Qifeng and Lu Qingyun, also called to the stage, could not contain their emotions. They were astonished to discover that the day's awards included them as well. Chen Long presented them with the awards for the biggest dark horse and best newcomer, each carrying a reward of 500,000. Lu Qingyun's tears flowed freely, and he embraced Du Qifeng in a heartfelt display of emotion. The audience responded with fervent applause. A modest production earning 8 million at the box office was indeed commendable. They wholeheartedly respected Du Qifeng's handheld filming technique. Chapter 59, Celebration. The Master of Romantic Films makes a comeback. Part 2. Upon seeing Chen Long return to his seat, Li Hanxiang swiftly approached him, unable to suppress his eagerness to discuss his new film project. However, Su Ku preempted him, leaving Li Hanxiang to wait patiently for their conversation to conclude. Boss, I have spoken with Jet Li and plan to invite him to star in a new-style kung fu film based on Wang Feihong. That sounds promising. Our film studio is nearing completion, and I will arrange for some filming equipment to be procured from Sakura, which will be perfect for your use. Su Ku, known for his expertise in martial arts themes, found great success with the Wang Feihong series, not only achieving strong box office results, but also infusing the films with a sense of chivalric spirit, presenting principles through the medium of combat rather than mere didacticism. He was confident that his vision for a new-style kung fu film would resonate with the boss. Having seen the internal screening of Southern and Northern Shaolin, he firmly believed that Jet Li was the most fitting lead for his new film. The movements of the other party are not only graceful and visually appealing, but also exude a remarkable sense of power, coupled with the assistance of wire work. It is certain to leave the audience utterly captivated. Unlike fashion films and fantasy genres, martial arts films are significantly easier to manage in terms of budget. He intends to have Jet Li take a brief respite before immediately commencing the filming of Once Upon a Time in China, aiming for a release during the year-end festive period next year. The coveted $1 million prize will undoubtedly be his, Sui Harks. After waiting patiently for the two to finish their discussion, Li Hanxiang found himself hesitating. At that moment, Chen Long noticed him and, with a smile, inquired, Master Li, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Indeed, I would like to converse with you about the establishment of a romantic film studio. Of course, as you are an expert in this field, I wholeheartedly support whatever film you wish to create. Initially prepared with numerous arguments, Li was momentarily taken aback by Chen Long's agreeable demeanor. Nevertheless, he continued, the traditional romantic films simply will not suffice. I aspire to innovate in both theme and narrative. He elaborated on his vision of merging comedy with romantic elements, aiming to transform the conventional style of serious filmmaking. Chen Long nodded, recognizing this as a significant shift. Li Hanxiang's words reminded him of a great artist, the master of art films, Su Jinjian, who holds the honorary title of the Chinese Santa Claus. It is worth mentioning that Su Jinjian was a graduate of the 10th cohort at TVB. Truly, Mr. Su is an artistic luminary, having graduated from the Guangzhou Academy of Fine Arts and moved to Hong Kong in '82. After graduating from TVB, he worked as a nightclub singer, occasionally taking on minor roles. Due to his strong and fierce appearance, he predominantly portrayed antagonists. With this thought, Chen Long remarked, "Masterly, your perspective is commendable. Our films must resonate with the audience. And romantic films are no exception. I fully support your idea of creating a comedic romantic film. I believe that casting a serious-looking actor in a comedic role akin to the carnal prayer mat and the plum in the golden vase, as well as strange stories from a Chinese studio, would yield fantastic results." Li Hanxiang immediately felt he had found a kindred spirit. "Boss, you are aligned with my thoughts. I too wish to find a robust and resolute actor to portray the lecherous protagonist, creating a striking visual contrast. However, it appears that Shaw Brothers lacks suitable candidates." Having reviewed the list of past trainees from TVB's training program, he realized there was indeed one individual suitable for a comedic romantic film. Who? Su Jinjian, a painter from the mainland. He also paints. Indeed, he specializes in traditional Chinese painting, particularly adept at ink wash techniques. Li Hanxiang felt an immense satisfaction at this revelation. Excellent, excellent. What I require is a talented individual steeped in the arts. Even if he merely strikes a pose, he will undoubtedly impress many. With his concerns alleviated, Li Hanxiang felt rejuvenated, as if he had been granted a second spring. He promptly planned to approach Su Jinjian to collaborate on the script for the comedic plum in the golden vase. Witnessing the joyous laughter of this seasoned master, the new and old members of the Shaw Brothers breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was evident to all that Chen Long was not a heartless tyrant. Everyone could find their rightful place under his guidance. Not every new boss possesses such magnanimity, as exemplified by Li Zhejiu. He was currently frowning as he reviewed the new script submitted by director Lin Dongling of New City. What was Lin Dongling thinking? Had he lost his mind wanting to produce a romantic drama? Would such a venture be profitable? The question Maijiao wore an awkward expression. Lin Dongling was indeed a significant contributor to New City, having achieved over 10 million at the box office with his film Yin Yang Rong last year. He believed it was reasonable to pursue a film of his own making, and moreover, Cupid 1 had a modest budget, requiring only a few extras. Yet, the big boss, Li, was concerned solely with the potential for loss. He hardly regarded a mere 100,000 as noteworthy. Lin was told either to pivot towards a contemporary fashion comedy or to follow in his mentor Du Chifeng's footsteps and create a police action film. Any film that did not promise profit was unwelcome. Chapter 60. A Fortune for Bones. Each person's circumstances vary. Have you heard? Lin Dongling noticed the assistant directors whispering among themselves and could not resist shifting in his seat for a clearer listen. Last night, Shaw Brothers awarded 3 million in bonuses. The tea room erupted with a chorus of astonished exclamations. It is important to note that in the 1980s, the average monthly salary for individuals in Hong Kong was around 3,000, while white-collar workers earned slightly more, approximately 6,000. With 500,000, one could purchase a lavishly furnished apartment in the city. Lin Dongling chuckled dismissively, thinking that with so many people sharing 3 million, each would likely receive only a few thousand. As a director with some accomplishments, he naturally regarded that meager sum with indifference. Just as he was about to leave with his coffee, he overheard someone beside him murmur, "Wang Jing received 1 million Hong Kong dollars, while Du Chifeng got 500,000. When will we too be able to earn such sums?" They were not actors. Thus, Wang and Du had naturally become their aspirations. Hearing this, Lin Dongling nearly spilled his coffee. The others finally noticed his presence, their expressions turning anxious. The personnel at Huanghe Entertainment had implemented numerous regulations to manage employees, one of which strictly prohibited discussions about income. Director Lin? Humph. Everyone get back to work. Stop discussing such matters in the tea room. Upon realizing that Lin Dongling had no intention of reprimanding or reporting them, the group breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed. Left alone, Lin Dongling fell into deep contemplation. He was intimately familiar with Wang Jing and Du Chifeng, all three having trained under the same master, Wang Tianlin. He was the first among them to leave TVB, embarking on a solo career in producing television dramas and films. Hearing of their substantial bonuses, it was impossible not to feel a pang of envy. Having earned a mere 200,000 from his 10 million box office hit Yin Yang Rong, he felt an imbalance in his heart and contemplated discussing box office revenue sharing with Maijia. He held a fair degree of confidence in Cupid 1 and hoped to secure a more generous bonus this time around. As he was lost in these thoughts, Maijia's secretary approached him, stating, "The director wishes to see you. He wants to discuss the new film." "All right, I will head there immediately." Lin Dongling mentally prepared to broach the topic of box office revenue sharing. However, as soon as he sat opposite Maijia, the latter flung his script back at him. Noticing the grim expression on Maijia's face, Lin's heart sank. Could it be that the script was rejected? "Director Maijia, is there an issue with the script?" I can make the necessary revisions. Maijia shook his head and frankly disclosed. It was shot down by Mr. Li. Your project proposal did not pass. How is that possible? I only require a budget of 200,000. Although producing a romantic drama is somewhat audacious, I am confident it will not incur losses. Why not take the gamble? Maijia took a couple of vigorous puffs on his cigarette. He held Lin Dongling in high regard, as he was one of the few directors at New City capable of independent work. However, this was Mr. Li's directive, and he could only offer Lin a few comforting words. Mr. Li's suggestion is for you to create a large-scale fashion comedy. Money is not an issue. If you wish to invite Chow Yun-fat to star, that is also feasible. Comedy? For a creator with aspirations, directing a comedy film is purely a necessity imposed by life. Lin, acutely aware of his shortcomings in this genre, feared that if he were to undertake a grand comedic production, it might very well crumble in his grasp. Contemplating this, his lips quivered, yet he refrained from uttering a word. All right, go back and give the script for the new play some serious thought. If that proves too challenging, I can have the screenwriters draft one, and you can direct it when the time comes. Lin, feeling despondent, nodded slowly. He sensed that New Yicheng was increasingly misaligned with his creative spirit. After the infusion of Li's family capital, the company underwent significant changes, losing its previous warmth and camaraderie. Although Maijia often feigned benevolence, at least he made an effort to pretend. In stark contrast, Li Ershao prioritized profit above all else, with the company adhering to a pursuit of extreme efficiency that completely sidelined innovation, merely following market trends. Presently, Huanghe Entertainment resembled a vast film production factory, where everyone was shackled, reduced to mere cogs in a relentless assembly line. And he, Lin Dongling, was but a seemingly significant, yet ultimately dispensable, part of this machine. At the height of his creative fervor, how could he tolerate the binding of his hands and the severing of his proud wings? Even if his financial gains exceeded those of the past, it was evident that he was outpaced by his peers. Reflecting on this, he glumly picked up the phone and dialed his mentor, Wang Tianlin. Aling, what troubles you? You've connected but remained silent. Has something occurred? Master, I find myself craving fish. Oh, is that so? Come to my house. It has been quite some time since we've all gathered. We can discuss matters when you arrive. Wang Tianlin was naturally delighted. His son and two disciples were both making remarkable strides on the big screen, standing as pillars in the current film industry, thus bringing him pride as a mentor. Chapter 61. Unfazed by his annoyances. Aling has arrived. Come in, it's chilly outside. Lin Dongling felt a wave of warmth envelop him as he heard his mentor's wife's voice. At that moment, Wang Jing and Du Qifeng were engaged in a spirited discussion, quickly approaching upon hearing the commotion outside. Lin Dongling noticed a considerable transformation in Du Qifeng since their last meeting. His demeanor radiated an entirely different energy. There is a saying that captures this well, spring breeze and satisfaction, which aptly describes Du Qifeng's current state. Wang Jing, on the other hand, had visibly gained weight, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. Observing Lin Dongling's lack of enthusiasm, having hardly touched the dishes on the table while the wine continued to flow, Wang Jing hastily inquired, Dongling, have you encountered some difficulties? Indeed, share your troubles with us. We can offer our insights, the duo urged. Lin Dongling initially hesitated to discuss business matters, but realizing he could no longer conceal his predicament, he let out a deep sigh and recounted the details of his project being rejected. Wang Jing and Du Qifeng exchanged glances, both arriving at the same conclusion. Maijia is indeed being unreasonable. After all, you have already assisted him in producing 2 hit films, yet he could not facilitate your desire to create a narrative experimental piece. True, Chendasha is more magnanimous. He is willing to reinvest all the profits from 500 million detective into my new film. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongling was taken aback. He had heard that 500 million detective grossed 8 million, and with subsequent overseas rights income, a net profit of 4 million was certainly attainable. Chen Long was indeed generous in choosing to reinvest entirely into Du Qifeng's project. Such audacity and vision were evidently lacking in Li Ershao. No wonder Du Qifeng and Wang Jing spoke of Chen Long with such admiration, without a single disparaging remark. As Lin found himself ensnared in this discussion, Wang Jing continued. Signing a long-term contract with President Chen was the wisest decision I have ever made. God of Gamblers netted me 3 million, and next year I have Gambler Hero and Gambling Saint set for release. President Chen has expressed his desire for me to work for 3 years, acquiring a substantial plot of land in the Hilltop District to build several luxurious residences. Lin Dongling felt a pang of envy. His own aspirations were still limited to purchasing an apartment in the city. Wang Jing was already envisioning the construction of grand mansions in an affluent neighborhood. Fengge, I recommend you refrain from rushing into property purchases. Instead, consider converting your money into Jiani stocks, and in a few years, we can jointly acquire land. The boss has indicated that property prices in Port City will soar in the future, especially for hilltop mansions, which will command a significant premium. Lin Dongling wished to interject, but knew that this topic felt distant from his own reality. Remaining with Huanghe Group would only widen the gap between him and the two. As he wrestled with his thoughts, he heard Wang Jing advise, Dongling, why hesitate? Why endure the indignities at Huanghe? Come to Zhenshaoxi. Both Feng Gu and I will be your advocates. You can pursue whatever project you desire. If necessary, we can both serve as your investors. Such a proposition was quite a game changer. Though they were all brothers in arms, Lin Dongling could not fathom the thought of starving. Yet it was evident that Wang Jing was not jesting. Should he falter in the grand production at Nuicheng, it was certain that Li Ershao, with his ruthless capitalist demeanor, would unceremoniously cast him aside as a failure. In that eventuality, his circumstances would become even more precarious. Who would employ a director notorious for botching a major production? Cornered with no options left, he would inevitably find himself seeking refuge in Wang Jing's studio for sustenance. As he hesitated, Du Qifeng chimed in, Donggu, why endure such indignities? Boss Chun is fair in his dealings. He is truly worthy of being our leader. Lin Dongling still held a fondness for Nuicheng, where he had experienced many firsts. How could he face his elder brother Maijia if he were to change jobs? Dongling, it is evident that Maijia has wronged you this time. Why should you feel guilty? Hearing Wang Tianlin's perspective, Lin Dongling turned to his esteemed mentor. Master, do you also believe I should leave Huanghe Entertainment and seek a new path at Zhenshaoxi? Indeed. Do you recall what I advised you when you left TVB? Do not allow emotions to bind you. The relationship between companies and employees is one of employment, not obligation. If you truly wish to repay someone, you must first ensure that your value is recognized. This wisdom had always resonated with Lin Dongling, guiding his journey from Jelly Television to a Canadian film company, ultimately leading him to Nuicheng as an independent director. Yet, the situation had shifted. Li Ershao no longer acknowledged his worth, compelling him to seek a venue where he could properly demonstrate his value. Very well, my contract has a few months remaining. When it expires, I shall not renew it. I would appreciate your assistance in recommending me. Assistance? The boss will likely rejoice at the prospect of your arrival. Indeed, the boss cherishes talent that dares to transcend boundaries. He often states that he is not short on money, but rather in need of directors capable of independent filmmaking. The Port City film market holds enormous untapped potential. As evidenced by God of Gamblers, he anticipates that many films will surpass the 40 million box office threshold next year. Lin Dongling nodded, increasingly intrigued by the Chunlong they spoke of. Meanwhile, the financially secure Chunlong was grappling with the burden of having too much money. Chapter 62, The Tokyo Strategy. The Heist Plan. How much do we currently possess? Gao Ming, with a calculator in hand, crunched the numbers and placed it before Chunlong units. Tens, hundreds, billions. 136 billion Hong Kong dollars. How has it even increased? Listening to his young boss lament, Gao Ming scratched his head. Of course it will grow in the bank. Money begets money. It must be spent. If not, it remains merely a string of numbers. The Chun Fund serves as a personal treasury for Chunlong, who is acutely aware that the interest rates offered by banks will perpetually lag behind inflation, rendering any deposits a mere exercise in watching value erode. Boss, why not consider investing in Coca-Cola stocks or perhaps acquire some shares in American tech companies? This proposition appears to be relatively prudent, as Coca-Cola has consistently demonstrated a robust growth trajectory, with its market capitalization soaring 35-fold from 1980 to 1987. The investment sage Warren Buffett recognized its long-term value and subsequently made significant purchases of Coca-Cola stock. Hai Ming's ability to discern the potential in Coca-Cola indicates a foresight that surpasses that of contemporary speculators. However, as a reincarnated individual, Chunlong harbors an alternate notion. He recalls the Plaza Accord signed in 1985. By 1990, an unprecedented real estate bubble erupted in Japan, leading to a stock market crash and plummeting property values. It took decades for the Japanese real estate market to recover from this downturn. The root of this calamity lies in the fact that during the 1980s, Japanese manufacturing outshone global competitors, causing the United States, as the elder brother, to feel unprecedented pressure, particularly in the semiconductor sector, where Japan's growth threatened domestic high-tech industries. Before the Plaza Accord, the exchange rate stood at 260 yen to $1. However, following the agreement, the yen began to appreciate dramatically, achieving a staggering 50 increase within 6 months, resulting in a rate of 170 yen to $1. Within less than 2 years, the exchange rate had further appreciated to 120 yen to $1. The Japanese economy basked in its most glorious era, even audaciously proclaiming intentions to purchase the United States. And they acted on this ambition. Mitsui Real Estate acquired the Mobile Building in Manhattan for $600 million, while Mitsubishi Estate followed suit, purchasing Rockefeller Center for $8.46 billion. The most alarming transaction involved Sony's $4.8 billion acquisition of Columbia Pictures and 820 cinemas. Capital from the United States and other nations flooded into Japan, exacerbating the illusion of unprecedented economic prosperity. The stock and real estate markets experienced a series of frenzied surges. In 1984, the average property price in Japan was less than 100,000 yen per square meter, yet by 1990, it had skyrocketed to 590,000 yen per square meter, nearly doubling each year. This is merely the national average. In Tokyo, property prices surged more than tenfold within 3 years. One can only imagine a young Japanese individual using their entire fortune as a down payment to purchase a home in Tokyo, only to see its value double the following year, and this trend continued for several consecutive years. Such astonishing price increases led the entire populace to believe that property values would perpetually ascend, resulting in a nationwide frenzy of real estate speculation. In a mere 3 years, the Nikkei index soared from 13,000 points to 39,000 points. By 1990, the Japanese authorities finally acknowledged the troubling signs. Their goods had lost competitiveness in international markets, and property prices had become absurdly inflated. Yet, none of this concerned Qianlong. He solely contemplated reaping immense profits from Japan before the impending real estate bubble burst, planning to convert all his earnings from the stock and real estate markets into dollars and withdraw. Of course, he could not disclose his intentions to Hai Ming outright. After carefully choosing his words, he instructed Hai Ming, "Mr. Gao, I propose that we invest all the funds from our family foundation and the money borrowed from the bank through Jianing into the Japanese market." Hai Ming initially thought he misheard. The combined total of Chen's $4.1 billion and Jianing's recently raised 10 billion Hong Kong dollars amounted to 14.1 billion Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to $1.8 billion, all directed towards Japan. Had it not been for the small boss's prior strategies that successfully alleviated Jianing's crisis, he might have felt compelled to voice his dissent. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the small boss was not a reckless individual and must have identified undiscovered business opportunities. At this moment, Chun Qingsong, who had remained silent, could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, "Along, what considerations are driving your decision?" Qianlong's previous operations had been so remarkable that he had come to rely entirely on his son for investment matters. Yet, 14.1 billion Hong Kong dollars is no trifling sum. Even though a significant portion was drawn from the bank, any major misstep could spell disaster for Jianing. Chen Qingsong articulated Hai Ming's unvoiced concerns, and both turned their gazes toward Qianlong rather than hastily offering an explanation. Qianlong proceeded to draw a circle on the blackboard. This circle represented Japan's comprehensive national strength. Japan's manufacturing prowess was unrivaled globally, making it the world's largest creditor nation, with a net foreign asset of $140 billion. Both men nodded in acknowledgement. Japan had indeed risen remarkably in recent years, an undeniable fact. But did that justify a heavy investment in the Japanese market? I recall recently hearing an economic expert state that, based on purchasing power, the reasonable exchange rate for yen to dollars should be 108.1, whereas the current actual rate is 260.1. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingsong and Hai Ming immediately recognized the wealth potential embedded in this situation. Their eyes lit up. Such a significant trade surplus indicated ample room for yen appreciation. They recalled the previous instance when Qianlong had capitalized on exchange rate discrepancies to amass considerable profits. Qianlong continued, "On the other hand, the economic situation in the United States is quite dire. Their store shelves are filled with Japanese products, and coupled with the oil crisis caused by war, the U.S. trade deficit is soaring. Trade conflicts between the U.S., Europe, and Japan are escalating in the international export market." Chen Qingsong contemplated a terrifying possibility. "Along, are you suggesting that the United States might take economic action against Japan to expand its own sphere?" Hai Ming immediately raised a counterargument. "But that doesn't make sense. If they were to sanction Japan, why would we then funnel all our funds into the Japanese market?" Chapter 63. The Reckless Investment Behavior. Who truly is the fool? Following logical reasoning, one would assume that we should distance ourselves from the Japanese market. Hai Ming's skepticism found resonance in Chen Qingsong's thoughts, knowing that sanctions were imminent. Why would they still approach with such eagerness? An old Chinese saying goes, "To make one perish, one must first drive them to madness." The United States excels in capital plunder. Their fastest route to regaining a competitive edge in foreign trade is to restore the yen's exchange rate to its rightful position. At that point, they would not only complete capital plundering through real estate and stock investments, but also reap additional profits from exchange rate differences. Both men nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, Hai Ming still sensed numerous uncertainties. What if the United States chose not to act, or opted for more direct methods to strike at Japan's foreign trade? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. "Along, I wholeheartedly support your decision." Chen Qingsong's voice resonated with persuasive authority. Both father and son arrived at the same conclusion, while Hai Ming swallowed his concerns. Qianlong continued to instruct, convert all funds into yen, establish a real estate company and a financial investment firm, and proceed with both endeavors concurrently. Spend every last cent. Converting $1.8 billion into yen equates to a staggering 468 billion yen. Confronted with such an immense sum of money, Gao Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. After Gao Ming departed, Chen Qingsong rubbed his hands together and could not help but inquire, "My dear son, what do you estimate our investment will yield in the future?" Qianlong chuckled and remarked, "Historically, the beautiful nation has leveraged the Plaza Accord and the Paris Accord of 1987 to evaporate 15 trillion yen worth of assets from the land of the cherry blossoms. Although they may be small in scale, entering the market early allows for the effortless multiplication of $1.8 billion tenfold. Earning 18 billion in 3 years is quite feasible." "Are you referring to Hong Kong dollars?" "Father, I'm speaking of US dollars." Chen Qingsong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, filling the office with his jovial mirth. "You, my dear boy, are merely teasing me. I cannot possibly believe that this $1.8 billion investment could return tenfold. Wouldn't that catapult you, Chen Qingsong, into the ranks of the world's top 10 billionaires? I am already quite content with my current wealth, no matter how easy money may be to acquire. It is implausible for it to multiply exponentially." Observing his father's skepticism, Qianlong felt no inclination to further elucidate. In his view, individuals cannot amass wealth beyond their comprehension. As a time traveler, must he truly earn money penny by penny? Finance is the quickest avenue to accumulate capital. When the substantial sum of 14.1 billion Hong Kong dollars entered the foreign exchange market, it immediately provoked a slight market fluctuation. People quickly took note of this capital flowing out of the harbor city. At this juncture, only the Jianing Group had the capacity to mobilize such vast cash flow. Jianing is once again making waves. Journalists from financial publications and numerous evening news outlets flocked to the scene, crowding the entrance of Jianing's headquarters. Chen Qingsong showed no intent to conceal his plans, candidly stating during a media interview, "We hold a very optimistic view of the future development of the land of the cherry blossoms and intend to concentrate our funds on entering the real estate and financial sectors. I believe that within a few years, this investment will yield miraculous returns." Indeed, the land of the cherry blossoms has experienced rapid growth over the past decade. However, some skeptics pondered whether the market had become increasingly saturated and whether it was too late to enter. Journalists who had previously suffered losses hesitated to mock Chen Qingsong again, choosing instead to report his decisions faithfully. Following the publication of Chen Qingsong's statements, public opinion swiftly polarized into two extremes. On one side were the rational thinkers, primarily intellectuals earning white-collar salaries, who had perused a few books on financial principles and fancied themselves knowledgeable about the market. They deemed Chen Qingsong's move a blunder, asserting that the economy of the land of the cherry blossoms was at its peak, placing it within a fiercely competitive red ocean from an economic standpoint. They posited that investing in Africa or South America would offer far greater prospects than venturing into the land of the cherry blossoms. Thus, they held little faith in Jianing's investment. On the other side stood Chen Qingsong's staunch supporters, whose fortunes had multiplied alongside their investment in Jianing. Many, lacking resolve, had sold prematurely, leaving them with a sense of regret. Consequently, regardless of the disparaging remarks from others, they rallied to support Jianing with their actions, resulting in the company's stock price rising unaffected. Watching the news, Li Banqing shook his head and smiled at his two sons. Chen Qingsong has indeed made a misstep. Were it me, I would invest without hesitation in the Eagle Nation. In his view, the current economic downturn in the Eagle Nation was merely temporary, and capitalizing on the oil crisis to acquire core assets at low prices would constitute the truly sagacious investment strategy. Buying low and selling high was his perpetual wealth-building mantra. Thus, he held a dim view of Jianing's high-stakes investment approach. Moreover, he genuinely believed that the real estate market in the land of the cherry blossoms was not so easily accessible. The cherry blossom people are notoriously insular. Reflecting on Jianing's tumultuous experiences in the real estate market on Cherry Blossom Island, the Li family could not help but chuckle in schadenfreude. Had Qianlong been present, he would have vehemently countered the elder Li's assertions, stating, while the cherry blossom people may be insular, they are equally drawn to strength. In other words, they are prone to bully the weak. Chapter 64. With wealth comes authority everywhere. Chen Qingsong and the Jianing Group wield substantial influence throughout Southeast Asia. His interview quickly translated into Japanese and made headlines on Cherry Blossom Island. Numerous enterprises and investment banks in the land of the cherry blossoms took notice of this news, as did the country's business department. In response, the Prime Minister and economic ministers convened a brief meeting. Mitsui Toshikazu, what is your perspective on Chairman Jianing's actions? Mitsui Toshikazu, the Minister of Commerce in the land of the cherry blossoms, overseeing foreign trade and investment attraction, answered promptly. If even the legendary businessman from the harbor city believes that our Yamato nation has a prosperous future, we should undoubtedly welcome him with open arms. Others nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the influx of harbor city funds into our market will enhance our prosperity. We have no reason to refuse their capital." However, a conservative voice raised an objection. The market is limited. Jianing's entry into our market will only further encroach upon the development space of our private enterprises. Kazuki-kun, are our enterprises made of paper? So fragile and vulnerable? Just as the cabinet minister known as Kazuki was about to retort, another voice passionately interjected, "If the Yamato nation aspires to rise, surpassing the beautiful nation to become the world's leading economy, we must accommodate vast amounts of capital from around the globe. The arrival of legendary tycoons from the harbor city to invest in the land of the cherry blossoms, rather than allowing their capital to flow into the beautiful nation's market, serves as a testament to our nation's rapid ascent. The ambition to become the world's foremost economy and to facilitate the resurgence of the Yamato nation has long been the dream of every citizen." Upon hearing this, even the conservatives fell silent. The speaker continued with their analysis. "We must not only welcome Jia Ning's investment in our country, but also ensure that he profits, demonstrating to the harbor city's consortium that we, the people of the land of the cherry blossoms, are not insular. Our market is free, fair, and just. With Jia Ning as a prime example, capital from the harbor city will continuously flow into our market. Even if, in the future, the beautiful nation imposes tariffs against us, we will have the harbor city's capital as our ally." Mitsui Toshikazu's persuasive voice rang out again. "Yes, $1.8 billion is merely the first step. We must attract even more foreign capital to enable them to compete with the major financial conglomerates of Europe and America, thereby contributing to the more stable development of our economy." The Prime Minister, inspired by Mitsui Toshikazu's words, resolved, "In that case, please arrange for me to meet Chairman Jia Ning. I wish to express our goodwill and assure him of our support." With this decision, Mitsui Toshikazu felt a wave of relief wash over him. His vigorous lobbying was significantly influenced by Jia Ning's adept public relations efforts. When it comes to public relations, few rival Jia Ning's proficiency. Everyone possesses desires, and Jia Ning's public relations department has never faltered. After the meeting concluded, he immediately conveyed this promising news to Chen Qingsong. "Chairman Chen, our esteemed Prime Minister wishes to meet with you personally for a friendly discussion." Chen Qingsong nodded thoughtfully and instructed the translator to respond. "I must remain at Jia Ning, so my only son will make the trip. I will need Minister Mitsui to take good care of him." "No problem, no problem. I shall personally go to the airport to pick you up at the appointed time." Chapter 65. Using the funds from small days to short sell itself. When Mr. Qianlong's private jet touched down at Tokyo Airport, he was met by a throng of personnel from the Jia Ning Tokyo branch and the Sakura business department. "Mr. Qianlong, welcome to Sakura." Faced with the flower garland presented by Mitsui Hisashi, Qianlong furrowed his brow and draped it around the neck of his Japanese assistant. "Minister Mitsui, you are too kind. Thank you for your unwavering support of our investments at Jia Ning." Mitsui Hisashi nodded slightly, clearly impressed by Jia Ning's ostentatious display of wealth. While others had previously sought friendship with him for business dealings, Jia Ning's boldness left him astonished, even fearful. The sums they wielded could buy his very life. He had never encountered such vast fortunes before. Which official could possibly resist such an onslaught? Observing Mitsui Hisashi's subservient demeanor, Qianlong couldn't help but chuckle. Having accepted Jia Ning Group's funds was akin to boarding a pirate ship. Disembarking would not be an easy endeavor. "Let us proceed to your hotel for a detailed discussion." Accompanied by a retinue of small-time police officers, Qianlong and his entourage departed the airport. His commanding presence immediately attracted the attention of onlookers. A man with a northeast accent inquired, "Hey, who are these people to warrant a police escort? They have dozens of bodyguards, all driving identical Mercedes." "Bro, it seems those surrounded by the small-time police are our compatriots from Long Country. Judging by their attire, they must be the owners of Jia Ning." The owner of Jia Ning. He recalled a news report from a few days prior, where discussions among Chinese gangs revolved around Jia Ning's impending investment in Japan. Initially, he merely regarded it as gossip, believing that a Chinese entrepreneur investing in the area could be beneficial, perhaps even allowing them to improve their own livelihoods. Little did he expect to encounter them in person. Their aura was indeed formidable, befitting one of the largest conglomerates in Hong Kong. With this thought, his eyes narrowed slightly as he grinned, revealing a disconcerting scar on his face. "Brothers, let us follow them and see which hotel this big boss is staying at." With that, a gang of bald thugs extinguished their cigarettes and followed in two old vans. Meanwhile, Qianlong, resting in the car, was alerted by Lu Hu. "Little boss, there have been two vans tailing us for quite some time. Should we call the small-time police to investigate?" Qianlong opened his eyes, stroking his chin. He had heard that Sakura's public safety was not particularly robust, but was this group not being rather brazen? Knowing full well there were so many police officers around, they still flaunted their presence. Let us not concern ourselves with them. I have no desire to make headlines on my first day in someone else's territory. Upon seeing Qianlong's convoy enter the Okura Hotel, Wang Nan halted his steps. This area was the most bustling in Tokyo, and the hotel's security personnel were armed. Leaving him hesitant to act rashly, one of his subordinates hesitantly asked, "Boss, are we really going to make a move here?" Wang Nan remained silent, instead lighting a cigarette and smoking quietly. Minister Mitsui, aside from the real estate sector and the financial industry's market entry permits, I hope you can assist us in one more matter. There will be generous rewards upon its completion. The mention of generous rewards instantly piqued Mitsui Hisashi's interest. There are no outsiders here. Please feel free to speak candidly. As it stands, Jianing currently possesses $1.8 billion, which converts to 468 billion yen. Mitsui appeared perplexed, unsure why Qianlong was revisiting this matter. For a private company, this was undeniably a significant sum, and many shareholders within Jianing were exceedingly anxious. After all, Jianing was an outsider, and no one could guarantee what the future held. The reputation of small-time Japan's exclusionary practices was well known, and as a business department official, Mitsui felt this sentiment acutely, having long sought to combat the preconceived notions surrounding foreign capital. At this moment, he eagerly assured, "You and the shareholders of your esteemed group need not worry. Jianing's interests in Sakura will be safeguarded." Yet Qianlong wore a smile, remaining silent. He himself found Mitsui's assurances somewhat flimsy. The frequency with which Sakura changed prime ministers was alarming. Who could guarantee that Mitsui Hisashi would always hold the position of Minister of Business? What you mean to say is, I hope that, in the name of official Sakura, you can issue a loan to Jianing. For every yen we invest in Japan, your country's banks should extend an equivalent loan. Indeed, Qianlong had not elaborated merely to solicit guarantees from the small-time government. Rather, he sought to draw the officials onto Jianing's proverbial pirate ship under the guise of a loan. There is an old saying in Long Country, if you owe the bank $100,000, you are a grandson, but if you borrow 100 million, you are a master. This principle applied equally in small-time Japan. So you wish to borrow 468 billion yen? And oh, it is $1.8 billion. And I trust only in the blade of a knife. Chapter 66. Gentle Persuasion. Difficult to disembark from the pirate ship. US dollars. And it is a long-term loan of $1.8 billion. Mitsui Hisashi's first reaction was one of disbelief. It was utterly impossible. The government would never extend a loan to support a foreign entity. However, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The current prime minister was keen on achieving notable accomplishments, and if he wished to establish a benchmark to attract more foreign investment, there would naturally be room for maneuvering. Sir, this matter is absolutely out of the question. Perhaps you could propose something else. Do not be so quick to refuse, as long as you can persuade Prime Minister. I am willing to offer you and him each a 3 commission. Upon hearing this, Mitsui Hisashi swallowed hard. 3 amounts to $54 million. He found himself at a loss for words, his tongue stumbling as he asked, "Are you serious?" "Indeed, upon successful completion, we can immediately disburse half. And the other half, we will help the two of you open an account at Yuman Bank in Hong Kong. After your retirement, you can exchange it with an anonymous promissory note. The Sakura people are wealthy, engaging in rampant purchasing worldwide, yet those funds belong to conglomerates, as politicians. They had never encountered such a lavish offer from an affluent client. When they opened doors for the financial magnates, they often received meager returns. Merely a few 100 million yen to placate them. Qianlong could not help but chuckle at the conflicted expression on Mitsui Hisashi's face, confident that neither he nor the prime minister could reject such a bribe of over 1 billion yen. It is worth noting that during the massive corruption scandal that erupted in Sakura in the late 1980s, the largest embezzlement case involving a minister was only about 500 million yen. Furthermore, Qianlong's method of payment was beyond reproach, a sentiment Mitsui understood well. Very well. I shall do my utmost to persuade the prime minister. You may await my news. You have worked hard. I shall not impose further upon you. With that, Mitsui Hisashi hastily closed the door and departed. Isn't it a bit much for the little boss to offer them so much money? Gao Ming remarked, somewhat displeased. Gao, let me tell you, the borrowed $1.8 billion will eventually transform into $3.6 billion. Do you still think that amount is excessive? Observing the little boss's confidence, Gao Ming fell silent, contemplating that since the funds were borrowed from the small-time government, he could simply delay repayment indefinitely. Moreover, these funds could be utilized to thoroughly bind the two to Jianing's ship. Only through mutual benefit does true friendship flourish. Qianlong felt that the amount borrowed was still somewhat inadequate. He believed that this borrowed capital would rapidly multiply in the real estate and stock markets. Even if the other party were to audaciously demand an additional 10 billion yen, he would respond without hesitation. At that moment, Lu Hu knocked and entered, stating, "Boss, we have spotted that group through the telescope. They have not left and seem to be keeping an eye on us. Should we?" Lu Hu made a slicing motion across his neck. "Bring their leader to me. I wish to inquire who sent them. If they are kidnappers, they are rather unprofessional." As it appears he has no enemies in Sakura. Lu Hu nodded, and a large group of people sped out of the hotel in their vehicles. What followed was an intense battle. Lu Hu and his team were all veterans of the Flying Tigers, each having undergone years of combat training. From Qianlong's perspective, the group outside would soon be subdued. However, to his astonishment, the opposing group proved to be formidable as well, employing ruthless tactics that nearly caused Lu Hu to suffer a setback. Just as Qianlong thought the adversaries might escape, Lu Hu brandished a pistol, pressing it against the forehead of their burly leader. Under the threat of the firearm, Wang Nin hastily discarded his dagger and exclaimed, "Misunderstanding. We are from Long Country. Do not shoot. Let go of our brother." Lu Hu was equally taken aback. The thick northern accent indicated that these individuals had only recently arrived on Sakura Island. He instructed his men to lower their electric batons and addressed Wang Nan. "Since you claim this is a misunderstanding, come with me to explain to our boss." "Very well. I was just hoping to meet your boss. I will accompany you." This was Wang Nan's first time entering such a high-end hotel, his eyes wide with wonder, akin to Lu Lao as he gazed around. Wherever he went, well-dressed individuals cast him disdainful glances. He seemed accustomed to such looks, occasionally flashing a grin that startled children into tears. Were it not for Lu Hu and his men, who appeared equally fearsome, these elites might have sought a word with him. In the presidential suite, Wang Nin finally encountered the enigmatic Qianlong, the mastermind behind Jianing. Qianlong reclined on the sofa, demanding, "Speak. Who are you, and what is your purpose in approaching me?" "I am Wang Nan, a northerner. My stepmother is a war orphan from Sakura. My father believed that Sakura was more developed, so he sent me to Tokyo with her. Here, we have suffered greatly. Born into a scholarly family, I found myself compelled to join a gang to make ends meet." Wang Nin seemed to have found an outlet for his grievances, recounting his experiences in Sakura with fervor. "Though my homeland is impoverished and backward, I love it more than Sakura." As his sentiment deepened, tears welled in his eyes. The others were taken aback by this giant's unexpected vulnerability, feeling a surge of empathy. To avoid oppression, I united with other Chinese to form the Quan Nu Luo. Growing from 12 brothers to over 50 members today, our creed is to protect our female compatriots from Long Country, refrain from engaging in the laundry business, and communicate in our native tongue in private. Qianlong nodded, suddenly recalling the name Wang Nan. It resonated with him due to the film Night City, starring Jean Wuching, which depicted the story of Quan Nu Luo and Wang Nan. This group was indeed formidable, known for their audacity. Their most infamous tale was in 1989, when Wang Nan and 7 Quan Nu Luo members were surrounded by 50 Yamaguchi-gumi members wielding machetes. To an ordinary observer, it seemed a death sentence. Yet, Wang Nan and his comrades not only carved a bloody path to escape, but also managed to fatally wound several of their attackers. This notorious clash sent shockwaves through Tokyo, prompting the Sakura police to apprehend Wang Nan. While Qianlong pondered this, Lu Hu produced a flag and carefully handed it to Qianlong. A chill ran down Qianlong's spine as he recognized the emblem of Quan Nu Luo, which bore the Long Country flag with the characters Quan Nu Luo and Tokyo inscribed on either side. Qianlong asked Wang Nan, "You have shared so much with me. Is it your intent to ally with me?" "Indeed, sir. Your real estate ventures must require my assistance, and I am willing to serve you faithfully." "Huh. Do you think that spinning a few heart-wrenching tales will evoke my sympathy and earn my trust? As far as I know, you are still a member of the Sumiyoshi Kai. You claim to be Chinese, yet how can you serve the Sakura?" Wang Nan replied fervently, "To the president of the Sumiyoshi Kai, we Chinese are but vicious dogs. We yearn to stand tall as men, sir. If you do not believe me, I can kill the president of the Sumiyoshi Kai and present his head to you." Qianlong had no doubt about Wang Nan's ability to follow through. Northern gangs were notoriously fierce, with Zhang Qiandan being particularly infamous for dispatching adversaries with the ease of slaughtering chickens. "Here is a check for 100 million yen. I want you to increase your membership to 500 within a month. Can you accomplish this?" Wang Nan's eyes gleamed at the sight of the check. He knew he had made the right gamble. He refrained from boasting, stating, "I will do my utmost to try. If I succeed, I am willing to sever a finger as penance." "Huh. I am a businessman. Do not attempt to play the finger-severing game with me. Establish a company. You will hold 10% of the shares, and naturally, someone will assist you in running it." Upon hearing this, Wang Nin could not suppress a terrifying smile. Having a company meant that the members of Quan Nu Luo would have formal employment, offering everyone a brighter future. This was precisely what he had longed for. And his gaze towards Qianlong softened. "Thank you, sir. I, Wang Nan, shall serve you with all my might." There is no need for excessive gratitude. Our relationship is purely business. I am not your employer, and you are not to use Jianning's name in public. As Wang Nan exited the hotel, his subordinates rushed to him. Boss, are you all right? I am fine. He glanced at the somewhat disheveled members of Quan Nu Luo, abandoned by the city. Their eyes brimmed with resentment, reflecting the fiery spirit that their gang's name implied. Considering the plight of the Chinese in the society, he shouted in a low voice, Brothers, our opportunity for resurgence has arrived. I want. Just as the members of Quan Nu Luo anticipated good news from their leader, a speeding motorcycle shattered the tranquility. From across the street, the rider mockingly shouted, Hey, you dog bastard. Yamaguchi's president wants you to roll over to him immediately. The disdainful address ignited a murderous glare in the eyes of the Quan Nu Luo members. Yet, Wang Nan gestured for them to remain calm and nonchalantly replied, All right. I will go right away. The motorcyclist sneered derisively and sped off. Boss, you are his senior. Why not teach him a lesson for such disrespect? Wang Nan's eyes glinted with hostility. Does a dog bite you, and you bite back? What we must do is seize the opportunity and crush him underfoot. Upon hearing their leader's words, the members of Quan Nu Luo displayed wild excitement, shouting in unison. Seize the opportunity to crush him. Crush him. But before that, I need you all to do something. Come closer, everyone. Upon hearing Wang Nan's whispered words, shock washed over the faces of all present. They never expected their leader to orchestrate such a grand upheaval. Brothers, I am not jesting. We must unite every possible force to plunge the entire underworld into chaos if we are to have any hope of rising. Must we forever remain subservient to these petty lives? If we do not shed blood today, how can our descendants hold their heads high? His words transformed the previously hesitant younger brothers, their gazes now resolute and fierce. Brother, you are right. I no longer wish to be oppressed by this group of petty lives. They have never regarded us as their own. If we wish to escape this torment, we must carve our own path with our hands. A dozen men exuded an aura of murderous intent, causing even the patrolling police who sought to disperse them to hesitate. You brats, this is not a place for you to linger. Take your trash and leave at once. The members of the Kudo clan shot a disgruntled glare at the officer. Observing more police rushing towards them, Wang Nan decisively instructed, You all act separately. Retrieve the hidden weapons, but be careful not to alert the snakes. Understood, brother. Wang Nan hailed a taxi and leaped through the window to the Sumiyoshi General Affairs office. The driver, glancing at the scar on Wang Nan's lip, wisely chose to remain silent as he was already contemplating a shift change. Minutes later, the taxi came to a halt in Kabukicho. Hey, why are you so late? The chairman has been waiting for you for quite some time. The speaker was Takaoka Akamoto, a direct subordinate of the chairman Yamano, one of the few in the Sumiyoshi clan willing to engage with Wang Nan. Wang Nan paid him no mind, instinctively checking the axe tucked into his waistband. The rotund Takaoka Akamoto, displeased by Wang Nan's disregard, remarked, Have you eaten gunpowder? You won't even acknowledge me? Leader, should I teach this brat a lesson? Takaoka rolled his eyes at the speaker, retorting, With your skills, he could sweat you away with a single slap. This elicited hearty laughter from the group. However, Takaoka's expression darkened as he warned, Don't say I didn't warn you. Refrain from provoking him in the future. Leader, that seems a bit exaggerated. Takaoka said nothing. Only those who truly understood Wang Nan knew how terrifying he could be. This sharp blade could likely only be wielded by Chairman Yamano himself. Chairman, you summon me? Wang Nan bent at a 90-degree angle, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness. Yamano Ikkyo, oblivious to Wang Nan's unusual demeanor, sipped his tea with a stoic expression, stating flatly, Go. I called you here today to inform you of something. Your beloved Bai Shui has died at the hands of the Yamaguchi-gumi's Wakagashira, Arakawa Shintaro. Wang Nan's pupils dilated slightly. Bai Shui was dead. The woman he cherished most had perished. In that moment, he resembled a wounded beast. Even Yamano Ikkyo felt a chill in the air. Chairman, Go. Regain your composure. You were supposed to apologize to Wakagashira Arakawa, so why not make your appearance? Hearing this, Wang Nan was taken aback, uncertain of Yamano's intentions. When enemies meet, the eyes blaze. As Arakawa Shintaro emerged from behind the screen, he immediately sensed the murderous intent directed at him. Though slightly unnerved, he feigned calmness and spoke, I didn't intend to kill her. It was merely an unfortunate accident due to her lack of cooperation. You call it an accident? Go. I had someone examine the body. It was indeed an accident. Yamano Ikkyo replied coldly. I hope you consider the bigger picture and accept Wakagashira Arakawa's apology. He is willing to compensate you with 200,000 yen. Yamano's tone left no room for refusal, his gaze fixed on Wang Nan's slightly reddened eyes. 200,000 yen? Bai Shui, a prostitute from the Dragon Kingdom, is worth only 200,000 yen? Wang Nan's hatred for Yamano Ikkyo surged. It was this old man who forced Bai Shui into a life of prostitution, leading her to this tragic fate. As the leader of the organization, his subordinates' interests had been compromised, yet instead of helping him reclaim dignity, Yamano pressured him with lofty ideals to accept this nearly humiliating apology. In that moment, Wang Nan's murderous resolve ignited. He raised his hands high, accepting the teacup Arakawa Shintaro offered, and drained it in one gulp. Observing Wang Nan's compliance, both Arakawa and Yamano exchanged knowing smiles. Brother dog, it's merely a woman. Arakawa clutched his slashed neck. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the grinning Wang Nan, a chill running down his spine. In his final moments, his mind raced with thoughts of how swiftly this man could strike. Watching Arakawa clutch his neck as blood gushed forth, Yamano cursed. Damn it, you bastard. Do you realize what you're doing? You will incite a full-scale war with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Someone seize him. At this moment, Yamano also noticed the usually obedient dog was behaving strangely today. Wang Nan offered no opportunity for further outcry, plunging his blade once more into Yamano's chest. Yamano struggled to reach for a gun beneath the table. Chapter 69. A chaotic mess. The Dragon Kingdom people have gone mad. As the group outside sensed something amiss and charged in, they found Wang Nan wielding an axe, dismembering the old dog Yamano. The tatami was soaked in dark crimson blood. Yamano's innards spilled across the floor. The gangsters, usually so brazen about violence, stood dumbfounded. They had seen blood before, but this level of brutality was unprecedented. Some, unable to withstand the visual shock, began to vomit. Among them were Arakawa Shintaro's subordinates, who, upon witnessing their leader's grim fate, drew their knives in fury and charged at Wang Nan. Wang Nan regarded them with disdain, bellowing as he hurled the axe at the leader. With a sickening thud, it struck true, embedding itself in his forehead. Seeing his plight, the remaining members trembled with dread. One man shouted, "He is alone. What is there to fear? Let us all attack together and avenge our leader. You bastard, you dare kill Chairman Yamano. You're dead today." With that, the group surged forward. Wielding an assortment of weapons, Wang Nan, unfazed, raised his pistol. Bang, bang. With each bullet he fired, another fell. Even those undeterred by death who dared approach were met with the edge of Wang Nan's axe. The blood on the tatami grew viscous as Wang Nan, like the harbinger of death, mercilessly reaped the lives of this band. Those who had just been clamoring for vengeance for Yamano were now paralyzed with fear, their resolve shattered. They barely remembered the code of the Underworld as they turned to flee. Madman, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? You will become the enemy of the underground world. In response to the accusation, Wang Nan merely dug a finger into his ear and raised his hand to fire once more. Damn it, it's too noisy. After dealing with this person, Wang Nan turned his gaze to Ruozhong, who was hiding in the corner. Did you call me a bastard? The other party had already been scared to pee, and several attempts to get up in the thick blood ended in failure. I just called you that along with others. If you don't like it, dog brother, I apologize to you. In a contented sneer, Wang Nan plunged the dagger into the other person's chest and forcefully turned the handle. Quickly, no pain, huh? Two groups of more than 10 people, not a single one was able to leave this room. When Akamoto Tegeda hurriedly arrived, Wang Nanjing knelt in front of Shanai. Tian Gang's eyes flickered as the tragic scene brought back the memories of his death. It was on that night, 3 years ago, that Wang Nan beheaded his predecessor Ruotu, equivalent to the successor of the president, which allowed Shanai to stand out from the competition for the position of president and successfully ascend to power. He was promoted to the position of leader of the Xiongtai group for his achievements, and Wang Nan also had the qualification to form the Quan Nu Luo. Today's scene is like a reenactment of the past. He asked in a stuttering voice. Dog, what happened? Captain Akamoto. Aragawa Shintaro took advantage of the situation to assassinate President Yamano, but I couldn't protect him even after fighting. Tian Gang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Brother, you've always learned to talk nonsense. Before entering, someone had already taken away Arakawa's personal weapons. With you, a reckless man, even with 10 Arakawa, the president would be fine. However, Tegeda is a smart person. He immediately agreed and said, Damn Yamaguchi-gumi, it must be their conspiracy to split our Sumiyoshi Kai. They sent my order for everyone to come to the headquarters for a meeting, and we must immediately elect a new president to deal with the Yamaguchi-gumi's next move. If the group and the team leader's assistants also snapped out of shock, they immediately followed Tian Gang's command and began a series of actions. I'll go. What exactly do you want to do? After everyone had left, Tian Gang couldn't help but ask a question. Tian Gang, do you remember how we agreed that night? We become brothers with different surnames, and no matter what happens in the future, we will not betray each other. If someone were here, they would definitely be terrified. The two secretly became brothers, and even Shanai was kept in the dark about it. As long as you remember, my Quan Nu Luo will help you sit in the position of the president of the Jikai. And all you need to do is to firmly believe that it was Yamano who died at the hands of Arakawa. This matter is not difficult for Akamoto Tegeda. As the main faction, Almost all the remaining members of the headquarters are his people. What are your next steps? In the name of avenging President Yamano, take action to eliminate the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Upon hearing this, Akamoto Tegata couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. Are you crazy, dog? Are you trying to start a war between two gangs? Hee. Mr. Yamano is afraid of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Are you also afraid? At this time, the third generation of the Yamaguchi-gumi passed away, and the most popular heir died in prison, causing the Yamaguchi-gumi to split into two factions. If the head bamboo inherits the name of the fourth generation, the acting team leader Yamamoto Hironari will compete with Kazukazu. It can be said that this is the time when the strength of the largest violent group is weakest. Tanaka Akamoto suggested many times to Yamano to seize territory. But after taking the position of president, Yamano only wanted to collect membership fees and enjoy peace and prosperity, and no longer had the wild hope of the past. Thinking of this, Akamoto Tegata still advised conservatively. It's not a matter of fear. Our internal issues haven't been resolved yet. It's too late for you to say anything now. My people have already started taking action, right? Upon hearing this, Tian Gang's eyes widened wide. From hearing the gunshots to his arrival, Wang Nin had no chance to call outside to convey information. Unless Wang Nin had premeditated it. Don't look at me with such unfamiliar eyes. At first, I didn't intend to kill Shanai. I just wanted to force the two families to go to war and cause chaos in the underground world. Shanai should never use by Shui to test me. I can tolerate any insult he attaches to me, but this time is the exception. Snow White is dead. Tian Gang suddenly understood. He had some impression of the Dragon Country girl. Perhaps this was the last straw that crushed the camel. Perhaps Tianai doesn't know how terrifying it is for a wild beast to lose its last shackle. Tian Gang, you don't have time to hesitate. Now, under the banner of revenge, sitting in the position of acting president is your only choice. Go. Does this count as the yellow robe in the mouths of the people of your Dragon Kingdom? Whatever you think, whoever disagrees with you, I'll help you kill them. The death of Yamano almost spread throughout the underground world at the fastest speed. And at the same time, a group of powerful samurai wielding machetes attacked the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, Takanaka, who had hurriedly left his mistress's house. They fearlessly shouted the slogan of avenging the chairman and rushed towards the car in the bamboo. Zhuzhong was protected by a group of people in the middle, but couldn't help but feel scared and crazy. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were all crazy. Chapter 70. The deal was reached, and the Yamaguchi-gumi split again. So, do you tend to agree to the deal with the people of Hong Kong? Sakura Prime Minister turned his back to Mitsui Shuchi, making it difficult to see his thoughts at this moment. Mitsui Shuchi stuttered and said, I will always prioritize you. The Prime Minister's inscrutable voice resounded once again. They also promised you a commission of 3? Regarding this, Shuchi Mikai denies it outright. How is that possible? They are only willing to give their subordinate one a commission. As a qualified politician, he couldn't help but know that this is a proposition. Then there was a long silence in the office. Mitsui Shuchi felt that these short minutes were longer than his entire life. If he sees the expression on the Prime Minister's face at this moment, he will definitely put his heart in his stomach. The reason why this Prime Minister turned his back on his Minister of Commerce. It's because he's trying his best to control his emotions. He's afraid of agreeing too quickly, which makes him appear a bit too impatient. Is Chunlong's money safe and reliable? Of course reliable. What he provided was an anonymous promissory note. But when Mitsui Sho regretted it as soon as he said it, wouldn't that make him seem too familiar with the road? Fortunately, the Prime Minister did not pay attention to the details in his words at this time, and was very seriously considering how to use the money. His youngest son is currently lacking some money to start his own business, and a consortium has come knocking on his door, willing to lend him a few quick sums of money. But the Prime Minister is very clear that if he agrees to the other party, it is equivalent to tying himself and his youngest son to the other party's thief ship. If the relationship between the two parties breaks down in the future, the younger son's situation is likely to become his fatal leverage. My own grandson also needs some money to go abroad and purchase property. As the Prime Minister, every one of his relatives is a target of the consortium's pursuit, and as long as he relaxes his grip, everything is within reach. The consortium behind him is also very willing to pay for him. But there is no free lunch in this world. Everything has to pay a corresponding price. Some costs are things he needs to weigh and even cannot accept. However, this time is different. Chenlong just wants to borrow some money, which can be done in the name of support. The transaction still uses anonymous promissory notes from Human Bank, and no one can hold any leverage against him. Safety is assured, and there shall be no adverse repercussions. All that is required of him is to express his stance and lend support for the advancement of this matter. With Mitsui Tashiichi at the forefront, to forego this transaction would indeed be foolish. What concerns him, however, is whether the eldest son of Jinning, having incurred such a substantial cost to secure a loan, harbors ulterior motives. Should this sum remain unpaid in the future, Jinning's investments in Sakura will undoubtedly face catastrophic repercussions. Yet, one must ponder, what relevance does this hold for him? Even if risks are involved, they are matters for years hence. By that time, he will have long since departed. Very well, if Jianing is willing to gamble their future on investing in our Sakura, it is only fitting that we extend them some support, particularly since we hope Jianing will set a precedent for attracting more Hong Kong capital. Upon hearing this, Mitsui Tashichi could not suppress his excitement. It seems even the Prime Minister is swayed by this situation. Thus, you shall apply to the Ministry of Finance for this loan. With the rationale being to bolster foreign investment partners, I shall discreetly lend my support to you. Suddenly struck by a thought, he added, you will act as the intermediary, drawing in the personnel from the Ministry of Finance, ensuring the support plan is foolproof. Hearing this, Mitsui Tashichi nodded repeatedly. No wonder he has ascended to the role of Prime Minister. His experience is profound, and navigating this without involving the Ministry of Finance would indeed be quite challenging. Upon receiving the response, Chunlong listened as Mitsui Tashichi proposed to secure certain benefits for his associates in the Ministry of Finance and agreed without hesitation. With over $1 billion at stake during the flourishing years of Sakura, multiplying returns in the stock market would pose no challenge, the more greedily one pursues wealth. The quicker these matters come to fruition. Time is indeed money. Issues that can be resolved with money should be addressed accordingly. Just as Mitsui Tashichi diligently navigated to facilitate this matter, Lu Hu delivered a startling revelation to Chunlong boss. News has arrived from Wang Nan. He has eliminated the president of the Sumiyoshi Kai and framed it as the work of the Yamaguchi-gumi-s junior leader. Furthermore, Quan Noluyuo has successfully assassinated the current head of the Yamaguchi-gumi in the name of vengeance. It won't be long before the entire underworld undergoes a significant upheaval. As he spoke, Lu Hu's expression was exceedingly complex. As a martial artist, he held great admiration for Wang Nan and Quan Noluyuo, his fellow Chinese compatriots. However, he never anticipated that they could eliminate so many top figures of the Japanese underworld in a single day. The Yamaguchi-gumi and the Sumiyoshi Kai are the two foremost violent factions in Sakura. The Yamaguchi-gumi, despite previous splits, still boasts a membership of 12,000, while the Sumiyoshi Kai comprises around 8,000 members. Yet, Wang Nan and Quan Noluyuo, with merely 40 to 50 individuals, have instigated a war between these two colossal gangs. He suddenly felt that the decision to embrace Wang Nan was remarkably astute. It is not the brute force of thugs that one fears, but their cunning intellect. Wang Nan, possessing both courage and wisdom, acts decisively and unconventionally. Indeed, he is a rare and formidable commander. Chunlong nodded in agreement. He recognized the terrifying combat prowess of Quan Noluyuo while forming a newfound impression of Wang Nan's ruthlessness and decisiveness. He was not concerned about Wang Nan's rapid ascent, but rather feared that hesitation could hinder significant accomplishments. Previously, the Yamaguchi-gumi was embroiled in the Yamato War. Now, with the death of its fourth-generation leader and facing the dual pressure from the Sumiyoshi and the Ikko Kai, the entire underworld of Sakura will surely enter a period of turbulence. With Wang Nan and Quan Noluyuo emerging prominently in this incident and backed by financial resources, their rise to prominence seems inevitable. Send Wang Nan another 100 million yen to congratulate him on breaking his shackles and starting anew. Chapter 71. The Ascendancy of the Chinese Gang. The addiction to buying banks resurfaces. Tell the boss, I know what to do. Wang Nan tightly clutched the check in his palm. This money arrived just in time. In the underworld, anonymity is the greatest fear. Once one gains notoriety, success naturally follows. The terrifying achievements of Quan Noluyuo quickly spread throughout the criminal milieu. A multitude of Chinese individuals seemed to catch sight of a guiding light in the darkness and flocked to pledge their allegiance. As a sagacious figure in the Yakuza, Wang Nan understood that the times had changed. Without firearms, it would be challenging for Quan Noluyuo to establish a foothold in Tokyo, let alone expand and strengthen their operations. Thus, he allocated a significant portion of the funds he previously received towards acquiring armaments and winning hearts. On the other hand, he acutely sensed the official shift in attitudes towards violent organizations. With the flourishing economic development of Sakura Island, a more stable social order is needed. And they undoubtedly represent the most significant variable in this quest for stability. The police's prohibition of large-scale gatherings by the Yamaguchi-gumi is a clear indication of this shift. He recognized that reverting to the old ways of violence would surely invite a severe crackdown from the Sakura authorities. The arrival of Boss Chun illuminated his thoughts. Only by formalizing and institutionalizing Quan Noluyuo's organization could he ensure a better life for his brothers. The brothers who came to seek refuge would require settling in allowances. At the very least, a decent suit and shoes. He summoned his most capable assistant. Ollie, go find some tailors. I want to have tailored suits made for all the brothers who join us. Furthermore, we need to acquire a large office in Ginza. Ollie, clad in bell-bottom pants, was filled with questions. While he could comprehend the need for tailored suits, the notion of purchasing an office in Ginza baffled him. We are establishing a firm in the most prosperous area of Ginza. Wang Nan understood the role he was about to play. Many matters concerning a large consortium like the Jianing Group would not permit him to act openly, and certain under-the-table dealings would naturally fall into his purview. To maintain a distance from Jianing while fostering closer collaboration, establishing a legitimate office is imperative. Also, inquire if any of the brothers have connections with legal practitioners. Our office will require individuals familiar with the law, as well as some highly educated clerks. Though he did not fully grasp why his elder brother wished to pursue this course of action, Ali swiftly turned and delegated the tasks. Those who once stood alongside Quan Noluo have now risen in rank, and even the former Ruozhong has become a minor leader. Each day, a long queue forms with individuals seeking to join Quan Noluo's ranks, with those possessing skills being eagerly welcomed. Gazing at the increasingly crowded street, filled with Chinese individuals, Wang Nan and the others dared not be complacent. They had eliminated the fourth-generation leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi under the guise of vengeance, inevitably inviting retaliation from their adversaries. This tranquility is destined to be fleeting. The good news is that Tanaka, who enjoys considerable goodwill within the gang, faced minimal dissent from other regional chapters upon assuming the role of interim president. Of course, potential competitors certainly exist, and contemplating this ignited a fierce resolve within Wang Nan. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police were in a state of disarray. The recent surge in violent incidents has severely tarnished their reputation. The outbreak of the Yamato War within the Yamaguchi-gumi was already a troublesome affair, and now the looming threat of a potential conflict between the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Sumiyoshi-kai adds to their woes. The Yamato War is manageable, as it pertains to internal strife within the Yamaguchi-gumi, with everyone targeting only the opposing leadership. However, should a large-scale clash erupt between the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Sumiyoshi-kai, it would undoubtedly dominate the headlines. At that point, how could they still maintain any credibility in claiming that Tokyo is one of the safest cities? This predicament has left the upper management of the police grappling for clarity. Despite the improving conditions, why has there been a resurgence of violent crime? The crime rate in urban areas in recent years has far surpassed that of the 1970s. The recently emerged faction known as Power Fury is under considerable suspicion. Historically, this group has exhibited unorthodox methods, and current intelligence suggests that this incident has been orchestrated by the founder of Power Fury in conjunction with the interim president of the Sumiyoshi-kai. Do you have any evidence to support your conjecture? At present, there is no reliable evidence. Both parties have refused our intervention, and the scene has long been cleared. Takaoka has denied our request for an autopsy, citing the need to preserve the remains of the former president. Upon hearing this, the dimly lit conference room was engulfed in a profound silence. Our objective is not to apprehend individuals. Rather, we seek a more stable public security environment. Both parties intend to hold a funeral gathering in a few days, and our primary task is to prevent any violent disruptions that could escalate into greater conflict on that day. Boss, here are the documents concerning the top 10 banks in Sakura. Gao Ming has been quite industrious in recent days. In addition to establishing a new headquarters in Ginza, he has been tasked with gathering information on various real estate companies and financial groups. Chunlong and Gao Ming have engaged in serious discussions regarding investments in real estate and finance. They are not genuinely seeking to establish roots in Sakura. A gradual approach would only cause them to miss imminent opportunities. Thus, they have unanimously decided on a strategy of acquiring local groups to facilitate large-scale expansion. Besides applying for support from Sakura's government, they have also set their sights on Sakura Bank. The rationale, of course, is to exploit the banking institution's established methods to facilitate larger loans. However, upon meticulous examination of the current state of Sakura's banking sector, Gao Ming concluded that the situation is not as straightforward as it may seem. Sumitomo Bank, Mitsubishi UFJ Bank, Mitsui Trust Bank, and Mizuho Bank all share a commonality. They are under the control of local financial conglomerates, essentially their private gardens. These conglomerates have monopolized over 70% of Sakura's wealth. Gao Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The small boss was clearly envious, lamenting the unattainability of the grapes. Small boss, my proposal is to acquire regional banks and gradually consolidate them into larger entities. Chunlong nodded in agreement, well aware that after the real estate bubble bursts, these conglomerates would undergo yet another round of consolidation, voraciously absorbing bankrupt small to medium enterprises. At that point, these smaller banks could play a crucial role, delivering a minor shock to the local conglomerates. Chapter 72, Borrowing 1. 8 billion is rather insufficient, isn't it? Upon hearing of such a favorable opportunity, officials from the Ministry of Finance immediately colluded with Mitsui Kotobuki and the Prime Minister. In the matter of lending money to Jianing, the three institutions reached a consensus. The Ministry of Finance has consistently wielded significant power among Sakura's numerous agencies, overseeing finances, taxation, national debt, currency printing, and the annual budgets of various agencies. It is an institution even mightier than the Federal Reserve. Sakura's central bank, while also acting as the central bank, is merely a subordinate entity of the Ministry of Finance. After the order to issue an $1.8 billion loan to Jining was communicated to Sakura Bank, the central bank, the current governor, Haruki Maikawa, sought out Gao Ming. Gao Ming felt somewhat puzzled. Did this individual also wish to take advantage of the situation? Mr. Maikawa, may I inquire when our loan from Jining will be dispersed? Is there an issue? Governor Maikawa hastily clarified. There are no issues whatsoever. We can disperse the $1.8 billion loan at any time. However, Gao Ming felt a sense of foreboding. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. The president of Sakura Bank is no minor player. He had evidently prepared for bribery. Yet, Maikawa sheepishly chuckled. Would you not like to borrow more? Our central bank can offer you additional loans. Such a fortuitous opportunity? Upon further inquiry, it became clear that both he and Qianlong had misunderstood a crucial detail. Sakura Bank was currently experiencing an awkward situation of having excess funds, but being unable to lend them out. Since the 1970s, Sakura's foreign trade has flourished, and with exchange rates significantly lower than actual rates, both banks and the common populace are flush with cash. The primary business of banks is lending, yet all Sakura banks face a dilemma. They possess funds, but cannot disperse them. Some large foreign trade companies prefer to borrow overseas rather than from domestic banks. Consequently, the central bank has repeatedly lowered interest rates to encourage borrowing among the populace. This scenario stands in stark contrast to the situation of Hong Kong Citibank. Ordinarily, Maikawa would not proactively extend loans to an overseas institution. But Jining unexpectedly garnered support from the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Ministry of Finance. Sensing a lucrative opportunity for personal gain, Maikawa quickly recognized the potential for profit. Even if someone attempted to use this against him, he could easily shift the blame onto the prominent figures involved. Thus, he approached with the hope of extending even more loans to Jining. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Had the little boss lost his senses? Borrowing $1.8 billion was already substantial. Who begs for money? That seemed rather inappropriate. Maikawa nodded in agreement. I understand that the current 3.5 borrowing rate is somewhat high. If you continue borrowing from Sakura Bank, we can offer you a remarkably low long-term loan at 3. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming felt a wave of dizziness. Not only was the counterpart willing to provide more loans, but they were also proactively reducing the interest rate. To him, a 3.5 borrowing rate already seemed quite low, far beneath the inflation rate, and a 3 rate could be deemed a negative interest rate in real terms. Noticing Gao Ming's prolonged silence, the eager Maikawa hurriedly added, Are you concerned about the pressure of borrowing such a large sum? I recommend that you consider a fixed asset mortgage loan. You could use the borrowed funds to acquire real estate. Subsequently, you could mortgage these fixed assets to us, and we could provide you with an additional 70 of the loan value. The appreciation potential of real estate in Sakura is immense, and your group investing in Sakura's real estate would be a prudent decision. What? After purchasing real estate, you can also mortgage it again to cash out an additional 70 of its value? With the guidance of the seasoned banker, Gao Ming's imagination began to soar. Did this not imply that after securing 70 of the loan, they could purchase real estate, then employ the same strategy of mortgaging the assets with another bank? The next moment, he couldn't help but applaud in delight. Seeing that Maikawa was eagerly anticipating his response, Gao Ming cleared his throat, forcing himself to maintain composure as he said, I need to discuss this matter with our chairman. Please await further news. Very well. I will leave this matter in your capable hands, and I look forward to your favorable update. Once Maikawa departed, Gao Ming eagerly relayed the good news to Qianlong. Upon hearing it, Qianlong was equally astonished, marveling at the fact that it was no wonder Sakura had ascended to become the world's second-largest economy. The total value of land could purchase a beautiful nation. Following the cycle of buying, mortgaging, buying again, and remortgaging, the real estate bubble in Sakura would only swell further, inevitably leading to a catastrophic collapse. Should Jining become ensnared in this cycle, it too could join the ranks of the numerous bankrupt real estate firms. However, Qianlong was no ordinary person. As a reincarnator, he could effortlessly liquidate assets and escape before the impending disaster. He recalled a story that circulated in Sakura during his previous life, which spoke of an elderly gatekeeper at a university in Tokyo who wished to retire to the countryside due to his advanced age. Having sold a modest abode in Tokyo for an astounding 8 million, the elderly caretaker instantaneously transformed into a millionaire, returning to his hometown in splendid fashion. Of course, he was a fortunate soul who capitalized on the opportunity, while the majority of the populace did not share in such good fortune. With countless real estate firms and mortgage finance companies facing bankruptcy, such a remarkable opportunity cannot be overlooked. Mr. Gao, I kindly ask you to visit all 10 major banks and prioritize discussions regarding unsecured loans. The unsecured loans offered by a single bank are subject to central bank restrictions. Hence this is when real estate secured loans can come into play. Upon this realization, Qianlong conveyed to Gao Ming, "Let us procure these loans to acquire additional properties. It is entirely feasible to purchase several buildings in Ginza. Subsequently, these assets can be used to apply for mortgage loans from these banks." Gao Ming, upon hearing this, felt an involuntary pang of anxiety. The small boss's ambitions seemed excessively grandiose. If this snowball were to gain momentum, it was conceivable that Janning's loans in Sakura could soar to an astonishing 10 billion. "I predict that the Sakura real estate market may continue to surge, at which point we can repay a portion of the loans with our stock market profits." Gao Ming nodded in agreement, recognizing that the small boss had yet to become overly obsessed. However, he then heard Qianlong continue, "Once we reclaim the mortgage properties, we can remortgage them, leveraging the escalating market value to borrow even more funds. This way, we can invest in more stocks while simultaneously acquiring additional properties." Madness, utter madness. The small boss had completely lost his mind. The fervor in Qianlong's expression surpassed even the spirited demeanor of the formidable Chun Qingsong in his prime. Chapter 73, A Great Enterprise. Has Janning lost its sanity? Do they aspire to purchase Tokyo? Mr. Gao, may I inquire, what is Janning's current valuation? The latest market value hovers around 23 billion Hong Kong dollars, which translates to less than 3 billion US dollars. But what if we could inflate our loans from 10 billion Hong Kong dollars to 10 billion US dollars, or even more? Gao Ming could not help but gasp in astonishment, whispering, "This would mean our market value could swell to 230 billion Hong Kong dollars, or perhaps even beyond." It is worth noting that the current highest valued giant, IBM, stands at merely 95 billion US dollars. Should our market value exceed 30 billion US dollars, Janning would ascend from the ranks of the top 500 companies to become one of the top 10 global conglomerates. Furthermore, Janning would be the sole privately owned enterprise from the Dragon Nation to breach the top 10 globally. What an extraordinary achievement that would be. A shiver ran down Gao Ming's spine. In that moment, the typically cautious and reserved man found his hand, clutching a cigarette, trembling slightly. As the vice president of Janning Overseas Investment Company and the actual operator, he held a mere fraction of the shares in the overseas branch. With just that small stake, he could amass a fortune exceeding 100 million US dollars, earning himself a place on the list of the world's wealthiest individuals. He would rise to become one of the leading tycoons in the harbor city. Contemplating this, he too succumbed to a frenzy of excitement. "Rest assured, small boss, such an opportunity to capitalize is rare. I shall seize it." Precisely. Qianlong recognized this as a chance for immense wealth. The Qin family and Janning would complete their initial accumulation of wealth within a span of over 5 years. Who knows? They might genuinely be able to contend with those venerable Western oil and financial families. Gao Ming, undoubtedly an exceptionally competent professional manager, upon realizing the potential, shed his constraints. To secure more unsecured loans, he employed nearly every tactic at his disposal. In a remarkably short time frame, he successfully raised 1 billion US dollars in loans. Janning now commanded funds totaling $7 billion. Shortly thereafter, news broke that Janning Group had acquired 6 buildings, including the Hayek commercial building in Ginza, along with purchasing numerous large plots of land in Tokyo. The news of the Hayek commercial building changing hands even made international headlines. This series of audacious moves left the local populace astounded. They were eager to purchase the beautiful country, while the tycoon from the harbor city sought to acquire their Tokyo. With endorsements from the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of Economy, and the Ministry of Finance, the Sakura media exhibited a degree of restraint. The bold Janning allocated a staggering 30 billion Japanese yen as public relations expenses to curry favor with authoritative media and win over Sakura's intellectuals. The media uniformly praised Janning's buying spree in Tokyo, asserting that the economy of the Yamato people was rising robustly. With global capital flowing towards the land of the cherry blossom, the populace of the little country was ecstatic, their national pride swelling. Who could possibly resent a magnate lavishly spending on their soil? Rather than facing public backlash, Janning was embraced by the masses for its positive image. News returned to the harbor city, revealing a polarized public opinion. Some lauded Janning for its overseas accomplishments, showcasing the financial prowess of the harbor city's tycoons to Asia. Yet, others snickered from the sidelines, derisively insinuating that Janning Group was squandering the funds of its shareholders and investors on extravagant purchases abroad, leading to significant capital outflow. Amidst the heated debate, the media sought commentary from established tycoons such as Li Banqing and Li Zhaoji. Li Zhaoji, showing some deference to Qin Qingsong, refrained from making any disparaging remarks about Janning, offering vague platitudes instead, perhaps embittered by having lost face during the last encounter with the Qin family. The astute Li Banqing could not help but voice his critique. From an economic standpoint, the assets of the Sakura nation are currently at a high. I harbor reservations regarding Janning's recent transactions. His comments promptly topped the Harbor City News headlines and garnered approval from numerous economic experts. They cited historical precedents, asserting that every nation's development must adhere to objective laws. Since becoming the world's second-largest economy in 1968, the Sakura nation has soared for nearly 2 decades. Based on economic cycles, its assets are indeed at a peak, and Janning's large-scale entry at this juncture appears rather imprudent. Observing similar sentiments, Qianlong merely smiled. If all things followed a pattern, then why had no one anticipated the global stock market crash of 1987 or the real estate bubble in Japan that began in 1990? The so-called financial experts were charlatans. When markets soared, they would emerge to utter contrary statements, claiming that a decline was inevitable, and when markets plummeted, they would reappear, asserting that an increase was forthcoming. Yet, when pressed for specific timelines, they would dismiss inquiries, saying there was no rush. Surely, it would happen eventually. 5 years is the future, as is 10 years. When the day arrives that events unfold as they predicted, they will smugly proclaim how accurately they foresaw it. However, these self-proclaimed experts had indeed led the public to believe that Janning had made a monumental blunder by overextending in the Sakura nation at such a high point. Originally, such a significant overseas acquisition should have been favorable news, yet Janning's stock price plummeted by 5. Witnessing this, Li Banqing couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction. Chapter 74. The Fall of the Cherry Blossoms, a Tragic Incident Following the Feast, Part 1. The Yamaguchi-gumi and the Sumiyoshi-kai chose to hold their respective Yakuza funerals on the same day. This action sent shockwaves through the Sakura Police Department, as it was precisely the scenario they dreaded. This meant that Yakuza members from the Yamaguchi-gumi and all branches of the Sumiyoshi-kai from various regions would converge upon Tokyo to pay their respects to their leaders. The spectacle of the Yamaguchi-gumi's third-generation leader's funeral remained vivid in their memories. The acting group leader, Hiroshi Yamamoto, and the then-younger head, Masahisa Takanaka, experienced a fierce clash, resulting in numerous gunfights erupting, with the police invariably arriving last to clean up the aftermath. To prevent the escalation of the Yamai War, the Metropolitan Police Department supported Masahisa Takanaka, who was at a numerical disadvantage in the competition. After receiving the symbolic power of the ceremonial sword from the third generation, Takanaka, bearing the banner of righteousness, employed various tactics to win hearts and divide part of the new faction's strength. Yamamoto, with a remnant of over 2,000 men, retreated from the Kanto region of Tokyo, which alleviated the tensions of the Yamai War. However, now the fourth generation, Masahisa Takanaka, and the chairman of the Sumiyoshi-kai, Kazuo Yamano, are holding funerals on the same day. The situation has become far more complex than it was 3 years ago. The thought of thousands of Yakuza flooding into Tokyo sends shivers down the spines of the police. These individuals are far from law-abiding citizens, and the idea of them carrying knives and firearms could transform Tokyo into a colossal powder keg. Even a minor spark could ignite a situation that even the police would struggle to control. The Metropolitan Police Department has attempted to negotiate with the old officers and both factions to coerce or entice them into abandoning their plans for the funerals or to choose alternative venues. However, both factions are among the most formidable Yakuza groups, and any concession would lead to a loss of face for their organizations, resulting in both sides firmly declaring that they would hold the funerals as scheduled, even in the face of police sanctions. Seeing that coercion and enticement had failed, the Metropolitan Police Department mobilized a significant number of officers from other jurisdictions to enter Tokyo. These officers, clad in uniforms, set up checkpoints to intercept traffic entering Tokyo, equipped with riot control weapons, demanding that anyone gathering in groups of 3 or more disembark for searches. Piles of weapons were confiscated by the police. Gazing at the mountains of firearms and bayonets, the high-ranking officials of the Metropolitan Police Department felt a wave of apprehension had they not set up checkpoints in advance. This firepower could have been sufficient to attack Tokyo, in addition to seizing illegal weapons. A portion of the police force was stationed around the peripheries of the 2 funeral venues. Everyone had to undergo multiple searches to confirm they were not fugitives before being allowed into the venues. This led to severe congestion outside both locations as many individuals were stranded. This was the second strategy devised by the Metropolitan Police Department, to allow some individuals inside while keeping the majority outside, with their forces maintaining order within. Even if chaos erupted inside, they could confine the turmoil to within the venues. They even hoped that someone would lose their temper and start a fight, thus allowing them to arrest everyone. If the higher-ups of the police were aware of this line of thinking, they would likely burst into laughter. If capturing individuals were so simple, the Yakuza would have long been eradicated. The state of chaos or order remained firmly in their own hands. At this moment, Asano Munenabu, the younger head of the Sumiyoshi-kai, along with his confidants, was eyeing the impeccably dressed Wang Nan with keen interest. You dog, have now become a key figure. Asano's lackeys immediately began to shout at Wang Nan. The members of the Kindoaro stepped in front of Wang Nan, ready to engage in a brawl at the slightest provocation, causing the atmosphere to tense palpably. Fortunately, an old police officer intervened just in time, positioning himself between the two factions. Everyone, quiet down. Today is your chairman's funeral. If you wish to settle matters, do not do so today. Both sides huffed in annoyance and temporarily fell silent. What puzzled the old police officer was that, according to their expectations, the bloodthirsty Wang Nan would surely make a move today. Yet, it appeared that Wang Nan was behaving unusually quietly, a silence that was somewhat unsettling. The moment Asano Munenobu returned to Tokyo, he had made contact with the other side under instructions from above. They had agreed to seize the opportunity of this funeral to apprehend Wang Nan, this dangerous individual, on the spot. They intended to employ the same tactics as before, supporting Asano to rise to power while ousting the formidable Tadaoka faction from Tokyo. However, if Wang Nan continued to remain inactive, they would lose their opportunity to capture him. With this thought in mind, he gestured to Asano Munenobu, indicating that he could proceed with further actions. Asano nodded and asked Wang Nan in a tone filled with righteous indignation. Wang Nan, do you have nothing to say about the chairman's death? Chapter 75, The Tragedy Caused by the Cherry Blossom Feast, Part 2. Wang Nan had long prepared a response. It was the chairman's carelessness that led him to place his trust in Shinichiro Arakawa. On that day, as soon as I entered the room, I saw Arakawa standing over the chairman, brandishing the weapon he used to commit murder. Nonsense. Regardless of the circumstances, Arakawa is still the younger head of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Would such a high-ranking deputy leader risk his life to assassinate our chairman? Asano's entourage immediately echoed. Yes, Wang Nan. Do you think everyone is a fool? If it were me, I would surely wait for a more opportune moment to strike. Yet, Wang Nan replied leisurely. Indeed. The chairman likely shared the same thought as you, which allowed Arakawa Shinichiro the opportunity to act. The crowd fell momentarily silent, taken aback by Wang Nan's unexpected angle of argument. Humph, Wang Nan, I never realized you were so sharp-tongued. Now that there are no witnesses, you can say whatever you like. As Asano pressed aggressively, Tadaoka could no longer hold back and shouted, Everyone. It is undeniable that a dozen people died in the room that day, and a fierce conflict erupted between both sides. The other party used firearms. Had it not been for Wang Nan's courageous resistance, Arakawa Shinichiro might have truly made it out alive. Tadaoka's men echoed in agreement, asserting that the situation had been dire, resulting in the immediate demise of the chairman's cronies. The old police officer had anticipated this and seized the opportunity to interject. In that case, if you do not allow our police to conduct an autopsy, we will naturally uncover all the hidden truths. If it truly was Arakawa who initiated the murder, the Metropolitan Police Department will certainly provide an explanation to the Sumiyoshi Kai. Before Tadaoka could voice another refusal, Asano responded again. Very well, then we shall trouble you. Asano, be quiet. The chairman's body is hardly cold, and instead of focusing on external matters, you keep directing the blame onto Wang Nan. Do you wish for the Sumiyoshi Kai to descend into chaos, leading to the complete disintegration of the Yamaguchi-gumi? If you wish to become the chairman, I, Tadaoka, will gladly relinquish the position to you. A chorus of murmurs erupted within the venue as attendees realized that Asano was deliberately instigating conflict. Today was the day of the chairman's burial. Even in the pursuit of power, such disputes should not occur at this moment. Moreover, they all understood that Wang Nan was the chairman's loyal dog, and compared to Asano, who was merely a successor, Wang Nan and Tadaoka were the true confidants of the chairman. The neutral individuals present began to regard Asano with strange expressions. The old police officer internally lamented, realizing that everything had spiraled beyond the upper echelons of the police's expectations. Wang Nan, this mere pawn, had surprisingly refrained from acting impulsively, and their attempt to exploit a weakness and instigate trouble had instead placed Asano in a passive position. The script for dealing with the Yamaguchi-gumi did not apply to the Sumiyoshi Kai. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Kazuo Yamano, the chairman who ascended through unscrupulous means and was extremely wary of his subordinates gaining power, to the point of mistrusting even his own confidants. This led to a lack of overwhelmingly strong figures within the Sumiyoshi Kai, allowing Tadaoka, who appeared to be a well-meaning individual with no ambition, to rise to prominence. The essence of the Yakuza lies in loyalty and righteousness. Ashino, now publicly berated and subjected to the scornful gazes of the crowd, found himself engulfed in profound indignation and despair, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. He deeply regretted yielding to the machinations of the Metropolitan Police Department, which led him to confront Wang Tian at such a precarious moment. Even if he harbored doubts regarding the chairman's demise, he ought to have voiced them in a more dignified setting, proposing a schism and subsequently establishing a new Sumiyoshi Kai with his loyal subordinates. It was certain that those who similarly questioned the chairman's death would choose to follow him. The farcical events of the day had dissipated all the advantageous cards he once held. He could not afford to sever ties with the senior officer, who was, after all, a chief in the police headquarters. Moreover, the leverage he had with the police was now firmly in the latter's grasp. While boarding the ship was easy, disembarking proved to be a daunting task. Just as Ashino felt trapped in a dire situation, the senior officer's pager buzzed, and all police personnel present received an urgent directive. A significant incident had occurred at the Yamaguchi-gumi's venue, and all police forces in Tokyo were to rush to the scene immediately. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight betrayed Wang Nan's otherwise composed countenance, only to discover that the senior officer was fixated on him. Wang Nan, this incident is related to you, isn't it? Hey, don't make baseless accusations, or I'll sue you for defamation. The senior officer wore a knowing smile. Then what are you smiling about? The Yamaguchi-gumi is our competitor. Should we not rejoice if they face trouble? Indeed, officer, does this mean we in the Yakuza are wrong to express joy? The assembled members of the Sumiyoshi-kai immediately voiced their discontent towards the senior officer. Officer, let us clear out another venue. The headquarters has issued another urgent order. It seems something significant has truly transpired there. Humph, Wang Nan, I've got my eye on you. Do not make me find an opportunity to apprehend you personally. Chapter 76. The Tragedy Triggered by Falling Cherry Blossoms, Part 2. After the police had all departed, Tauka cast a questioning glance at Wang Nan. What on earth have you done now? Nothing much, just ensured that a man consumed by hatred eliminated Hiroshi Yamamoto at the venue. Upon hearing this, Tauka was taken aback. As the former acting leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, he had been ousted from the Kanto region by Takanaka. Now, with Takanaka's demise, Yamamoto, who was unwilling to fade into obscurity, sought to reclaim control of the Yamaguchi-gumi. By seniority, he was indeed the best candidate for the fifth generation, having finally outlasted his old rival. He saw a glimmer of hope for leadership, only to be thwarted at the last moment. One could only imagine the chaos that would erupt at the Yamaguchi-gumi's funeral venue, even with police present. It would be difficult to maintain control over a group of agitated Yakuza. Gang competition is exceedingly ruthless. Failure not only results in territorial loss, but may also lead to banishment to barren lands. Heavy membership dues could even compel some members to commit seppuku. Hence, with their leader slain, how could the subordinates remain composed? Even if the police managed to clear the scene, it was likely that the Yamaguchi-gumi's situation would stabilize rapidly. Tauka shook his head, finding his sworn brother's intentions increasingly inscrutable. Who is that vengeful gunman? Can you guarantee he won't betray you? That fellow, Nenli, is the son of the leader of the southern faction of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Tauka immediately understood. During the Yamaguchi War, both the leaders of the southern faction and the Hoyu faction had become casualties, thus fueling Yamamoto's deep-seated hatred. The weapon was secretly supplied by me. I merely need to ensure that no one discovers or confiscates it. Hearing this, Tauka nodded repeatedly. Even if Nan Li's assassination attempt failed, his sworn brother surely had a backup plan. However, the thought of the Yamaguchi-gumi and the new one faction looming overhead brought him some comfort. He speculated that the Yamaguchi-gumi was likely to fracture once more, inevitably becoming a disjointed entity. Tauka, this is a matter for others' families. The most pressing concern now is whether to eliminate Ashino or expel him. A decision must be made swiftly, for he remains a ticking time bomb. You won't assist me, will you? Tauka, I have done all I can to help you. Now all your subordinates are watching your performance. Even if I were to assist you in disposing of Ashino, it would be challenging for you to gain their trust. If you wish to become the true chairman, you must decisively defeat all competitors. Tauka nodded. With Ashino's reputation in tatters, it was indeed the opportune moment for him to vanquish Ashino decisively. With this thought, he raised his hand, signaling for silence. Now is the ideal time for our Sumiyoshi-kai to expand. The association must elect a chairman to oversee affairs in response to the forthcoming unique circumstances. Hence, I propose we elect a new chairman through a vote, with all members of the Sumiyoshi-kai eligible to participate. Ashino had never anticipated that Tauka would choose to confront him directly. While he was relieved to have preserved his own life, he could not shake the fear of being targeted by Wang Nan, the vicious hound. However, the grim news loomed. Should he fail in this competition, he risked subsequent retribution and exile from Tokyo. Before the assembled crowd, he proclaimed, I, Ashino, am willing to conclude the conflicts within the Sumiyoshi-kai in this manner. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall accept the outcome with grace. His display of composure garnered him additional points, clearly swaying some subordinates between the two factions. I, the Kiryu group, with 300 members, support Tauka. I, the Hekizan faction, with 400 members, support Ashino as our leader. Wang then stepped forward, declaring, I, the Quanriluo faction, with 500 members, support Mr. Tauka as our chairman. The crowd was taken aback. The voting momentarily halted in surprise. They recalled that not long ago, Kowloon had only comprised 40 to 50 individuals. How had it suddenly swelled tenfold, becoming an undeniable force? With these 500 votes, Tauca surged ahead of Ashino. Those who had previously maintained a neutral stance swiftly cast their ballots in favor of Tauca. In no time, all the representatives had finished voting. The outcome was unsurprising. Tauca triumphed over Ashino with a lead of over 4,000 votes. Ashino had anticipated this. He was already at a disadvantage. And the support from the police had given him a fleeting sense of hope, but his failure to act decisively had stripped him of his final opportunity. The staggering vote gap made the reality painfully clear. The inauguration ceremony took place in the morning hall, where Tauca received the ceremonial dagger, symbolizing the authority of the association from the widow's hands. In that moment, he had nearly become the most powerful figure in the underworld of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Chapter 77. Engaging in a Ponzi scheme in the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Having resolved the turmoil within the Sumiyoshi-kai, Wang Nin clandestinely arrived at the Okura Hotel. So, Ashino has been driven out of Tokyo. Indeed, he left overnight with his men, fearful of being intercepted by the police. The thought of that scene caused Qianlong to chuckle. With their machinations, the Yamaguchi-gumi had been making frequent moves, leaving the police little time to attend to the Sumiyoshi-kai. Allowing Ashino to live could serve as a means to balance Tauca. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Nan, who had undergone a remarkable transformation in his sharp suit. I reviewed the list you submitted. It is quite impressive. Expanding to 600 members in such a short time proves I did not misjudge your capabilities. Receiving praise from the boss, Wang Nan couldn't help but feel a bit flustered as he scratched his head. The rapid expansion of Kowloon relied heavily on his seasoned veterans, each of whom was an elite in their own right, easily capable of leading 10 others without issue. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are never short of resilient men capable of enduring hardship. Coupled with the nationwide militia training, a slight arming of these individuals results in an exceptionally formidable combat force. The scene of a mainland bandit from the provincial Hong Kong Flag Army pursuing a group of police officers is not an exaggeration. It is essential to recognize that the generation in question holds a belief in the sanctity of the physical form. The remarkable feats you hear of are indeed rooted in reality. Now, let us turn our attention to the business we aim to undertake. I would like to first hear your thoughts. Aware that the esteemed boss is assessing him, Wang Nin pondered deeply before replying. I wish to engage in the smuggling of electronics and automobiles. Smuggling is indeed a highly lucrative enterprise. In the 1960s, color televisions became all the rage abroad, while in the early 1980s, the mainland could only purchase black and white televisions at friendship stores with foreign exchange coupons, an exorbitant price, and without connections. One wouldn't even qualify to make a purchase. In the tree grows in the wind. The notorious thief Yi Jihuan famously stated that a 2,000 yuan color television sold for 8,000 in the mainland is faster than robbing with an AK. The gold trade is no longer a concern, as I have assumed the identity of a smuggling boss. A profit of 300 means one can trample upon all earthly laws. Wang Nan believed that once this business is established, it would undoubtedly bring endless wealth to the boss. However, he was met with Qianlong's disapproving shake of the head. Your vision is somewhat limited. Since you have chosen to smuggle, why not transport the resources blocked by the Sakura and various nations to the mainland? For instance, precision machine tools from Sakura, which can be utilized in submarine manufacturing. Many strategic weapons require high-precision machinery. In terms of machining technology, Sakura indeed leads the world. At this time, amidst the Cold War, these items are desperately needed by countries like the Great Goose. They possess numerous channels to acquire such goods, and transporting them could yield several times the profit at elevated prices. Selling just a few could conservatively bring in tens of billions of yen. Wang Nin couldn't help but admire this perspective. Indeed, aiming higher would lead to greater profits. In contrast, how much could one truly earn from smuggling electronics? With enough audacity, he could transport strategic materials from Sakura to the mainland, as long as the confidentiality is maintained at a high level. If exposed, it would become international news. And one must avoid attracting the attention of the Bateau organization. The Bateau was an alliance formed during the Cold War by 17 capitalist nations. Qianlong's reminder opened up a new world for him, significantly broadening his horizons. Are you not also running a small office in Ginza? He inquired. Indeed. I plan to utilize it for some loan business. Qianlong shook his head once more. I will invest additional funds for you to acquire a small company with a financial license, specifically to develop a financial product. What kind of product? To clarify the operational process for Wang Nan, he requested a cigarette. This is a cigarette lent to us by a client. He merely seeks to profit from a cigarette, but yet you reward him with an entire cigarette in return. Then you boast to him that if he lends us a pack of Huazi, we will return 2 packs. At this moment, he thinks that even if you are deceiving him, he is only losing a pack of Huazi. Once he obtains 2 houses, he will entrust you with all his wealth. Because you promise him that as long as he helps you bring in a client, you will offer him a certain rebate. He will continue to bring in more people, surrendering all his assets into your hands. Witnessing everything Qianlong had collected, Wang Nin couldn't help but shudder. This financial scam is terrifying. Had he not seen the outcome, he too might have been ensnared in the deceptive cycle of exchanging one for two and upgrading privileges by recruiting others. With money in hand, within 5 or 6 years, you will become the largest financial firm in Tokyo, or even in the entire Sakura nation. Wang Nan's hand trembled as he smoked. He could slice through opponents as easily as cutting watermelon, yet he was now gripped by apprehension. The madness of this plan lies in its complete exploitation of human greed. Once a profitable example emerges, more individuals will be drawn into the scheme. These individuals, in pursuit of high returns, may even resort to borrowing or deceit. Chapter 78. Destroy what you cannot obtain. Boss, what is this scam called? A Ponzi scheme. Noticing Wang Nan's bewilderment, Qianlong continued. Of course. You need to make some legitimate investments. For instance, invest in real estate and stocks. And periodically release favorable news to let everyone know that your financial company's business is highly profitable, thereby encouraging people to keep their money with you long-term. Boss, this indeed seems like a fast money scheme, but I fear I may not execute such a business well. Qianlong smiled, acknowledging that while the Ponzi scheme sounds simple, its execution is far from easy. It is indeed somewhat challenging to expect Wang Nan, a refined gentleman from the north, to undertake it. However, his father possesses individuals of such caliber, and not just one. Rest assured, I will enlist many professionals to assist you. But I hope you remain true to your principles and do not harm our own kind. Wang Nan hastily replied, I would never do that. We will not take a single cent from our own people, and the profits we earn will be shared with them. That is good to hear. If you can successfully manage these two matters, you may return home in glory whenever you wish. The phrase return home in glory held a profound allure for Wang Nan. As a native of the north, his greatest desire has always been to return home triumphantly to see his father after amassing wealth. With this thought, the burdens in his heart dissipated instantly. Boss, I have another idea. Speak freely. As long as it earns us a decent living, we can pursue it. I need some funds to acquire several talent agencies. When the topic of Sakura's entertainers arose, Qianlong's mind immediately conjured images of a trove of embarrassing teachers hidden in a secret cloud storage. Are you serious? Certainly. It will be of a nature that lies between the respectable and the disreputable. I intend to establish a modeling agency, using it as a springboard into the entertainment industry. Both men exchanged knowing glances, understanding the implications. On that day, Qianlong was watching news of yet another Yamaguchi-gumi leader being assassinated when Gao Ming rushed in, visibly agitated. Boss, Gao, what brings you here in such a state? Gao Ming took a few deep breaths before responding. The Hokkaido Takashoku Bank has actually rejected our acquisition and humiliated our representatives, claiming they are not desperate enough to sell the bank to the sick man of East Asia. Upon hearing the phrase sick man of East Asia, Qianlong frowned slightly. Did they really say that? Indeed, it was the direct response from their societal figure, Katanabori Masanori. The Hokkaido Takashoku is a city bank. Do not underestimate it simply because it is a city bank. It is the largest bank in the Hokkaido region, with controlled assets amounting to $88 billion, not market value, ranking 90th among the world's 1,000 banks. Humph, arrogant Sakura people. After carefully reviewing the bank's information, Qianlong experienced a sense of déjà vu. This bank seemed familiar, as though he had encountered it before. After some contemplation, he recalled that it would later become a bank of significant notoriety, infamous for its collapse, thus shattering the notion that Sakura banks were too large to fail. Equally renowned is Yamazaki Securities. The collapse of these two institutions stands as a hallmark event beneath the real estate bubble, akin to the calamities surrounding M Corporation and M Garden. The reasons for their downfall are intertwined with the scandals that emerged. In the ensuing years, Hokkaido Bank, riding the waves, embarked on real estate lending projects, culminating in a staggering 20 trillion yen in non-performing loans at the time of its collapse. While such a level of bad debt might not be extraordinary, most banks in Sakura country find themselves in similar predicaments. It had not yet escalated to the brink of bankruptcy. However, the executives at Hokkaido Bank resorted to the most egregious of tactics, falsifying accounts and shifting subprime loans to secondary banks. Such maneuvers, while not uncommon in the banking sector, took a perilous turn when a Yakuza organization caught wind of the situation and wielded tangible evidence against them. They successfully extorted over $1 billion. As if that were not enough, the media caught wind of the scandal. Such a colossal debacle could not be dismissed with mere apologies. It triggered financial oversight, revealing that several officials had accepted bribes and exhibited significant lapses in regulatory compliance. The cornerstone of any bank is its reputation, and with Hokkaido's credibility in tatters, even the Ministry of Finance found itself powerless to intervene. Thus, bankruptcy proceedings were initiated. In light of this, Chun Long summoned Wang Nan, who was preoccupied with his pyramid scheme, and whispered a few words to him. Wang Nan nodded in agreement, asserting that it was manageable. He was acquainted with numerous professional con artists, and establishing a fictitious real estate conglomerate would be a breeze. He confidently declared that he would take care of it. Gao Ming, overhearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Without any evidence, the young boss had chosen to engage in entrapment tactics. If Hokkaido Bank indeed took the bait, bankruptcy would be imminent. To his surprise, the young boss merely lamented a few times, indicating that if he could not attain his goals, he would seek to destroy the opposition. Chapter 79. Indeed, the trap was set. The 1960s marked the onset of Japan's economic ascent, fueled by plunder during World War II. With GDP growth rates occasionally exceeding 10. Coupled with the two wars in East Asia, Japan's GDP surpassed $200 billion by the early 1970s, propelling it to the position of the world's second-largest economy. During the same period, the average wage for workers in Dragon Country was a mere 80 yuan, while in Sakura Country, it soared to an astonishing 10,400 yuan. By the 1980s, lacking at least 10,000 yen would render one incapable of hailing a taxi. The highly developed export sector of Sakura Country further enriched a segment of its populace. In their quest for investment opportunities, many affluent individuals sought to acquire real estate globally, leading to a scenario where substantial sums were entrusted to financial institutions, hoping to indulge in lavish spending while also striking it rich. Will my funds yield a 20% profit next year? Of course, sir. As long as you invest your money with us for a fixed term of 5 years, your capital can double. The Sakura Nouveau riche, clad in an expensive leather jacket and adorned with a gold watch, fell into contemplation. The personnel from Kowloon Fund felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that this individual appeared somewhat skeptical. Our investment manager is an industry luminary. You must have heard of his name, one staff member hastily interjected. 10 million yen seems a bit insufficient. I wish to subscribe for 50 million yen. Is that possible? The sales representative, who bore the bloodline of Dragon Country, momentarily froze, his heart racing with elation. A subscription of 50 million yen meant a commission of 2.5 million yen. On his very first day at the new company, he could potentially drive away in a new car. How could he not feel ecstatic? Yet, his professional demeanor compelled him to maintain composure. Recognizing that this individual was a genuine heavyweight, he quickly responded, "We currently have a promotion. If you refer clients, we can offer you an immediate 5 rebate. 5 rebate. The affluent individual stroked his chin, calculating in his mind. If he could secure several hundred million yen in fixed deposits, he would recoup a substantial portion of his investment. After all, who among his wealthy relatives wouldn't be willing to contribute? Securing 10 billion yen would be a walk in the park for him. All right, little brother. I'll leave this to you. I'll bring my relatives to your office tomorrow to make the deposits. Remember to speak highly of me." The sales representative instantly grasped the implication. "Certainly. I'll mention that we're offering such a high interest rate solely due to your esteemed reputation." The portly tycoon left, satisfied, with his heavily made-up mistress in tow. In the brief span of time, a lengthy line had already formed outside the office building, comprising individuals who had heard of Kowloon Fund's high investment returns. These individuals shared a common trait. They possessed ample disposable income, yet lacked understanding of the stock market and financial investments, with bank interest rates hovering around 2, barely keeping pace with inflation. However, Kowloon Fund stood apart, offering a tantalizing 20% return, backed by several industry magnates, assuring safety and reliability. Once this product was launched, it ignited a frenzy among the wealthy clientele. Is this not a case of diminishing intelligence? With such lofty returns, surely the tycoons are not naive. Let me pose a question. Have you not felt tempted by the high historical returns displayed on the software? The fund managers brought in by Kowloon Fund were no ordinary figures. Their impeccable resumes marked them as top-tier con artists. The average individual would be hard-pressed to discern any issues with this investment. What caught Wang Nan and his associates off guard was the explosive potential of this business, fueled by the high rebates for referrals. In a remarkably short time, Chuanlua's product achieved the subscription target that would typically take a year to fulfill. The sales team even proposed the need for bulk purchases of counterfeit detection machines, as they found themselves counting so much cash that their hands ached. Observing the storeroom piled high with cash, Wang Nan's eyelids twitched. Chun Long, however, remained relatively composed. The power of referral rebates had been anticipated. "We should circulate the word that our subscription quota is nearing its limit, and that we will reduce commission rates and rebates by 13 for our sales personnel moving forward." Wang Nan was momentarily perplexed. What subscription quota were they even discussing? Yet upon reflection, he quickly understood the larger boss's intention, to invoke a sense of urgency among clients who had tasted success, lest they feel they might miss out on a prime opportunity. This tactic is frequently employed in real estate pre-sales. Rest assured, all the funds will be invested in Tokyo's real estate market. I will not forget your share. Wang Nin nodded vigorously, reporting on the progress of another matter. Sir, Hokkaido Bank has indeed succumbed to the temptation. Chapter 80. Hokkaido Bank, unable to resist temptation. Oh, is that so? Please elaborate on the specifics. Wang Nan, recalling the unfolding events, could not suppress a grin that might frighten children. This all traces back to my acquaintance with this con artist. Some years ago, a rather bizarre fraud case emerged in Tokyo. Someone had the audacity to specifically target members of the Yakuza for scams, knowing they had been deceived. Yakuza members would neither report it to the authorities nor publicize it widely, emboldening the con artist further, until eventually, he managed to swindle the head of the Sumiyoshi Kai, Taniya. Believing the perpetrator to be a wealthy magnate, Taniya promptly paid a deposit of 10 million yen. The following day, the chairman of Nanbwa vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty office. Although Wang Nen did not elaborate, one could easily surmise that Nanbwa's deceit was exceptionally sophisticated, managing to ensnare even the inherently suspicious Tianyi. In private, Tianyi approached me, urging me to locate this scoundrel and put an end to his life. Ironically, I, who had initially no intention of pursuing him, fortuitously stumbled upon him in a pachinko parlor. After ensnaring him in a sack and pressing him for answers, he began to plead for mercy, claiming that the money he had swindled was lost in gambling and asking for 1 million yen to make a comeback. Qianlong, puzzled, inquired, how could someone so astute not understand the adage that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose? He certainly knew, yet he could not resist the allure of gambling. Did you not kill him and report back to Tianyi? No, killing him would yield me no benefit. I found him quite intriguing and thus decided to let him go. When you tasked me with finding a con artist, he was the first person that came to mind. When I tracked him down again, he had already quit gambling and was accompanied by a child. Upon explaining my intentions, he readily agreed, with a single stipulation, that regardless of the outcome, we must ensure his child attends the finest school in Tokyo until they are accepted into university. Qianlong nodded. This request was not unreasonable. Presumably, this fellow was having a tough time after being placed on the gang's wanted list, and for the sake of his child, he felt compelled to return to the fray. We rebranded him, transforming him into a somewhat renowned real estate tycoon in Tokyo. He appeared to be a resounding success from any perspective. To bolster this facade, we even opened a bank account in his name at Hokkaido Bank, with monthly transactions reaching tens of millions, even over 1 billion yen. Lavishing wealth in Hokkaido, he embarked on acquisitions with great fanfare. Soon, Nanbwa became a well-known industrialist in Hokkaido, mingling with the elite, and everyone speculated about the extent of his wealth and assets. So did Kamita take the bait? Of course, not so soon. One night, after a drunken revelry, Nanbwa, under the pretense of inebriation, mentioned encountering some financial difficulties requiring several secured loans for a large-scale acquisition. Secured loans are the type of financing banks prefer, being safe and reliable. Thus, Kamita readily agreed. Soon, rumors spread in Hokkaido that Nanbwa was purchasing a landmark building, a story we had deliberately leaked to create confusion. Not long after, the wealthy Nanbwa approached Kamita again, claiming he faced unexpected price hikes during the acquisition and needed additional funds. However, his family in Tokyo also encountered minor issues, and he hoped Kamita could facilitate a solution, offering nearly 25 million yen as a bribe. At this point, Wang Nan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Kamita could no longer resist the bait, assuring Nanbwa, "Do not worry, I will arrange for you a 50 billion yen unsecured loan. One success leads to another. I believe it won't be long before we secure a second unsecured loan." Qianlong praised, "Excellent. Keep pushing for a few 100 billion in loans. By the way, let's reward Mr. Nanbwa. For every 100 million yen he borrows, let's grant him 5 million as a bonus. In a few years, we can offer him and his child a chance to escape to Hong Kong. At that time, he can take a substantial amount of money and live freely abroad. However, until then, we must keep the child within our sight. Swindling several 100 billion yen is merely the first step. Once Nanbwa successfully vanishes, the stage will be set for Quan Noluo to make his entrance. Being defrauded of several 100 billion yen would undoubtedly be a colossal scandal, and Kamita, wishing to avoid prison, would have no choice but to follow Quan Noluo's lead. After extracting Kamita's value, we would naturally expose the scandal to the press. Then, we would short sell Hokkaido Bank stock. Ultimately, we would wait for Hokkaido Bank to collapse amidst the real estate bubble. At that juncture, it would be time for the Chun family fund to step in for acquisition. Of course, to prevent Hokkaido Bank from collapsing in their hands, the Chun family fund could completely control the negotiation process, imposing some exceptionally stringent conditions. All things considered, Hokkaido Bank truly is an untapped gold mine. Chapter 81. A major breakthrough. Nanbwa's fame reaches Tokyo. Nanbwa found his pajamas among a throng of models. There he was, savoring a Brazilian cigar and indulging in cat poop coffee while basking in the winter sun, when a shrill ringtone shattered the tranquility of his villa. Nanbo leisurely answered the phone, where a slightly panicked voice from his subordinate greeted him. Boss, we have a serious problem. What's the fuss? The sky isn't falling. Just tell me what happened. His subordinate swallowed hard and gathered his thoughts. The business manager of Tokyo Pacific Bank called, inquiring if we need a loan. It seems they wish to collaborate with us at a deeper level. Upon hearing this, Nanbo was momentarily taken aback. This was no local bank. It ranked among the top 15 in the country, with branches nationwide. Could it be that his reputation had reached Tokyo? Do not panic. This is a good thing. Do not rush to respond. Let me think it through before I get back to you. After hanging up, Nanbo immediately called Wang Nan. Wang Nan, too, was taken aback, sensing that events were spiraling into an uncontrollable direction. If word of Nanbo's exploits had reached Tokyo, would it not risk exposure? Moreover, if they expanded the scope of their fraud, would that not multiply the risks? He was unable to make a decisive judgment, advising Nanbo to remain calm while reporting the situation to Qianlong. Sir, the situation is as follows. Do you think we should tone it down a bit? Ultimately, Wang Nan was merely a halfway player, harboring a certain trepidation towards the unknown. On Nan, Mr. Nanbo's judgment is correct. If he were to decline Pacific Bank's collaboration offer, how would they perceive it, and how would other banks react? However, considering Nanbo's capabilities, if he were to broaden his fraudulent activities to Tokyo, it could very well spiral out of control, and his tenuous background in Tokyo would be easily unraveled. In response to Wang Nan's concerns, Qianlong merely chuckled. To him, these were trivial matters. It was simply a matter of gilding Nanbo's identity further. I plan to host a grand banquet at the newly purchased estate. Nanbo will be dressed to the nines, and I will announce that he is to become a deep collaborator with our Jianing. With his social skills, it will be a breeze for him to meet influential figures at the event. In time, he will naturally ascend to become a business magnate in Tokyo and even throughout the entirety of Sakura country. Wang Nan grasped the essence of the boss's intentions. It was akin to their dealings in the Underworld, where an industry bigwig would extol the virtues of a certain individual, leading others to think, goodness, this person is quite remarkable. I must get to know him. Before long, that person's reputation would echo throughout the entire circle. Even if there were skeptics questioning his prowess, they would still have to weigh their options carefully. This would undoubtedly require significant expenditure, occasionally demonstrating financial might, and the funds would not need to come from our pockets. We could simply borrow from Hokkaido Bank. Purchasing buildings, totaling the costs of a few luxury vehicles, would be but a small price, an essential investment for substantial returns. Wang Nan relayed the big boss's directives to Nanbo. In summary, the sentiment can be distilled into a single statement. Do not fear spending money. Aim for grand endeavors. Spending money? Nanbo confidently asserted, that is my forte. First, I shall acquire a private jet, followed by a helicopter, and then a luxurious yacht. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan felt a chill run down his spine, his palms sweating profusely. Calculating the costs, he realized it would require an expenditure of over 100 billion yen. However, upon reflection, it was no wonder that one could become a grand swindler. Such talents were indeed invested in self-aggrandizement. At that moment, Nanbo was also swept up in a tide of excitement. The exhilarating sensation of walking a tightrope returned to him. He had harbored an ambition since childhood, to become a notorious swindler recorded in history, the subject of media frenzy, causing a sensation throughout the land of the cherry blossoms. He felt no pressure in deceiving banks and institutions. Go ahead and pursue this. Feel free to request anything you need. However, the owner of Hokkaido Bank prefers that you initially decline their offer. Was the owner trying to play hard to get? Yes, responding too quickly might complicate matters. Come to Tokyo as soon as possible. We have secured an invitation to the Jianing business banquet for you. The owner has already established connections, and the heir of Jianing will entrust you with a portion of their business. Nanbo felt a slight shock. Jianing Group was currently the most prominent real estate developer in the land of the cherry blossoms. It was astonishing that the owner had such influence, capable of arranging a meeting with Jianing's heir. With Jianing's collaboration as a backing, infiltrating the upper echelons of society would undoubtedly be much easier. Filled with anticipation for his trip to Tokyo, he instructed his subordinate. Inform the business manager of Pacific Bank that I will be attending Jianing's business banquet and currently have no time to discuss cooperative matters with him. If he also received an invitation, we can converse at the banquet. The business manager of Pacific Bank was left dumbfounded. Such a high-profile banquet was an event only his boss's boss's boss could attend. His desire to collaborate with Nanbo intensified. Chapter 82, Jianing Banquet, Bountiful Results. The day before the Jianing banquet, Wang Nan secretly arrived at the newly acquired villa of Boss Chun. Gazing at the opulently adorned main building, reminiscent of a noble castle, he could not help but marvel at the owner's astonishing wealth. He realized that constructing this estate was also a means for Qianlong to showcase his financial prowess, surpassing even Nanbo's impressive display of wealth. Lu Hu led him to the pinnacle of the castle, where Qianlong was sipping tea, enjoying the picturesque sunset. A few scantily clad models were hastily ushered out. It was then that Wang Nan seized the opportunity to speak. Boss, Nambo will arrive in Tokyo today. I have prepared the items he needs, and tomorrow he will make his grand entrance by helicopter. Excellent. I will have Lu Hu arrange for him to meet with me privately. That will surely pique everyone's interest. I primarily came to report on the progress of Kowloon finance over the past 6 months. Qianlong gestured for him to continue. In truth, even without a formal report, Qianlong was already aware of the positive developments. Kowloon Finance's products had begun to gain popularity in Tokyo, and even Qianlong had heard some influential figures discussing it. Displaying a rational demeanor, still in a state of observation. It is important to note that these individuals were among the elite in the land of the cherry blossoms. Their surprise and indecision indicated that the deposit-absorbing scheme devised by Kowloon was already halfway to success. Now they awaited the favorable wind of the Plaza Agreement to ignite this grand deception fully. However, when Wang Nan reported a series of figures, Qianlong was still taken aback. You mean there are a total of 2,000 users who have purchased our financial products, with total funds reaching 80 billion yen? In the face of 80 billion yen, Qianlong could not help but be moved. This business had only been officially developed for just over half a year. In his understanding, the business was expected to fully explode only after the Plaza Agreement was signed. Indeed, it is 80 billion yen. We have also acquired several commercial buildings, office towers, and residential complexes, a portion of which we intend to distribute as dividends to users, ensuring they feel more secure in trusting their money to us. That is a commendable strategy. Has there been any response from financial regulators? Sir, they have shown almost no reaction. Some regulators, upon hearing how quickly we are profiting, even opened accounts under their family names. Qianlong nodded at this. At that time, financial regulation and various laws were not as robust as in later years. There was no concept of a legal deposit absorption. Moreover, stories of sudden wealth in the land of the cherry blossoms were occurring daily. In the public's perception, Kowloon was merely a novel financial product. In later years, it would be akin to the nascent Bitcoin. Very well. We can now initiate the second phase of our grand deception. What? The second phase, sir? Our plan has a second phase? Of course. Absorbing capital is merely the first step. The second step is to create momentum for Kowloon's initial public offering. Only by going public can Kowloon Fund showcase its most frenzied scene. At that point, we will simultaneously extract capital from the populace and siphon funds from the stock market and financial institutions. Kowloon will function like a money-printing machine, continuously spewing forth wealth. Qianlong had already envisioned the script. As the bubble inflates, Kowloon's stock price would soar. He would find a few scapegoats to take over, transferring all funds through various means to Hong Kong and the mainland, leaving behind a massive mess for the little son to clean up. Wang Nan's gaze gradually turned manic. It was difficult to imagine just how colossal the bubble of Kowloon would become. He was acutely aware of the power of Kowloon's products. Once Pandora's box was opened, it would be challenging to rein it in. A seemingly endless procession of luxury cars entered Qianlong's estate. Today's guests consisted of the elite from both the business and political spheres of the land of the cherry blossoms. Just as the business manager of Pacific Bank had surmised, given his standing, he was not even qualified to attend. The dignitaries present were significant figures in any industry. A group of men congregated, discussing nothing but money and women. The name Nanbois emerged with alarming frequency in their conversations, as everyone expressed keen interest in this suddenly prominent real estate mogul. Speculations about his true financial backers ran rampant. I heard his financier is part of the Italian mafia. Spending dirty money surely doesn't faze him. I've heard he is the brother of an American oil tycoon. All this wealth is funded by the oil magnate. Just as people were exchanging theories about Nambo's wealth and the origins of his funds, the noise of a helicopter rotor echoed from above the castle. A sleek helicopter circled overhead before gracefully landing on the castle's helipad. That must be Nambo. A throng of people rushed over, eager to gauge his authenticity. However, Qianlong's butler politely ushered him aside. The two appeared to engage in a private conversation, after which Nambo followed the butler into the castle. I've heard that Qianlong intends to broker a deal with Nambo. Those from the Dragon Country are truly insufferable. They always want to seize good fortune before us. Chapter 83. A multitude of individuals eagerly offering Qianlong money. Refusal is not an option. Mr. Chun, it is an honor to meet you, Nambo said, his polished demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Qianlong. Please have a seat. Let us discuss matters of collaboration. As he spoke, Qianlong politely offered him a high-end Cohiba cigar. However, Nambo, with an air of pretentiousness, graciously declined and instead produced 2 limited-edition Cohiba Siglo 6 cigars from his personal cigar case. Mr. Chun, this is the Spanish limited edition released by Habanos this year. Each cigar aged for approximately 3 years, resulting in a richer flavor. Qianlong had learned about cigars from Chun Qingsong and felt it was essential to share a few when conducting business. Otherwise, It would be challenging to integrate into this circle. Little did he anticipate that Nanbua, so adept at posturing, would attempt to impress him. What surprised him even more was that he was, in fact, quite impressed. He had developed a genuine interest in this 1984 limited edition. One must not underestimate the significance of that additional label. When it comes to certain luxury goods, the moment they are associated with a regional limit, it implies scarcity and high demand. Qianlong graciously accepted the cigar, gesturing for the cigar lady to cut the cap and test the draw. Only after igniting it did he hand it back to Qianlong. Nanbua observed this entire process intently, realizing that his earlier pretense had been somewhat foolish. The true connoisseur of life was none other than the young Master Chun, who even approached cigar smoking with a sense of ritual. After dismissing everyone, Qianlong admonished Nanbua. Nanbua, I have agreed to all the conditions proposed by your boss. You merely need to observe my actions from here on. Upon hearing this, Nanbua nearly choked on the smoke he had yet to exhale, realizing that Qianlong was well aware of his background. To have such a prominent figure as a guarantor must have required a considerable price from his employer. He regretted momentarily feeling that he had intimidated the other party. Nanbua awkwardly nodded in response. Meanwhile, the bankers from Sakura Bank below were curious about the nature of their conversation and what kind of deal might be struck. At that moment, as the host, Qianlong finally made a grand appearance on the second floor of the castle. Standing beside him was none other than the cigar-holding Nanbua. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gracing my humble gathering. I would like to take this opportunity to formally announce a collaboration. The audience collectively held their breath. For since Qianlong's arrival in Sakura, every investment had been substantial, and such a solemn announcement could only signify significant undertakings. I will partner with Nanbua to jointly invest 800 billion yen to develop the Tama New Town, creating a comfortable new home for hundreds of thousands of urban white-collar workers in Tokyo. Excited gasps echoed throughout the room. Those present were all well-informed individuals. The Sakura government planned to incorporate Tama into the core business district during the 4th Metropolitan Area Planning. Consequently, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism was already designing a railway network from Tokyo to Tama New Town. Once completed, the commuting time between the two locations would be under 40 minutes. What does a commute time controlled within 40 minutes signify? It would greatly alleviate the overburdened population of the central city. Compared to the already saturated core, people would prefer the environmentally superior new town. Supported by official backing, the new town would soon be endowed with further attributes, evolving into a new business hub. While others were still contemplating, Qianlong and Nanbua had already set their sights on this lucrative opportunity. An investment of 800 billion yen is never a trivial sum, and at present, it amounts to over $4 billion. Such a substantial amount is sufficient to create a new urban area, and with the rising property prices in Sakura, it suggests that both companies could reap trillions of yen in returns from this grand project. The powerful figures on site seemed to sense the intoxicating aroma of money in the air. The mere thought of so much wealth flowing into the pockets of the two men ignited a frenzy of envy. Why should the people of the Dragon Nation be able to undertake such a grand project? Why was it not them standing beside Qianlong? More individuals pondered how they could insert themselves into this lucrative deal. While they might not partake in the feast, surely they could savor the soup. In that moment, the gazes of the bankers, financial magnates, and real estate tycoons towards the two men shifted, as if they were viewing two gleaming gold mines, ready to yield great rewards with the slightest effort. Nanbua himself was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the financial backer and Qianlong were discussing such a monumental business venture. If he possessed such wealth, why would he need to exert himself? He could hardly spend it all. When Nanbua re-entered the venue, he instantly became the target of many influential figures eager to connect with him. The act of handing out business cards and receiving them were two entirely different matters. Those prominent figures, wherever they went, had countless individuals vying to meet them, eager to present their cards. Most of those cards would typically be discarded without a second thought. However, the tables had turned. Now, they were the ones extending their cards, each hoping to leave a lasting impression on Nanbua. Bankers sought to establish loan agreements for interest, while real estate developers hoped to secure a share of the projects. Even tycoons from other industries were eager to be acquainted with this rising star, Nanbua. His smile grew somewhat stiff and numb as he recognized nearly all the prominent figures of Sakura. In the past, managing to deceive a single one of them would have ensured a lifetime free from worry. Now, he was inundated by hundreds. Chapter 84. The Four Major Financial Groups. A Convergence of Power. After the soiree concluded, Nanbua drunkenly boarded his helicopter. His beautiful assistant, however, appeared troubled. As a core member of the team, how could she be unaware of her boss's financial standing? While a few 100 billion yen might be feasible, 400 billion was a staggering figure that left them feeling daunted. Bai Shui, what do you think we should do? Such a significant funding gap could expose us. The woman known as Bai Shui responded with remarkable composure. You witnessed the scene earlier. We may lack funds, but we can continue to borrow. Do you think we merely collected business cards? Each card is a stepping stone. At this juncture, we are not the ones begging for loans. Rather, the banks are eager to lend us money. This news quickly spread and proliferated throughout Sakura. There are 4 major financial conglomerates in Sakura: Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, and Yasuda. Their histories trace back to the 17th century, during which they monopolized the economic lifeblood of Sakura. However, due to the intervention of the American government, these conglomerates disbanded into individual companies. Yet, following World War II, these companies quickly regained their strength, forming various informal organizations such as the Naimu Association, Mitsubishi Kinyo Association, Mitsui Naimu Association, and the Fujibayashi Association. These organizations gradually regained their influence, coalescing into large financial groups for mutual support. Among them, the Yasuda Group was the last to recover. It was not until 1966 that it, led by Fuji Bank, began to regroup the former Yasuda enterprises into the Fujibayashi Association. The Yasuda conglomerate subsequently transformed into the Fujibayashi Group. At this moment, the chairman of the Fujibayashi Group, Yasuda Shino, was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Given his accomplishments, nothing should have flustered him so. His agitation stemmed solely from the fact that the Fujibayashi Group had achieved little during the 4th metropolitan area planning. The capital area was expanding outward by 50 kilometers, presenting a substantial opportunity, a pie that encompassed core areas such as Moto, Saitama, Yokohama, and Chiba. These 4 cores, known as the First Ring, were merely 20 kilometers from central Tokyo. Beyond them lay the Second Ring, radiating outward from these 4 cores. What troubled him greatly was that the core area of the Tama New Town had already been preemptively claimed by Jianing and Nanbua. Even the 4 major financial consortiums were belatedly mobilizing their efforts. They now turned their sights on the remaining 3 primary cores and the 7 new towns of the second tier. In this competitive landscape, the established financial groups showcased their inherent advantages, utilizing their substantial financial resources to secure prime new town developments. At that moment, Yasuda Shinojo awkwardly realized that the Furong Consortium had also fallen behind, failing to acquire pivotal territories and lagging in the land acquisition race among the 3 major cities. In contrast, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, and Sumitomo had all initiated their core development projects in Yokohama and other strategic locations. Yasuda Shinojo felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, as each misstep led to further setbacks. Outside, gossip circulated that the financial consortiums of Sakura Nation might soon undergo a re-ranking, with the Furong Consortium likely to be surpassed by the Sanha Consortium. This was a deeply humiliating prospect for the Yasuda family. Whether the original 4 major groups transformed into a new 5 or the emergence of a 5th major consortium was a notion he found difficult to accept. Contemplating this, he found himself somewhat disoriented. This significant defeat could largely be attributed to the Furong Information Department, which had only reacted after others had announced the planning of the Moto New Town. Suddenly, he had an idea. He had heard that Jianing and Nanbua Group were still in the process of raising further funds, intending to continue expanding into the second tier. Perhaps he could seize a share of the pie by injecting capital into their endeavors. With this thought, he felt a surge of eagerness. Quickly, he instructed to establish contact with Gao Ming, the vice president of Jianing Company. Upon receiving Yasuda Shinojo's call, Gao Ming was not particularly surprised. Prior to this, several banks, including major private banks, had already reached out, indicating an interest in investment. However, Gao Ming had firmly declined, stating, "I'm sorry, President Yasuda. Our company is in a very strong financial position. We only consider cooperation through loans. Investment discussions are unnecessary." Yasuda Shinojo felt an immense sense of disappointment. He had anticipated this outcome. Why would a substantial pie be shared with someone with whom they had no ties? Nevertheless, he suggested, "You might want to inquire with the Nanbua Investment Group. There may still be opportunities for collaboration there." "All right, thank you for the reminder." After hanging up, a smirk crept onto Gao Ming's face. Yasuda Shinojo was clearly in a state of desperation. After connecting with Nanbua Company for collaboration, he discovered that this company exuded an air of peculiarity, and upon reporting to his young boss, he learned it was merely a shell company. The young boss further informed him of something even more alarming. "I never intended to assist in the construction of Moto New Town. The land acquired with borrowed funds can easily have its construction progress delayed, and a few years down the line, once land prices surge, we can flip it for profit." In Chapter 85, The Maddening Leverage and the Trap Beneath the Snow, Chunlong had invested nearly 120 billion yen in the land acquisition for New Moto. Of course, this entire sum was derived from loans from banks and financial institutions. After securing the land, Gao Ming became increasingly busy, seeking to mortgage these lands and acquire even more. There was indeed little prime land left available for development in the first tier. However, Chunlong showed no disdain for the remaining less desirable plots. as even the second tier fell within his expansion ambitions. The day for signing the plaza agreement with Omei was fast approaching, and he naturally intended to intensify his efforts. No matter what, securing the land was paramount. Qianlong had an inkling that his actions would hasten the forthcoming moves of American capital. It must be noted that his aggressive land acquisition in Moto had already reached the ears of Hong Kong City. If such lavish spending of thousands of billions were to occur in Hong Kong City, it would not raise any eyebrows. Yet, it was happening in another country, providing the Li family of Hong Kong City with yet another opportunity to attack Qianlong and Jianing Group. Many in the public found it hard to believe. Hong Kong City had just emerged from its most arduous period and was in dire need of investment. Here was Jianing Group, recklessly squandering shareholders' money in Sakura to aid in the construction of a new town. Optimistically, it could be seen as a form of admiration for foreign culture, but pessimistically, it could be labeled as treachery. As public sentiment began to swell, Chen Qingsong had no choice but to step forward to dispel the rumors. He patiently explained to the public that the primary investor was Nonbua Company and that they were merely one of the partners, with most of the funds being raised locally by the Sakura division. Only then did the public relent from further shorting Jianing Group stock. However, the share price plummeted again, rendered sluggish by the negative news. Consequently, Chen Qingsong lamented during a transoceanic phone call, "Son, can we tone it down a bit? If you keep this up, Jianing will inevitably fall back into dire straits. And what about the massive sums you've borrowed? Could that lead to major issues?" "Dad, don't worry. Right now, the leverage is only at 10 times. I believe doubling it again wouldn't be a problem." Just as Chen Qingsong was about to breathe a sigh of relief at his son's words, he was shocked by the revelation. "How much? You've already leveraged it to 10 times? When Qianlong and Gao Ming had arrived in Tokyo with $1.8 billion. Tenfold leverage meant $18 billion. At this thought, Chen Qingsong couldn't help but gasp. He had thought his initial debt of 10 billion Hong Kong dollars was extravagant. Yet, how quickly had Qianlong accrued nearly 20 billion in debt since arriving in Sakura? "Dad, it's a bit late to consider backing out now. We can only keep borrowing, take a gamble, and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle." Chen Qingsong was left exasperated, realizing that his precious son had matured in a rather alarming manner, still finding time for humor amidst the chaos. However, at this point, even if he wanted to intervene, he lacked the means. After all, the fact that Jianing was managing to weather the storm was not due to his efforts. "Sai, I don't know what to say to you. If all else fails, Dad, trust me. I have a feeling that the United States will soon take action." His sudden emergence was no longer as simple as a butterfly flapping its wings. It had directly accelerated the Sakura nation's official planning of the Fourth Ring in Tokyo. This indicated that within a few years, Tokyo would become one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the world, and the watching Western capital would undoubtedly be unable to resist getting involved. Meanwhile, after being politely declined by Gao Ming, Yasuda Shinojo directly called Nonbua Group, hoping to meet with them to discuss collaboration. After finally getting through, he was met with the assistant's evasive responses. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Yasuda, but the schedule of President Nonbua is fully booked for the foreseeable future. If you have urgent matters, I can relay them." Yasuda Shinojo realized that Nonbua had become a target of many capital hunters, and the prestige of his grand consortium had lost its former luster. Oh, in that case, Ms. Bai Shui, I shall personally visit you, and I appreciate your assistance." Inside, the members of Nonbua were filled with confusion. Bai Shui, that is Yasuda Shinojo, the president of the Furong Chamber of Commerce. Nonbua quickly came to their senses, surprised, and said, "All right, Bai Shui, are you attempting to keep Yasuda on the edge of his seat, hoping to gain an advantage in the upcoming negotiations? But aren't you afraid that Yasuda may lose patience and even become enraged, thinking we are being presumptuous? Haha. Initially, we did not expect to collaborate with the 4 major consortiums. Since that is the case, why not be a bit bolder? Even if he doesn't come, we won't suffer any significant losses, will we? Indeed, it is now their desire to collaborate with us, and naturally, we must present ourselves with utmost poise. Otherwise, we may inadvertently incite their wariness and suspicion." Nonbua could not help but regard the dragonborn female assistant with increased esteem. Although she was the last to join the team, her intellect and interpersonal skills surpassed those of all others. He immediately entertained the thought of nurturing a successor. "Should Mr. Ando take the bait this time, Bai Shui, you shall receive an additional bonus. I shall speak highly of you in front of the boss." Bai Shui turned away in excitement, but soon her face betrayed an enigmatic smile. Chapter 86. Nonbua's Abandoned Building Scheme, a New Business Alliance? Mr. Ando sat in the upscale reception room of Nonbua Company, idly stirring his coffee while occasionally glancing at his mechanical watch. When the door to the reception room swung open, he instinctively rose to his feet, prompting a flurry of workers to hastily stand and welcome the bustling arrival of Nonbua and his associates. "Mr. Ando, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. The already impatient Ando could only respond with a smile. Mr. Nanbois, your busy schedule is our intrusion. Previously, Nanbois had tasked by Shui with investigating Mr. Ando Shino. The name Ando indeed carried a weighty presence, as the Fujisawa conglomerate traces its roots back to the Ando Zaibatsu. However, the current president of the Fujisawa Association, who also serves as the chairman of Fujisawa Bank, is merely a branch of the Ando clan. Nevertheless, Nanbois did not underestimate his counterpart. As he was at least the face of the operation, it was likely that the behind-the-scenes shareholders were pressing him too hard. Otherwise, he would not seek collaboration with Nanbois Company. We have assessed the land holdings of Nanbois Company in Moto and other locations, and we are optimistic about your development potential. Ando indeed had his sights set on Nanbois's projects in Moto, his eyes betraying no concealment of unbridled jealousy. It would not be long before these areas were filled with towering buildings, akin to untapped gold mines waiting to be excavated. We are willing to fully bear the development costs of these projects, but we require a 50-50 profit share with your esteemed company. Indeed, this was Ando's ambition. He recognized that Nanbois Company could not possibly shoulder so many projects independently and would inevitably need to seek funding from the public. By taking the initiative, he would undoubtedly save Nanbois considerable time and intermediary steps. While half of the profits might be a tad excessive, he believed that Nanbois would not refuse. Time is money. The sooner construction begins, the sooner returns can be realized. Nanbois would surely understand this. Feeling he had grasped Nanbois's thoughts, Ando considered himself exceptionally astute. Once this collaboration was secured, they would effectively leverage the situation, preserving the reputation of the Fujisawa Association while ensuring their profits remained competitive with others. Coupled with the Fujisawa conglomerate's own projects, they would easily outshine the fifth-ranked Sanha. Ando indeed discerned a conflicted expression on Nanbois's face, who appeared deep in thought. To fully showcase his acting prowess, Nanbois took a considerable time before finally stating, I must consult with my investors. I kindly ask Mr. Ando to wait a moment. With that, he excused himself, retreating to another room. Alone in his office, Nanbois could hardly suppress a grin. Ando's proposal aligned perfectly with his intentions. He could easily utilize the funds from the Fujisawa Association to further expand his land holdings. As for the construction projects, if they progressed slowly, who would care? In due time, he would mortgage all the land and cash out a substantial sum. Even if the Fujisawa conglomerate discovered the scheme midway, it would not pose a significant issue. At that juncture, they would be caught in a dilemma, either abandon their investments or continue pouring in funds. Which option would they choose? He relayed his plan in detail to his superior, Wang Nan, who then passed it on to Chen Long. Chen Long deemed the plan sound, recognizing that these projects could not possibly be completed within 5 years. Securing loans against the land at the peak of its value was indeed the wisest choice. He concurred. Let us proceed according to Ando's plan. It aligns perfectly with our preliminary concept. The thought that these projects would succumb to failure following the real estate bubble's burst inexplicably filled Chen Long with a sense of unexplainable delight. With newfound admiration, Ando promptly returned to the reception room. Amid the hushed anticipation of the Fujisawa delegation, he solemnly announced, Chairman Ando, may our collaboration be fruitful. The room erupted in jubilant cheers. Ando excitedly embraced Nanbois, as though hugging a veritable tree of prosperity. Nanbois-kun, you possess the land, and we possess the funds. I believe this represents a win-win cooperation. Nanbois's acting skills flourished as he nodded repeatedly, his hopeful gaze seemingly capable of speech. In an effort to shed their previous disheveled image, Ando convened a press conference. In the presence of numerous media outlets, both parties signed a collaboration agreement amounting to a staggering 500 billion yen. The Nanbois Group and Fujisawa Bank, Ando Bank, officially became strategic partners. The image of their handshake graced the front page of the business section that day, sending ripples of concern throughout the other major conglomerates. The Nanbois Group had become a strategic partner of Jining Sakura, and now the Fujisawa conglomerate had also aligned itself with the Nanbois Group. Their interests had inadvertently converged. Centered around the Moto New City, a colossal business alliance was rising, one so formidable it threatened the dominance of the foremost conglomerate, Mitsubishi. To counter the lurking commercial competition, Mitsubishi even abandoned some overseas acquisition plans to actively engage in the competition for Tokyo's second tier. Witnessing the fervent land acquisitions by the Sakura conglomerate left Chen Long somewhat bewildered. It should be noted that Sakura's survival in the aftermath of the real estate bubble had largely depended on their overseas assets providing critical support. With his emergence, the strategies of these major conglomerates had shifted towards expansion, implying that an even larger bubble might be on the horizon. Chapter 87, Ando's Triumph, Whispers aflutter. Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, and numerous real estate companies found themselves in disarray, battling fiercely over small corners of the second tier. Naturally, the one who relished this chaos the most was Ando Shino, who felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Previously, He had been anxious to roll up his sleeves and seize the land himself. Now, witnessing others embroiled in a commercial war over a parcel of land, he could not help but revel in their misfortune. Each day, he felt a compulsion to engage in conversation with Nanbois. However, as the days passed, he began to sense something amiss. Money was flowing out rapidly, yet construction sites remained dormant. Consequently, he made another visit to the Nanbois group. Miss Bai Shui, you remain as radiant as ever. Might I inquire if Mr. Nanbois is available? As a strategic partner, Ando now felt at home at the Nanbois headquarters. Bai Shui greeted him with a dazzling smile. Mr. Ando, do you have something important to discuss? Unfortunately, Mr. Nanbois has just departed for Hokkaido on a private jet and may not return to Tokyo for some time. Oh, is that so? It's nothing urgent, merely a concern that the commencement of our collaborative projects seems to be lagging. Bai Shui, possessing remarkable acumen, had already anticipated his inquiry. She feigned an expression of sudden realization and whispered, haven't you heard? There are rumors circulating in Tokyo that the American Congress intends to initiate trade protection. Upon hearing this, Tion's heart sank. The news caught him entirely off guard. He couldn't help but curse the information department for such a crucial piece of intelligence to be heard from a competitor's lips, falling behind once again. Having suffered losses in this regard before, Tion's eyes turned red with frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to hang the person responsible for gathering information and give them a good beating, then toss them into the sea to feed the fish. This information was of paramount importance. The nation of Sakura had made significant strides in foreign trade and expansion, swiftly rising to become the world's leading trading power. Their four major conglomerates had thus amassed considerable wealth, but their reckless development had severely impacted the interests of the beautiful nation. At this moment, the beautiful nation was the largest international market and the foremost buyer of their products. Should the beautiful nation resolutely decide to implement trade protection measures, raising tariffs and restricting their investments, to whom would they sell their electronic and high-tech products? Moreover, once the beautiful nation took action, other countries would likely follow suit. He could almost envision Tion's products languishing unsold, piling up at the ports, with their recently expanded production lines yielding nothing but losses. A poor economic outlook would inevitably lead to the collapse of many enterprises reliant on foreign trade. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Was this the reason behind Nanbois' inactivity? Tion nodded. The actions of his partners were undoubtedly wise. If the beautiful nation enacted trade protection, an economic downturn coupled with mass production would result in unnecessary losses. His heart was a tumult of emotions, and he had lost the desire to remain at the Nanbois group. After exchanging a few words with Bai Shui, he hurriedly departed, deliberately avoiding Tion. Nanbois emerged from the shadows of the office. Bai Shui, where did you hear those remarks? Oh, I just had a sudden inspiration and made it up, boss. You can't possibly believe it. Really? You startled me. I was even contemplating whether to make a call and prepare to relocate abroad. Bai Shui had genuine admiration for Nanbois. Even he had been deceived, and Tion, who surely took her words to heart, would likely stay quiet for a while. As he summoned a few assistants to play indoor golf, Bai Shui stepped outside and made a phone call. Sir, I conveyed the words you taught me to Tion. Excellent. Continue to observe Nanbois. Meanwhile, Tion returned home, increasingly uneasy. He summoned the head of the information department and berated him before instructing him to immediately verify whether similar situations indeed existed. The investigation yielded shocking results. Mr. Tion, there are indeed members of the beautiful nation's parliament proposing widespread trade protection measures, and some are even discussing the threat to national security posed by chips. If such proposals were to pass, it would deliver a fatal blow to Sakura's foreign trade, particularly targeting electronic products. His anxiety reached a peak. With so many legislators in the beautiful nation, it was impossible to engage them all, and behind these legislators stood the capital of the beautiful nation, which would be difficult to penetrate. Realizing this, he slapped his forehead. This was not solely his own concern. It was essential to unite more conglomerates and engage the Sakura cabinet in strategizing a countermeasure. However, others should have already been aware of this information. Why had there been no movement? Without hesitation, Tion proactively reached out to the prominent conglomerates of Sakura, intending to convene a strategy session. Chapter 88. Newsflow's chairman Tion's invitation immediately garnered the attention of major business associations. With the momentum of the Furong Association on the rise, Tion Shinobu would not have summoned them without significant matters to discuss. Presidents of Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, and Sanwa, among others, attended with a sense of curiosity. Notably, Qianlong, representing Jianing Sakura, was also among them. Perhaps Tion sought an ally's support. Or perhaps it was simply that Qianlong bore a striking resemblance to a pro-Japanese citizen. In any case, a citizen of the Dragon Nation found himself seated at the upper echelons of this gathering. Where there are people, there are factions. Not everyone harbored goodwill towards Qianlong. Those who had risen to the rank of association president were shrewd individuals, careful not to display their hostility openly, yet subtly distancing themselves from Qianlong. Whispers circulated about Tian's reasons for summoning them. The presence of such prominent figures instilled a sense of unease among them. Qianlong, however, was well aware. It was undoubtedly the warning from Bai Shui that had prompted this gathering, and Tian did not keep them waiting long, soon appearing in a kimono. He greeted everyone before introducing an official from the Ministry of Finance. The ministry held a prestigious position in Sakura, overseeing finances, managing departmental budgets, and most importantly, controlling the central bank, an entity of immense power. Even in the presence of the various conglomerate presidents, the official dared not act presumptuously, speaking softly. Esteemed presidents, I am Kuroda Masaki, the current Minister of Finance. The assembly acknowledged him with slight nods, not regarding the minister with much significance. However, Qianlong scrutinized him a moment longer. The minister's position was just below that of the deputy minister, and there were only 2 deputy ministers in the entire ministry. Of course, Qianlong did not pay him much mind. He typically dealt with individuals of ministerial rank. The president of Mitsubishi bluntly inquired, and Tian, what urgent matter necessitates such a grand assembly? The near accusatory tone irked Tian, but concerning his own company's safety, he endured and replied, I have gathered you here because I have come across alarming news. The beautiful nation intends to implement trade protection measures, potentially leading to further economic sanctions against us. As his words hung in the air, the attendees were expressions of deep contemplation. And Tian-kun, where did you hear this news? Indeed, this is no trivial matter. Chairman Tian, you must not speak lightly. Observing the numerous faces of ignorance, and Tian felt a swell of satisfaction. He tossed the compiled documents onto the conference table. You can see for yourselves. To ensure the others were convinced, and Tian had invested considerable effort, examining everything from the tendencies of congressional members to the perceptions of the beautiful nation's populace toward Sakura. The results were shocking. Some scholars had even pointed out in academic reports that the trade deficit between the beautiful nation and Sakura had reached a staggering $11.2 billion, accounting for 1/3 of the total deficit. As the beautiful nation's economy declined sharply, many politicians shifted the blame for economic woes onto Sakura. Notably, numerous entrepreneurs in the beautiful nation, having lost out to Sakura's conglomerates, were fervent advocates for trade protection. The situation is exceedingly dire. Members of Congress are already attempting to advance trade protection proposals. If this continues, our circumstances will become increasingly precarious. The assembly of Sakura's elite nodded in unison. They could not afford to lose such a vast market in the beautiful nation, especially with tariffs specifically targeting them. Should the beautiful nation, their former ally, decide to impose sanctions, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. The resurgence of conservative protectionism signified a regressive trend in global trade. The rhetoric of free trade and globalization had merely served as tools for the beautiful nation to pry open the doors of other countries. Everyone present was acutely aware of this reality. Their indignation appeared utterly powerless. Faced with absolute authority, these conglomerates found themselves devoid of any recourse. Kuroda Homii of the Ministry of Finance bowed his head in contemplation, seemingly at a loss for effective solutions. In the past, they could have effortlessly paved the way with financial resources, resolving dilemmas through public relations. However, this adversary was unlike any other. They were the powerful Western financial empires whose interests were at stake. Qianlong recognized that his moment had arrived. Clearing his throat, he commanded the attention of the entire assembly. You, a citizen of Long Country, dare to meddle in our national affairs? The president of Mitsubishi grumbled. Lord Qianlong, if you find this discussion tedious, you may take your leave. Do not impede our deliberations on significant matters. Mr. President of Mitsubishi, therein lies your error. Although I am not a citizen of Sakura, all business transpires in Tokyo, and I have long been a part of the Sakura interests. In light of such a monumental upheaval, I wish to contribute to your nation. Several individuals nodded in agreement, acknowledging Qianlong's allegiance as a friendly entity. What precisely do you wish to convey? If it is mere nonsense, kindly refrain from wasting our time. Qianlong replied with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the corporations of beautiful country harbor animosity towards us merely because they do not hold an advantageous position in international trade. We must ensure they perceive the competition as fair, and the issue shall resolve itself. But how do we convince them that competition is equitable, perhaps even to their slight advantage? Asked Yasuda, voicing the collective concern. By devaluing the dollar, thereby enhancing its competitive edge in foreign trade. If the dollar depreciates, it will become more affordable for foreign entities to purchase raw materials and goods from beautiful country, significantly benefiting exports. American products will once again grace the shelves of various nations. Kuroda Homei's eyes glimmered with realization. Are you suggesting we should actively sell off our dollars and allow the yen to appreciate? Indeed, that is precisely the intention. By willingly sacrificing a portion of our own interests and bowing our heads, the The people of beautiful country need not resort to mutually destructive actions, sacrificing our own interests. Bowing our heads willingly, the assembly fell into deep contemplation, recalling the hardships of yesteryears. Today, the GDP of beautiful country was thrice their own, regardless of perspective. Should trade protection policies be enacted, they would bear the brunt of the consequences. It could even precipitate a significant economic recession, erasing the achievements they had garnered in the electronic sector. Yet, conceding a modicum of interest could yield a win-win scenario. They could avoid the heavy hand of sanctions from beautiful country while maintaining their foreign trade, resulting in mutual benefit. However, not every attendee grasped the implications fully. If the dollar were to depreciate, their exchange rate advantage would vanish entirely. Would their products continue to sell as well abroad under such circumstances? Kuroda Homei found the proposal quite promising. Provided everyone present supported it, the Ministry of Finance could proactively advance this initiative. Mr. Chun, have you considered that if our yen appreciates, we may lose our current standing in international trade to other nations? The president of Mitsubishi raised a valid concern, which garnered widespread agreement. Indeed, if our yen appreciates, our export advantages would evaporate. Who would be willing to spend more dollars on our products? For instance, in the international market, our most popular automobiles face fierce competition from federal Germany. Should our dollar price rise, consumers would undoubtedly prefer to purchase German-made vehicles. Others echoed similar sentiments, revealing deeper anxieties. Allowing beautiful country to profit was an unavoidable concession. Yet it did not imply they would permit inferior nations to replace them in international trade. Such an outcome was intolerable. The president of Mitsubishi felt a twinge of pride. Though Chun-Long had overshadowed him, the question raised had clearly cast doubt on Chun-Long's credibility. In truth, resolving this matter was not particularly complex. Upon hearing Chun-Long's assertion, the room fell silent. As long as we collaborate with other nations to control the exchange rate, collectively selling off dollars and repurchasing our own currencies, we can achieve our goal. If this is accomplished, the dollar will gain absolute dominance in international trade. And beautiful country will undoubtedly support it. Kuroda Homei couldn't help but lead the applause. Sir, your proposal is truly splendid. This way, everyone will have a necessary share to fulfill. If appreciation occurs, we shall all appreciate together, and all problems will be resolved. In the face of the crowd's adulation, Chun-Long merely smiled. Historically, when confronted with the rise of trade protectionism from beautiful country, Sakura had actively engaged in the Plaza Accord, serving as one of the principal proponents. Within a week of signing the Plaza Accord, they had voluntarily sold off $6 billion, resulting in an 11% depreciation of the dollar against the yen. They were the nation that sold the most and achieved the greatest degree of depreciation. However, Chun-Long understood that this was a Pandora's box. The people of Sakura were prone to extremes. Once they tasted the benefits of yen appreciation, they would find it difficult to halt. Originally, it had been agreed to appreciate to 1,012, yet 2 years later, it had surged by 200. The open and utterly free foreign exchange market had lured speculators, flooding Sakura with capital. Observing their assets valuations continuously rising, who would resent having too much money in their accounts? Almost all Sakura enterprises had transformed into speculators, and even those engaged in tangible industries had begun to dabble in numerical games, becoming entranced by the fleeting thrill of speculation. The assembly appeared not to have considered the far-reaching implications. Even the president of Mitsubishi, who had consistently been sardonic towards Chun-Long, clapped him on the shoulder with genuine admiration, saying, "Mr. Chun, you are truly our most loyal friend. You have helped us resolve a significant dilemma." Chun-Long smiled humbly, though internally he felt a surge of revulsion. If not for the desire to expedite the agreement process and reap greater rewards, would he have needed to humble himself so? Observing Chun-Long surrounded by admirers, Yasuda felt that inviting him had been an undeniably wise decision. His ally had garnered the recognition of industry partners, causing Yasuda to feel a sense of pride. The higher their allies' status, the greater the deterrent effect of their coalition. Kuroda Homei approached Yasuda and quietly inquired, "Mr. Yasuda, could you kindly introduce me to Mr. Chun-Long? I wish to make his acquaintance." Yasuda did not take Kuroda Homei's request to heart, casually responding, "Here is his business card. If you need anything, feel free to contact him directly." Kuroda Homei accepted Chun-Long's card, noting its exquisite craftsmanship. He could not discern the material, but it felt cool to the touch and exhibited remarkable durability. Merely this card seemed to bear a considerable price tag. With this thought in mind, he hastened to catch up with Chun-Long. "Mr. Chun, Mr. Chun." Upon hearing the call from behind, Chun-Long paused. "Director Kuroda, do you require something?" he inquired, candidly expressing his lack of concern for the deputy minister's position, regarding the chief director as inconsequential. "Mr. Chun, I beg your pardon for my audacity in inquiring about certain matters." Chun-Long gestured for him to speak freely. "Why do you wish to assist us with your counsel?" Kuroda Fumiyuki's eyes sparkled with admiration, even tinged with a hint of fervor. This made Chun Long feel a chill, fearing that this young man might begin to idolize him due to a few utterances. Wait a moment. An idea suddenly struck Chun Long. All his actions in Sakura were primarily centered around bribery. When interests align, there are naturally no issues, but when they diverge, dissent is inevitable. What if he could sway a few of his own people, elevating them to higher positions? This chief minister would be an exceptionally suitable candidate. In the Ministry of Finance, he ranks just below 2 vice ministers, and although he has nearly 10 peers, being in the prime of his life, opportunities for advancement are not entirely absent. The prospect of becoming the head of state is not beyond the realm of possibility. With this in mind, Chun Long tentatively remarked, "Our fates are intertwined. We rise and fall together. If you seek a deeper rationale, I must confess my disdain for the facade of some individuals in the beautiful nation who preach freedom, openness, and human rights, yet are the least inclined to wish well for others." Kuroda Fumiyuki was taken aback. Such bold statements were rare in the upper echelons of Sakura society. There are numerous justifications for Sakura's animosity towards the beautiful nation, compounded by the significant boost to the confidence of some individuals due to economic prosperity. They have triumphed over European powers economically, psychologically returning to the era of the Meiji Restoration and the push towards Europe. Some are itching to act. Kuroda Fumiyuki is one such individual. He is acutely aware of the economic strength of Sakura and senses that this is the best opportunity for the empire to rise again. With just a little more time, they would no longer need to bow to the beautiful nation. Unfortunately, some in the beautiful nation have sensed their threat. His earlier praise for Chun Long's remarks stemmed entirely from the fact that Chun had proposed a rather restrained strategy, believing their concessions would surely placate the people of the beautiful nation. The renowned patience of the Sakura people aligns perfectly with this plan. He considers Chun Long to be a genius, as with just 2 sentences, he has afforded them a chance at survival. This ignited his admiration. He exclaimed, "You are absolutely right. The beautiful nation is indeed rather overbearing." Chun Long nodded slightly, sensing that his intuition was correct. This official from the Ministry of Finance was a potential adversary of the beautiful nation. He further guided the conversation. "In truth, we do have opportunities for retaliation." "Oh, do you mean?" "There are certain matters I could not disclose in a public setting. We can continuously sell off dollars, significantly increasing the yen's exchange rate against the dollar. You intend to attract substantial foreign capital into Sakura for investment?" "Precisely. Simultaneously, we can seize the opportunity of the yen's appreciation to purchase assets in the beautiful nation, ultimately acquiring it." Acquire the beautiful nation. Kuroda Fumiyuki nearly let out a crow of excitement. Noticing the gazes of others upon him, he hastily covered his mouth and lowered his voice. "Is this truly feasible?" "It is indeed possible, but it requires the Ministry of Finance to operate behind the scenes. Don't the capitalists of the beautiful nation desire a decline in the dollar? Wouldn't your Chun and his cohort be pleased? When the yen surges, those discontented with their share will inevitably venture into the real estate sector of the beautiful nation." Chun Long spoke the truth. By the late 1980s, the beautiful nation's real estate had been predominantly acquired by the Sakura people. The most exaggerated case was in Los Angeles, where Sakura individuals controlled over half of the urban real estate. In Hawaii, they had purchased a significant portion of hotels and upscale residences. Kuroda Fumiyuki was a clever man and an expert in economics. As he mentally evaluated the situation, his eyes grew brighter, filled with ambition. "Sir, thank you for your enlightening insights. I now know how to proceed." Although they had only just met, Kuroda Fumiyuki had already come to regard this Mr. Chun as a mentor in life. "Very well, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." With that, he produced a gilded business card from his pocket. This card was evidently more exquisitely crafted than the one previously held by Yasuda. Kuroda Fumiyuki received it with both hands as if it were a precious treasure. Chapter 91. A bet well placed, the bubble rapidly forms. In the ensuing 2 days, Kuroda Fumiyuki tirelessly drafted a response document, consistently seeking Chun Long's opinions. Who is Chun Long? A savvy individual who has lived through 2 lifetimes. His suggestions often provided Kuroda Fumiyuki with refreshing perspectives. "Sir, is it truly unnecessary to sign your name on this report?" "It is indeed unnecessary. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, having my name attached would only invite criticism and adversely affect the implementation of the policy." Kuroda Fumiyuki nodded gravely at this, once again struck by Chun Long's selfless magnanimity. If everyone were to follow Mr. Chen's example, why should we in the East endure the oppression of the beautiful nation? Chun Long chuckled. Do not underestimate Kuroda Fumiyuki. After spending some time together, Chun Long realized that this individual was exceptionally ambitious, possessing insights and abilities that surpassed those of the 2 vice ministers. His rise to the position of chief minister was not solely due to familial support, but was largely attributable to his personal acumen. Securing the task of organizing the consortium's opinions speaks volumes. Indeed, after Kuroda submitted this report, it garnered the approval of the majority within the cabinet, catching many currency experts off guard. The previously uncertain position of head of the Special Currency Reform Group was awarded to him. Just how significant is the power of the Special Currency Reform Group? Kuroda Fumiyuki could participate in negotiations with the G5 summit, effectively becoming the de facto leader representing Sakura. This organization was not a temporary assembly. Its authority was substantial enough to utilize Sakura's dollar reserves and adjust the exchange rate at will. This report received unanimous recognition from the Commerce Department and the Federal Reserve of the beautiful nation. They, too, did not wish to obstruct the advancement of global trade. Flooding the world with products was their primary aim. The proposal put forth by the Japanese allowed for a systematic devaluation of the dollar. Kuroda Fumiyuki's plan was a win-win arrangement, and the other nations, recognizing the opportunity, raised no objections. However, regarding the sale of dollar shares, they all concurred that since the agreement was initiated by the Sakura side, they should shoulder the greatest burden. Ultimately, a fresh Plaza Accord was born. To ensure that the dollar depreciated by 12 to 15 within 2 months, the G5 member countries were to sell off a total of 23 billion. Japan and the beautiful nation would each assume 30 of the burden, Germany 12, with the remainder divided between England and France. Initially, when this agreement was signed, no one comprehended its implications. It was not until over 2 months later that the yen's exchange rate against the dollar soared to 199.1. The Kuroda faction exceeded expected targets, causing the dollar to depreciate by 17 relative to the yen. The 7 billion sold was naturally picked up by someone, signifying an influx of approximately 15 trillion yen into Sakura's financial markets. This influx resulted in Wang Nen establishing several residential financial companies. The residential finance specialized company can be succinctly understood as a non-banking institution that provides home loans to individuals. Wang Nen proactively reached out to these yen buyers, assuring them of high interest rates to attract their investments. Subsequently, these funds were transferred to Nambwa Group. Indeed, the Nambwa Group, lacking collateral, had become a high-risk client in the eyes of banks. The residential finance companies, however, were not overly particular. High-quality clients were monopolized by the larger banks, leaving the lesser firms with no choice but to shift their focus toward high-risk demographics, including land development companies with ties to organized crime and speculative real estate groups. Armed with the acquired funds, Nambwa Group once again purchased land on the outskirts of the Tokyo metropolitan area, leading to yet another surge in housing prices within the region. Gao Ming was utterly astonished, the rapid rise in Tokyo's property prices leaving him somewhat breathless. With this new wave of escalation, their fixed asset valuation had surged to 60 trillion yen, while their debts were merely a paltry 40 trillion, leveraged at 10 times. After deducting the interest accrued, they netted an impressive 18 trillion yen, equivalent to approximately $9 billion. Naturally, with the continued appreciation of prime Tokyo real estate, this figure was poised to rise even further. As property prices soared, so too did the yen's exchange rate. This was indeed a case of having one's cake and eating it too. It was only at this juncture that Gao Ming began to realize the implications. Boss, it was my excessive conservatism that held us back. Had we ramped up our leverage to 20 times, we could have achieved so much more, he lamented, feeling as if he had missed out on countless smaller targets. Was there still a sense of panic? What was there to fear now? Except regretting not having borrowed more funds at that time, Gao Ming had always been apprehensive about high leverage. A decline in property prices would undoubtedly spell disaster for Jining Sakura. However, the situation had changed. Jining Sakura's rental business was thriving, bolstered by a robust cash flow. Even if cash flow were to falter one day, they would not find themselves insolvent. They could merely sell off some properties to weather the storm. Even without the disclosure of their financial reports, the 4 major financial conglomerates were well aware that Qianlong had struck it rich. During this period, they had sold numerous old buildings to Jining, and to claim they had no regrets would be disingenuous. Chapter 92. The 5th largest real estate developer? Gao Ming let out a sigh of relief. Qianlong had been in a similar boat. During times of mounting debt, he too had felt a sense of unease, fearing that history might veer onto an uncontrollable trajectory due to his actions, potentially leading to utter ruin. Such concerns were not unfounded. Wealth and power were intertwined. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. Fortunately, he had managed well, and the capital backing the Federal Reserve had not acted as a hindrance. Boss, should we consider some publicity? Gao Ming inquired, to which Qianlong shook his head. The more one lacks something, the more one seeks to embellish oneself. Now that we genuinely possess wealth, we should adopt a more low-key approach. We are not a publicly traded company. Quiet prosperity suits us well. For now, let us maintain the status quo and nurture our property management team, striving to remain inconspicuous. Gao Ming nodded in understanding. He recognized the boss's concerns. Ultimately, they were foreign capital, and the Japanese market was somewhat exclusive. Being overly ostentatious on another's turf could potentially invite unforeseen complications. However, matters seldom unfolded as one might predict. The more Qianlong sought to remain under the radar, the more the media fixated on Jianing Sakura. What truly propelled Jianing Sakura into the limelight was a report concerning the scale of Tokyo's real estate developers. This article appeared in a highly authoritative industry magazine, which, despite its niche nature, had a circulation of less than a few tens of thousands annually, primarily sustained by industry insiders. Seizing upon the real estate sector's fervor, this magazine published a ranking of developers. Traditionally, this was an exercise conducted every few years, but this year it garnered significant attention. Merely by reviewing the leading real estate firms, Jianing Sakura was prominently featured. To the astonishment of many, Jianing Sakura's ranking had surpassed Sanha Real Estate, placing them fifth. A branch of a Hong Kong real estate company achieving such a status was nothing short of remarkable. Most strikingly, the magazine noted that Jianing Sakura had reached this scale of over 50 trillion yen in just over a year since its establishment in Sakura. This revelation sent shockwaves through the industry. How could we, the proud Yamato nation of Japan, allow a foreign entity to surpass us in just a year's time? As they perused the commentary, clarity dawned upon them. The company's owner was an international competitor who, despite skepticism in Hong Kong, brought substantial capital to Sakura for investment, offering valuable insights during the Plaza Agreement negotiations. With such high-level vision, it was little wonder they advanced so swiftly. Many eager individuals rushed to subscribe to the magazine. And as sales surged, this article was repeatedly cited by other mainstream media outlets. In an era devoid of the internet, Jianing Sakura would undoubtedly have become a trending search term. People marveled at the speed of Jianing Sakura's ascent. In less than 2 years since entering the Sakura housing market, it had achieved such a formidable scale, even surpassing some long-established zaibatsu real estate development companies that had been rooted for half a century. Yet, a few sour grapes among the media could not refrain from uttering disparaging remarks. Some so-called experts on television interviews made bold proclamations, asserting that Jianing Sakura was destined to be a fleeting enterprise, perpetually engaged in acquisitions without a sustainable expansion plan, excessively pursuing industry scale. They claimed that due to its rapid expansion, Jianing Sakura's property management and various operational aspects were lacking. Statistics indicated that Jianing Sakura had the highest frequency of property service complaints nationwide. Countless such accusatory statements emerged, clearly fueled by competitors, with the most likely culprit being the disgraced Sanha conglomerate, which had found itself ranked 6th. Qianlong, however, remained unfazed. To him, they appeared as nothing more than capering clowns. It was the magazine titled Tokyo New Architecture that piqued his interest. Gao, did this magazine receive our public relations fees? Gao Ming hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Boss, I assure you, I have never paid any public relations fees to New Architecture. Their publication of this article has nothing to do with us." Gao Ming too found it perplexing. If no fees had been exchanged, why then did New Architecture hold Jianing Sakura in such high regard? The article contained not a single word detrimental to Jianing's image and even praised Qianlong, portraying him as a successful industrialist. How did the magazine learn of his advisory role to Kuroda? Gao, please help me contact the editor who wrote this article. I wish to meet him and perhaps offer some investment to this magazine. Qianlong recognized the significance of media influence. Major news broadcasting companies were typically backed by conglomerates, and New Architecture presented a promising acquisition target. He intended to bestow additional attributes upon this magazine. Unbeknownst to him, this article, accompanied by controversy, had made its way back to Hong Kong. Chapter 93. Consumed by jealousy, young Master Li ignored the advice. With heads held high, Jianing charges boldly through Sakura, its scale surpassing even Sanha and numerous venerable conglomerates. A tiger's offspring is not a dog. Chen Qingsong's son has created a miraculous feat in the real estate industry in Japan. Astonishingly, a real estate developer from the port city has exceeded 50 trillion yen in scale. When one achieves success, the surrounding atmosphere is filled with flowers and applause. Observing the accolades bestowed upon Jianing Sakura by Sakura TV, broadcasts, newspapers, and magazines, the media in the port city felt invigorated, eagerly reprinting the fact that Jianing has become the 5th largest real estate firm in Sakura. Initially, the public was somewhat skeptical, as Jianing Real Estate was already a major player in the port city. However, after the media explicated that 50 trillion yen equates to $250 billion, the populace was left in disbelief. Although this figure represents an industry-scale valuation, it still left many feeling dizzy with astonishment. This was the first time Chen Qingsong found himself besieged by reporters eager to interview him about his son. He was more ecstatic than when he earned hundreds of billions himself. Some experts exaggeratedly commented that Qianlong has surpassed his predecessor, creating a commercial miracle comparable to Jianing in a foreign land. The very individuals who now extolled Qianlong were the same ones who once disparaged him for his ventures in Japan. Additionally, a reporter, undeterred by the chaos, approached Li Banqing. Mr. Li, you previously stated your skepticism regarding Jianing Sakura's future, yet now the unexpected has occurred, with Jianing thriving robustly in Sakura. What do you have to say about that? Cornered by reporters, Li Banqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. The wealthy tycoon preferred to avoid chasing after inflated valuations, always seizing opportunities for low buy-ins and high sellouts, never aiming to secure the last cent. He longed to express that such a surge defies the natural laws of the industry and is destined to be unsustainable. However, observing the reporter's gleeful anticipation for a sensational story, he wisely swallowed his words and gestured for security to clear a path. He declined the reporter's requests for an interview without uttering a word. Upon returning home, he was met with a lively atmosphere in his son, Li Er's villa. The butler hurriedly explained, the second young master is engaged in discussions with some banking associates. Li Banqing's mood improved slightly. Although his second son lacked stability, he possessed a commendable zeal for enterprise. Witnessing Li Zheju's diligence brought him some comfort. Yet, as he drew closer to overhear the conversation, his expression darkened. Isn't Qianlong's strategy merely leveraging financial instruments, continuously purchasing properties for collateral, only to reinvest in more real estate? It was evident that Li Er held Qianlong's business tactics in disdain. Indeed, such approaches had been exhausted by the four prominent real estate families, evolving into schemes like chain barber shop membership systems, where new establishments are continually opened with members' funds. Beneath his contempt lay a trace of envy and resentment. That represents a staggering 50 trillion yen industry scale, even with a mere 10 net profit. It is worth a gamble. This was not Li Er's first time following in Qianlong's footsteps. The entertainment company had yet to prove profitable, even incurring significant losses. However, he dismissed these setbacks as inconsequential. In business, initial losses are inevitable. The greater the losses, the larger the foundation laid, leading to greater profits in the future. Once Qianlong ventured into Sakura, the entertainment industry lost its allure for him. Witnessing Jianing's flourishing development, he began to contemplate alternative strategies. Second young master, are you suggesting we replicate Jianing Sakura's model and launch a real estate venture in Sakura? Li Zheju shook his head with a smile. His approach felt too mundane and the returns too slow. Collaborating with several of you, we should aim for grander endeavors. Capital fears not the debt of a few 100,000, but rather the slow, methodical approach. Several emerging talents from the banking sector showed interest. I plan to establish a financial firm in the port city, specializing in real estate investment products, and then use speculative funds to engage in property trading in Sakura. Second young master, there's a concern. The market already has similar fund products. How do we distinguish ourselves upon entering? Excellent question. Naturally, the elderly wouldn't easily part with their savings, so we must employ certain strategies. Lowering his voice, Li Zheju could hear the conspiratorial chuckles from those in the room, which only deepened Li Banqing's anxiety. Once these individuals departed, Li Banqing confronted his second son. Aju, do you intend to secure financing to invest in real estate in Sakura? Initially in good spirits, Li Zheju couldn't help but complain upon seeing his father's grim demeanor. Yes, if Qianlong can amass a scale of 50 trillion, why can't we? You still dream of accumulating a vast sum, don't you? Is there a problem with that? By merging finance and real estate, we can reap benefits from both, and the speed of profit will undoubtedly surpass Qianlong. Hearing this, Li Banqing felt immense regret for choosing Qianlong as a foil for Li Zheju. Now, in his quest to outshine Qianlong, Li Zheju had become somewhat obsessed. Chapter 94, Slow to Respond, Always Slow. Li Banqing perceived the situation with clarity. Chen Qingsong's son indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. To claim he was merely opportunistic would be an understatement. He accurately predicted the rise of the computer stocks in the beautiful country and the real estate market in Sakura. This foresight and acute business acumen left even someone with decades of experience like him feeling unnerved. The ability to expand like a snowball is predicated on being a step ahead of all others. The groundwork for Sakura's real estate market had been laid 2 years prior. In contrast, Li Zheju was slow to react. The market had already begun to exhibit explosive trends. The pot was boiling. And only then did he think about cooking the frog. Is the frog foolish, or is it you? Based on Li Banqing's extensive experience, the real estate business in Sakura would likely reach a jaw-dropping peak within 6 months, while Li Zheju remained sluggish in raising capital. If you don't take the plunge, who will? One must understand that business is fundamentally a mathematical equation. First, borrowing from banks incurs annual interest rates, and after making a profit, one must also cover operational costs. No matter how much one tries to evade taxes, the requisite payments must be made. When the elderly entrust their money to you, you must ensure they share in the rewards. Entering at a high price indicates a peak. If property prices do not rise by 50, Li Zeju is bound to incur losses. Contemplating this, Li Banqing could no longer contain his ire. Aju, can we not engage in such speculative business? The risks are far too great. Dad, after much effort, I've developed my own ideas. Could you refrain from shackling me with your old mindset? Old Li was momentarily taken aback. You consider my well-meaning advice a constraint? Seeing his father so enraged, Li Zeju felt somewhat subdued. Yet the prospect of missing out on a lucrative opportunity gnawed at him. I've reached a point where I can independently venture into business, now that an opportunity has arisen. You won't allow me to try? Humph, it depends on the nature of the business. I support your entertainment company because with proper packaging, it will eventually become profitable. However, venturing into real estate in Sakura is simply out of the question. Li Zeju wished to argue further, but Li Banqing had lost his patience for slow explanations. Coldly instructing the butler, no one is to let the second young master leave this house without my command. Dad, are you going to imprison me? Li Zeju was utterly astonished by his father's authoritarian stance, restricting his freedom to prevent him from speculating in real estate. Humph, this is for your own good. Stay home and reflect on where you went wrong. The villa soon fell into a profound silence, as the old man's interference intensified his desire to break free from his grasp. Throughout their lives, the two brothers had been akin to marionettes, compelled to adhere to the meticulously laid plans of their patriarch. Initially, upon returning from studying abroad, he had anticipated a newfound independence. Yet, it became evident that nothing had changed. The inherent nature of Li Banqing as the family's patriarch remained unaltered. Could confining me truly impede my aspirations to venture into real estate at Sakura? He recalled his elder brother and resolved to reach out to a friend at the bank to discreetly orchestrate this business endeavor. Whether or not the old man supported him was of little consequence. The mere title of the second son of the Li family would suffice to amass considerable funds. The absence of angel investors would merely delay his initial plans slightly. Within the offices of the Tokyo New Architecture magazine, a slickly suited man was reprimanding a disobedient female employee. Koharu Hinata, do you comprehend the foolishness of your actions? The article you published has infuriated our sponsor, Sana Industries, and I have incurred the president's wrath because of you. I apologize. I deeply regret my mistake, she replied. Does your apology hold any weight? Do you know what I desire? The lecherous gaze directed at her made Koharu Hinata feel utterly repulsed. The hierarchical dynamics in Sakura's workplace were pronounced, to the point where one could describe it as a form of personal oppression. Women in Sakura held a lowly status in the professional realm, and aggressive females could often evade serious repercussions. It could be said that many action films draw inspiration from such real-life experiences, revealing a startling reality. Confronted with this societal paradigm, Koharu Hinata timidly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Just as her supervisor was about to take action, the office door swung open, and he was summoned outside. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he returned to find Koharu at her desk a few minutes later. Koharu, I was in the wrong earlier. Please forgive me. He bowed deeply, nearly pressing his forehead to the ground. Koharu was taken aback, unsure if she ought to grant forgiveness to this odious man. What's the matter? You needn't go to such lengths. Our new shareholder wishes to meet you. There are intentions to promote you to the position of deputy director. Koharu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The deputy director role was second only to the president and the department head, representing the third highest position in the company's management hierarchy, a leap of 3 ranks. Indeed, a meteoric rise. Others around them gasped in disbelief. Was this truly happening? After offending a sponsor, not only was she unpunished, but she was also elevated 4 ranks. Many would spend their entire careers stagnating at the level of section chief, and the way her colleagues regarded her shifted dramatically. Chapter 95, Side Quest, Koharu Hinata. As she followed her supervisor, her heart raced. There is no such thing as unearned love in this world. How could such fortune as a promotion and salary increase befall someone as inconspicuous as herself? Could it be that some affluent heir had taken a fancy to her, intending to employ dubious means? She couldn't help but glance down at her ample bosom and adjusted her black-framed glasses, her expression betraying a hint of naivety. From the second floor, Chun-Long observed everything with keen interest. Koharu Hinata was quite different from his imagination. In his mind, she ought to have embodied the qualities of an assertive, intellectual woman, yet instead, she appeared to be a soft, buxom girl. Could she truly handle such an important responsibility? Chun-Long shook his head. He would have to wait and see. Upon encountering Chun-Long, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with slicked-back hair, Koharu felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Being supported by such a young boss seemed rather appealing. Chun-Long, oblivious to her thoughts, cleared his throat and inquired, "Do you speak Chinese?" On the way here, he had learned that Koharu Hinata was of Chinese descent, residing in a neighborhood populated by older Chinese immigrants in Adachi Ward. "Yes, my father is from the Dragon Kingdom." Her father was not only a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, but also a prominent figure within the Hucking Society. The older generation had thrived overseas through sheer tenacity and courage, rendering figures like Wang Nan's authority insignificant in their presence. Thus, Qianlong had expected Koharu Hinata to be a formidable woman, capable of both intellectual and physical prowess. Excellent. Your review was exceptional. It is not easy for us Chinese to make our mark abroad, and you have inadvertently provided me with substantial assistance. Thanks to your article, the visibility of Jianing Sakura has significantly increased, and many in the Sakura community are now aware of this rapidly rising real estate firm. Numerous developers have poured vast sums into advertising, yet none have matched the impact of your report. Receiving such praise and recognition, Koharu straightened her posture, a smile blossoming on her face that seemed at odds with her previous demeanor. With newfound confidence, she appeared vibrant and radiant, a stark contrast to her earlier timidity. Qianlong keenly observed the subtle transformation in her demeanor. Was her shyness merely a facade? Suddenly aware that Qianlong was scrutinizing her, Koharu hastily lowered her head again. Yet, Qianlong was not inclined to let her off the hook. He grasped her chin, deftly removing her somewhat clumsy black-framed glasses. Once those glasses were off, Koharu's presence underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, her gaze sharpening with newfound clarity. Had it not been for the unchanged demeanor of Dexiong, Qianlong might have mistaken her for a completely different person. He marveled at the revelation, feeling fortunate that he had remained vigilant. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by Koharu's initial appearance. The daughter of a master within the Hucking Society could not possibly be a feeble, soft-spoken girl. Mr. Chun, might I request that you release your grip and maintain some distance? Koharu's voice was tinged with indignation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Were it not for the prying eyes of their colleagues, she might have resorted to a more forceful retaliation. After donning her glasses once more, she reverted to her previous guise, albeit with a colder tone. What exactly do you want from me? I never intended to assist you. I merely acknowledged that your company hails from Port City and offered a few kind words. Then, may I ask why you feel the need to masquerade as a meek lamb, even adopting a Sakura name? You, a wealthy heir, cannot possibly comprehend the difficulties faced by Chinese individuals seeking white-collar employment. Were it not for the relentless insistence of that old man, urging me to endure and steering me away from his path, I would not be groveling before a mere section chief. Her father was not a coward, but wished for his child to avoid entanglements with criminal activities, thus pushing Koharu to excel in her studies and assimilate into the lives of ordinary Sakura citizens. Qianlong nodded in understanding. Your father's perspective is fundamentally flawed. The Hucking Society has established its foothold in Tokyo not by yielding to the Sakura, but through the elimination of several generations of Yamaguchi leaders, thus securing their current standing. Furthermore, I am the largest shareholder of New Architecture, and you are the deputy director, were it not for concerns that your rapid advancement might raise eyebrows. Promoting you to president would be a mere formality. As he spoke, Qianlong exuded immense confidence. In his view, the wealth of the several financial magnates amounted to nothing more than mere trifles. Given sufficient time, he envisioned himself ascending to the role of an underground emperor, governing the world's financial order. His self-assured demeanor profoundly impacted Koharu Hinata. Having grown weary of a life characterized by submission and deference, she yearned to live freely and unapologetically, embracing her true self, much like her boss, Qianlong. Today, I present you with an opportunity. Xiaochun Rai's gaze sharpened once more. What opportunity, you may ask? The chance to become the queen of Sakura News. Chapter 96, Xiaochun Rai's counterattack, the kneeling department head. Xiaochun Rai removed her glasses and tucked them into the pocket of her chest. How may I assist you? Her determined smile greatly pleased Qianlong. A magazine agency is a remarkable entity. Unlike news reports, which merely recount recent events, articles in magazines are not bound by such constraints. They may encompass academic research, literary works, and, of course, news reporting. The recent construction incident made Qianlong realize that perhaps the magazine agency could serve as a breakthrough in his quest to dismantle the monopolistic grip of several powerful conglomerates on the news industry. In Sakura, there are 5 major media outlets: Yomiuri Shimbun, Asahi Shimbun, Mainichi Shimbun, Sankei Shimbun, and Nihon Keizai Shimbun. The intricate relationships behind them involve one or more conglomerates holding shares. Each news group is also a major stakeholder in several private television stations. It can be said that the Zaibatsu have infiltrated every corner of the news industry. They wield these media outlets as tools to control public opinion, promote their new products, manipulate stock prices, and craft favorable images for their supported candidates. For instance, the reaction to Jianing Sakura's acquisition of the 5th largest real estate company was met with unfavorable assessments in nearly all authoritative media, save for a few local newspapers. As a result, the public instinctively developed a disdain for Jianing, the real estate company from the port city. While it may not lead to a boycott of Jianing Sakura, the initial impression formed by the articles, depicting it as overly ambitious with inadequate property management, remains ingrained. Qianlong found such news to be quite exasperating. And Ikuan still wished to spend a fortune on public relations. Public relations, in essence, involves paying news agencies to remain silent or to speak favorably. This repulsed Qianlong. Why should he pay them to silence their slander against him? Such behavior is akin to being shot and then paying the assailant as a gesture of gratitude. However, the magazine agency revealed an opportunity to Qianlong. If managed well, a magazine could become a high-quality industry, and after growing strong, it might even go public. Perhaps seizing the moment when several news companies make investment blunders to initiate a counter-acquisition. I want you to help me launch a new magazine, featuring serialized short stories, essays, and serialized novellas, not to mention motivational tales and news commentary. As for the content requirements, Xiaochun Rai did not believe that Chun, the big boss, was investing such significant resources merely to add a literary magazine to Sakura. Selling anxiety, critiquing the zaibatsu, and scrutinizing U.S.-Japan relations. Do you wish for me to incite hatred? Qianlong smiled silently, yet Xiaochun Rai had already arrived at her own conclusion. This magnate from the port city seeks to wield words as weapons, to extol himself and denounce his foes, all while maintaining an air of subtlety, hence the choice of a literary magazine. Upon reading poignant tales, one may uncover an underlying significance. Of course, you could also advocate for women's rights, rallying more independent women to stand against male domination, questioning why there are so few female representatives among lawmakers and why women must endure male hegemony in the workplace. The women of Sakura began to awaken in the mid-1980s alongside the economic boom. Yet, a saying goes, extreme conditions lead to reversal, which profoundly reflects the women's movement in Sakura. An encounter with a lecherous hand on the subway can ruin a man's life, leading to a situation where Sakura men, after being vilified, might choose to engage in physical confrontations with women, as such actions would be deemed mutual brawling. Xiaochun Rai cast a penetrating glance at Qianlong. She did not believe that the big boss would genuinely assist women in claiming their rightful entitlements. The current scale of the magazine agency is still too small. I plan to invest in acquiring several more publishing houses and magazine companies. Our goal is to elevate our stature to the pinnacle of the industry within 2 years and to go public within 4. Xiaochun Rai was immediately intrigued. She had grown weary of her previously cautious work life. The title of News Queen sounds rather appealing. After bidding farewell to Qianlong alongside the president, she entered her new office amidst the murmurs of her colleagues. Everyone noticed her transformation. With her glasses removed, her entire aura shifted, her gaze becoming fierce, causing even those familiar with her to hesitate in greeting her. Xiaochun Rai had anticipated this reaction. She called out to the department head outside. Department head, please come to my office. The department head, startled by her voice, nearly spilled his coffee. The inevitable had come. Having bullied Xiaochun in the past, he now felt certain he would be dismissed. Sakura's seniority system means many remain with a single company from graduation until retirement. Changing jobs signifies betrayal. For someone of his age, being fired would be a terrifying prospect. It would be exceedingly challenging to find a position at the same level, and seeking other employment would offer no advantages, akin to a life of perpetual unemployment. A man who is the pillar of his family without work would face a grim reality. Not only enduring the reproach of family members, but also facing the potential indignity of his wife, striving to maintain appearances. With these thoughts, he trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for the fear of an exceptionally capable Xiaochun usurping his position, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Upon entering the office, he collapsed to his knees at Xiaochun Rai's feet, not daring to meet the gaze of this now captivating woman. Chapter 97. Targeting Li Banqing's acquisition of Port City Electric. Please, do not dismiss me. Xiaochun Rai chuckled lightly. Department head, what are you doing? I called you here merely to have you perform a task. The department head was filled with doubt. You truly do not wish to dismiss me? Department head, you have diligently toiled for the magazine agency over the years. While you may not have produced significant achievements, your efforts are certainly recognized. As the company plans for expansion, this is precisely the time we need capable individuals. You will be entrusted with additional responsibilities moving forward. The department head wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Xiaochun Rai's smile imparted a distinctly perilous aura. However, upon hearing that he could retain his position and potentially be promoted, he hastily replied, "Thank you. I will repay you with even more diligent work." Xiaochun Rai narrowed her eyes. Rather than directly dismissing this individual, slowly tormenting him would provide the utmost joy in the workplace. Previously, the department head had treated her and other employees in such a manner. This is what one might call poetic justice. All right, Rise. Today, we are not merely discussing the inadequacy of that article. I now concur with your proposed revisions, since I cannot entrust this to anyone else. You will personally oversee this project. The department head's pupils constricted. Those revision suggestions were his means of manipulating Xiaochun Rai, yet now the boomerang had struck him in return. He hesitated, wanting to voice his refusal, but was thwarted by Xiao Chun's newly aggressive gaze. Very well, I will revise diligently until you are satisfied. Fearing dismissal on grounds of not meeting work requirements, he could only muster the courage to accept the task. After he left, Xiao Chun Rai fell into contemplation. The big boss had indeed posed a challenging dilemma. However, the situation proved rather intriguing. It was akin to a transformation of thought for her daily life. Perhaps taking 10 or 20 years to fundamentally alter the mindset of the new generation. Chen Qingsong was attentively listening to his subordinate's report, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Quite intriguing. He signaled for everyone to leave, and a phone call was placed to Chunlong's desk. Dad, what do you need me for? My dear son, you were quite right. Li Kaxing is currently reaching out to the stakeholders behind Hong Kong Electric, intending to seize control of it in one fell swoop. Hong Kong Electric is the primary controller of the power business on the island, with its stakeholders all being entities from the Eagle Nation. Last year, the Dragon and Eagle parties signed a return agreement, leaving the Eagle people, who dominate the island's economy, in a state of anxiety. They are acutely aware that their monopoly over the core energy sector has come to an end and are gradually withdrawing from Hong Kong. Naturally, someone must take over these vacated businesses. Li Banqing is particularly fond of low competition, stable profit energy ventures, making Hong Kong Electric a prime target for acquisition. The Chen family has been at odds with the Li family more than once or twice, and Qianlong has been waiting for this opportunity in silence. Along. Should I take the initiative to speak with those foreigners? Currently, Jining is not lacking in funds. Several banks have access to far more capital than Li Banqing. Upon hearing this, Qianlong shook his head in disagreement. Dad, if we engage in infighting within the Hong Kong financial elite, it will only benefit the foreigners. Indeed, despite his significant grievances with the Li family, which could be described as lifelong enemies, Qianlong always remembered that he was a citizen of the Dragon Nation. To strike at the Li family at this juncture would merely provide amusement for the foreigners, and in the rivalry between Chun and Li, it would be the Eagle people who would profit. Such foolishness was something he would never partake in. Chen Qingsong immediately grasped his son's intent. Then what do you propose? As far as I know, the largest shareholder of Hong Kong Electric is UKPN, one of the larger companies among the 6 major power companies of the Eagle Nation. While we cannot directly contest Li Banqing for Hong Kong Electric, we can adopt a different approach and fundamentally disrupt this transaction. Chen Qingsong suddenly understood. You mean to initiate a takeover of UKPN directly? Acquiring the largest stakeholder in Hong Kong Electric would effectively mean possessing Hong Kong Electric itself. Indeed, the energy infrastructure assets in the Eagle Nation are exceedingly scarce, and scarcity implies low investment risk and stable returns. Acquiring it would continuously generate income for us. The energy sector has always been safer than others. The Eagle Nation's economy is currently in a recovery phase, with officials eager to regain lost ground. Actively pursuing the privatization of state assets, an opportune moment for entry. According to the Chun and Li families, Li Banqing purchased UKPN for £5.8 billion over 20 years ago, and it has appreciated to £15 billion in just over a decade. This does not even account for the £600 million in pre-tax profit generated by UKPN each year. Moreover, with the Eagle government eager to liquidate its assets, acquiring UKPN is even more affordable now. Son, your thoughts are excellent, and your reasoning is clear. However, Jining cannot muster that much capital to acquire UKPN at this moment. Chen Qingsong's expression turned awkward, as his son had finally found something he was keen on, yet he, as a father, could not afford it. UKPN, no matter how inexpensive, would still be valued at over £1 billion. Dad, let me handle this. Don't forget, Jining Sakura currently has ample funds. Chapter 98, Ingenious Insights. Wealth allows for unfettered actions. Qianlong indeed had substantial funds. Under the encouragement of Kuroda Fumio, Sakura is transitioning from an exporting nation to an importing one. Additionally, the United States has opened up financial freedoms for Sakura, allowing foreign enterprises like Jining Sakura to issue bonds freely. This is significantly simpler than borrowing from banks. Amid a series of liberal economic policies, the Sakura tycoons have been actively deploying the massive capital they have raised, initiating acquisitions abroad. They landed in Los Angeles and headed straight for the tourist paradise of Hawaii. The real estate sector has become the hottest industry, with bonds issued by numerous real estate development companies being the most sought-after products in the financial market. Therefore, raising several £billion for Jining Sakura is not a daunting task. Chen Qingsong silently nodded, seemingly in agreement. However, his heart was filled with mixed feelings at first. When Along mentioned that Sakura could make substantial profits, he remained skeptical. In such a short time, the funds utilized had already reached several £billion. He recalled that his proudest transaction was acquiring the Golden Gate building for $1 billion Hong Kong dollars. The stark contrast soon gave way to a sense of relief. No matter how impressive the individual, they are still his progeny. His son's success brings honor to him as well. Now, countless individuals outside are enviously eyeing Chen Qingsong. All right, son, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I await your good news. Immediately, Chen Long summoned Gao Ming to discuss the acquisition of UKPN. Shouldn't we conduct background checks and asset evaluations before proceeding with the acquisition, boss? Gao, this matter requires urgency. We will offer £1 billion. As long as the Eagle people are not excessively unreasonable, a premium of £1 or £2 billion is acceptable. He did not mention the intent to outmaneuver Li Banqing. Some insider knowledge is best kept private, as its revelation would constitute a major news story. Gao Ming did not inquire further. Years of collaboration had made him aware that Chen Long's actions were invariably laden with deeper meaning. He promptly led his team to the Eagle Nation. The primary stakeholder behind UKPN is the Eagle government. Upon learning of Jining Sakura's intention to purchase their UKPN power company, they received Gao Ming with the utmost courtesy. The Sakura consortium was simply too affluent, while the Eagle government was in dire need of funds. Lady Thatcher felt that state-owned enterprises held excessive privileges, were bloated with personnel, operated inefficiently, and incurred long-term losses, becoming a burden on the national economy. Consequently, UKPN was on the list for sale. We intend to fully acquire UKPN for £1 billion. The officials responsible for negotiations and reception were momentarily taken aback. They once again felt the lavishness of Sakura's offerings. Yet the Eagle Nation preferred the assets of the beautiful country and was not particularly interested in the assets of this old powerhouse. Is there any issue? The lead Deputy Minister of Commerce hastily explained. The price aligns perfectly with our valuation of UKPN, but we only plan to sell a portion of UKPN's shares. Not the whole. We propose 80 of the shares for £700 million. The Deputy Minister felt a bit flustered. These Hong Kong representatives were negotiating unconventionally. Shouldn't 80 of the shares be quoted at £800 million? Why not allow for a full acquisition, causing the valuation to decrease? Gao Ming clarified. Our boss wishes to treat UKPN as a family asset to manage, to be passed down through generations, which is why he is willing to pay such a substantial price for the acquisition. If your country still desires to retain a stake, the value of this industry would diminish significantly. The Deputy Minister expressed understanding. There is indeed a considerable difference between family-run and publicly held enterprises. They whispered among themselves, realizing that selling UKPN at such a high price was already a remarkable feat, and currently, there are not many European companies capable of providing such a quote. The Deputy Minister's hand and Gao Ming's hand clasped tightly together. Now, as long as Jining Sakura pays the full £700 million, UKPN will immediately become a subsidiary of Jining Sakura. Originally, the officials of the Eagle Nation presumed that even with ample funds, Jining Sakura would require a month or two to settle all financial obligations. To their astonishment, from the moment of direct negotiation initiated by Gao Ming, to reaching an agreement on the transaction price, signing the contract, and finally remitting the funds, Jining Sakura accomplished all of this in a mere fortnight. This prompted the Deputy Minister of Commerce in Eagle Nation to express to the media during an interview, Jining Sakura is the most decisive foreign entity I have ever encountered, exhibiting astonishing execution efficiency. Gao Ming also announced at the press conference that he would personally oversee the privatization reform of UKPN, aiming to transform it into the most efficient power company in Eagle Nation. The media of Eagle Nation exclaimed, Jining Sakura's lightning acquisition of UKPN is a speed that warrants our reflection. Gao Ming subsequently received a second directive conveyed by Chen Long. He was to immediately abolish the so-called negotiation committee for the sale of the Port City Electric Company in the name of the board of directors, dismissing all participants. The president of the Port City Electric Company was ordered to return to Eagle Nation for a report immediately. Initially, Gao Ming was unaware of what the negotiation committee for the sale of the Port City Electric Company entailed. It was only after consulting the former president responsible for the handover that he learned this committee was specially formed to negotiate the sale with Yellow River Industries. Yellow River Industries aimed for a complete acquisition of the Port City Electric Company. It was at this moment that Gao Ming grasped the critical implications, sending chills down his spine. The sudden acquisition of UKPN by the small owner was indeed for this purpose, to thwart Li Banqing's acquisition plan for the Port City Electric Company. Chapter 99. Li Banqing is taken aback. Is this how it's going to be? In a high-end nightclub, Lu Murong, the general manager of Yellow River Industries, was cautiously entertaining guests. The foreign dignitaries were evidently in high spirits, dancing with the performers under the pulsating music. Occasionally, someone would throw a handful of money into the air, eliciting gasps from the dancers. Observing this scene, Lu Murong felt a sense of relief. He had successfully secured the entire negotiation team, and as long as the agreement was signed the following day, the Port City Electric Company would become one of the many assets of the Li family. He believed he had successfully fulfilled the task assigned by his boss. Just as he contemplated finding a place to share the good news with Li Banqing, the foreign leader, after receiving a phone call, suddenly appeared flustered and whispered something to the others, prompting them to hastily exit. Witnessing this, Lu Moron's heart sank, certain that something significant had transpired. He clung to a sliver of hope, perhaps it was unrelated to the acquisition. With this thought, he hurriedly intercepted the departing foreigner. "Mr. David, what is going on? Why the sudden departure?" David, devoid of his usual arrogance, replied ambiguously, "We have encountered an issue at headquarters, and we need to leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Lu Moron grew anxious. "Mr. David, what about our acquisition agreement? You have accepted our offer." David, however, was straightforward, quietly discussing with several members. The foreigners soon erupted into a heated argument, escalating to physical confrontations. From their quarrel, Lu Moron discerned the unfolding drama. This group had evidently received a dismissal order from headquarters and was under investigation by UKPN, accused of accepting bribes in several acquisition cases. Lu Moron was equally bewildered. How could such a coincidence occur, reaching an agreement only to have the principal investigator come under scrutiny? He summoned a few security personnel, instructing them to detain these incompetent individuals and ensure none escaped. He then picked up his mobile phone to immediately report the matter to Old Li Boss. "We are in trouble. I had secured the foreigner's agreement to our offer, but an unexpected issue has arisen." Li Banqing, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "Do not panic. The sky will not fall. These foreigners have all been dismissed and are facing legal action, being investigated for bribery." Lu Moron empathized with David and the others' predicament. They had been enjoying themselves, dancing and reveling, only to find their livelihoods snatched away, facing both job loss and potential imprisonment. What? Such a thing occurred? Li Banqing was momentarily stunned, having ventured into the world for nearly 60 years without encountering such strange occurrences. His first instinct was to sense something amiss. He was well aware of David's position. The individual held a stable position within UNPN's upper echelons, and unless there was a compelling reason, it was impossible to displace him without following complex procedures, leaving no room for subtlety. He removed the phone from his ear and instructed his eldest son, who had been working late alongside him, have the Eagle Nation office investigate what transpired at UKPN. Within a matter of minutes, the Eagle Nation office sent over a fax. Its contents revealed today's major business headline from London. Li Banqing felt a wave of dizziness. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Zakai, UKPN has changed hands." Even the typically composed Li Zakai stood frozen for several seconds. He took the document, reading it intently. The revelation sent tumultuous waves through his mind. The acquirer of UKPN was none other than Janning Sakura, the overseas subsidiary of Chun Chingsong and his son. The fact that Janning Sakura could muster 700 million to acquire an overseas power company was beyond their expectations. In his understanding, Janning Sakura had profited significantly from its early investments in Tokyo's real estate, but 700 million was an astronomical sum. After taking a sip of water to steady himself, Li Banqing retrieved a calculator and began to tally the figures. In June of this year, the pound plummeted against the dollar, reaching a historic low of 1-to-1. 0.42. Even with the recent signing of the Plaza Accord leading to a slight recovery, the pound remained undervalued. The Chen family had astutely seized this moment. They managed to acquire 80 of UKPN shares for a maximum of 7.5 billion, which converted to approximately 58 Hong Kong dollars. 5 billion. They had secured control of UKPN for a mere 58 Hong Kong dollars. 5 billion. Controlling UKPN meant controlling the Port City Electric Company. Li Banqing's mind exploded with outrage. He had intended to invest 2 Hong Kong dollars. 9 billion for a comprehensive acquisition of the Port City Electric Company. And now it was impossible to purchase the shares held by UKPN, rendering his plans utterly futile. Most infuriating of all was the realization that the Chun family had undermined his acquisition plans for a mere 58 Hong Kong dollars. 5 billion. Had it not been for the drastic decline in the pound's exchange rate, which had consistently hovered around 1.16 against the dollar, the Chen family would have spent at least 3 billion Hong Kong dollars more. The money saved could have been directly used to acquire the Port City Electric Company. Finally, Li Zakai understood why his father was so furious. He was enraged at having missed the opportunity to directly acquire UKPN, allowing the Chun family to seize the chance. "Dad, Janning has never been on good terms with our family. A complete acquisition of the Port City Electric Company is now impossible." Li Banqing nodded in agreement, fully convinced that this was the Chun family's retaliation for his previous indiscretion. What he had not anticipated was the ferocity of the Chun family's revenge, striking not just at his plans, but at his very heart. The image of Chun Long's somewhat youthful face floated in Li Banqing's mind. Such individuals are indeed terrifying. They possess an uncanny ability to seize the opportune moment for every transaction. Just as he had managed to stabilize his state of mind, he received an urgent phone call from the steward. "Sir, there is grave news. The the second young master has gone missing. Wasn't I supposed to have you keep an eye on him? Chapter 100. The second young master Li seeks a loan from the housing company. Li Zeju walked aimlessly down the street, bewildered. He had not anticipated that, after losing the support of Li Banqing, borrowing money from the bank would prove to be so arduous. The prestige of the second young master Li was far less effective than he had envisioned. The bankers, who had previously maintained a cordial relationship with him, began to offer excuses once they learned of his house arrest. Consequently, his scheme to raise funds in the port city was repeatedly postponed. Watching the soaring real estate prices in Sakura, which seemed to escalate by the day as if propelled by a rocket, he felt a growing sense of urgency. He found it increasingly incomprehensible that the obstinate old man Li would choose to neglect such a lucrative business opportunity in favor of acquiring the dilapidated power company left behind by the Eagle Nation. How could collecting rent yield any substantial profit? Seizing an opportunity, he slipped away, wishing to speak directly with a senior representative from HSBC. Yet, the result was a humbling rejection. He was not even granted an audience. The difficulty in raising funds led him to contemplate the sale of the Huanghe Entertainment Company. The challenge of conducting business lay primarily in securing that initial capital. Amidst his haze of confusion, he overheard a conversation between two men in suits. Is it truly so easy to borrow from the Sakura Housing Company? Why would I deceive you? Their methods are quite audacious. I've heard they specifically provide funding to construction companies with gang affiliations. We, as speculators, are also welcomed, although the service fees and interest rates are rather steep. Upon catching wind of their discussion regarding the Sakura housing market, the listless Li Zeju immediately perked up. He hurriedly approached them, inquiring, "My friend, which company is this housing company you mentioned, and what is their capital scale like?" Initially taken aback by his sudden interest, the man's demeanor softened upon realizing who he was. "Ah, it's the second young master Li. We met at a banquet last time. I'm not sure if you remember me." Li Zeju, who was accustomed to being the center of attention, struggled to recall the individual. He nodded. "Of course, I remember. You are that Huang Qiubing." "Yes, Huang Qiubing," the man replied, sensing the awkwardness in the air. Li Zeju quickly pressed on. "Brother, could you enlighten me about this housing company? I've never heard of them. What is their capital scale?" With a knowing smile, the man clarified. "The term housing company I sent a single entity. It refers to the residential finance professional company. Sakura currently boasts numerous financial firms engaged in real estate loans, varying in size. The most renowned among them is, of course, the Kowloon Residential Finance Professional Company, a subsidiary of the Kowloon Financial Group. Their scale is certainly in the hundreds of billions of yen." "Hundreds of billions of yen?" Li Zeju gasped, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Was this not akin to a mid-sized bank? He immediately recognized this as an opportunity. "Qiubing, please tell me more about the current state of the housing market in Sakura." "Certainly, but young Master Li, I have some pressing matters to attend to. Shall we exchange contact details, and I will reach out to you when I have a moment?" Huang Qiubing was elated at the prospect of befriending such a wealthy heir. Li Zeju, feeling as though he had grasped a lifeline, treated Huang Qiubing with utmost courtesy. However, once Huang Qiubing and his client turned a corner, both men exchanged knowing smiles. "Let us return and inform the boss that Li Zeju has taken the bait." Qianlong, upon hearing his subordinate's report, merely smiled. He had been planning for this day for quite some time. This was not a matter of him intentionally luring the second young master Li into a trap. Rather, the latter's desperate attempts to gather initial funding had become common knowledge. Li Banqing had thus warned banks of all sizes in the port city to block any loan applications from Li Zeju. This rendered the numerous resources at Li Zeju's disposal utterly useless, leaving him unable to borrow a single penny. What Li Banqing had not anticipated was that by obstructing the banks from lending to Li Zeju, he had inadvertently provided Qianlong with the opportunity to ensnare him. Lu, who had been closely monitoring the movements of the Li family, leading to the earlier encounter. "Yes, they are doing well. Let us not rush to introduce Kowloon's manager to him. Let us create a chance encounter between the two." Lu, who nodded, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He had long held a grudge against the young master for previous grievances, and now he finally had the opportunity to settle the score. The waters of the housing company ran deep, and borrowing from Kowloon would not be a simple endeavor. Meanwhile, the general manager of Port City Electric Light sensed something amiss. He had been closely following the transactions between the parent company UKPN and Huanghe Industries, frequently ingratiating himself with the esteemed Mr. Li, eagerly awaiting a change in recruitment and the arrival of new leadership. However, the representatives from UKPN had not made an appearance for quite some time. Initially, he assumed they were merely indulging in the pleasures of life elsewhere, yet 2 days had passed without a trace of them. Just as he contemplated whether to report the matter, the head of the public relations department approached him, brandishing a newspaper. "General Manager, big news." Upon receiving the paper, he was stunned to find an article published by an Eagle-funded newspaper. "What? Jining Sakura has invested 700 million to acquire 80 of UKPN shares? How had he remained oblivious to this development? The change in ownership had occurred without so much as a word to him, leaving him with an unsettling premonition. Chapter 101. Port City Electric Light, Privatization Reform. The general manager of Port City Electric Light had not misjudged the situation. Jinning's representatives were indeed investigating him. The reason was clear. UKPN's management had deteriorated to a shocking degree, and their oversight of Port City Electric was alarmingly lax. As long as the funds were in place, they showed no interest in intervening in internal operations. This neglect led to a chaotic management structure within Port City Electric, far more disorganized than the state-owned UKPN. Although the company had splintered into various factions, everyone tacitly engaged in reckless profiteering. The employee benefits surpassed those of many official institutions, despite the minimal workload, supporting a large number of idle workers. A substantial number of high-ranking officials drew salaries for little to no work, devising schemes to enrich themselves. Once the general manager prospered, even his hometown dog became the company's guard dog, truly a case of one person ascends, and all his kin rise with him. Were it not for the monopoly nature of the electric company, Port City Electric would have long since faced bankruptcy. Chen Long, privy to some of this internal turmoil, felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, Chen Qingsong was highly experienced in such matters, and after deliberation, they decided to undertake two crucial actions. The priority was to investigate the legion of corrupt officials led by the general manager, purge their factions, and terminate all underperforming employees. In truth, it was exceedingly difficult for an electric company to incur losses, as they had the ability to adjust electricity prices at will. This meant that sales would inevitably rise in tandem with increasing costs. How could one possibly sustain losses under such conditions? The general manager soon connected the dots regarding recent peculiar incidents involving attacks on the company's servers. His initial suspicion pointed towards employees conspiring for self-preservation. But before he could take further action, Jinning Sakura chose to reveal their intentions. Chen Long publicly announced their formal entry into Port City Electric, unleashing a torrent of fury at a media conference. The internal affairs of the Port City Electric Company are marred by significant corruption issues. It is one thing for certain high-ranking officials to line their own pockets while drawing salaries for non-existent positions. But it is utterly outrageous that they have involved their relatives and friends in this graft. Truly, it is a case of one person's fortune leading to the elevation of many. Our investigation has revealed that out of the thousands of positions at Port City Electric, half are entirely superfluous. This revelation sparked a flurry of discussion among the audience, as it became evident that the companies indirectly controlled by the Eagle Nation indeed harbor grave problems. The four prominent inspectors from the 1960s and 70s serve as a microcosm of that era, a reality that has become all too familiar to the public. Journalists perceived Chen Long's assertions as somewhat exaggerated. The populace, numbed by the situation, felt a sense of detachment, believing that no matter how corrupt Port City Electric might be, their obligation to pay for electricity remained unchanged. However, at the press conference, Chen Long proposed an alternative theory. After our relentless and meticulous calculations, we determined that if we could rid the company of these parasites, we would save 60 in costs annually. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that figure? The reporters shook their heads in disbelief, remarking, "This is your Wong family's company. How could we possibly know? And what relevance does it hold for us?" That equates to nearly 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in profits each year. The journalists were momentarily taken aback. But when they considered the extensive benefits packages that official employees at Port City Electric receive, amounting to tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars annually, they began to realize that Chen Long was not merely exaggerating. Before Chen Long could finish, he noted, "If you believe that this money solely belongs to our esteemed Wong family, you are gravely mistaken." The journalists leaned in, eager to hear his explanation. First, after dismissing these high-ranking officials and their connections, we would free up thousands of positions, benefiting countless families. The current exorbitant electricity rates in Port City are entirely attributable to these parasites inflating costs. I assure all users of Port City Electric that our rates will indeed decrease, allowing everyone access to more affordable electricity. Some reporters nodded in understanding, as many citizens were concerned that after purchasing UKPN, Jianing Sakura would raise electricity prices in Port City. Regardless of the circumstances, Port City Electric was previously a company under indirect government control, subject to regulatory oversight. However, after Chen Long's clarification, it became apparent that many had fallen into a misconception. Allowing these parasites to run rampant would only escalate the operational costs of Port City Electric, the primary driver behind rising electricity prices. Yet, skeptical gazes were cast upon him. As a businessman, could Chen Long truly possess such altruism? He need not concern himself with costs, for with every price hike, he would invariably emerge as the most profitable. Chen Long chuckled, stating, "Although I am an unequivocal capitalist, I am also aware of the adage that the water that bears the boat can also overturn it. An optimized Port City Electric can enhance its competitiveness in the market. Why would I choose to ignore this? His words were met with applause from the reporters. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Port City Electric, watching the news, began to feel unease. He realized that this new owner, Chun Long, was not one to be trifled with, eschewing any courtly intrigues, and instead aiming to uproot them entirely. He sought to rally support against Chun Long's actions, hoping to incite protests that would paralyze Port City Electric. Chun Long, naturally, would then have no choice but to compromise. This thought brought a smirk to the Prime Minister's face. As Chun Long had made a valid point, a significant portion of the positions at Port City Electric were indeed filled by connections. Although factions were rife, they would undoubtedly unite in opposition at this juncture. Chun Long was acutely aware of this, observing that police vehicles were already lining the street below. Chapter 102. The Recovery of Illicit Funds, Left Hand to Right Hand. The elderly security guard at the entrance was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of footsteps. Grumbling incessantly, he muttered, "What are you all making such a racket for? It's not even New Year yet." He lifted his head, only to see dozens of armed soldiers storming into the electric building. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily retreated, even forgetting to notify the security team leader. At that moment, the security team leader was engrossed in a romantic liaison with his newly hired secretary in the surveillance room, blissfully unaware that a detainment operation was underway. The door to the general manager's office was forcibly breached. As he reached for the phone, his hand hovered in midair upon seeing the lead officer in uniform. Instantly comprehending that these soldiers had come to arrest him, "I demand to see my lawyer. You have no right to detain me," he shouted. "This is our arrest warrant. You won't be seeing your lawyer for now. Come with us," the officer replied, as two soldiers promptly shackled him with iron chains, a treatment reserved for serious offenders. The general manager was left in a state of sheer terror, pleading, "Please, let me speak to Mr. Chun. I am still of value to him." The senior inspector shook his head, stating that the Chun family had already obtained comprehensive evidence of wrongdoing against these parasites, marking their irrevocable downfall. Alongside him, numerous high-ranking officials from Port City Electric and over 50 key individuals implicated in the scandal were also apprehended. Even those not present in the company were taken from their homes. With the police involved, some quickly confessed in light of the incriminating evidence, leading to a frenzy of backstabbing and mutual accusations among the factions. Meanwhile, the Chun family wasted no time in appointing individuals to take charge of Port City Electric. The connected individuals, of course, were not inclined to sit idly by. Unfortunately, those with strategic acumen had all been captured by the police. The only plan they could conceive was to stage a sit-in protest at the Jianing headquarters, accusing Jianing Sakura of unlawfully terminating labor contracts and mistreating workers. They vowed to continue their unrest until their demands were met. Initially, these individuals believed that their outcry would garner media and public support, uniting to pressure the Jianing conglomerate. However, they were met with indifference. The public and media not only refused to support their protest, but mocked them instead, viewing their disturbances as mere entertainment. Attempts to seek assistance from the police and labor organizations were met with brusque rejections. Previously, they had received some leniency under public scrutiny, at least superficially appearing to oppose the conglomerates, but now, with public opinion and society against them, who had time to concern themselves with their meager wages? After several days, their spirits shattered. Chun Long sensed the moment was ripe and instructed his associates to discreetly approach the ringleaders. Those willing to resign voluntarily would receive 3 months of humanitarian assistance funds. However, those who continued their protests would not only face the Chun family's efforts to reclaim their previously received wages, but also risk legal action. Upon hearing the prospect of imprisonment, the ringleaders quickly acquiesced, signing the resignation agreements and ceasing their protests. With the leaders bought off, the remaining individuals lost their motivation, accepting the reality of their voluntary departure. Meanwhile, the Chun father and son sat back, smoking cigars and listening to reports from their subordinates. The general manager was willing to return 80 million Hong Kong dollars in illicit funds in hopes of leniency. Chen Qingsong scoffed, "Humph. Does he think I am unaware of how much he has embezzled over the years? Tell him that if he wishes to avoid a life behind bars, he had better return every last cent. Otherwise, none of his family will escape unscathed." Chen Long felt his father was perhaps overstepping. There is a saying that misfortune should not befall one's family, and furthermore, this money was not taken from their own pockets. "Father, don't you think you're being a bit excessive?" "Humph, his son is no saint. He has exploited his connections to prey upon countless young women, relying on lawyers to extricate him from culpability. He enjoys a lavish lifestyle funded by his father's ill-gotten gains. Does he not bear guilt? The current laws no longer enforce collective punishment upon entire clans. Otherwise, not only would one be compelled to return the ill-gotten gains, but their entire family would also be sentenced to imprisonment." Chun Long smirked, reflecting on how his father had become rather delusional. Were it not for his own intervention in altering the fate of Jianing, Chen Qingsong would undoubtedly face the same fate of culpability and imprisonment. Chen Qingsong continued. We estimate that we can recover around 500 million in illicit funds, along with various assets valued at over 2 billion. Surely, this wealth is enticing, is it not? Upon hearing this figure, Chen Long was taken aback. These corrupt individuals are remarkably audacious, indulging in their greed without any restraint or thought of transferring their gains overseas. As if they genuinely believe they can continue this avarice indefinitely. It is fortunate that Chen Qingsong possesses connections, otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to reclaim such a substantial amount. This prompted Chen Long to contemplate further. Father, why not invest over 10 billion to repurchase the Port City Electric from UKPN? Chapter 103. Li Banqing was once again bewildered. Chen Qingsong was acquiring the Port Island Electric. Instantly, Chen Qingsong grasped his son's intention. You wish to orchestrate a maneuver to transform the Port City Electric into a private asset at the lowest possible price. Do you not? Precisely. Currently, UKPN retains 20 of its shares under the control of the Eagle Nation's government, indicating that Port City Electric remains partially an Eagle-owned enterprise. The acquisition of UKPN's shares is not intended for enhancing the Eagle Nation's power infrastructure, but rather to secure a lucrative deal amidst future competitive battles among several distribution companies. Therefore, it is crucial to extricate Port City Electric from UKPN at this juncture. Moreover, since Jianing Sakura Holdings is currently involved, Chen Long wields considerable influence in the negotiations, giving him control over the sale price. It is likely that those Eagle parasites, upon receiving their payment, will conveniently turn a blind eye. Converting the Group's prime public assets into private property is not uncommon during privatization processes. Chen Qingsong nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Our Chen family has numerous shell companies. I shall handle this matter. Father, I have also discovered something intriguing. What is it? These parasites inadvertently acquired a substantial plot of land on AP Lei Chao, intending to construct a high-tech power plant, with a total project cost reaching 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Chen Qingsong opened the topographical map of Port City, noting the land's prime coastal location for the power plant. AP Lei Chao occupies a uniquely strategic position, lying directly across from Hong Kong's southern district. Such a central location and desirable land. And yet Port City Electric intends to use it for a power plant? Chen Qingsong berated these parasites for their reckless wastefulness. Father, we should actually be grateful to them. I believe the future value of this land alone could amount to several billion Hong Kong dollars. Indeed, if developed into a seafront residential complex, many would be eager to purchase. Transforming the AP Lei Chao power plant into 34 residential towers and constructing a large shopping mall is yet another reason Chen Long seeks to privatize Port City Electric. After all, that entails 34 residential buildings and a commercial plaza, yielding astonishing profits. He certainly does not wish for the Eagle Nation's government to reap such substantial benefits. Thus, he contemplates further privatization of Port City Electric. Presumably, Li Banqing initially invested 3 billion Hong Kong dollars with similar aspirations, ostensibly purchasing a power company while actually acquiring a significant piece of prime land. Chen Qingsong's excitement grew with each passing moment. This deal was truly worthwhile. Effectively securing a major power company from the Eagle Nation, alongside Port City Electric and a substantial plot of land, with even the initial funding for the development already in place. Excellent, excellent. My dear son, your foresight is commendable. I shall arrange for the purchase of Port City Electric without delay. Gao Ming swiftly received the Chun family's proposal for negotiations regarding the acquisition of Port City Electric. Upon entering the conference room, the participants on both sides were familiar faces. No laughter, please. Let us maintain decorum. We are engaged in a business negotiation. Upon uttering these words, Gao Ming himself could not suppress a hearty laugh. After intense negotiations, the parties ultimately reached a purchase agreement, with Port City Electric being sold to Qinglong Power Group for 1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars. As a nominally state-owned enterprise, the Eagle Nation's officials overseeing the transaction merely conducted minimal oversight before approving the deal. They did not even bother to investigate the background of Qinglong Power Group or the true market valuation of Port City Electric. On the day of the transaction's completion, Chen Qingsong celebrated by uncorking a bottle of his finest vintage red wine. My dear son, now that Port City Electric is ours, should we not immediately commence construction on the AP Lei Chao power plant site? Father, haste makes waste. If we begin renovations immediately, we will undoubtedly attract the envy of other developers. Let us wait a few years until the public has largely forgotten about this transaction before we commence construction. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Having secured such a lucrative deal, the Chen father and son opted not to publicize the left-hand-right-hand transaction with great fanfare. Nevertheless, news of the transaction swiftly reached the ears of Li Banqing, who had been closely monitoring Port City Electric. What? Port City Electric was purchased by Qinglong Power Group for $1.3 billion? Li Banqing fell silent for a long time, recalling that he had initially offered $2.9 billion Hong Kong dollars, while the foreigners from UMPK demanded $3.5 billion, spending over 10 million Hong Kong dollars merely to bribe the intermediaries. And yet it was sold for merely $1.3 billion? As realization dawned on him, he quickly understood that Qinglong Power Group was merely a front for the Qin family, engaging in a left-hand-right-hand game, effectively converting public assets of the Eagle Nation into private property of the Qin family. In reality, the Qin family completed this transaction for only $2.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, reclaiming Port City Electric from the hands of the Eagle Nation. Ultimately, the $10.4 billion Hong Kong dollars would return to the pockets of the Qin father and son. Clever. Yet, it is regrettable that the plot of land for the AP Lei Chao power plant, which I had initially encouraged the general manager of Port City Electric to apply for, has now fallen into the hands of the Qin father and son. In Li Banqing's plans, he had estimated that the value of the AP Lei Chao land would exceed 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. He surmised that the Qin father and son must have recognized the land's value, leading them to covertly privatize Port City Electric. Father, can we not expose this matter in the Eagle Nation, inciting public discontent and social opinion to compel the Eagle Nation's government to retract this transaction? Perhaps we could even drive Qinlong out of UKPN? Listening to the proposal of his second son, Li Zeju, Li Banqing shook his head repeatedly. Ju, your idea is exceedingly perilous. Indeed, we could resort to unscrupulous means for profit, but what would the public in Port City think? Would there still be a place for our family in Port City, or even the broader Chinese community? Money can be earned gradually. This time, our Li family has lost. But we can win back in the future without jeopardizing our family's honor or engaging in a destructive battle with Jinning. Every profession has its unspoken rules. If you wish to navigate this circle, you must abide by them. Can you guarantee that when you manipulate the rules in the future, others will not stab you in the back? Everyone is engaged in a game of deception, and if you insist on revealing the truth, the entire industry will regard you as an enemy. There is a saying, seeing through but not exposing the truth. This is precisely the principle. Moreover, since the Qin father and son have taken such actions, they must have prepared for contingencies. Although Li Banqing was unaware of the Qin family's underlying support, having suffered losses in the past, he dared not act recklessly. However, the thought of the potential value the AP Lei Chao land could generate gnawed at his heart. Oh, let us contemplate the acquisition of an oil company. I have a premonition that the price of oil will soon plummet to below $10 per barrel. Chapter 104. The Li family seeks to root out internal traitors. Qinlong occasionally finds himself questioning whether Li Banqing is a seasoned veteran of the time travelers. After all, how else could he have purchased Husky Energy at the nadir of oil prices in 1986? It is worth noting that $10 per barrel would subsequently become the lowest price for crude oil globally over the next 4 decades. Old Li invested over 30 billion Hong Kong dollars to secure control of Husky. In the 1990s, due to the Gulf War, the third oil crisis erupted, causing oil prices to soar to $36 a barrel, and astonishingly, to $130 by 2008. Not only did Old Li reap substantial profits from the oil business, but he also succeeded in taking Husky public in the new century. By 2008, the value of his shares had multiplied several times over, peaking at $2 billion. With long-standing enmity between the two families, if the Li family were to grow as history suggests, Jia Ning's days would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Thus, Gao Ming preemptively arrived at Husky. For the sake of the Chun family's enterprise, this professional manager found himself with no moments of respite. He secured a 70% stake in Husky with a bid of $600 million, while he planned to gradually acquire the remaining shares, which were complex in nature. The success of this transaction can be attributed to the internal strife among several oil-rich nations. At that time, the Middle Eastern oil states, adhering to a strategy of low profit margins for high sales, sought to undermine other oil-producing countries, with higher extraction costs and labor expenses, and lower reserves compared to their Middle Eastern counterparts. Many countries' oil companies found themselves in dire financial straits following the price reductions initiated by the affluent Middle Eastern nations. This even led to the continued deterioration of economies dependent on oil exports, ultimately resulting in catastrophic collapses. If the geese could not withstand the pressure, how could Canada's third-largest oil company fare any better? The shareholders of Husky also recognized that the international oil trends were unfavorable. Their circumstances had begun to worsen in previous years, and they were now incurring losses with each barrel sold. Who would want to engage in such a business? Fortunately, there were wealthy real estate magnates from Hong Kong willing to step in as rescuers, and they were more than eager to do so. When the price of oil fell to $10 per barrel, they all wore expressions of vindication. Thankfully, they had divested their Husky shares early, or they would have faced the consequences themselves. This incident even made headlines in Canadian media, with public ridicule directed at Jia Ninginghua, who was labeled an unwitting dupe for spending $600 million to acquire a loss-making oil company. This amusing anecdote quickly made its way to North America, becoming international news. Yet, Jia Ninginghua seemed to revel in it, subsequently acquiring 3 small oil companies in North America, along with over a dozen refineries, thereby streamlining the production process. Gao Ming, during an interview, asserted that he would not halt his acquisitions in the oil sector, as long as the price was right. Negotiations would be feasible. Such aggressive investments prompted Sakura Media to excitedly declare that Chun Sang was assisting Sakura in acquiring California's oil industry. Of course, were it not for Xiao Chunri's efforts in guiding public opinion for Chen Long, there would surely be dissenters accusing him of squandering their funds on extravagant acquisitions. However, with Xiao Chunri embedded as a strategic asset within the enemy's ranks, and the directives from Kuroda Fumiyoshi aligning with the strategy of major import nations, the public viewed Jia Ninginghua's actions as a source of pride. The news swiftly reached Li Banqing's ears. What? Chen Long has acquired Husky Energy. Just days prior, he had been contemplating whether to send someone to engage with Husky shareholders, and now this news had surfaced. Among the numerous assessments of oil companies, he had favored Husky Energy, Canada's third-largest oil company, which boasted comprehensive operational licenses, considerable scale, and vast oil reserves, presenting immense potential, despite the likelihood of ongoing losses in the coming years. Yet, it was snatched away by the Chen family. The word shock could scarcely encapsulate his emotions at that moment. More aptly, it was dread. Was Chen Long a mind reader, privy to his thoughts and actions before he even acted? He could comprehend the competition for the land in AP Lei Chao, where everyone aimed to acquire it, believing that purchasing equated to profit, even at the cost of fierce contention. But Husky was located far away in Canada. Surely, the two parties would not have considered each other. Li Banqing felt a sudden pang of anxiety and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Could it be that a commercial spy had infiltrated his circle? How else could every minor movement be preempted by the other side? He was genuinely frightened, enlisting a multitude of professionals to comb through his company inside and out. They indeed uncovered several listening devices, but these were located in inconsequential departments. Reflecting on the unusual behavior of those around him, he turned his gaze towards his second son. Many had reported that the second son had been acting suspiciously of late, engaging in undisclosed activities. Li Banqing too sensed that his second son was behaving peculiarly, as if he were concealing something from him. Chapter 105. The heavy hand of fate leaves Li Gongzi in a quandary. Li Zhe was exhilarated as he listened to the financial report. Second Master, we have pledged shares of Huanghe Industrial, Huangpu Hanjin, and Huanghe Entertainment, successfully securing a loan of 8 billion yen from Quan Luo Zhuzuan. Well done. Immediately proceed to acquire a financial company in my name, and let everything unfold according to plan. It would be disingenuous to say he was unhappy, for old Li was obstructing the plans to profit from Sakura, consistently stalling progress. Delays were mounting, and as he watched the average property prices in Sakura's Tokyo soar more than double, he felt as though wealth was slipping through his fingers. Finally, he had taken a step forward. The Quan Luo Zhuzuan company proved to be astute in business. Upon learning that he intended to invest all funds into Sakura's real estate, they promptly approved his share pledge loan. Shares of publicly listed companies differ from real estate assets. Due to the higher risks involved, fewer financial institutions are willing to engage in pledge transactions. Although the interest rates were somewhat elevated, he deemed it worthwhile. With this initial capital, he could quickly raise more funds from the citizens of Port City. These funds would soon yield substantial profits amidst Sakura's surging property prices, rendering that interest insignificant. Yet his subordinates appeared markedly anxious. Boss, should we really proceed to pledge our shares to a company in Sakura without informing the big boss? Pledging differs from mortgaging. Mortgaging involves real property, such as real estate or vehicles, where the collateral does not transfer possession but requires registration. In contrast, shares of a publicly traded company are considered movable property, which can only be pledged. Pledged items do not require registration, but from the moment the contract is signed, the pledgee holds the right to control and possess the item. Pledged items can be sold directly. This meant that Li Er had effectively transferred control over these shares to Wang Nan. Hence, the manager appeared particularly flustered. This matter is to be kept among just a few of you. If the old man inquires, just say I raised the funds by selling shares of Huanghe Entertainment. Rest assured, I specifically emphasized in the pledge contract with Quan Luo Zhuzuan that as long as I do not default, they have no right to dispose of any pledged shares. In the future, the property prices in Sakura are bound to continue their upward trajectory, and with our modest loan, we shall soon repay it. The professional manager pondered for a moment, but decided against further persuasion. Any additional words might provoke the displeasure of the second young master. Having painstakingly achieved his current position, he was unwilling to jeopardize his job. Li Zheju did not seek out Li Banqing, yet Li Banqing sought him out instead. Father, what brings you here? There was a tinge of guilt in his heart, as he had only just commenced his profit-making plans when his father appeared, perhaps having caught wind of something. I also hold shares in Huanhe Entertainment. As a shareholder, am I not entitled to inspect my own enterprise? Of course. Feel free to look around. Li Banqing wrinkled his nose, as the room was permeated with a mingling of women's perfume, prompting him to frown repeatedly. What have you been busy with lately, being away from home all day? Not much, really. Ever since you released me, I have been diligently working. Observing the innocent expression on his son's face, Li Banqing's doubts began to waver. His earlier suspicions had simply stemmed from being caught off guard, leading him to suspect Li Er. This lad harbored a deep-seated enmity with Qinlong. How could he possibly be a whistleblower? Everyone around him was suspect. Except for Li Zheju. That's good. Focus on your entertainment group and get it listed as soon as possible. Li Zheju nodded perfunctorily. How much profit could he possibly earn from the entertainment group? In due time, he would delve into real estate in Sakura, undoubtedly providing a surprise for his father. He was determined to prove his business acumen to the old man. Meanwhile, Wang Nan reported to Qinlong about the collateral contract signed by the second young master. Excellent. It won't be long before Li Er brings a substantial sum to invest in real estate in Sakura. Boss, what shall we do? Haha. We certainly cannot allow him to proceed smoothly with his business. I will notify my friends in official circles. When he wishes to establish his company and apply for a business license, I can delay him for several months. Wang Nan agreed. Let's have the members of the Jiokai create some disturbances. Conducting business for our esteemed company won't be a straightforward affair. Indeed. I will also make arrangements with the major banks. If Li Er attempts to leverage his investments, he will likely encounter numerous obstacles. And he may still seek out a specialized company. Sir, should we lend or not? Unless he can provide additional equity as collateral, we will not accept the properties he has mortgaged. The reasoning was simple. Qinlong was acutely aware that within 2 years, the Sakura authorities would recognize the substantial bubbles in the real estate market and would employ interest rate hikes and various measures to suppress the industry's growth. At that point, while real estate prices might continue to rise, the potential for appreciation in most areas, aside from a few highly desirable locations, would be severely limited. Li Er would find himself ensnared, caught in a predicament with no way out. Contemplating this, he advised Wang Nan, if the Ministry of Finance initiates interest rate hikes, I will notify you in advance. At that time, let the Zhuangzhuan company sell to the Sunrise Bank. Wang Nan was momentarily taken aback. He was no longer the financial novice he once was and understood his boss's intent. Were it not for Qinlong's reminder, he too would have believed that Sakura's property prices would continue to rise indefinitely. However, once the Ministry of Finance took action on interest rates, it would undoubtedly shake the ever-increasing property values. Chapter 106. The farce of the Ministry of Finance. Months later, the Ministry of Finance convened a routine high-level meeting. The 2 deputy ministers, an administrative vice minister, the governor of the central bank, and the presidents of various banks gathered together. Over the past year, the exchange rate of the Sakura currency against the US dollar had been on a steady rise. The real estate market in Sakura was thriving, with the average property price in Tokyo doubling and substantial increases observed in other regions as well. The influx of foreign capital had propelled stocks to surge rapidly half a year prior. The entire economy of Sakura was in an exceptionally prosperous state. Aside from some impact on export business, the outward strategy had achieved remarkable success. The Mitsubishi and Mitsui conglomerates had eagerly acquired iconic buildings in the United States, making Sakura's name resonate worldwide. As for the affected electronics and steel industries, the consensus was that these were minor issues. These industrial companies quickly adapted, eagerly venturing into finance. After one steel company tasted success in the futures market, many followed suit to reap quick profits. The nation of Sakura was enveloped in a scene of flourishing prosperity, leading to an atmosphere of excitement within the Ministry of Finance. They had ample reason to feel proud. Sakura's current affluence owed much to their efforts. However, the newly appointed vice president of Sakura Bank, Sonoya Shigeyasu, voiced a dissenting opinion. Everyone, I have observed some concerning irregularities. The room fell silent. Bankers held a relatively low status within the Ministry of Finance, and the governor of the central bank was typically appointed from members of the ministry and banking circles. Sonoya Shigeyasu was a seasoned banker, and his words immediately drew frowns from several deputy ministers. Facing the palpable pressure in the room, Sonoya Shigeyasu continued, I have noticed that certain specialized companies are utilizing bank funds for construction firms with Yakuza affiliations, and they do not adequately assess whether clients possess borrowing qualifications or can bear the risks of debt, leading to. A member of the Ministry of Finance interrupted. Vice President Sonoya, what law prohibits Yakuza organizations from engaging in the real estate sector? Yakuza groups are registered legal entities. Why should specialized companies be barred from lending to them? A barrage of questions followed, filled with vigor. It wasn't until 1992 that Sakura enacted formal legislation to regulate Yakuza activities. Faced with such inquiries, Sonoya Shigeyasu found himself at a loss for words. The attendees exchanged disdainful smirks. What I mean is that the actions of these specialized companies could very well lead to artificially inflated property prices. We should take preventive measures. At that moment, Sonoya Shigeyasu was not yet the triumphant hero he would become 3 years later. His remarks sounded somewhat naive. Kuroda Fumio, however, took an interest in him. He had discussed this issue with Mr. Chun, who advised a wait-and-see approach, asserting that clear waters have no fish, suggesting intervention when appropriate. He did not anticipate that this newly appointed vice president would be so bold, prompting a sense of protection on his part. The director continued to press, inflated? Tokyo has limited land available for development, and with our large population, isn't a surge in prices expected? Everyone believes property values will rise. Do you insist that stagnation aligns with our national development? Others chimed in, agreeing that Sonoya Shigeyasu was merely stirring up trouble. All right, everyone, let's calm down. Sonoya Shigeyasu's points are not entirely without merit. If you have constructive suggestions, feel free to discuss them with me privately. Now, let us continue the meeting. Kuroda Fumio, having offered advice and garnered numerous accolades, held considerable prestige within the Ministry of Finance. Upon hearing his words, others ceased their dissent, allowing Sonoya Shigeyasu to continue. Deep within, Sonoya Shigeyasu felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. He has always felt that the daily operations should be distinctly separated from departments like the Ministry of Finance. Otherwise, as is evident now, the relentless pursuit of short-term economic growth will lead to the reckless neglect of underlying issues. Without a voice, he, as the deputy governor, resembles a marionette on strings. After the meeting, Kuroda Fumiaki called out to Mino Shigeyasu. Mino-kun, could you come here for a moment? Mino Shigeyasu held Kuroda Fumiaki in high regard. Despite being significantly younger, Kuroda's insights into economics had profoundly inspired him. Chief Secretary, do you require my assistance with something? No. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our Moku Ryu Association. Moku Ryu Association? This was a recently active faction within the cabinet of which Mino Shigeyasu had heard a whisper, immediately grasping Kuroda Fumiaki's other identity. Our Moku Ryu Association's mission is to seek common ground while respecting differences, aiming to elevate the Sakura economy to the pinnacle of the world. Shattering the ambitions of the United States to reduce Sakura to a mere colony, Mino Shigeyasu momentarily lost himself in thought, his spirit trembling at the audacity of such a small faction harboring grand ambitions. He posed a question: what is the Moku Ryu Association's stance on the rampant housing prices? It is not yet time for intervention, when the moment calls for it. A mere imitation of the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes will suffice to address this looming crisis. In Chapter 107, Walking the Path of Others Leaves Them with No Path, Mino Shigeyasu, now 60 years of age, emerged as the most formidable contender for the future presidency of the Sakura Central Bank. Perhaps it was his candid remarks during meetings at the Ministry of Finance that garnered him the cabinet's high expectations. By 1989, when he took office, officials had already come to a profound realization about the significant bubbles within Sakura's real estate sector. This resolute individual did not disappoint the Sakura authorities. Within 9 months of his tenure, he raised interest rates 3 times. For an economy that had stagnated, this was undoubtedly a potent remedy, albeit one that triggered a dramatic collapse in both the real estate and stock markets, thereby unveiling the lost 30 years of Sakura. However, for Qianlong, he was a formidable general. After successfully bringing Mino Shigeyasu into the Moku Ryu Association, Kuroda Fumiaki and Mino Shigeyasu, akin to the legendary duo of Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu, were poised to achieve monumental success. Qianlong understood the significance of this alliance. After piercing the real estate bubble, all blame was cast upon the Ministry of Finance, effectively liberating the Sakura Central Bank from its clutches and transforming it into a highly autonomous entity. At this juncture, Mino Shigeyasu, having consumed a few cups of alcohol, began to ramble incoherently, vehemently denouncing the existence of financial companies engaged in subprime lending. He asserted that the issuance of housing loans should not fall within their purview. Only by placing such powers in the hands of major banks could the real estate market be prevented from spiraling to such heights. Behind the screen, Qianlong could not help but chuckle. Mino Shigeyasu was, at his core, an idealist. Who were the true backers of these housing companies? They were the vested interests of various conglomerates, with the shadows of large financial groups lurking behind them. In pursuit of maximum profit and to evade regulatory oversight from the major banks, these companies proliferated. However, his remarks sparked a notion in Qianlong's mind. Moreover, there were those financial companies, touting high annual returns, engaging in illegal fundraising under the guise of selling star products, mercilessly siphoning off the wealth of the common people. The so-called products were merely a facade for speculative real estate ventures. In Mino Shigeyasu's view, Capital accumulation was the prerogative of banks and large institutions. The authority of banks was being eroded, and this trend among the populace had spiraled out of control, inevitably leading to significant problems if left unchecked. Kuroda Fumiaki nodded in agreement, observing that on the streets of Tokyo, everywhere one looked, there were managers of financial institutions distributing flyers promoting investment products. These so-called product managers were often merely eloquent individuals with scant financial knowledge, yet they adeptly deceived the average citizen. All these signs filled Kuroda Fumiaki with deep concern. This was not the scenario he wished to witness. His intention to bolster the yen's exchange rate was not to perpetuate the relentless inflation of housing prices. Mino Shigeyasu, inebriated, gazed at Qianlong as he emerged from behind the screen. "Who are you, and why are you here?" "Mino-kun, do not be alarmed. This is Mr. Qianlong, an esteemed member of our Moku Ryu Association." Qianlong, the owner of Jinning Sakura? Mino Shigeyasu suddenly found himself unsettled. He had agreed to join the Moku Ryu Association due to its lofty aspirations. However, had he known of its entanglement with capital interests, he would have unequivocally declined. He did not wish to become a pawn of capital. "Mr. Mino, please allow me to finish. We possess the means to address the financial chaos you mentioned." "What methods? You don't intend to profit from this, do you?" Qianlong disdainfully shook his head. "Every phenomenon that exists must have its purpose. Housing companies are no exception, nor are financial institutions. The root of all errors lies in the chaos of unregulated development." Mino Shigeyasu remained silent, yet internally he resonated deeply with Qianlong's words. Economic freedom? That too is a controlled liberty. The current financial chaos in Sakura is but a byproduct of excessive freedom. I propose that both of you collaborate to advance legislation restricting housing companies and financial institutions, establishing 2 new financial licenses for the issuance of loans and fundraising. Only substantial companies should be granted these licenses. Any other institutions wishing to engage in such business must apply to the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank. Kuroda Fumiaki immediately concurred. Mr. Chin's approach is brilliant. This way, the entire market will be simultaneously overseen by the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank. Unscrupulous companies will be kept at bay, and reputable firms will be compelled to moderate their practices. Should any illicit activities be uncovered, we can revoke their operating licenses. Slightly intoxicated, Mino Shigeyasu felt a surge of clarity. If this initiative were to be jointly championed by him and Kuroda Fumiaki, it would undoubtedly garner significant support from within the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank. His gaze towards Qianlong transformed. This esteemed member of the Moku Ryu Association had adeptly resolved a pressing dilemma that had long troubled him. Yet, Qianlong's eyes flickered with cunning. While his actions appeared to benefit the Sakura economy, they were, in fact, aimed at further strengthening the Kowloon financial group. Once this legislation passed, Kowloon would undoubtedly emerge as the principal beneficiary, monopolizing both markets and evolving into a legitimate, compliant entity with governmental backing, capable of fundraising and lending. In Chapter 108, the most profitable business is written in legal texts. Mino Shigeyasu and Kuroda Fumiaki found themselves in perfect accord. The two promptly set their plans into motion. Mino Shigeyasu submitted a proposal to regulate housing companies and financial institutions, advocating for a comprehensive review of all companies, with special operating licenses issued to those that met the criteria. Otherwise, their businesses would face liquidation. This proposal was met with overwhelming opposition from most members of the Ministry of Finance. "What nonsense! These small housing companies have connections with many of us." Mino Shigeyasu's words undoubtedly infringe upon our interests. Amidst the uproar, Kuroda Fumiaki produced a report. He publicly accused a director of accepting bribes from housing companies, facilitating the issuance of some improper loans, failing to fulfill the regulatory duty, and granting undue advantages. This evidence had, of course, been provided by the resourceful Qianlong. A hushed silence fell over the assembly. Sakura was reputed to be the most incorruptible nation in the East due to the populace's zero tolerance for corruption and bribery. The penalties for corruption are exceptionally severe. Accepting a bribe of 200,000 yen results in a prison sentence of 35 years. Following the exposure of this case, it will undoubtedly become a sensational scandal in Sakura, prompting the entire Ministry of Finance to publicly apologize before the masses. It is likely that countless individuals will be implicated. Kuroda Homei's method of using severe measures to set an example has undoubtedly grasped everyone's Achilles heel, instilling fear and trepidation in all, as they dread being the next to be exposed. In the wake of this revelation, Kuroda Homei lamented, "Ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to be your adversary. Rather, I implore you to reconsider your actions. If we continue to allow these companies to act with impunity, it will inevitably lead to irreparable consequences, and we will all find ourselves nailed to the pillar of shame." Others readily concurred, and even several deputy ministers found themselves swayed by Kuroda Homei's convictions. They understood that Kuroda wished to help them thoroughly navigate this predicament. Given that all were guilty, they collectively deemed themselves innocent. The only true victim may well be the director used as a scapegoat. In unison, they proclaimed, "It is high time to reign in these housing companies." The bill championed by the Ministry of Finance swiftly received cabinet approval. The financial market erupted in chaos. They had not anticipated that the days of skirting the law would come to an abrupt end. Smaller housing and financial companies were left floundering like headless chickens. Once the bill was officially enacted, the inability to secure limited licenses would spell imminent bankruptcy for them. Everyone was aware of their illegal practices in loan issuance and fundraising. Once implemented, they would immediately face a reckoning, their true nature laid bare. At that moment, Wangnan's Kowloon Financial Group became their last lifeline. Companies, both large and small, sought to sell themselves to the Kowloon Group, even willing to offer substantial sums of illicit money in return. By doing so, they could merely rebrand themselves and emerge under the auspices of Kowloon to deceive once more. Wangnan was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals he was dealing with. If he absorbed these companies, he would reap considerable rewards, but the corresponding risk was that the Kowloon Financial Group would transform into a more formidable ticking time bomb. There was no room for hesitation. Wangnan welcomed all with open arms, swiftly merging these smaller companies into the Kowloon Financial Group. In turn, Kowloon also received a significant influx of protection fees willingly submitted by the smaller companies. Upon hearing the figures reported by Wangnan, Qianlong could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had merely acted on a fleeting thought, never anticipating such a monumental chain reaction. These funds, which we shall refer to as illicit gains for now, often came from schemes that exploited loopholes. Now they had all conveniently fallen into the hands of the mastermind, Qianlong. The most terrifying aspect was that they indirectly held sway over the non-performing loan portfolios of numerous housing companies. While these subprime loans appeared worthless, many financial instruments existed to turn waste into treasure. Contemplating this, Qianlong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. His small butterfly had flapped its wings, seemingly altering the scale of the Sakura real estate bubble. Having been severely exploited by Kowloon, these smaller companies would undoubtedly seek every means to recoup their losses. Housing companies would recklessly escalate their mortgage issuances. He had a foreboding sense that Sakura's property prices would surge at an accelerated pace, the real estate bubble expanding exponentially, before ultimately bursting with a resounding crash. Chapter 109. Is Jining Sakura selling its commercial center? As predicted by Qianlong, Sakura's property prices suddenly spiraled out of control. The relentless surge felt as if it could induce cardiac arrest, with prices changing daily. The skyrocketing prices in Tokyo's Ginza left Qianlong feeling uneasy. The locals, blissfully unaware of the impending doom, loudly celebrated what they deemed miraculous. In their perception, this surge was irrefutable evidence that Tokyo's property prices would never decline. You claim Tokyo's prices are already exorbitant, incomparable to any around the globe, yet behold, they have risen again. All right, the local experts were right all along. I, a merchant from the Dragon Kingdom, will refrain from joining this frenzy. With this thought, Qianlong summoned Gao Ming. It had been a while since they last met, and Gao Ming appeared considerably heavier than before. Clad in a suit, he struggled to fasten the buttons. Gao, you ought to shed some weight. Being this heavy is not advisable. Gao Ming, patting his protruding belly, lamented, "Oh, boss, you mustn't disdain me. This could be considered a work-related injury. I harbor no disdain towards you, but for the sake of your health, unnecessary social engagements should be avoided henceforth." Gao Ming discerned the underlying implication in his boss's words. "Boss, are we planning any new undertakings?" "Indeed. Your primary task moving forward is to reach out to several major conglomerates and initiate the sale of Jining Sakura's real estate." Gao Ming's heart sank. He had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Originally, their plan was to wait until the Ministry of Finance began raising interest rates before taking action. "We cannot afford to delay any longer. Unless you wish to partake in a game of who can flee the fastest with foreign investors. One must not be overly greedy. This upward trend has already met its predetermined goal. To pursue further gains might invite unforeseen repercussions." Gao Ming comprehended Qianlong's intent. A saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. He too felt that the soaring property prices in Sakura instilled a sense of anxiety. One could never predict when a sudden drop might occur. "Very well. I shall contact several major Japanese conglomerates and partition our properties into several shares for sale, ensuring minimal market disruption. Yes, we must maintain a low profile. The pace of our sales should not be overly rapid. Are you concerned that Sakura's conglomerates might seize the opportunity to drive prices down? The scale of Jining Sakura's assets in Tokyo is daunting. Selling off so many properties could precipitate an early burst of the Sakura bubble." Gao Ming found this troubling. Some items only command high prices because they are scarce. When real estate circulates too freely in the market, it loses its value. Perhaps this was the reason why the boss urged him to initiate the sale of real estate ahead of schedule. There were indeed worries in this regard. However, I believe it is not a grave concern. Qianlong still had two hidden cards, the Kowloon Financial Company and the Nanbo Group. The properties of these two companies could be sold off at discounted rates without issue, allowing for a swift return of capital, which could then be funneled into acquiring Jining Sakura's holdings. Faced with Jining Sakura's proactive approach to selling properties, several major conglomerates displayed immense enthusiasm. There was no other choice. Jining held numerous highly coveted assets in Tokyo. Moreover, this surge was vigorous, prompting them to willingly pay a premium to acquire the commercial centers and buildings being sold by Jining Sakura. Thus, as negotiations progressed, the conglomerates soon began to notice irregularities. Jining Sakura was not only frequently selling commercial real estate to them, but was also engaging in multiple transactions with other developers. Before long, news broke. Jining Sakura is intensively selling its commercial properties, suspected of encountering a cash flow crisis. Jining Sakura had yet to respond when numerous media outlets in Sakura began reporting on the situation. Jining Sakura had secretly offloaded at least 30 commercial buildings. And according to our estimates, the company was burdened with debts amounting to at least 810 trillion yen due to its frenzied land acquisition. Upon witnessing such a plethora of negative reports, Qianlong, who originally intended for Gao Ming to handle public relations, simply shrugged his shoulders and decided to abandon all pretense. He had no intention of feigning ignorance any longer. Let them say that I am in crisis. After all, I shall provide no response. He resolved to allow Gao Ming to cease his concealment as well, aiming to sell off as much as possible before the impending interest rate cuts. He was confident that the little bourgeois would succumb to temptation and still come forth to purchase the properties he was discarding. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Li Zeju, who had stealthily reached Tokyo, was met with such explosive news. The illustrious Jining Sakura was reportedly grappling with a cash flow crisis, leading to the liquidation of assets. He could almost envision the scene of Qianlong's anguished divestiture, unable to suppress a triumphant laugh. Qianlong, look at you now. This is the consequence of your insatiable greed. At the same time, a notion began to form in his mind, as Jining Sakura was offloading assets. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to acquire them at a bargain, hastening his investment. Indeed, upon surveying the current property prices in Sakura, Li Gongzi found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet, astonished by the flourishing real estate market, he believed that entering the fray now would allow him to ride the wave of success. Even a mere pig, when positioned at the right juncture, could be swept aloft. Chapter 110. What a rascal. I can hardly escape, yet you insist on burrowing deeper. Boss, Li Zeju has requested a loan of 20 billion yen from us. Should we lend it or not? 20 billion yen is no trifling sum, especially since Qianlong had previously cautioned Wang Nan against extending credit to the young master of the Li family. Perhaps unbeknownst to Li Zeju himself. From the moment he set foot in Tokyo, every move he made was under Qianlong's watchful scrutiny. Li Gongzi believed that his status as the second son of the Li family would afford him considerable leverage in Sakura. In reality, he found himself receiving no favors. Not only were the official banks unwilling to lend him money, but even the banks of several major consortiums turned him away. Desperate to flaunt his status before Qianlong, he had no choice but to seek out the Koroiwa Special Company. Does he possess any valuable collateral? The shares of Hong Kong City could suffice. His available assets were dwindling, aside from a handful of properties in Hong Kong City and a few luxury vehicles. The only significant asset he could offer was his stake in the Yellow River Entertainment Group. Speaking of the Yellow River Entertainment Group piqued Qianlong's interest, as the competition between Xian Shaoxi and Yellow River Entertainment had reached a fever pitch. Both companies had released several large productions last year, heralding a new pinnacle in Hong Kong City's cinematic landscape. Xian Shaoxi prided itself on achieving great things with minimal expenditure, while Yellow River Entertainment pursued a high-end path, sparing no expense in their grand productions. Initially, Xian Shaoxi gained the upper hand with films like Once Upon a Time in China, The God of Gamblers series, and Prison on Fire. However, Yellow River Entertainment quickly enlisted Jackie Chan and Sammo Hung, intensifying the competition. The achievements of both companies were closely matched, each claiming a significant share of the annual box office rankings. As the two titans clashed, Jining Sakura suffered, with only one film making it into the top 10 last year. Xian Shaoxi's production costs were significantly lower than those of Yellow River, resulting in substantial profits for Qianlong. Nonetheless, Qianlong aimed to thoroughly vanquish Yellow River, aspiring to monopolize the film market in Hong Kong City. Under normal competitive circumstances, it would likely take a year or two for a clear victor to emerge. Yet, Qianlong perceived an opportunity. If he could acquire all shares of Yellow River Entertainment, it would be tantamount to a direct merger. At that point, listing both groups publicly would exponentially increase the market value of the new entertainment conglomerate. With this thought in mind, Chunlong instructed Wang Nan. The remaining shares of Yellow River Entertainment are worth at most 8 billion yen. You may provisionally lend him 10 billion yen against the combined value of the remaining properties and luxury vehicles. If he seeks to borrow an additional 10 billion yen, that is also feasible. We can facilitate communication with the Sumiyoshi Kai to secure a high-interest loan for him. Though Chunlong spoke with calm composure, Wang Nan felt an unmistakable aura of menace emanating from him. The Sumiyoshi Kai had now become the most notorious violent organization in Sakura, while the Yamaguchi-gumi had suffered 2 successive splits, relegating them to second place. Should Li Gongzi fail to repay the Sumiyoshi Kai's loan, it was conceivable that they might pursue him all the way to Hong Kong City. Sir, there is something I am uncertain whether to say or not. Speak freely. You are truly astute, sir. Li Gongzi's family is engaged in real estate, and prior to his arrival in Sakura, he consulted with the family's advisors for a thorough analysis. They determined that Sakura's real estate market still has at least 2 to 3 years of growth ahead before peaking. Under this premise, he eagerly ventured to Tokyo to make a quick profit. However, upon arriving in Sakura, he discovered just how challenging it was to secure loans in an unfamiliar environment, leaving him in a precarious position. When the Kuroiwa Special Company proposed the requirement to pledge all shares of Yellow River Entertainment, he could only grit his teeth in acceptance. For the remaining 10 billion yen, we can arrange for another institution to lend it to you. They are willing to provide an unsecured loan, albeit with higher interest rates and fees. As intermediaries, we will collect a 5 referral fee. At this moment, Li Zeju did not contemplate the details. His mind was focused solely on impressing Chunlong, and he readily acquiesced. The Sumiyoshi Kai office exuded an air of professionalism. All staff members donned ties and exhibited commendable courtesy, presenting themselves as a legitimate financial institution. With Wang Nan bridging the connection, Li Zeju complied with the necessary procedures, including photo and video documentation, fingerprinting, and affixing his private seal, ultimately securing the funds. He promptly summoned a Rolls-Royce to transport him to the headquarters of Janning Sakura. Our second young master wishes to meet with Mr. Chun. Kindly relay the message. The administrative assistant at the front desk, hailing from Hong Kong City, was well aware of the Li family's reputation and promptly reported the matter to her supervisor. After several layers of communication, Gao Ming personally informed Chunlong a few minutes later. I knew he would come. Gao, should I meet him or not? If I do, I shall certainly witness the brash demeanor of Li Gongzi. If I decline, it might appear as though I lack the stature to receive an old acquaintance from Hong Kong City. Chapter 111. Yes, let Li recognize the disparity. Of course not. What is his standing compared to yours? Gao Ming spoke the truth. There is a saying that a starving camel is larger than a horse. Although Chunlong had fallen on hard times, he had still engaged in transactions worth hundreds of billions and even trillions. Li Zeju, as a newcomer, was vastly inferior in status and wealth, with no common ground aside from both being second-generation tycoons from Hong Kong City. However, after a moment's contemplation, Chunlong finally responded, let him come up. If I send him away today, those unaware might assume I am being disparaged behind my back. Chunlong was certainly unafraid of encountering Li Zeju. Those destined for greatness can bend and stretch, and besides, Li Zeju lacked the capability to deride him. With this in mind, Chunlong instructed Gao Ming. Gao, you shall personally escort him and show him around the company. Gao Ming instantly understood his young boss's intentions. In recent years, Janning Sakura had profited immensely, with borrowed funds flowing unabated. The company's renovations had embraced an extravagance that bordered on the ruthless. Not only had they equipped every employee with computers for work, but they had also spared no expense in creating plush office spaces for their staff, ensuring that every Sakura employee felt reluctant to leave the workplace, treating their workstations as their most comfortable abode. Each floor boasted its own unique character, exemplified by Janning Sakura's reception room, displaying the collection of Dragon Kingdom artifacts acquired by Chunlong during his leisure time. These artistic treasures from various nations undeniably showcase the remarkable strength and astonishing financial resources of the company's owner to visiting guests. Most extravagant of all is a dedicated floor within the building housing architectural models that replicate the entire landscape of Tokyo. Every time the cherry blossom season witnesses the acquisition of a plot of land or a commercial skyscraper, a corresponding scaled model of the building is created and placed on display. The top floor features not only a helicopter landing pad, but also boasts an infinity swimming pool suspended in the air. Such opulent amenities abound. It is believed that these will offer Li a fresh perspective on the wealth possessed by Chunlong. Chunlong merely hopes that after Li has toured the entire company, he will not feel overly self-conscious due to the vast disparity in their fortunes. Upon hearing that Gao Ming intends to show him around the company, Li Zeju did not overthink the matter. It was a standard procedure for visiting distinguished guests. He felt a sense of pride, believing that Chunlong had indeed fallen on hard times, as he seemed eager to seize any opportunity to sell properties, even displaying a friendly demeanor towards his formidable rival. It soon became evident that he had underestimated the situation. Qianlong was evidently intent on flaunting his success in the cherry blossom business. In the reception room, national treasures and calligraphic artworks lost in the cherry blossom were prominently showcased. After witnessing the array of architectural models that accurately mirrored their real-life counterparts, Li Zheju's mindset crumbled entirely. This meant that there were still numerous skyscrapers and plots of land in the cherry blossom district that had not been sold. Indeed, once sold, the models would be removed and destroyed. What you currently see are all properties that remain unsold or are under negotiation. Although Li Zheju maintained a composed facade, internally he began to curse under his breath. Gazing at the seemingly endless cluster of buildings, he wished he could slap himself for voluntarily subjecting himself to such torment. At that moment, he realized what Qianlong had accomplished during the years they had no interaction, even if faced with a cash flow crisis. The wealth he controlled was beyond Li Zheju's current reach. While the underlying situation may be lacking, one must not lose face. With an air of self-importance, Li Zheju pointed towards a large, undeveloped plot of land in the distance, proclaiming, "I want this land. Is 20 billion yen sufficient?" Gao Ming was taken aback by Li Er's audacious offer. 20 billion yen for this piece of land was more than ample. Truly, the less one has, the more one feels compelled to show off. Sufficient, of course, it is, young Master Li. But wait, I have a request. State it. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. There was little choice, for Li Er was offering far too much. Do not dismantle this model. Instead, affix a sign that states it has been purchased by Li Er. Young Master, that may not be entirely appropriate, Gao Ming replied, though inwardly he couldn't help but chuckle. Li Zheju was clearly attempting to play a trick on the young master. Little did he know that if the young master saw that sign, he would surely burst into laughter. Without the sign, finalizing the transaction would prove challenging. He had originally intended to acquire more assets from the company. Affix it. Is there anything else you wish to purchase? Speak freely. That tall building over there, would you sell it for 18 billion yen? Yes, of course. But a sign must be displayed as usual. It was only after exhausting all the funds he had brought from Harbor City that Li Zheju returned home satisfied. Naturally, he could not face Qianlong again. He planned to finalize the property rights for these plots before seeking a bank loan against them. Once the mortgage was arranged, he would return to make further purchases from Qianlong. He harbored ambitions of placing his unique insignia on the floor that Qianlong held in highest regard. At that point, he would relish in how Qianlong would react to his newfound success. Chapter 112, Qianlong Stock Market Alert. Upon witnessing Li Er's childish behavior, Qianlong merely smiled and let it pass. If every young master from Harbor City possessed Li Er's ambition, he surmised he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Li Zheju was indeed quite relentless, frequently returning to procure assets from Cherry Blossom with newly raised funds. Freed from the constraints of Li Banqing, he thrived in the Cherry Blossom environment. According to Wang Nan, this young master had taken to treating the Sumiyoshi Association as a cash dispenser, regularly engaging in mortgage transactions and occasionally securing unsecured short-term loans. My foster brother, Tian Gangxiu Yuan, informed me that in the mere span of 3 months, Li Zheju had accrued a staggering debt of 50 billion yen. Were it not for the significant profits the Sumiyoshi Association had garnered from the construction sector and its dealings in lucrative businesses, it would be nearly impossible to come up with such sums. The Sumiyoshi Association was not particularly concerned about whether young Master Li could repay the loans. The Huanghe Group was such a large entity that it was nearly impossible for him to escape their grasp. They certainly had their methods to ensure Li Zheju would repay his debts. Meanwhile, Qianlong had grown weary of engaging in childish games with Li Er. As Cherry Blossom slowly sold off its properties, turmoil erupted within the Ministry of Finance. Officials within the ministry had split into 2 factions. One faction, led by Kuroda Fumio, supported raising interest rates. The other faction, comprising various members who had benefited from the booming real estate market, feared any increase in rates would hinder property price growth. Kuroda Fumio's influence within the ministry was at an all-time high. After persistent arguments and insistence, the 2 deputy ministers were compelled to concede. For the first time since the Plaza Accord, they initiated a rate hike. However, the increase was modest, maintaining a low interest rate of around 2.8. This left Sano Shigeyasu quite dissatisfied. He believed that the cabinet officials had become subservient to the United States, prioritizing foreign interests while allowing the bubble to continue inflating. Nevertheless, the hint of a rate hike indeed served as a warning to the housing market, signaling a slowdown in the pace of price increases. However, the effects of policy on reality require time to manifest. Young Master Li and others had yet to perceive the subtle changes within the housing market, as the still rising prices were quite deceptive. There is a saying, a frog in warm water cannot perceive the changes until it is too late. At this moment, Qianlong returned to Harbor City. Upon seeing his son return home, Chen Qingsong rose to greet him with a cheerful demeanor. My dear son, why did you not give advance notice of your return? I would have sent someone to the airport to meet you. Dad, I have some matters to discuss with you this time. Immediately, Chen Qingsong's playful smile faded. After dismissing everyone from the room, he slowly inquired. Is there an issue you encountered in Cherry Blossom? He had heard about the urgent large-scale property sales by Cherry Blossom earlier this year. Had it not been for Chen Qingsong's swift action to quell the news, the crisis at Cherry Blossom would surely have spread throughout Harbor City. The fact that Qianlong had not mentioned it earlier indicated that the situation was not dire. However, the current revelation caused Chen Qingsong to feel a wave of anxiety. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of Qianlong's real estate ventures in Cherry Blossom. Any problems could escalate into significant issues. Qianlong shook his head, clarifying, no. What I wish to discuss with you is the stock market in Harbor City. The stock market in Harbor City is doing quite well. You are unaware of how rapidly our company's stocks have soared. Following the merger of the 4 stock exchanges, our publicly listed companies have all seen substantial increases, with one real estate subsidiary even doubling in value. At this, Chen Qingsong's spirits lifted considerably. In April of last year, the 4 major stock exchanges in Harbor City had officially merged into a unified trading platform. As the market conditions improved, by the end of 1986, the Hang Seng Index surged from 1,625 points to 2,568 points, with the total market capitalization escalating from 250 billion Hong Kong dollars to 413 Hong Kong dollars, 9 billion. This year, the stock market has experienced even more vigorous growth, with the market values of mid-sized real estate companies such as United Properties, Asia Orient, Sihai, Dayuan, Huidai, and Xian multiplying several times. Naturally, Chen Qingsong, as a major player in real estate, has seen his wealth swell considerably. The Hang Seng Index is racing towards the 4,000 mark, and my father is feeling quite assertive at the moment. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to let me know. I can resolve matters in a heartbeat. At this moment, he appeared as a stark contrast to the man who once faced a debt crisis. You seem rather high-spirited, he remarked. Yet Qianlong shook his head, his expression grave. Witnessing this, the previously jovial Chen Qingsong awkwardly stifled his smile. Along, what troubles you? You do not seem pleased. Father, do you not find this sudden surge in the market somewhat peculiar? Foreign capital is entering the fray, which is not inherently problematic. Every time the Hong Kong stock market enters a bull phase, international investors tend to adopt a bullish stance. Now that the immediate crisis has passed, they undoubtedly have fewer concerns. Father, in my opinion, we should seize this vigorous uptrend and liquidate a portion of our stocks. We could even take this opportunity to issue new shares to raise capital. Chapter 113. If we are to play, let us play for high stakes. Chen Qingsong was taken aback. He could not comprehend his son's intentions. With the entire market trending upward, he suggested liquidating. Furthermore, should Jining issue new shares, it would dilute his holdings yet again, adversely affecting the stock price. Were it not for the fact that Qianlong was seated across from him, Chen Qingsong would have been inclined to impart some wisdom to him. Why is that? Chen Qingsong desperately sought a rationale, unable to suppress his wandering thoughts. Son, you have not truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle, have you? Just tell me how much you need. It would not be impossible for the group to assist you. Qianlong could not help but chuckle. His father, in his concern, was utterly flustered, completely oblivious to the looming crisis hidden within the current prosperity. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Father, I am not facing any issues at Sakura. I currently possess ample cash flow. My recommendation to sell stocks and issue new shares stems from a premonition that the Hong Kong stock market is poised for a significant upheaval in the near future. You mentioned that the market values of certain real estate companies have multiplied several times. Many underperforming stocks have also risen considerably in tandem. Do you not perceive the abundance of bubbles in the market? Chen Qingsong wanted to defend the recent surge in stock prices, but the words caught in his throat. He could not deny that the market had indeed seen an extraordinarily rapid ascent. Just in the first half of this year, the Hang Seng Index had soared by 200 points, a stark contrast to the approximately 200 points it hovered around at the end of last year. This represented an increase of over 50 in the market capitalization of Hong Kong stock market. Everyone anticipated that the Hang Seng Index would breach the 4,000 point barrier in the third quarter, with the index set to break 2,000 point thresholds within a year. However, this did not necessarily validate anything. Bull markets often defy logic, particularly when the majority are optimistic. It was not uncommon for a sustained bull market to last several years. Son, are you perhaps being overly cautious? The public sentiment is overwhelmingly bullish. The recent merger of 4 companies naturally warrants an increase. In Chen Qingsong's view, if a significant downturn were to occur in the stock market, there would surely be some forewarning. Currently, the news was overwhelmingly positive, making Qianlong's bearish outlook seem rather peculiar. Father, Have you noticed that the majority of buyers over the past year have been international, with a significant portion from the United States? Chen Qingsong did not dispute this observation. Indeed, half of the buyers of Jinning's circulating shares hail from the UK and the US. What if I were to tell you that the United States is on the brink of an unprecedented stock market crash? With a cigar in hand, Chen Qingsong could not help but rise, following Chun Long's lead in analysis. If the United States were to experience a stock market crash, it would undoubtedly have a profound impact on Hong Kong, leading to a significant downturn in the Hong Kong stock market, and consequently, the global markets would also be severely affected. Are you suggesting that you are certain the US stock market will plummet? Indeed. A friend of mine in the Ministry of Finance has informed me that the United States is likely to raise interest rates again in the coming 2 months and eliminate tax incentives for corporate mergers in an effort to curb inflation, thereby suppressing the illusory prosperity of the stock market. Chen Qingsong immediately became skeptical. He was aware of some arrangements made by Chun Long within the Ministry of Finance. Kuroda Toyoki held a significant position there. Should the United States indeed raise interest rates and eliminate tax incentives for mergers, those would constitute 2 major bearish signals, inevitably leading to a series of declines in the US stock market. Given that most stock trading nowadays is executed via computer programs, a continuous decline would trigger algorithmic selling mechanisms, resulting in a market crash where sell orders would flood in with no buyers in sight. Father, do you understand the implications of this? Chen Qingsong certainly did. The Hong Kong stock market would inevitably be affected, and he envisioned a scenario where everything turned red. He could not help but shudder, and a sense of foreboding gripped him. If he did not sell now and failed to implement any risk mitigation strategies, should Chun Long's prophecy come to fruition, it would spell disaster for Jinning. Since acquiring several small banks, Jinning had become a company with a high debt ratio. Consequently, the operations of Jinning would become exceedingly difficult amidst a crisis. While selling might incur some losses, possessing substantial cash flow would allow for a swift return to the stock market. Cash is king. Very well, I shall sell. Chen Qingsong gritted his teeth and made the decision. He was not a man devoid of resolve, nor was he indecisive. He had always trusted his son's judgment. Believing he could guide Jinning through one crisis after another, he immediately summoned all heads of listed companies within Jinning Group to his office for a meeting. If we are to play, let us play for high stakes. Chapter 114, High-Level Meeting. Who is in favor? Who is against? The high-level meeting of Jinning Group commenced, with the new chairman of Yuman Bank, Shenzhong, also in attendance. His gaze was complex as he regarded Khatija, who had transformed from a former supervisor into a prominent figure by Chen Qingsong's side. Not only was he responsible for overseeing the operations of Yuman Bank, but he also managed the few small banks acquired by Jinning. His status had elevated beyond measure, and he felt compelled to regard Khatija with a degree of trepidation. In the past, when the Nanyang people were in power, he could discreetly engage in minor manipulations. However, now that the formidable Chun was in charge, he felt any such underhanded tactics would be futile. Khatija was particularly ruthless, having recently conducted a personnel overhaul at several banks. As he contemplated whether to greet Khatija and reminisce, Chen Long entered the conference room, following closely behind Chen Qingsong. The previously noisy room fell silent instantly, with everyone rising to greet the father and son. In Jining Group, Chen Qingsong represented the very essence of authority, wielding control over everyone's future. Chen Long noticed that additional seats had been added to the conference room. During his time at Sakura, Jinning had not ceased its expansion efforts, increasing the number of listed companies significantly. All familiar faces, please take your seats. Yes, a group of individuals settled down in a sparse manner. This gathering was convened to discuss a matter of significance. Silence enveloped the room, for Jianing was a realm ruled by Chen's authority. Discussion? It was merely a notification for all present. I intend to consolidate the entire group's resources to execute the most monumental fundraising initiative in the history of Hong Kong. Before anyone could fully process this proclamation, Chen Qingsong raised a finger and declared, "The target is 100 billion Hong Kong dollars." The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress their murmurs. 100 billion Hong Kong dollars is equivalent to the market capitalization of numerous major publicly listed companies. Some individuals were exhilarated. Perceiving this goal as a challenge, the big boss was indeed making a grand move. Yet, many others were filled with curiosity, pondering the purpose behind such a vast sum. They immediately recalled Chun Long's recent decision to divest real estate in Sakura. Although Jia Ning had suppressed the news, rumors had still seeped through. Was the big boss attempting to use the group's funds to cover his beloved son's debts? This was a thought that unconsciously crossed many minds. Such actions would undoubtedly plunge all of Jia Ning's publicly listed companies into peril. Should Jia Ning Sakura face a crisis, all of Jia Ning's listed stocks would likely plummet in response. They yearned to voice their concerns, but Chen Qingsong's formidable presence left them hesitant, being loyal confidants of the Chen family. Just then, Khatija unexpectedly raised her hand. Do you have an objection? Under the piercing gaze that seemed to devour her, Khadijah's body trembled slightly. Even Xinzhong, an erstwhile adversary, wiped his brow in disbelief. This individual truly considered herself a lone voice of dissent. Wasn't opposing now tantamount to courting disaster? Boss, I believe it is imprudent to utilize the funds of the publicly listed companies. We could secure additional loans from the bank. Leveraging and pledging our equity offers ample maneuvering space. At this juncture, prompting all publicly listed companies to issue new shares would undoubtedly provoke adverse public sentiment, and the stock offering plan would inevitably yield unsatisfactory results. Everyone found Khadijah's reasoning sound. Borrowing from the bank would certainly create less noise than issuing new shares. For once, Khadijah had earned her moment in the spotlight. Qingsong could not help but smile. Khadijah's willingness to step forward was indeed a pleasant surprise. Yet it was also within the realm of expectation. Anyone present could betray him, but Khadijah would not. You articulated your points well. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, this fundraising effort is not driven by personal interests. I possess credible insider information suggesting that a significant upheaval may soon strike the Hong Kong stock market. The purpose of this fundraising is to ensure liquidity, and on another front, to facilitate further expansion and acquisitions. Qingsong spoke earnestly, and the assembly had never witnessed such a heartfelt side of the big boss, which left them in a state of half-belief. Qianlong then added, I can assure everyone that Jianing Sakura is operating smoothly. We currently hold tens of trillions of Japanese yen in our accounts. My decision to sell properties is also a strategic preparation for future acquisitions at advantageous prices. Should anyone doubt this, you are welcome to accompany me for a verification of our assets. With the eldest son having made such a statement, who would dare to truly inspect the accounts? Their sole concern now lay with the big boss's insider information. The Hong Kong stock market was currently thriving, with nearly 10 real estate stocks having multiplied several times. It hardly seemed plausible for a sudden downturn to occur. Nonetheless, they found themselves with no opportunity to voice dissent. The big boss had chosen to take a gamble, and they had no choice but to closely follow suit. Even if the market did not decline and Jianing Sakura did not encounter a crisis, they could simply proceed with acquisitions using the funds, incurring no substantial losses. Qingsong continued, we must excel in guiding public sentiment. No unfavorable news regarding Jianing must be allowed to circulate. Our fundraising effort must be promoted as a boon to the market. Qingsong was quite confident in this aspect of publicity. It had been his modus operandi for many years, and investors held a deep-seated faith in the myth of Jianing he had created. Chapter 115, Li Banqing's Late Realization. When the news of Jianing's 100 billion fundraising plan broke, it indeed added fuel to the already fervent stock market. Jianing shareholders held an unwavering belief in Qingsong and his son. Although rumors had circulated 4 years prior regarding Jianing's potential collapse due to 100 billion debt, the company had weathered several major crises, and the myth of its market value persisted. Gradually, people began to believe that Jianing's market capitalization was simply meant to be. Perhaps transforming the fictitious into reality is a unique skill, as even experts who typically scoffed at Jianing began to regard Qingsong with newfound respect. While others might boast without substance, Qingsong's fabrications seemed to fulfill dreams. Thus, people gradually forgot Jianing's dark history, only recalling the astonishing acquisition deals and the ease with which he maneuvered funds. Consequently, the process of issuing new shares for Jianing's publicly listed companies progressed exceptionally smoothly. Given the substantial public relations costs, experts who had been compensated would not cling to any unfavorable rumors, instead declaring Jianing's share issuance a significant positive development. The Chun father and son duo, with their keen vision, executed transactions such as UKPN, Hong Kong Electric, and the acquisition of Hunglong's land with remarkable brilliance. This fundraising endeavor aimed at a more extensive industry layout would undoubtedly elevate the venerable real estate company Jianing to new heights. Under the auspices of various media promotions, Jianing's 100 billion Hong Kong dollar fundraising became a landmark financing event, with all companies' offerings meeting with great success. New and old shareholders alike clamored to subscribe. However, Li Banqing sensed something amiss. Having always adhered to the principle of not leaving a single penny unearned, he possessed an astonishing foresight regarding the market. It appeared that Qingsong and his son were urgently seeking to mitigate risks. His advisory team began to investigate all market data from the past 2 years. Ultimately, through meticulous calculations, he arrived at a conclusion that even he found hard to accept. After the October holiday, would the stock market soon face a significant downturn? Yes, boss. But rest assured, this is a natural economic cycle. The decline will not be severe, merely a correction due to the rapid price increases over the past year. Li Banqing, however, did not allow this to quell his suspicions. Rather, he shook his head repeatedly. He understood all too well the chaotic scenes that would ensue should a significant downturn occur amidst a thriving market. The herd mentality, the Dalihua effect. Coupled with Jia Ning's activities, Li Banqing felt a sense of dread. Was the Chun family anticipating a bear market? In September, Li Banqing followed suit, announcing a grand fundraising initiative for Huanghe Industrial. The two real estate giants both opted to issue new shares, sending the market into a frenzy. People seemed to have uncovered a startling secret. It turned out that Jia Ning and Huanghe Industrial were completely at odds. Not only were the sons engaged in a business battle, but the fathers were also unwilling to remain idle, boldly stepping into the fray. Alas, the Chun and Li families were utterly misunderstood by the public. Although neither had any intention of conflict, both were merely seeking to hedge against risks. Yet they were perceived as embroiled in a business war. With both companies located in Central, they were well acquainted with one another. And the atmosphere among employees was tinged with an undercurrent of rivalry. Even companies like Henderson, New World, and various small to medium-sized real estate firms hesitated to follow the lead of the two giants into this apparent conflict. In such a tussle, it was often the other companies that found themselves unwittingly caught in the crossfire. Regrettably, the market did not afford them the luxury of hesitation. At the beginning of October, Hong Kong stock market surged again due to the National Day holiday, with the Hang Seng Index reaching the significant milestone of 3,970 points. Just one step forward would breach the 4,000-point barrier. Everyone eagerly anticipates the Hang Seng Index to reach new heights. In such a fervent atmosphere, Chun Chingsong finds himself wavering. To soothe his concerns, Chun Long procures several reputable financial publications from the United States. Ultimately, Chun Chingsong discovers a notable insight, starting from the latter half of the year. Unsettling signals have begun to emerge from the American stock market. Indeed, the Federal Reserve has identified that the economy's figures are inflated and has been issuing warnings about interest rate hikes. The current market correction is merely an appetizer. Very well. I shall wait and observe, he resolves. In fact, Chun Chingsong does not have to wait long. On October 13th, a proposed tax increase from the House of Representatives precipitates a widespread decline in the stock market the following day. The U.S. Department of Commerce releases unfavorable news, revealing that the trade deficit for the previous quarter far exceeds expectations, causing the dollar's exchange rate to plummet once again. The market is plagued by fears of habitual interest rate increases from the Federal Reserve, leading to a staggering 38-point drop in the stock market. Consequently, global markets are adversely affected, with the other three major financial markets also experiencing declines. Over the next 2 trading days, U.S. stocks continue to plummet, accumulating a total drop of 10 within just 3 trading sessions. There are no warnings in the market, yet many astute individuals have already sensed the impending crisis. They plan to rush to sell as soon as the market opens on the following Monday. Meanwhile, the market in Hong Kong continues to flourish, with newspapers urging the public to seize the opportunity to invest amidst the downturn in U.S. stocks. Many investors in Hong Kong regard this merely as a temporary correction, failing to take it seriously. On Monday, October 19th, the Hong Kong market opens first. Chapter 116. A reversal of reversals. Have we misjudged Jianing? The market opening is delayed by an hour, commencing at 10:30 a.m. Investors gathered outside the Hong Kong Stock Exchange are anxious and exchanging snippets of dubious information. Rumors surface regarding Jianing Sakura's recent large-scale divestment of properties in Tokyo, suggesting a potential cash flow crisis. A relative of Sakura claims that the rumors are true. At the time, the situation caused quite a stir, but all news was suppressed by Chun Chingsong. No wonder we heard nothing. Some connect this with Jianing Group's recent actions to raise tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars, speculating that Chun Chingsong is secretly preparing for his son's takeover. How foolish I was to trust the two of them. I even invested substantially when the new shares were offered. Alas, Chun Chingsong's illustrious reputation is tarnished in an instant. How pitiful the hearts of parents can be. What is there to pity about them? The true victims are the small and medium investors left in the dark, now embroiled in a scandal that everyone is aware of. Today, shares in Jianing's companies are bound to plummet. Upon hearing this news, those who had subscribed to Jianing's new shares contemplate halting their subscription plans. However, when they read the contract stipulating that a market downturn is not considered an irresistible force, they find they cannot withdraw. They can only curse under their breath. Damn it. All crows under heaven are alike. I checked Huanghe Industry subscription document, and guess what? It contains the same inconspicuous clause. The two wealthy magnates must have anticipated the decline in Hong Kong stocks, treating us as a hedging channel. Aside from a few grumbled complaints, they have no recourse. They can only hope that after the market opens late today, the stock prices 1T continue to fall. In truth, they remain optimistic about the Hong Kong market. During the 4 days of closure, the Hong Kong Eagle officials and experts have not been idle. They first affirmed Chun Wanxian's South decision to close the market as legitimate, praising it as the most beneficial choice for investors. Then, Experts actively took to television to soothe public sentiment, asserting that as U.S. stocks begin to rebound, there is no reason for the Hong Kong market to continue its descent. All eyes eventually face exposure. Once the market opens, stock prices plummet dramatically. There are suddenly no buyers or sellers. One doubts even the experts themselves believe their own words. As foreign capital has lost trust in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange under Chen Wanxian's control, and the wealthy are poised to offload their holdings, the eager public, anticipating a rise, instead sees the screen filled with red. Within mere hours, the Hang Seng Index has fallen nearly 900 points, equivalent to a loss of 14 in market value. After the morning session concludes, everyone looks ashen. They feel doomed, and even at bargain prices, there may be no buyers. Once popular stocks see only a trickle of trades, with the opening purchase price becoming the morning's peak. A pervasive atmosphere of pessimism envelopes the entire market. The experts, who just moments ago were confidently offering their insights, fall silent. Even the dimmest among them realize that the stock index is bound to continue its decline this afternoon. They cannot escape the market correction. The stocks destined to fall will plummet further, as the index threatens to breach the 2,000-point mark. Jining Group's associated shares are not spared from the steep decline, as panic selling ensues in response to the rumors. Many investors curse Chun and his son for their lack of integrity. They had placed their trust in Jining, only to be harshly betrayed. Conversely, Li Banqing's Huanghe Group receives considerable praise. People believe that Li Chaoren has sensed the crisis, and his fundraising efforts have ensured sufficient cash flow for several listed companies, allowing them to take evasive action in time. The public begins to view the Li family's enterprises favorably for future development. Some even suggest that the authorities investigate Chun and his son, questioning the legality of their share issuance. Witnessing such polarized opinions, Chen Qingsong cannot help but smirk. Father, this is precisely what we anticipated when we released the information. A few complaints are inconsequential. If these investors truly trusted us, they wouldn't be selling our stocks at this moment. Those leaving are merely speculators and large institutions. The small investors can't escape even if they wanted to. That makes sense. So what should we do next? Chen Long pondered before responding. Currently, the entire world is skeptical of the Hong Kong market. To dispel the misunderstandings, we must enter the market boldly and announce the commencement of a stock buyback for Jining. Chen Qingsong nodded in agreement. Indeed, everyone wishes to offload their stocks. This is an opportune moment for buybacks and bottom fishing. With swift decisiveness, Chen Qingsong personally leads a press conference. Facing the inquiries of investor representatives, he declares to all media, Jining has not encountered any cash difficulties. We will not jeopardize a single cent of our investors, and will not disregard our vast base of supporters. I have formally applied for an exemption to repurchase our own stocks, and the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars raised by Jining will be entirely allocated for stock repurchases, along with substantial investments in the shares of our brother companies in Hong Kong. A murmur of astonishment spreads through the audience, as journalists begin to whisper among themselves. The representatives of investors appear utterly bewildered. Could it be that they have been misled by rumors regarding Jining and the Chen family? Chapter 117. The Chen family is not to be trusted. They are buying our bottom. The wealthy in Hong Kong cannot help but chuckle at this revelation. Chen Qingsong, unrepentant in his role as a deceiver, has their trust in the buyback of his own stocks, but when it comes to claims of purchasing shares in other groups, they merely find it amusing. Only the seasoned investors of Jining would believe this. Can they not see the current state of the stock market in Hong Kong? It is tumultuous due to the reckless maneuvers of Chen Wanxian and a group of Hong Kong officials. Foreign media have voiced numerous criticisms, and the little credibility they had has long since evaporated. What is paramount in international business? It is reputation. The reason investors flocked to Hong Kong in the past was because it was an economic free port. Now, you close the market when it falls and reopen it when it rises, with revelations of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange's higher-ups manipulating the market. If one day you see others profiting excessively, will you not resort to desperate measures like the unscrupulous? One must not be too naive. Under such circumstances, even the spirits would shy away, as foreign capital exits at an alarming rate to avoid becoming mere fodder. As an international financial hub, half of the investments in Hong Kong stocks come from abroad. Thus, in the eyes of these affluent businessmen, the current decimation of the stock market is an inevitable trend. Absent extraordinary circumstances, it would take at least 4 to 5 years for Hong Kong stocks to regain their vitality. In 4 to 5 years, to outpace inflation, one would need a net profit of 26. Considering the market has only plummeted by 22, it is likely to decline another 30. This arithmetic implies that the market must surge by at least 60 for Chen Qingsong to break even. No one rises early without the prospect of profit. Only a fool would engage in such misguided investments. Chen Qingsong is not foolish. He is merely deceiving the vast array of investors while painting grand illusions for his followers. The next day, indeed, Jining began repurchasing its own shares. Some speculators followed suit, resulting in a counter-trend surge for Jianing. This upward momentum persisted until Thursday. However, the Hang Seng Index continued its relentless decline, closing on Monday at 2,500 points, and by Thursday, it had plummeted below the 2,000-point threshold. On the final trading day of the week, the atmosphere in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange was one of eerie silence, with every individual wearing a serious expression, their eyes betraying a sense of numbness. They regretted selling Jianing stocks in the first place and wished they had purchased more. Now, extricating themselves from their positions was proving quite challenging. Some cursed vehemently, Chun Song is so fickle. Brother, do you still expect the Chun family to rescue the market? They are merely paying lip service. How can you speak so carelessly? You know the current market conditions. Their decision to repurchase their own shares is already a commendable act. If you have heavily invested in Jianing, of course, you would say that. In truth, the Chun family is no different from those tycoons driven by self-interest. The speaker's voice trailed off abruptly, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Look quickly. Suddenly, a few streaks of green appeared on the big screen. And within moments of their astonishment, the area of green expanded significantly. Several blue-chip stocks in Hong Kong instantaneously turned blue. They were rising. The Hang Seng Index was rising. After 5 consecutive days of decline, the market began to rebound just before Friday's close. The trading hall erupted with jubilant cheers. It was the Chun family's private equity fund making substantial purchases of blue-chip stocks. In a mere 15 minutes, Hong Kong Telecom, HSBC Holdings, Huanghe Industries, and New World Development began to rise rapidly. The investors present felt an undeniable force fervently buying up shares of these 20-odd stocks. The Hang Seng Index swiftly surpassed 2,000 points, soaring over 300 points in just 1 hour. The day's trading volume doubled compared to previous days, reaching a staggering 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Observant individuals quickly sensed something amiss. The funds deployed by Jianing Group and the Chun family's private equity fund were undoubtedly far beyond 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, with such buying power. Today's trading volume would surely exceed the 10 billion mark. At that moment, Chun Long ceased to feign modesty. The funds at his disposal for the private equity fund were not limited to just a couple of 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Currently liquidating Sakura real estate on a grand scale, the cash he could access had reached a frightening figure. He promptly issued orders to all traders to spare no effort and to buy aggressively in the market for blue-chip stocks. Chun Song could not help but tighten his grip on the highly coveted Roboto. The timing of this maneuver just before the Friday close was impeccable, catching several major families off guard. This was the moment when these financial tycoons were at their most complacent, forced to watch as the Chun family's private equity fund amassed large quantities of their listed company stocks. Applying for buyback exemptions also required time, at least 3 to 5 business days. The 4 major families quickly realized that the Chun family intended to bottom-feed their stocks. And if the Chun family continued to buy aggressively, they risked losing control over their own conglomerates. All right, Chun family, are you really playing this game? Chapter 118. The stock market soars, and the Chun family reaps the rewards. The news of the soaring stock index filled investors with exhilaration, with many moved to tears. The Chun family had taken action. Hope was rekindled for Hong Kong stocks, and those previously trapped in the market saw a glimmer of optimism. A TVB News reporter commented live, "Citizens, today the Chun family's private equity fund, Jianing Group, and Jianing Sakura invested over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars into the market. Let us hear what the investors have to say." An ecstatic investor, with a hoarse voice, shouted into the microphone, "The Chun family is incredible, Jianing is phenomenal. Chun Song is amazing, and Chun Long is outstanding." Another investor snatched the microphone. "Damn it, I'm not human for ever doubting the Chun family would save the market. From now on, I am their most loyal fan. If anyone dares to call them unscrupulous merchants, I will be the first to slap them." The reporter attempted to reclaim the microphone from the overzealous investor, but it ended up in the hands of another seasoned trader. Initially, all foreign investors believed Hong Kong's prospects were bleak. It was the Chun family who first stepped forward. Now that Hong Kong is facing an unprecedented stock disaster, everyone thinks its reputation is shattered, and even we were bearish, yet it was the Chun family who stepped up once again. Those who previously called them unscrupulous merchants are likely regretting their words. The Chun family was not only repurchasing their own stocks, but also taking long positions on a significant portion of blue-chip stocks. The scale of acquisition far exceeded the initially publicized 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. The public's expectations were not particularly high. They simply wished to see the stock market rise. Perhaps just a hint of sunshine. The Chun family's audacious investment of over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars made investors feel as though they had spotted a rainbow after a torrential downpour, invigorating their spirits. Mainstream media expressed unanimous support and optimism for the Chun family's market rescue efforts. However, those being bottom-fed among the Hong Kong businessmen were far less jubilant. Their control over companies relied on a pyramid shareholding model, enabling them to indirectly govern numerous large corporations with only a small percentage of shares. Now, the Chun family's significant actions in the secondary market put them at a disadvantage, as any misstep could result in the control of their companies slipping into the hands of the Chun family. Li Banqing immediately convened several of his listed groups for an emergency meeting. By dawn, the application for stock repurchases was submitted to the governor's desk. The governor's office, which was supposed to be closed on Saturday, operated with unprecedented efficiency, swiftly approving the buyback applications from more than a dozen major listed groups. Those unaware might think that this group of capitalists and foreign elites finally showed a charitable side, performing an act that delighted the public. By Sunday, rumors of the major conglomerates joining forces to stabilize the market were rampant. Many uninformed citizens were genuinely deceived, praising the four prominent families for exhibiting a modicum of conscience, suggesting they were not solely pursuing personal gain at the expense of the public. The families, who harbored considerable grievances, could only suppress their frustrations and publicly commend the Qin family. The Jianing Group was exemplary, with nearly all capable listed companies initiating stock buybacks, leading to a belief that the stock market would surely witness a significant bull run on Monday. Jianing quickly became a benchmark for the entire city, with even competitors singing praises of the Chun family during interviews. Indeed, after the market opened on Monday, almost all core blue-chip stocks experienced a surge. Within just half an hour of trading, the index had risen by 150 points. By the time the market closed, the Hang Seng Index had soared to a high of 2,700 points. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange was filled with scenes of excited investors embracing one another. This was the miraculous achievement of Jianing and the major Hong Kong merchants, even in the absence of foreign capital. The Hong Kong market was rapidly rebounding at an astonishing pace, thanks to the collective efforts of its people. The miracle created by Jianing continued to unfold. Every investor in Hong Kong should remember that this commercial marvel was the product of Jianing, as Chun Qingsong and his son invigorated the entire secondary market. Li Banqing, feeling disgruntled, tossed the newspaper onto the table. Despite having invested 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in stock buybacks himself, his name was conspicuously absent from the front page. All media outlets were clamoring to extol the Qin family, relegating him to the role of an insignificant supporting character. The room full of staff members dared not utter a word. Only the assistant's voice could be heard reporting. As of today's South Market close, we have invested 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars in repurchasing stocks from our 4 listed companies. But what? Li Banqing pressed. The Chun Family Foundation has been fiercely competing with us for buy orders, causing the stock prices to soar rapidly, and our costs are continuously increasing. If this stalemate continues, it will be detrimental to us. Upon hearing this, Li Banqing furrowed his brow. He was perplexed by the Chun family's audacity in persistently bidding up the prices of Huanghe Industries and several other groups under his control. Did they truly intend to target him in the stock market? Did Qianlong not realize that the current price of Huanghe Industries was excessively inflated, and that continuing this rivalry would yield no benefits for anyone? Chapter 119. The Four Families Seek Reconciliation. Qianlong understood well the value of Huanghe Industries. It was still in a state of undervaluation. In 1979, Huanghe had a market capitalization of just over 600 million Hong Kong dollars. With the support of HSBC, Li Banqing had leveraged this to acquire Huang, which subsequently drove Huanghe Industries stock price to great heights. Before the stock market crash, the price of Huanghe was at its peak. However, with the market undergoing a significant downturn, it inevitably plummeted. By 2015, the market value of Huanghe Industries would reach 354.6 billion Hong Kong dollars. Over 30 years, its value skyrocketed by 600 times. Any notion of inflation paled in comparison to such growth. Considering the annual dividends, the figures were astronomical. How could Qianlong not covet such a prosperous company? Moreover, Huang was a major conglomerate integrating energy, shipping, and port operations. Li Banqing's opposition to Hu Fushan's construction of a cross-harbor bridge stemmed from concerns that it would impact his port's profitability. It is worth noting that Hu had financed several bridges from his own pocket, ultimately donating them to the state. In contrast, the distinction between a profiteer and a patriotic businessman was starkly evident, even if he could not successfully target the controlling shares. Merely intimidating Li Banqing would bring him great satisfaction. Chen Qingsong, meanwhile, was delighted to witness Li Banqing's predicament at the hands of his own son. Son, do you think if we push old Li too hard, he might seek a reconciliation? Not likely. We are only purchasing publicly traded shares in the secondary market. Besides, I won't grant anyone a favor. They must either follow my lead in buying or passively watch as I acquire their shares. Just as he spoke, someone knocked on the door of Jianing's private room. Boss, it's Mr. Hua, Mr. Hu, and Old Master Xiao. Hearing this, both Qianlong and Chen Qingsong frowned. The timing of Hua and the others' visit was suspicious. Surely, they weren't here to negotiate peace. Both father and son silently cursed their luck. They could afford to disregard anyone's favor, except for that of Hua and his associates. Their relationship transcended monetary considerations. It was akin to comrades in the same trench. Upon being ushered in, Hua and the others appeared equally awkward. Hua, who has such influence to persuade you to mediate? Mr. Hu, I just told my father that you are a paragon of virtue, serving the nation and the people, and are a mentor I greatly admire. Old Master Xiao, surely you don't wish. The group felt increasingly uncomfortable, avoiding Chun Long's gaze. Witnessing this, Chun Qingsong couldn't suppress a chuckle. Along, please spare us and refrain from disparaging our attempts. We owe some debts of gratitude from years past, and cannot refuse them outright. However, our purpose for mediation is ultimately for your benefit. Hua wore a look of resignation. He was a close friend of Li Zhaoji, and while he could ignore Li Banqing's concerns, he could not dismiss Li Zhaoji's. Along, from the first time I met you 4 years ago, I recognized you as a golden fish. You would become a dragon amidst the winds and clouds. However, I did not anticipate your rapid ascension, to the point where even the 4 wealthiest families now regard you with trepidation. What I wish to convey today is that certain matters are not as straightforward as you might think. The 4 wealthy families are deeply entrenched. After all, these old-timers are your father's contemporaries. Should they unite, it would only lead to mutual destruction, benefiting outsiders. Chen Long smiled lightly. He had indeed driven the traditional families of Hong Kong to desperation. The usually discordant factions were now contemplating an alliance. Each of them had their own agendas. And even if they did unite, they would merely be a disorganized rabble. Nonetheless, given the sordid history of these elite families, he did not wish to push them too hard. You are still young. In this generation of Hong Kong, who could possibly rival you? The wisdom of gathering grain and patiently awaiting the opportunity is not lost on you. Now is not the ideal time to sever ties with the prominent families. I must wait for the right moment. Very well, Hua, Mr. Hu, Old Master Xiao, I will grant you this favor. Upon hearing this, the 3 men let out a collective sigh of relief. Although they were acting on behalf of others, they genuinely did not wish to see Chen Long clash head-on with the 4 families. Currently, the sentiment was predominantly bullish. If they engaged in a life-or-death struggle, it would be detrimental to internal unity. A mutual downfall could provide an opening for the ever-watchful foreign investors. After bidding farewell to the visitors, Chen Qingsong inquired of Chun Long, "Darling son, are we truly letting this go?" "Of course not. Our white gloves are not singular. I merely promised them that the Chun Foundation would refrain from further action, but I did not agree to abstain from utilizing other companies for indirect control." At this, Chun Long's spirit soared. He had indeed set his sights firmly on the 4 families. Excellent. I still possess the flair of my youth. The marketplace is a battlefield. If we show compassion today, what obstacles might we face in the future? The 4 families will not hesitate to exploit our vulnerabilities. Chapter 120. Pushed to the brink. Dragging the entire industry down with them. Following the Chun Foundation's retreat, the members of the 4 families collectively exhaled in relief. In the face of the stock market crash, all beings are rendered equal. Their fortunes have also suffered considerable blows, leading to a dire need for capital everywhere. If the Chun family remains obstinate, they truly have no better recourse. Li Banqing, upon witnessing this, fell into deep contemplation, his expression grave. "Father, what troubles you? Shouldn't we be pleased that the Chun family has ceased their relentless pursuit of our vulnerabilities?" In response to his eldest son's inquiry, Li Banqing hesitated before replying, No. I have prepared to unite with several parties to negotiate with Chun Qingsong and his son. They have no reason to be so amenable. If I were in their position, I certainly would not relent so swiftly. They would demand some form of advantage." Li Zikai remained silent, sensing his father's overcautiousness. No matter how formidable the Chen family might be, their resources too would eventually dwindle. They had summoned Sir Xiao for dialogue, which was a means of providing each other a graceful exit. "Father, could it be that you are overestimating the Chen family? Let us hope that is indeed the case. At the very least, as of now, there are no signs of the Chun family plotting any covert actions. By the way, why has Li Zheji been in Eagle Country for such an extended period? With such significant events unfolding at home, he should check in. Please urge him to return promptly to report." Witnessing Li Banqing's mounting frustration, Li Zikai hastily dialed Li Zheju. "Older brother, it is quite late. What brings you to seek me? You have resolved matters in Eagle Country, have you not? If so, return as soon as possible. You know how father can be." "Understood. I shall return tomorrow." After hanging up, a group of Sakura girls eagerly brought drinks to his lips. However, the second son of Li had lost all desire to indulge in revelry. He had naturally heard of the events transpiring in Port City, where Chun Long had unleashed a formidable influence, single-handedly propelling the market towards a bullish trend. This had become a hot topic among the elite of the Sakura society. Observing Chun Long basking in such glory filled Li air with an undeniable sense of discomfort. What puzzled him was how Long, who was supposedly grappling with a debt crisis, could still muster such substantial funds to capitalize on the market in Port City. Even his own father was being driven to extremes, seemingly exerting every ounce of effort. Young Masterly, have you encountered some difficulties? Li Zeju hastily responded. Mr. Wang, my father has requested that I return to Port City to assist with some family business matters. The commotion caused by Long is indeed substantial. That fellow is utterly despicable, using borrowed funds to engage in grand acquisitions in Port City. Wang Nen merely voiced his habitual grievances to Li Zeju. There is a saying about sharing a common enemy. His complaints were intended to earn the trust of the second son of Li. However, Li Zeju took his words to heart, and an idea struck him. Mr. Wang, I presume you are acquainted with several prominent figures in the Sakura banking sector? Wang Nan, unaware of Li Zeju's intentions, nodded slowly. Then it becomes simpler. Long must have mobilized substantial funds, likely utilizing loans intended for real estate. If you could incite several major banks to confront Long, Janning Sakura would undoubtedly find itself in a deeper debt crisis. Upon saying this, a sinister smile crept across Li Zeju's face. At that point, we can all converge and share in the spoils of Janning Sakura's assets. Would you not agree? Wang Nin immediately concurred. Indeed, this presents an excellent opportunity to challenge Long. Young Masterly, I shall reach out to the other banks at once. Let us conclude today's gathering. Once outside, Wang Nan's expression darkened, and he promptly relayed Li Er's scheme to Long boss. If the four major financial groups become aware of this, they will surely seize the opportunity to confront us, and we would find ourselves in a passive position. I have certainly considered this. In fact, without Li Zeju's reminder, the four major financial groups may already be in motion. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan was taken aback. He had long regarded himself as part of Janning, and now that Janning Sakura faced a debt crisis, he could not remain on the sidelines. Boss, should I transfer a portion of the funds? No need, huh? While others may fear the four major financial groups, Long does not. If pushed to the edge, I will liquidate all my properties and stocks. The repercussions will not merely befall my family, but the entirety of Sakura. Wang Nin envisioned the scenario of Janning Sakura engaging in a mass asset sell-off, and he, along with Nanbua, would undoubtedly follow suit. The three of them would collectively crash the market, resulting in an apocalyptic scenario for Sakura's real estate sector. The entire real estate industry in Sakura would face ruin. A situation that the four major financial groups, who had made real estate collateral their primary focus, desperately wished to avoid. Chapter 121, No More Pretenses. I have determined to claim this deadbeat. However, Long reconsidered. This might indeed be his optimal opportunity to withdraw from the Sakura real estate market. He could leverage this situation to sell properties to the Nanbua Group and Quanro Financial Group. With this thought, he instructed his assistant to contact Nanbua and Tianxin to convene a meeting. Upon hearing that Long wished to see him, and Tianxin was initially reluctant. This grand alliance was more of a nominal arrangement, having provided him little assistance, and instead, had continually impeded the efforts of the Fuji Corporation. Take the Nanbua Group. For instance, they had promised that Tian Bank would provide the funds while Nanbua Group would contribute land and effort to jointly develop the Madwa Half-City project. Yet, Nanbua had taken his money and aggressively acquired land, leading to significant delays in the project. Meanwhile, Janning Sakura was not to be underestimated either. They held the land for the Madwa new city but had made little progress, with excavators working tirelessly, yet no buildings in sight. Recently, Long had been recklessly pouring money into Port City, appearing anything but cash-strapped. Long's actions had drawn considerable ire. Dissent had been brewing within Fuji, with many seemingly awaiting Janning Sakura's downfall to pounce. Thus, when summoned by Long, and Tianxin found his previous enthusiasm waning. Regardless, they remained nominal allies, and he was curious to see what Long might be plotting at this juncture. With such thoughts, he arrived at Janning Sakura's headquarters, slightly behind Nanbua. Before entering the reception room, he could faintly hear the jovial laughter of Nanbua and Long engaged in animated discussion. He vaguely caught snippets of their conversation concerning preferential purchasing rights. Gentlemen, what delightful topics occupy your discussion? Long's face radiated not a hint of concern, but rather of vibrant excitement. And Tianxin felt increasingly uneasy. Surely Long had not gone entirely unaware of the brewing storm. Shouldn't he be displaying signs of worry and strategizing his response? Mr. Chun, are you discussing the attempts by several major financial groups to disassemble Janning Sakura? And Tianxin, slightly flustered, masked his discomfort with a smile. And what course of action do you intend to take? What can I do? I shall simply lie back and let them have their way. If they wish to break apart my enterprises, I might as well be proactive and sell them off at a discount. As you know, I entered the market early. Even if I sell at half price, I will still profit. If they are eager to press for debt repayment, I shall oblige. Upon hearing this, and Tianxin's demeanor shifted to alarm. If Long truly sold at half price, Tokyo's property values would inevitably plummet alongside his actions. Qianlong need no longer be troubled by concerns regarding loans. It is the local denizens, the real estate magnates of Tokyo, who shall face the repercussions. Yasuda, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Mr. Chun, you absolutely must not proceed in this manner. We can convene and discuss our matters, can't we? Your actions are disturbing the equilibrium of market prices." Qianlong retorted with displeasure. "May I inquire which law concerning cherry blossoms prohibits the sale of properties at a reduced price? Furthermore, Mr. Yasuda, I consider you an ally. As the saying goes, the best water should not flow to outsiders. Naturally, I shall prioritize selling to my own kind." Yasuda was momentarily taken aback. Realizing only then what the priority purchasing right entailed, he pulled Nanbo aside, reflecting on their relatively longer acquaintance. Yasuda Shinojo could not help but feel that this Mr. Nanbo was somewhat unpredictable. How could he not grasp the implications of Qianlong's current actions, especially after devising a scheme to swindle money from Yasuda Bank for land acquisition? After much earnest counsel, Nanbo finally comprehended that purchasing at half price would precipitate a collapse in property values. Yet, with a dispassionate demeanor, he remarked, "Lower prices are advantageous. Property values will inevitably rebound. We can seize the opportunity while Mr. Chun drives down the prices, buy in, and subsequently develop together, can't we?" Nanbo, are you genuinely astute or utterly foolish? Have you not considered that a decline in property prices could result in immediate calamity for your Nanbo group? Nanbo was indeed aware but dismissed the concern. If disaster struck, he could simply escape abroad with his children. As his fraudulent endeavors expanded, he felt increasingly overwhelmed. For he was merely a con artist, not a legitimate entrepreneur. Had it not been for Bai Shui's assistance, he might have been exposed long ago. Observing Nanbo's indifferent expression, Yasuda Shinojo felt his patience fraying. Faced with such a nonchalant ally, what could he possibly say? It fell upon Yasuda Shinojo to persuade Qianlong to retract such a terrifying notion. He felt utterly disheartened, having come to witness a farcical scenario where he himself became the subject of ridicule. Chapter 122. Eager to be the fool, selling at a loss. The tycoons won't comply. Gentlemen, as allies, we at Jianing Sakura have not contributed much, and I feel deeply remorseful. As we approach the conclusion of our operations, consider these properties as my last token of goodwill. With that, he had signs indicating half-price sales affixed to the property models. Should any of you find a location of interest, simply inform my secretary. Do not hesitate on my account. However, you must act swiftly, for in a few days, I shall officially announce the liquidation, and then it will be a race to see who can pay the fastest. It became evident that Qianlong was serious, and Yasuda Shinojo could no longer remain composed. The crux of the matter lay in Nanbo, who was heartlessly scrutinizing prices as if he were a villager selecting cabbage in a field, weighing options meticulously. Yasuda was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling slightly. Qianlong, noticing his demeanor, inquired with concern, "Mr. Yasuda, are you feeling unwell? You seem to be sweating profusely." "Oh, yes, you've noticed. I do feel a bit under the weather. Perhaps I should return another day," he replied, hastily exiting. Yasuda Shinojo felt as though he were racing against time. If Nanbo were to usurp Jianing Sakura's foundation, the fate of Sakura's real estate would be doomed. Given Jianing Sakura's current scale, selling all properties at half price would disrupt the entire Tokyo real estate market. It would be akin to a scenario where all fruits and smartphones were priced at 7 or 8,000 yen, only for a major retailer to suddenly announce a half-price clearance. The quality remained consistent. It was evident to any consumer which option they would prefer. Other retailers, witnessing this, would be alarmed, realizing they were entering a price war. Thus, they too would begin slashing prices, each lower than the last. Many domestic electronics giants had grown through such price wars, including the wealthiest at Gome. Yasuda Shinojo could not be oblivious to the potential fallout. If Qianlong were to spiral further into madness, they would all be left in ruin. While Qianlong could simply walk away, they remained entrenched here. A collapse in real estate would also drag down their other investments. Contemplating this, he immediately contacted several other major conglomerates. "If you wish to avoid disaster, we must convene urgently to discuss our next steps." The other financial giants, upon receiving the news that Qianlong had begun to flounder, were momentarily taken aback. They confronted Qianlong, seeking a resolution that did not align with the current outcome. They desired to partition Jianing's assets, not to have Qianlong depress the property values. They were not impoverished laborers, but capitalists, not altruists. The pressure they exerted on Jianing Sakura was merely intended to extract concessions from Qianlong. "This is all your fault. If you had not pressed so hard, Qianlong would not have resorted to such drastic measures. How can you still speak? You were the most vociferous. And just yesterday your newspaper publicly accused Qianlong of illegally diverting loans without ascertaining the facts." The conglomerates began to blame each other, creating a chaotic atmosphere. It quickly dawned on everyone that their collective pressure had inadvertently burdened Qianlong. Continuing to argue would not resolve anything, with Nambwa now in play. If they signed a contract, it would be too late. Then, Yasuda, what do you propose? If we wish to maintain stable property values, we must act together to repurchase all of Jianing Sakura's real estate at a premium. That's a solid plan. If we purchase at a high price, surely Qianlong cannot refuse to sell. Indeed, we must coordinate our efforts. No one can lag behind. Very well, let us proceed to confront Qianlong. Yes, let us join forces to thwart Nambwa. A throng of prominent figures from Sakura hastily boarded their vehicles. To an outsider, it would appear that a momentous event was unfolding in Tokyo's business realm. The traffic police of Sakura had never witnessed such a procession of luxury cars. Upon seeing the license plates, they were taken aback, refraining from intervention. Not only did they allow the tycoons to pass through red lights, but the traffic department also urgently mobilized all nearby officers to escort them, clearing a path ahead. So many distinguished individuals were eager to meet the chairman. Upon receiving the news, Gao Ming deliberately kept them waiting for half an hour. Only at lunchtime were they finally permitted to enter. Welcomed into the presence of the now agitated tycoons. Gentlemen, our boss awaits you in the reception room. Mr. Gao, what was Qianlong occupied with just now? Surely he wasn't signing a contract with that Nambwa fellow? Not quite. Our boss was engaged in a game of chess with the exhausted Mr. Nambwa, hence the brief delay. They were playing chess. Yasuda nearly erupted in laughter out of frustration. They were on the verge of storming the headquarters of Jianing Sakura. And these two had the audacity to play chess? Others were equally incensed, but recognized the urgency of their situation, suppressing their ire. Gentlemen, do not act impulsively. Qianlong is one who responds better to gentle persuasion than to force. If he takes extreme measures, it could escalate beyond jest. Chapter 123. The four major conglomerates submit to Qianlong. As Nambwa engaged in a game of chess with Qianlong, he found himself perplexed. Pondering the thoughts of this influential figure, he was acutely aware of the deep-rooted connection between Qianlong and his own covert superior. Fully cognizant of his own limitations, he had come today merely to act out a role as instructed. It was only upon witnessing a flurry of hurriedly entering members of the Sakura conglomerate that Nambwa began to surmise Qianlong's intentions. The scene suggested that these prominent individuals were clearly flustered. He raised his gaze to find Qianlong fixated upon him. Nambwa hastily nodded, conveying a reassuring glance that signified his competence in handling matters. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for a game of chess. I shall make room for you. A forced smile spread across the faces of the group. Mr. Nambwa, please take a seat. We would like to speak with Mr. Qianlong privately. Nambwa replied with a smile. So, you have matters you wish to conceal from me? Are you here solely to secure preferential procurement rights? He declared firmly. Let me be clear. All matters must adhere to the principles of order and precedence. The assembled tycoons nearly burst into laughter at his naivete, wondering how someone so oblivious had attained such a position, and if they weren't uncertain about the background of his superior, they would have felt compelled to express their disdain towards Nambwa's mother. Qianlong joined in the complaints. Akiyama Shinojo, do you still consider us allies? I generously offered you property at half price, and this is how you repay my goodwill? No, Chairman Shun, there seems to be a misunderstanding, they stammered. Indeed. Chairman Shun, there is a misunderstanding. We harbor no animosity towards you. No animosity? Qianlong rolled his eyes. Do you genuinely believe that? Who is it that sought to audit our financials at Jianing Sakura? Speaking of misunderstandings now is rather disingenuous, don't you think? Let me assure you, once I return to Hong City, I shall make known the good deeds you have perpetrated, and I wonder who will dare invest in Sakura thereafter? The tycoons sensed the underlying fury in Qianlong's words. They realized they had acted hastily, blinded by immediate gains. Should Qianlong choose to expose how he had been exploited by the Sakura conglomerate, who would foreign investors trust? They would only believe what was evident. The Jianing Sakura was forced to sell its assets at a loss due to pressure from local conglomerates. How would international investors still engaged with Sakura perceive this? Currently, over 50% of Sakura's investment transactions came from international sources. Should panic ensue among these investors, it would not merely spell doom for the real estate sector, but would severely tarnish Sakura's global reputation. Ultimately, they would bear the consequences. For the first time, the tycoons wished that nothing had transpired. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Qianlong was intent on a scorched earth policy. Yet, Akiyama, in a moment of inspiration, interjected, Chairman Shun, please, let us calm down. We are all in the business of large-scale commerce, and disputes are commonplace. Even amongst ourselves, we often have our disagreements. We are not here to collect debts. Everyone recognizes that Jianing Sakura operates as a friendly foreign entity, and it is merely a minor misunderstanding that has arisen. I have brought everyone together today to resolve this misunderstanding. Wouldn't you agree? He gestured subtly to the tycoons, urging them to soften their stance towards Qianlong. Mitsubishi acknowledges its errors. We implore you to forgive us. As the members of the Sakura conglomerate bowed in apology, Nambwa could not help but gape in astonishment. Here he was, a mere fraudster, witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle. The once dominant tycoons, who had thrived on their power, were now apologizing to a citizen of Long Nation. What was even more striking was Chunlong's demeanor. Humph, what good is your apology? The rumors circulating about Jianing Sakura's regulatory violations have already tarnished our reputation beyond repair. I can no longer continue in the real estate business. Tomorrow, I shall publicly liquidate all properties. Upon hearing this, the tycoons felt a chill of despair. How could this man be so impervious to reason? The head of Mitsubishi gritted his teeth, realizing that if they failed to placate Chunlong today, they would reap no benefits. In that instant, thoughts of making Chunlong disappear crossed their minds, but they quickly dismissed such notions. Chunlong was no ordinary individual. His mysterious disappearance would have far-reaching consequences, and Jianing Group would not let such a matter rest easily. If they couldn't intimidate him, perhaps they could entice him instead. The group quickly huddled to discuss their strategy, ultimately deciding to send Akiyama to negotiate with Chunlong once more. Chairman Chun, would this proposal be acceptable? To demonstrate our sincerity, we are prepared to acquire all remaining properties of Jianing Sakura at a premium of 12 times the market value. Chunlong raised an eyebrow at this offer, his expression revealing his inner conflict. Nambwa, standing nearby, felt anxious for Chunlong. Such a lucrative opportunity should not be met with hesitation. Chunlong understood that a 12-fold premium was a mere trifle for these massive conglomerates. Any one of them could easily absorb the cost. Never underestimate the financial power of these corporate giants. With major banks at their disposal, they could act with impunity. Moreover, with several firms pooling their resources, their emotions remained relatively unperturbed when making the offer. This nonchalance irked Chunlong. If they felt no pain in their pockets, how could they truly grasp the gravity of the situation? The mentality of these moguls was peculiar. They could amicably profit together, yet forget any kindness shown unless met with a whip of intimidation, interspersed with the occasional sweet treat to earn their favor. Nambwa was anxious, but Chunlong remained composed. When Chunlong remained silent, Akiyama and the others realized that he was not entirely satisfied with their offer. As they signaled Akiyama to propose a higher bid, Chunlong interjected, "You must each provide me with additional compensation." Akiyama clenched his teeth and inquired, "What additional compensation do you seek?" The circumstances dictated their submission. "I desire a small stake in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Mitsui Trust, and the like." The room fell silent. There was no other reason. The companies Chunlong mentioned were the core enterprises under their conglomerate's control. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, despite its separation from Mitsubishi Automotive, primarily generated revenue through defense contracts, making it a critical asset. The group immediately heightened their vigilance. What did this wealthy second generation from Hong City intend to accomplish? Please, do not be alarmed. I am merely requesting a small share, one that poses no threat to your interests. Akiyama pondered before asking, "How much of a stake are you seeking?" "A stake valued at 10 billion yen will suffice." At the current exchange rate, 10 billion yen equated to approximately 66 million US dollars, a sum that, while not insignificant, was trivial compared to the market capitalizations of these companies exceeding $1 billion. However, the request still stung their hearts. Chunlong had cleverly maneuvered, even a mere zero. One stake would grant him access to scrutinize the company's financial transactions. Power is gradually acquired, and future opportunities may arise. When personal interests are at stake, collective interests often take a back seat. Very well, this request is not excessive. We would be pleased to have you integrated into our ranks, Chairman Chun. Indeed, and Tian has grown weary of Chunlong. This individual is akin to a ticking time bomb, easily swayed, which indicates that he is merely a profit-driven merchant. To their eyes, Chunlong's desire for shares manifests as a display of greed. If he cannot be bought, that is when they will feel truly anxious. Yes, from now on, they will all be in the same boat, and Chairman Chun must think twice before undertaking any actions. Naturally, as an external expert for your Japan-America Financial Association, this decision stems from a sense of helplessness amidst indignation. I shall exercise caution henceforth. Observing the camaraderie between the magnate Chun and the tycoons, Nenbo found himself momentarily distracted. He realized once again that when an individual's wealth reaches a certain threshold, they can act with impunity, as even enemies will seek to befriend them. However, he quickly regained his focus. Jianing Sakura had already distanced herself from real estate. Yet the issues plaguing his Nanbo group were considerable, with debts snowballing into astronomical figures. Could he leverage this situation to threaten the major conglomerates? This notion quickly took root in his mind, and for the first time, he entertained the idea of securing his own safe landing. Chapter 125, by Shui, let us proceed. With this thought in mind, he felt an exhilarating urge to act. It is true that Nanbo is a fraudulent entity, But in his eyes, these so-called financial tycoons are no different. They have merely landed safely, their images polished through generations of reinvention. Why can they succeed while he cannot? Thus, upon returning, he promptly relayed this idea to his superior, Wang Nan. Upon hearing it, Wang Nan's first reaction was that Nan Bo had become delusional, entertaining notions of reaching solid ground. He understood that the nature of the Nan Bo group differed significantly from that of Janning Sakura. The latter at least possessed a robust foundation. With each executive being an industry elite, every transaction was backed by thorough market research, and each financing appeared legitimate and compliant, ensuring a continuous capital flow without any fatal issues. In contrast, the Nan Bo group, while seemingly glamorous and aligned with international standards, was merely a hollow shell, engaging in the sleight of hand of empty promises, with each loan unsustainable under scrutiny. Theoretically, Nan Bo's idea of liquidating all real estate holdings was also unrealistic. A mass sell-off by Nan Bo would undoubtedly incite widespread market panic, prompting immediate intervention and investigation from Sakura's officials. What would likely follow could be the premature bursting of the real estate bubble. He did not wish to dampen Nan Bo's enthusiasm. Chuckling, "It is good that you have this thought, but we must hear the boss's perspective." "Very well, Mr. Wang. Could you please inquire with the boss whether we might use this to threaten the 4 major conglomerates?" Wang Nan did not dismiss Nan Bo's concerns. He truly went to consult Qianlong. "And Nan, tell Nan Bo that his task is not to cleanse the group's reputation, as that notion is impractical. If he threatens the 4 major conglomerates, the potential outcome may lead to an investigation, leaving him with no chance to escape. And the group's assets could very well be quietly acquired and divided. His current mission is to gradually liquidate the group's solid assets, recoup funds as swiftly as possible, and await my further instructions." Wang Nan, puzzled, asked, "Boss, is the purpose of recouping funds to repay loans? Nonsense. Why should we repay money earned through our own efforts? The next step in recouping funds is to launder this money cleanly. At that point, I will need you to make a trip to AO City." Upon hearing this, Wang Nan suddenly understood. "Boss, you intend to collaborate with the syndicates in AO City to launder this substantial sum? Why would I share the money I risked my neck to earn with others? What I mean is for your people to establish a foothold in AO City, carve out territory, and operate an underground casino." Qianlong had already devised the script for Nan Bo's next act. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a second-generation miner who had slipped away and about many wealthy individuals who had squandered their fortunes in the gambling capital. Generally, these individuals were aware that they could not hold on to their family businesses or recognize the significant potential crises facing their industries, thus opting to liquidate and depart in a manner that became the subject of public ridicule. Surely, no one would genuinely regard these affluent individuals as reckless gamblers, would they? Wang Nan quickly grasped Qianlong's intentions. He sought to have Wang Nan play the role of a gambler in this narrative. Thus, even if the Nan Bo group were to implode, officials and conglomerates would prefer to explain it to the public as a result of lost assets. "Tell Nan Bo to abandon any unrealistic fantasies, endure for another 2 years, and I shall grant him a new identity, allowing him to live with dignity." Soon, Qianlong's advice reached Nan Bo's ears. Frankly speaking, these words struck hard. He was no longer the same Nan Bo from a few years prior. Now that the group had grown to such proportions, the thought of relinquishing it entirely filled him with immense reluctance. Understanding the magnitude of the forces at play, he could only suppress his discontent, replying, "Understood, sir. I will fulfill my duties and work to recoup funds as swiftly as possible without causing market fluctuations." After disconnecting the call, he begrudgingly summoned Bai Shui. "Bai Shui, have you ever contemplated your future?" Bai Shui immediately perked up. "What are you implying? Please, speak plainly. I worry that the boss may abandon us once we have outlived our usefulness, so I wish. You want to prepare a contingency?" "Yes. I intend to take a risk and absorb a portion of the group's funds, preparing for the worst. I hope you can assist in this endeavor." Bai Shui nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 126. Both hands must be strong. Commercial layout in AO City. "I see. For now, let us play along. He cannot escape my grasp." Upon receiving the report, Qianlong was not surprised. There is a saying that a dog cannot change its nature. If Nan Bo were to behave obediently and serve as a mere puppet, that would indeed be peculiar. He had tasked his secretary, Bai Shui, to approach Nan Bo precisely for this scenario. It can be said that Nan Bo having such a backup plan was entirely within his expectations. After instructing Wang Nan to closely monitor Nan Bo's progress, he made his way to AO City. At that time, AO City had yet to witness the construction of high-rise buildings that would characterize its later years. Aside from the towering Lisboa Hotel on Friendship Road, the landscape was dominated by low, old buildings. The AO citizens had poorly managed the area, focusing solely on exploiting the port and casino business to amass wealth. Qianlong was well aware that in a few days, the two nations would officially sign the return agreement. His visit aimed to invest in AO City and develop real estate. However, prior to that, he needed to pay his respects at the dock of the Gambling King. Speaking of the Gambling King, one cannot ignore Ho Lao. When the Gambling King established his tourism and entertainment company, it was with Ho Lao's support that he successfully acquired exclusive rights to the casino, taking the first step on the path to becoming a Gambling King. Both had previously contributed to the strategic supply of materials to the mainland, making them comrades in the same trench. Qianlong's visit relied on Ho Lao's connections. The Gambling King's attitude was somewhat intriguing. Young Master Qian, welcome to AO City. The speaker was none other than the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Chaoqiong. The Gambling King's eldest son had passed away prematurely, and the burden now fell on Bai Chaoqiong, the eldest daughter. Qianlong did not offer this beauty a warm reception. Instead, he coldly inquired, "May I inquire when I might have the pleasure of meeting Uncle Bai?" Bai Chaoqiong was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this young gentleman, Chun, would be so eager. Reflecting on her father's intentions, she could only respond, "Unfortunately, my father has recently departed for the mainland, and I am uncertain when he shall return." Upon hearing this, Qianlong's demeanor softened into a smile. "Ah, I see. Then I must trouble you, Miss Bai." Once they arrived at the presidential suite arranged by Bai Chaoqiong, Gao Ming dispatched someone to inspect the room. After confirming there were no listening devices, he irritably remarked, "Boss, it's evident that the gambler has no desire to meet with us. That is undoubtedly the case. Were it not for Mr. Hua's assistance in conveying our message, we likely wouldn't have even gained entry. In blunt terms, ouching is by the gambler's territory. He operates a monopoly. And now Qianlong wishes to partake in a share of the profits. It is not a matter that can be resolved merely through connections. Boss, what shall we do now? We can't simply wait around in ouching, can we? Humph, we must take the initiative. I intend to see whether this dragon crossing the river can contend with the local snake." After a moment's contemplation, Qianlong picked up the phone. "Immediately acquire all available shares of Xinda at any cost, and spread the word that I am willing to pay a premium to purchase Xinda stock. Buy as much as you can. Xinda is a company controlled by the Gambling King." Gao Ming believed his boss was engaging in outright bullying. He was well aware of how affluent Jining Sakura had become and the staggering cash flow they possessed. Not to mention Xinda, even adding the unlisted Lisboa Hotel, Qianlong could effortlessly execute the acquisition. Qianlong then made another call to Wang Nan. "Where are your people? Stop dilly-dallying and formally declare war on the 3 local gangs. I give you 10 days. No matter the means, secure half of their territory." His words brimmed with menace, and Wang Nan felt the weight of pressure multiply. He had often boasted to his boss about the combat prowess of his regulated forces. If he failed to overcome local small factions, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities. "Rest assured, boss, within 10 days, I shall turn the situation upside down." Chapter 127. A local snake? You've already been exposed. That night, a multitude of men clad in suits and sunglasses, armed to the teeth, disembarked from various smuggling points. The foreign police in Ouching remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, while the sound of gunfire echoed from the low buildings in the district. As they received calls about the situation and debated whether to dispatch officers, the city erupted in gunfire and explosions. Even a grenade flipping a police vehicle parked by the roadside. The foreign officials were bewildered. Had they not reached an agreement? Why were the Dragon Kingdom's people still attacking? After dispatching a few lackeys to ascertain the situation, they learned that several gangs within the city were engaged in a violent clash. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate inspector, the foreign governor exclaimed indignantly, "Call by the gambler and find out what is happening. What does he intend to do? How can he not manage his own people?" The Chinese commissioner stammered in explanation, "Sir, it is likely that other Chinese gangs are instigating this chaos." "Humph. I care not who is causing the trouble. By the gambler must provide me with an explanation." The governor's ire was not unfounded. He and the Bai family had maintained a cooperative relationship, with one party overseeing lawful dealings and the other managing illicit affairs. With the Bai family ensuring the security of Ouching, they enjoyed a lucrative arrangement, leading to harmonious relations. However, with gunfire and explosions ringing out throughout the city, public anxiety surged. If this escalated into an international incident, who would want to frequent Ouching? Without affluent patrons, their fundamental interests would be jeopardized, prompting him to wish he could summon by the gambler for a stern confrontation. Meanwhile, within the Lisboa Hotel, Qianlong listened to the distant sounds of gunfire. Feeling oddly reassured, the suite was filled with bodyguards, all on high alert, with their weapons ready. At that moment, a knock echoed from the hotel door. "It's me. Young Master Chen, I've brought a fine bottle of wine." Bai Chaoqiong replied, "It is quite late. And the implications of a lone man and woman being alone in a room could tarnish your reputation. Perhaps we should postpone our conversation until tomorrow." Her refusal to engage left Bai Chaoqiong outside fuming. Had it not been for her father's insistence, she would not have come at all. Returning to the upper echelons, Bai Chaoqiong recounted her unsuccessful encounter to the reclusive by the gambler. 2. Felt a headache brewing. Not long ago, several gang leaders he had supported had gone missing. Hearing the commotion outside, he knew these individuals were likely in grave peril. Qianlong's arrival had coincided with this upheaval, and it was clear he was making a show of force. However, with his wings clipped, the gambler felt only a twinge of pain. As long as his ties with the foreigners remained intact, he would still have the opportunity to reshuffle the deck, albeit at a greater cost. Faced with Qianlong's pressure, he understood he could not afford to show any sign of retreat. Otherwise, word might spread, undermining his standing and ouching. Father, how shall we handle the foreign side? Inform him that this group comprises extremely dangerous armed thugs, beyond my jurisdiction. If he wishes to avoid a more severe international fallout from this incident, he should act swiftly. The gambler's voice carried a ruthless edge. Any gang organization would be nothing but a pile of dirt before the might of the national military. Qianlong was indeed a tad too impatient, believing he could compel me with such tactics. Chao Qiong hesitated, though Qianlong had never treated her kindly. Her father refusing even a brief meeting seemed rather excessive. Are you not leaving soon? Very well, I shall go at once. Upon receiving the reply, the foreign governor furrowed his brow slightly. Had Bai lost his senses? Did he truly believe the military could be mobilized at will? If the army were to engage, his governorship would be at an end. Should large-scale casualties occur, who would bear the consequences? Yet if he allowed that group to wreak havoc unrestrained, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. He felt ensnared in a dead end. Regardless of his actions, he would be unable to extricate himself unscathed. At that moment, his police chief rushed in with an urgent report. Chief, we have received a letter, and it explicitly states that you must open it personally. We have inspected the letter and found no danger. The foreign governor opened the letter and, after a brief perusal, gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. Convey my orders, at dawn. Lift the lockdown and announce that last night we conducted an exercise against the violent thugs, which has now concluded. All citizens and tourists may freely enter and exit, and all establishments may resume normal operations. The police chiefs sensed something unusual in the air. They retreated, half convinced. Yet, in a matter of moments, the gunfire began to subside, and individuals clad in white protective gear began to appear on the streets, methodically cleaning up the remnants of the battle. At dawn, some laborers cautiously ventured onto the streets, and aside from the lingering scent of disinfectant and some damp stains, there was little evidence of the previous night's events. Announcements began to circulate regarding the successful execution of a major exercise, yielding excellent results. Coupled with the reappearance of police maintaining order, the city gradually returned to its former vibrancy. The local foreign police soon received a gift, as the newly arrived gang expressed their intent to collaborate and presented each officer with a token of goodwill. Meanwhile, the three dismantled local gangs huddled together, clutching onto the remnants of their territory. They were utterly bewildered by the onslaught of the regular troops. All the leaders had perished in last night's conflict, leaving those who remained in a state of sheer terror, compelled to dispatch a representative in a desperate attempt to re-establish communication with the gambling lord. Chapter 128, Relentless Pursuit. Sniping at Shinda. Brother Jew, all our messengers have lost contact. Upon hearing this, the expression of the ferocious Jew darkened further. Originally just a minor chief of the number gang, he had inadvertently ascended to the position of the group's paramount leader after a night of chaos. Those who could make decisions were either dead or unaccounted for. Most critically, they were at a loss as to how to reach their enigmatic financial backer, Lord Bai. Now trapped in the slums with no means of escape, he had never faced such a humiliating battle in his life. In a moment of inspiration, he exclaimed, "Call the front desk of the Lisboa casino." After navigating through layers of transfers, Lord Bai finally grasped the dire situation outside. Good, you have done well. Contact the others and instruct them to hold their ground. Once this matter is resolved, I shall reward you handsomely. After hanging up, Lord Bai could not help but pace anxiously in his office. The situation was even more grim than he had anticipated. The most formidable of the number gangs had suffered catastrophic losses, with several influential leaders eliminated. It was safe to assume that the other two factions were faring no better. In a single night, Qianlong had thoroughly dismantled his meticulously crafted scheme of over a decade. Most alarming was the tacit approval of the foreign powers, which instilled a sense of dread within him. If the Westerners remained passive while Qianlong operated clandestine casinos in Ouching, his monopoly would become a mere farce. Qianlong had indeed posed a formidable challenge. Just as he contemplated whether to meet with Qianlong for negotiations, Bai Chaoqiong burst into the office. Panic etched across her face. "Chaoqiong, how many times must I tell you to remain composed, regardless of the circumstances? Father, someone is aggressively acquiring shares of our Shinda on the secondary market." What? This must be that rascal Qianlong causing trouble again. Lord Bai could no longer remain seated. Shinda was his sole publicly traded company, primarily engaged in real estate and energy in the port city, making it his second most significant venture after gambling. If Qianlong succeeded in his assault, how would the public perceive him? In truth, half of the port city was already buzzing with news of the situation. As soon as Shinda opened for trading today, its stock skyrocketed. Within just over an hour, the share price had surged from 235 Hong Kong dollars to a remarkable 300 Hong Kong dollars. This astonishing increase left many in shock. Numerous investors rushed to buy in, quickly realizing that someone was maliciously acquiring Shinda to undermine Lord Bai. At this moment, if one did not seize the opportunity to buy, when else would they? With the concerted effort of countless shareholders, Shinda's stock price began to soar. Lord Bai, observing this with mounting anxiety, immediately placed a call to purchase a substantial amount of Shinda shares, attempting to stabilize his controlling interest. However, by the afternoon, the stock price began to inexplicably plummet, as large quantities of Shinda shares were being sold off. The sellers were, of course, Qianlong's agents, exploiting the T0 trading system of the Hong Kong market, allowing same-day buying and selling. Investors soon became frantic, and those who had bought in earlier began to sell off their shares as well. Lord Bai could only watch helplessly as Shinda's stock price continued its steep decline. By the close of trading, the price had fallen by 1 Hong Kong dollar compared to the opening. Witnessing such a result, Lord Bai's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his smile taking on an ominous and terrifying quality. He realized he had been outmaneuvered by Qianlong. The audacity of Qianlong was unprecedented. If he did not respond decisively, it was likely that Qianlong would continue to exploit him, reaping a few more profits each day. Contemplating this, he coldly inquired, "Chao Qiong, which room is that rascal staying in?" "Father, please don't act impulsively. If anything happens to Qianlong here, it would be an international scandal." Lord Bai cast a helpless glance at his daughter, retorting, "What are you imagining? I merely wish to sit down and have a proper discussion with him." "Father, are we really going to compromise?" "It may not be a compromise per se. Qianlong indeed possesses the strength to challenge us. Fortunately, he has not pushed matters to the brink. If this continues, we will find no benefit." Lord Bai still held a few trump cards, but Qianlong's display of power left him feeling quite uneasy. Until the situation was resolved, he would not readily reveal his remaining cards. He hoped, as Ho said, that this young man merely intended to develop real estate in Ouching. With that, the two made their way to the floor where Qianlong's suite was located. One of Qianlong's bodyguards perked up, reporting, "Boss, I hear a large group approaching outside. Stay calm. Put away your weapons. We are here for business." "Understood, boss."